Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Dark Mage Lord in Supernatural's verse? Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The dirt was cold and moist in Harry's desperate grip. They had left her only family. She snorted at that, or tried to. The Dursleys were not her family. They were the people who locked her in a dank, dark, frigid cupboard under the stairs, people who starved her and beat her and ridiculed her and hated her, and they were the people who had left her in the middle of the woods in the cold. Alone. She shivered again, curling into a ball on the ground to conserve her heat. Happy birthday, Aunt Petunia had said. Special gift, vacation. The dysfunctional family had loaded into Uncle Vernon's shiny company car, rode out to the countryside, and hiked through the woods. She should have known something was wrong. The Dursleys didn't hike, and they didn't act cheerful about hiking either, so the vicious grin on Dudley's fat face should have unnerved her more. That, and there was no supplies. They hadn't brought anything, just torches. They had led her into a small clearing when it started. Vernon had shoved her into the ground, kicking her over when she instinctively curled into a ball. Dudley aimed a heavy kick to her stomach. Gasping for precious air, her spotty red and black vision became further obscured by dirt as her face collided with the ground, courtesies of her aunt. Chubby hands fell down through the air to land blows on her malnourished frame. Aunt Petunia had grabbed her ponytail, dragging her a couple steps through the dirt, ending with a sharp yank and a slap as she crouched down to look Harry in the eye. Blood streamed down the young girl's face, originating from a cut above her eyebrow. Sniffles punctured the tense silence. We should never have allowed that old fool to drop you with us, and we will not allow you to taint our household with your abnormalness anymore. I hope you die here. Freak. The last words were spit from her mouth like some disgusting disease. Aunt Petunia straightened up, and stalked away with Vernon and Dudley in tow. Laughing, Harry curled tight, squeezing her eyes closed into the ground as she tried to move her aching limbs. She could not cry. Crying is for weak, pathetic freaks like her, according to her uncle. Harry didn't want to be a freak anymore. She could not cry. She cried. Harry figured she might have broken her arm, and there were sharp pains panging shattered beats through her bruising chest. She didn't know how much time had passed. It could have been a minute, or an hour, or a day, or a month, or a second, or no time at all. The only thing Harry could tear was the cold air biting at her exposed features, barely protected by the baggy hand-me-downs of Dudley's that were too loose on her gaunt figure. The thin rags were drawn tight around her body now, used as a blanket to drive away the incessant chill of the forest air. Harry sniffled into the dirt, her glasses cracked and pressed into the bridge of her nose. A sudden rustle to the left drew her attention. Harry tried to sit up, wincing at the pain blossoming from her middle. Hello, she called out, wiping her dripping nose with the back of her hand. Something rushed by the bush to her left, something impossibly fast. Registering only as a silhouette, a dark shape flew past the weakened girl. She whimpered, drawing her knees to her chest as she cradled her injured arm. The creature flashed past her again. The shadows thickened, clinging to her prone body, the darkness solidifying. Something grabbed her ankle tight, and she yelped as she was suddenly being pulled from her position. On the ground over the shoulder of a figure. It sped through the woods so fast the trees were little more than green and brown blurs. The jostling of the journey agitated her injuries, and she was crying out in pain as well as for help. Moonbeams fought through the dense branches, casting silver puddles on the ground, illuminating the creature darting past. All of a sudden they stopped, and Harry found herself in a shack, hidden away in the dark woods. Thick, coiled ropes looped over the rafters, the ends tied and bloodied. Harry twisted, desperate to escape as the monster tied her wrists in one of the ropes. The coarse material cut into her wrists. She hung a couple inches off the ground, barely brushing it with the tips of her toes. The creature stopped in the corner, and she was just able to see its profile in the scant moonlight filtering through the broken roof. It was horrifying, bald, withered-looking, and dark. Rough skin patches stretched over its chest, which was hollow. And depressed enough to see the spaces between its ribs. Its stomach touches its spine, making it appear as a skeleton with one layer of black, translucent skin clinging to malnourished bones. Its haunted eyes locked onto hers, devoid of any emotion except hunger. She screamed until her throat was raw with the unheard cries of fear and despair. Her broken arm was long forgotten with a rush of adrenaline pumping through her veins as she tried to wriggle free, using her fight-or-flight response. Harry's breathing turned ragged, heavy breaths sucked in and shoved forcefully out. The creature approached her. Harry stretched her toes, frantically attempting to touch the floor. Her body flailed about, swinging desperately, afraid as she tried to scoot back. The monster stood next to her, grabbing her bound arms and steadying her. Harry's eyes widened dramatically when it opened its mouth to reveal rotting, blackened fangs inches away from her arm. It bit her, and she yelled in pain. Kicking out sharply at the monster next to her, she hit solid matter, and the monster opened its mouth, growling. Clear pockmarks belonging to teeth disrupted the smooth skin that had been there moments earlier. The wound in her shoulder began to bleed, and Harry panicked. She was scared, and cold, and wished for the monster to get away, to die. A burst of warmth and light gathered at her fingertips, burning the rope. It launched itself at the monster. Fire engulfed the dark figure, and anguished howls emanated from the creature. Harry stared in shock as it fell to the floor, dead, fueling the flame that washed over her chilled bones in warm relief. She was okay. She was safe. Rustling outside caught her attention, and her heart jumped in her throat. Another monster. She wished, more than anything, to be gone. To be far away from the dinky cabin in the woods where a dark monster burned bright on the bloody floor. With a pop, she found herself standing in the middle of a park, blood sticking to her clothes. Hands tied in front of her. Harry turned, shocked. The air seemed calmer, settled. The night sky above her sat blank and unthreatening, the monochromatic shade of midnight. Spotted by swirling portals of light and a thick crescent moon. The grass stretched out for a while, before it gave way to pavement, then asphalt and shop windows that held brightly lit displays, calling out to Harry saying, "Come get me." Shiny, pretty. She looked around and saw a grove of trees near the back of the park, before a path cut through them and led to a forest of gigantic green trees. The air was warm and heavy, weighing on Harry. She suddenly became aware of how very tired she was. Harry heads to the little grove of trees with big branches and comfy nooks. Sitting down at the base of one of the oaks, she turned her attention to her arm. The gash had stopped bleeding so much, only the occasional trickle leaked out of the drying blood. Teeth marks ripped through her skinny arm, and Harry could tell she would have a scar. She ripped off a bit of her overly large shirt, using the clean side to wrap her arm after washing it in a conveniently placed public fountain. Checking. Her O found that they registered only as dull pains now, rather than the overwhelming and heated stabbing rhythm they had been earlier. She glanced up at the trees, and nodded once to herself. Climbing the largest one carefully, not putting too much strain on the injured arm, Harry reached a couple of close-together limbs about 15 feet up. They were perfectly placed to act as a nest for her, and she curled up against the trunk. Supported by the branches, her thoughts turned to the monster, undoubtedly still burning on the grubby floor of the decrepit shack back wherever she had been. She had killed it. She had killed it, using some kind of power, some kind of magic. Harry thought about its hungry look, the fiery pain of teeth sinking into her tender flesh. Then she snuffed it out with a fireball cast from her hand. She had come into contact with a monster, a real monster. Well, one that people didn't usually believe in. Harry knew all about monsters. She lived with some, but still, she had killed an honest-to-God flesh-eating thing that came straight out of the dark. And the feeling, watching the thing strut forward, knowing you can't do anything to stop it. She didn't want to feel like that again, helpless, broken. She wouldn't. The next day, Harry was standing in an alleyway not far from where she had slept, rifling through a dumpster behind a clothing store. She found a couple shirts and shorts, and a skirt, that weren't too damaged or stained. Slipping on a green sweater with a hole in it near the bottom, and a dark gray skirt missing the buttons on the inside to tighten it. Harry walked to a library near the row of storefronts, entering quietly. Keeping her head down as she perused. The shelves. Harry realized she didn't really know what she was looking for. Harry stepped over to a computer at a desk, searching the media catalog for keywords or phrases. She tried starving, monster, and dark hungry monster, and didn't find anything. When she searched starving cannibal monster, she came up with a couple results. Harry crossed the library, stopping in front of the lore and folktale books. She picked up one that told the story of the Wendigo. It as described exactly as the monster had looked, not to mention the pesky little tendency to eat people while they were still alive. She read a couple more sections of various books and journals before she got a good idea of what the monster was, and how it could be stopped. It was extremely lucky that Harry had conjured fire, as that was one of its only weaknesses. Harry flipped through a couple more of the texts, and found descriptions of several different supposed mythological creatures, and came to the conclusion that if the Wendigo existed, it was perfectly logical that others could as well. Harry spent the rest of the day looking through various books, reading about supernatural creatures and beings. Most of them tended to lean to the violent side of the scale. Thinking back to the Wendigo incident, Harry wondered how many of the monsters in the books were real, and how many of them populated the world. People must know about them, somehow. It's not like someone was following the monsters around for the sole purpose of erasing memories. Or maybe they were. Some people must be out there, killing or locking away the monsters that roam the earth. Harry was not angry. She wasn't scared. If anything, she believed the Wendigo had been partly if not mostly beneficial. She was no longer left alone and freezing in the middle of the woods. The Dursleys were not around to hurt her or force her to do their chores. And she had discovered that she possessed some modicum of power, magic, whatever it was. In fact, last night had been incredibly helpful. Of course, she was glad she had killed the Wendigo. According to some of the lore books she had read, it would have kidnapped more people, always feeding until it went back into hibernation, just to restart the cycle some 20 years later. Maybe she could grow up to hunt these monsters. They caused pain and suffering, and Harry had had her fair share of that. She didn't wish for anyone to go through pain as she had, and if she could make the world a brighter place, she would be happy. Plus, it would be pretty cool to hunt monsters for a living. Harry nodded, her black curls bouncing, as she so carelessly decided her future. After spending the day in the library researching, Harry felt a rumble in her stomach. She was no stranger to hunger, but she hadn't eaten for a couple days. Add that to her exhaustion from the Wendigo fight and blood loss. And she was almost dead on her feet. She knew that she couldn't buy any food, and she would rather starve than get caught by child services and sent back to the Dursleys. So she decided to be sneaky. People who wanted to hunt monsters had to be sneaky. She walked into an old-fashioned diner at 9 p.m., a couple minutes after the library had closed. A waitress was ipping down the counter at the back of the room, and there weren't any other people in the restaurant. Harry took a moment to pull her face into a frown, letting tears flow from her eyes. Miss? I can't find my mummy, I think I lost her. And I'm hungry and tired and I can't find her and, Harry blubbered on, making sure to keep the tears streaming down her face, her body hunched in a defeated manner. The waitress swished around the counter, coming to a stop in front of Harry. She crouched down to eye level with the child, reaching her hands out tentatively. It's all right, sweetie, what's your name? I'm sure I can help you. In the meantime, why don't we get you some dinner, You're all skin and bones. She smiled reassuringly at Harry, who merely lifted her ducked chin, nodding a little as she let loose another whimper. She was pretty good at this acting thing. Although, she wasn't incredibly surprised. Surviving the Dursleys meant good acting skills. The waitress led her to a seat in front of the counter, leaving to grab some food from the back where the cook still had some meals out. She returned quickly with a plate of pancakes and orange juice. Harry gave her a wet smile, thanking her. She ate as the waitress asked questions about her family, which Harry improved the answers to. Just as she was finishing the second pancake, she spotted a black-haired woman walking outside. Figuring this was too good of an opportunity, she turned back to the waitress with a smile beaming on her youthful face. I see my mum. Thank you so much for the meal and everything. Bye. She hopped out of the seat, running out the door and followed the lady with the black hair until the diner was out of sight. Feeling secure in that the waitress was no longer watching her, Harry headed CK to the copse of trees in which she had spent the previous night. As she neared the area, there was the sound of water streaming over rocks. Harry followed the trickling noise, and found a small creek. She smiled, and turned to her bandaged shoulder. It was still wrapped in the strip of shirt cloth, now dark red from the blossoming blood. She carefully undid the binding, hissing when it got stuck on dried blood. Harry worked it loose as she held her arm in the water. It was cold and fast, a good sign of clean water. Harry pulled the bandage loose, checking out her injured arm. The teeth marks were scabbed over, or at least mostly covered. She couldn't see any obvious signs of infection. Harry crouched and washed her arm in the stream, then washing the bandage and wringing it out until it was reasonably dry. She wrapped it back around the gash, pulling the clean fabric tight against the depressed skin. Harry settled into her tree groove. The air was warm, warm enough to feel like a blanket of air against Harry's cooling skin. She stretched her arms out behind her head, staring up through the foliage at the starry sky. She fell asleep searching for the Little Dipper. Over the next 2 weeks, Harry had gone through at least 20 supernatural books. The only messy spot was when she read the section on witches. They had magic, and were evil for it. Harwith the thought that maybe she was a monster. Maybe that was why the Dursleys had hated her so much, left her in those woods. She escaped this mindset a day later, when she read the section on natural witches. That must be what she was. Although she had never done any rituals or even uttered a spell, yet strange things still happened. Still, she had to be natural. Had to be. Every day at dinner time, she would find another diner or cafe to pull her pity act. Then scamper off afterwards, never to be seen by them again. She was quickly running out of places to swindle. After wiping the remaining evidence of her last scam from her face, Harry realized she had hit every restaurant in the area. In the next couple days, she had discovered a useful skill known as pickpocketing. She used the magic power she seemed to hold to make her unnoticeable. Then she would either levitate wallets from pockets, or pluck them from unsuspecting victims. She built up a steady supply of cash this way, leading her to purchase some new clothes and blankets from surrounding stores. She also picked up a thick journal with a leather cover, intending to chronicle her knowledge of the supernatural beings she had read about. Harry tried to write down their strengths, appearances, weaknesses, motivations, and only those that coincided with most if not all published works. She scavenged blankets and pillows and sheets and boards and basically anything she thought would add to the little home she had built. A couple of nights sleeping in the trees resulted in waking up rain-soaked and miserable. Harry had sheets and ponchos and plastic wrap curled around the trees above her nook, effectively keeping rain and glaring sunlight from intruding on her. She had also laid boards and planks across the interloping tree limbs that stuck out perfectly enough to form supports for the wooden planks. She had created a sort of floor from discarded wood, cut wrong and thrown out of shops. Multicolored sheets and curtains hung from high tree limbs, forming a flowing wall enclosing a space in the trees. It was a floating circus tent, translucent and shining iridescently in the afternoon sun. When people came near it, if they did come near it, they seemed to get confused and turn around, never noticing Harry's hideout. The warm nights turned cool, and Harry suddenly found herself in October. Over the couple months she had lived in Georgia, which was where she had appeared on her birthday, she had followed the same routine. Wake up at 6 o'clock, a habit she couldn't shake from the Dursleys, go on a run, exercise, have breakfast, go to the library. Research and record in the journal, leave when it closes, have dinner, go to sleep. She showered when she could sneak into community gyms, and on weekends she relaxed and explored the forest, taking note of plant and animal life there, as well as decent hiding places. During the weekdays, she had to stay in her treehouse, or in the forest, reading from instructional texts she had picked up from a bookstore. Children were supposed to be in school, and it would seem entirely too suspicious if one just happened to spend every single day at the library. Harry liked school. It used to be a hideaway from the Dursleys, well, at least the older ones. She liked to learn, so, from 8 to 3 every day, she would read from her math and science books, practicing problems and experiments found in them. She also read fictional and nonfiction books for her language arts section. Harry found herself becoming a large fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as well as the Lord of the Rings. Every Sunday, Harry would head down to the laundromat, washing her clothes for a stolen $1 or $2. Then she would snuggle up in the nest of pillows and blankets inside her treehouse, rereading her journal to memorize critical information. By November, Harry was set in her decision to hunt monsters when she grows up. She started reading about martial arts and hand-to-hand combat. She needed to be prepared for whatever was out there. Harry also practiced attacks and accuracy with knives and guns, stealing them from stores with her magic. The police were baffled with how a Glock 42 could just vanish from its locked container. She was becoming quite the character. Stealing, lying, and fighting came so naturally to her. In no time at all, a year had passed in her sunny side-up suburbia life. She kept to her routine, relishing the freedom in her choices and the excitement of training. She was 7 years old, and she was a warrior. Harry knew several forms of hand-to-hand. She was accurate with a gun, knife, and even a bow and arrow. Her magic had flourished. In her more mundane studies, she had learned some if not most of several languages, including Latin, Spanish, French, Greek, Sanskrit, and parts of Old Chinese. It was extremely confusing when she was learning some of them at the same time and accidentally replied to a "good morning" from the librarian, trying to start a conversation with the Latin salve. Not that she had a lot of conversations. In February of 1988, Harry caught wind of a strange death from the newspaper. A healthy 32-year-old male, Charles Cooper, had died in the middle of his living room. Apparently it looked like he'd been mauled by a large animal, but all his doors and windows were locked and shut. Harry, proficient with weapons, combat, and magic, decided that she would investigate the crime scene, to at least know if she was in danger. She arrived at the house with army green cargo pants and a black top, her wild raven-colored curls pulled into a ponytail. She snuck behind the house to look into the first-floor window that led directly to the living room. The cops weren't there, only the yellow crime SCE. Nay tape stretched over the doorway of the room. Harry grabbed the window, carefully sliding it upwards until it was open, and she climbed into the room without a noise. Her eyes traced the room. The body outline was surrounded by deep scratches, carved into the wood floor. The grooves were vicious-looking, tainted deep red-brown, unquestionably because of the blood that must have spurted from Charles's wounds. Harry could smell rotten eggs, and her suspicions were confirmed when she spotted some sulfur powdering the edge of the windowsill. Harry reached out to touch it, but was jarred by the sudden sound of footsteps coming from the hall outside. She quickly leapt out the window, ducking into the bushes below so that her head was just under the window. Heavy thunks led into the room. Harry heard the person in the room circle it a few times, stopping in a corner. She held her breath when she heard the person stop right at the window. A deep gravelly voice floated out the window to her. Sulfur. Harry's eyebrows raised, eyes widening comically in a look of frank disbelief. Whoever was in there knew about monsters, the monsters she looked for. But was he a hunter or prey? Harry smirked, shuffling silently from under the window. She stood and brushed her clothes off, making her way to the front of the house again, where the door was still open. Ducking under the crime scene tape, and adopting a look of childish innocence and curiosity, she tiptoed through the house. Harry turned a corner and stared into the room where a tall man was bent over rubbing the powder from the windowsill between his fingers. She stepped into the room, purposefully placing her foot on a loose floorboard she noticed earlier. The board creaked under her boots, and the man swung around wildly, drawing and aiming a gun at her. Harry shrieked and held up her hands. Wait, stop, mister, I'm sorry. I just wanted to see if what I heard my parents talking about was true, and Mr. Cooper was a nice guy, I just couldn't believe he was dead and I just wanted to check, so I came over here, but the door was open and please don't shoot. Harry rambled, appearing panicked. The man hurriedly put down his gun, apologizing. I'm sorry, didn't mean to scare you. I'm Agent Keith Richards. I work for the FBI. Agent Richards stowed his gun, pulling out it open for Harry to see. She was doubtful on the last part. Didn't FBI agents have partners? They also didn't show up for random deaths. She decided to play his game. Mr. Agent Richards, sir, is Mr. Cooper dead? Her lower lip trembled. Agent Richards sighed, kneeling down. He nodded once. Sorry, kid, he is. You said you lived in the neighborhood. Harry nodded. Mind if I ask you some questions? Harry nodded again. Lately, have you seen anything strange? Felt any sudden changes in temperature, or have there been any electrical mishaps? Flickering lights, that sort of thing. Harry forced herself not to narrow her eyes. Instead, she looked slightly confused. I don't think so. What's that got to do with Mr. Cooper? Harry had a bad feeling about this so-called agent. Just standard procedure, checking everything. Got a name, kid? Of course I do. Harry inwardly smiled at his exasperated sigh. What is it? Oh, my name's Liz, Liz Bennet, Harry explained, betting that he hadn't read Pride and Prejudice. Hopefully. Well, Miss Bennet, this is a crime scene. So I have to ask you to leave. Harry nodded her head, walking out the door. Hypocrite. She kept her pace steady, heading down the street past the other normal-looking house. With normal people living normal lives. Something was not right about that agent, and she had to find out if he was connected to the death. Harry darted behind a crop of bushes a couple houses down from Cooper's place. Practiced hands pulled the thick leaves apart, her emerald eyes searching the street. She waited 10 minutes, and was about to leave when she spotted a car drive past. It was old-fashioned looking, but the black paint gleamed brand new on the cared-for car. She saw the Richards guy in the driver's seat. Rock music blared from the speakers. After only adding to Harry's suspicions, she decided to research Cooper and Richards. Sliding into her usual seat at the library computer counter, Harry piled the records from the town hall on Cooper in front of her. She spent an hour searching through Cooper's adult life. He had a divorce, no kids, and too much money to know what to do with. Apparently in college, he had won the lottery. The same day was when he supposedly met his wife. According to several public accounts. Actually, the date in question and his date of death were 10 years apart. Exactly 10 years apart. A light went off in Harry's head, and the case made sense. Cooper had made a deal. A demon deal. She pulled up a map of the town, searching for crossroads, especially near bars. Because of course a frat boy would sell his soul if he was drunk enough. She got a couple pings, prompting her to jot down the addresses on a pad of paper. She then pulled up another tab and looked up FBI agent regulations. Then, she looked up his name on the agent database, finding no hits on a Keith Richards. Harry printed out the info on Richards and Cooper, which cost $1, filing away the pages until she got back to her tree base. One thing was abundantly clear. Keith Richards was not an FBI agent. Which begged the question, who was he? Or rather, what was he? After dropping off her notes at the base, Harry walked a couple blocks to the first crossroads. She stopped outside the Smoky Star, a questionable bar. Inside the dirty windows were defeated figures, slumped over bars or huddled in booths. Glasses of amber liquid dotted the pub. Harry focused on the crossroads outside the bar. Raising her right hand, she closed her eyes and concentrated on the intersection. The gravel path shifted, giving way to a box. Harry opened her eyes, grabbing the hovering box from the air. After over a year and a half of practice, her magic was coming along nicely. She flipped the rusted lid open, finding an assortment of ingredients, all pointing to a demon summoning. She pulled out a faded photograph. The snapshot depicting a tall lady with a long blonde ponytail and piercing blue eyes. The date on the back read 1978 in hastily scribbled black ink. At least she knew there was a demon in town. It had probably strolled through 10 years ago, making a couple deals, and now it was back to collect. Harry sighed, then began walking to the next spot. All in all, over the next 2 hours, she found at least 7 different photos buried at a crossroads, all of them marked as taken in 1978. One of the pictures bore a striking resemblance to a college-aged Mr. Cooper. Harry stuck the photos in her pocket, already on her way back to the treehouse. If she wasn't mistaken, the demon was back in town to collect. She had no idea when the next soul would be taken. For all she knew, it could be tonight. It could be Richards, He definitely wasn't FBI. She stared up at the colorful canopy of her base, eyebrows furrowed as she chewed on her lip. Just because they were stupid enough to make the deal didn't mean those people deserved an eternity of suffering. She could go after the demon, force them to let go of the contracts. Harry curled up in a ball, blankets cocooning her in a cotton web. She'd deal with it tomorrow. The next morning dawned bright and early, and Harry got up with the sun. She pulled out the library printouts and the photos from the crossroads. Using push pins to hang them up on a corkboard she had found, she tied bits of string to the pins, connecting the victim to other potential victims. Friends, familial connection, motive. She GHT out a Sharpie and scribbled notes on the pages, particularly on Agent John's pages. The margins were black. She could see a pattern. Many of the potential victims were young, college age, and were now very well off. Whether it be money, fame, political or social stature, they were valued members of the town. Harry stood up, pulling her hair back into a ponytail. She needed to go back to Cooper's place. Look for more clues to see if she had missed anything, see if there happened to be a connection between the photographed people, besides the actual deals. It was doubtful, but thoroughness was a must. Harry left the house with 2 knives, hidden on her waist and ankle, and a Glock in a holster inside her army jacket. People in this town were very careless when it came to properly locking up their stores. Her mini combat boots slapped the puddles as she creeped up the front drive, subtly applying a notice me not spell. She failed to notice the familiar black car parked at the side of the road a few houses down. The door creaked on squeaky hinges and Harry winced, the small noise going off like a bomb in her cautious opinion. Low mumblings drifted from the room Cooper was found in. She pushed the door open slightly, peering through the crack to see Agent Richards. He was on his knees, a bowl of something in front of him. A constant stream of Latin poured from him, the ling tone creating a fascinatingly morbid rhythm. Harry pushed the door wider, stepping up to lean on the doorway. "Fancy seeing you here, Agent Richards." The so-called agent spun quickly, pulling a gun from his belt in the blink of an eye. Harry was on her feet, a knife in her hand. "Didn't think demons used children as meat suits." "Noted," grunted Richards, his sawed-off shotgun aimed at her chest. "They don't, usually. Misdirection. However, that's what demons do. You seem to be performing a demon ritual, wonder why that would be." Harry returned, grasping the dagger in her sweaty palm. Her first hunt, exciting yet terrifying at the same time. "I'm not a demon." "Well, neither am I," she retorted. A shared look of understanding, and both of them were suddenly uncomfortable. The lights flickered. "Oh, humans are so entertaining, don't you think? I mean, they just argue and fight and distract themselves from the real problem. I think that's beautiful." A brunette stood in the corner of the room. Walking forward to the edge of the rug, she lifted it up, exposing a hastily drawn demon's trap on its underside. Her eyes flashed black. "Really?" Harry and John looked at each other, simultaneously swallowing nervously. Well, shit. They were blasted backwards, stuck to the walls. The demon Strutus smirk twisted into her skin. The small girl was breathing heavier than normal. This was a bad idea, she thought. Bad idea, and why did I ever think I could do this? She was terrified, but she had to admit the smirk was getting to her, and she lashed out recklessly, as one does. Harry spat at her face. Which was, in hindsight, not the best decision. Her face widened in surprise, then shrunk in anger. "Brat, what's your name, kid? I'll make sure to tell your torturer down in hell." The demon's glare burned her gaze, but she locked eyes with it and shook her head. This was apparently the wrong decision. The demon reached out and pressed a finger against her stomach, pushing harder and harder until Harry was quite certain the demon would break the skin and stab her. "Tell me," she ground out. "Harry Potter," she gasped, the pain lessening slightly when the demon drew back in surprise. "Harriet Potter. Well, isn't this just precious? Unfortunately, you don't have a wand, do you?" "Oh, it's too much." "The girl who lived, everyone's favorite witch, a hunter." "I'm honored," simpered the villain. Bowing sarcastically, she turned to John, smiling at him. "John Winchester, I've heard of you. Where are the boys?" "Staying home with Mary." "Oh, wait, she's dead." John growled. straining against invisible restraints that kept his wrists firmly attached to the wall. The demon continued to taunt him, paying no attention to Harry. The 7-year-old had her eyes trained on the ceiling, where the bowl from John's earlier chanting was hovering, the liquid rising out and drawing a devil's trap on the white paint. "I'm going to have so much fun killing." The rest of her sentence was cut off, as she stopped abruptly and put her hand in front of her. She couldn't put it farther in front, almost like she was stopped by an invisible wall. Harry sagged in relief, giving a small smile, a smirk, aiming her eyes pointedly at the ceiling. The demon looked up as something red dripped on her shoulder. The devil's trap glistened deep red on the stark white ceiling. "How dare you!" Harry stood up, brushing off her hands from when they hit the floor from her sudden release. John was sitting against the wall, staring confusedly between Harry and the demon, his eyes flicking up to the devil's trap sporadically. "What was that about killing us?" A rather unattainable goal, seeing as you're stuck in your crib, but good for you, having hope. Now, I have a couple of photos in my pocket, found at crossroads from the last time you passed by here. If you would, please render any deal or contract you have with any of these individuals null and void." Harry smiled, her hands clasped behind her back as she stood directly in front of the demon, just beyond the edge of the trap. She hid her fear behind snark, hoping the trap would hold. The photos appeared out of her pocket, hovering next to her in 2 rows where the demon could see it clearly. "I will not. That's my revenue. I didn't come out here to this Bible-thumping state to give away the deals I made to some 6-year-old kid. 7. It's ridiculous. You mouth-breathing brat, I refuse." Harry pretended to frown at that, drawing out her other knife. It was engraved with runes for purification, fire, and death. The demon looked at it and snorted. "But you see, Rosemary, I have a way of making you accept. I like to read, especially when I'm reading books on the supernatural. It calms me. So, when I read that way back when demons were still pretty widely accepted as a real danger, the Kurds made these knives and daggers that could, theoretically, kill demons. Of course, this made me look into the theory itself. And isn't it surprising how easy it is to replicate these things if you know the theory behind it? Basically, some magic-imbued runes and a burst of energy, and bam! Demon-killing knife. Now, I'm not entirely sure if it will work all the way, but I'm happy to experiment." Harry smiled evilly, the light glinting off her shining dagger. "So, your options are 1, somehow escape this lovely trap in the next minute. 2, dissolve all the deals and stop any consequences said deals had and I'll exorcise you nice and quick. Or 3, I play around with this shiny thingy here until you crack or you die. What's your choice?" The demon stared at Harry, her mouth and eyes wide open, terror wrinkling her features. John was equally scared, confused, and in awe of a 7-year-old. "Fine, I'll dissolve the deals. Don't touch me with that." Harry nodded her head, the pictures crumbling as the deals did, dropping to the floor in small piles of ash. The girl looked back at the demon. "One last question. What did you mean by girl who lived?" The demon froze, then smiled, then cackled. "You don't know. Harriet Potter, vanquisher of dark lords. You don't know who you are. Let's see, which? Find a place in London called Diagon Alley. Leaky cauldron, tap the bricks, blah blah blah. I'd like to see how long it is before a Death Eater snuffs you." Harry glared at her, and began chanting in Latin. "Exorcismus te, omnis immundus spiritus, omnis satanica potestas, omnis incursio infernalis adversari, omnis legio, omnis congregatio et secta diabolica, ergo Draco maledict, ut ecclesiam tuum secura. Tibi facias libertate servire, te rogamus, audi nos." The demon's screams were heard as black smoke ejected from her mouth, swirling at the top of the trap, then sinking into the floor leaving an oozing wet, burned-looking circle. Harry stumbled forward to catch her meatsuit before she fell to the floor. The lady fell on top of her, and Harry struggled to support so they wouldn't both fall. "Some help over here." John sprung up, helping her secure the lady on the floor, her back propped against the wall. Harry held a hand to the woman's chest, looking for any injuries. Bright patches of light appeared over her shoulder and lung. Harry covered the spots with both hands, closing her eyes and drawing her magic up to the surface. Pushing it into her hands in a burst of energy, she spoke. Sauna. The woman's breathing evened out, the patches of light faded. Harry slumped against the floor, tired from the sudden transfer of energy. Of course, John had to choose that moment to pull his gun. Really, I just got rid of a demon, saved the host, and probably saved your sorry life too. Are you seriously going to point that at me? Harry complained, throwing her hands in the air. You're a witch. You work with demons and... No, Agent, I do not work with demons. I just exorcised one, like right in front of you. I was born like this. I concentrate on the result and the steps to get there. And it happens. No rituals or demon gatherings. Now please, stop pointing your gun at me before I take it from you. John still looked a little hesitant, but he dropped his aim to the floor. Though he still held the trigger. How do I know you aren't lying? Harry sighed, pulling out some salt and shaking some into her hand. She tilted her head at him, as though to say, see. Told ya, all right, fine, you're not a witch. Harry smiled, pleased. Does the knife work? I've absolutely no idea. That was pretty much a bluff. I haven't exactly figured out the recipe yet. And I wasn't about to stab it when the host was still alive. Well, do you think, when you do figure out how to make one of those, could you make me one? Harry looked up in thought. Maybe, conceived Harry. John squinted his eyes. Wait a minute, you're a kid. You just exorcised a demon after threatening to torture it with a freaking magic knife, and you're just a kid. How does a 6-year-old, 7, do that? Shouldn't you be watching TV and drinking juice boxes and playing with dolls? Do your parents know what you're doing? Come to think of it, where are your parents? My parents don't care, Harry lied. Well, not a lie exactly. The dead don't care much. I have training. I can defend myself, so if you would stop your worrying, as polite as it is, you are giving me a headache. Now, I have some letters to write and a book on programming to study. Own children, if the demon wasn't lying, to get back to. I think we can leave from here, the ambulance is already on its way. And as you can see, that devil's trap is dissolving. It was. So your parents just, they let you, this is ridiculous. I mean, Dean knows how to use a gun and all, but really. Hunting. At 7, just get over it. Fine. Well, I'm sure you already heard, but I'm John Winchester. He held out a calloused hand. Nice to meet you, John Winchester. I'm Harry Potter. Her tiny hand, rough from climbing trees and practicing defense, disappeared in his large one. She shook once, then turned and strolled out the door. Sirens could be heard a street away as she stuck her hands in her pockets, singing a soft tune as she breathed in the fresh October air. The smell of fall clogged her senses as her feet crunched on the leaf-strewn path. Johnny, rosin up your bow and play your fiddle hard. 'Cause hell's broke loose in Georgia and the devil deals the cards, and if you win you'll get this shiny fiddle made of gold. But if you lose, the devil gets your soul. John Winchester was not a normal person. His life had been screwed up since he had been a kid. His dad left him, and that just pain hurt. He'd been bullied, looked down on, and pitied. He had met Mary, and she was a beautiful flower in a garden of weeds. Then, she had been taken from him by a demon. Burned alive. So no, he would not consider himself particularly acquainted with the concept of normal. But some things were just too much, even for him. He could absolutely say, without a doubt, that Harry Potter was not normal, not in the slightest. Who lets their kids hunt at such an early age? Dean knew how to handle a gun, he could protect himself and Sam. But John would never consider bringing his child to hunt monsters. Not yet, at least. He had never heard of a witch who was born with her powers. But Harry seemed all right, and so he had put the gun down. He gave her the benefit of the doubt. It helped that she was slightly terrifying, and definitely a little crazy. He couldn't help but think that Dean would think Harry Potter was awesome. He pulled into the dingy motel parking lot, putting the Impala in park and shutting off the soothing rumble of her engine. He grabbed his duffel from the trunk, shudderin' it and striding to his room where Sammy and Dean were holed up. Opening the door with his key, John found himself accosted by a blur as soon as he stepped through the door. Dad. Hey Dean. Oh. John ruffled Dean's locks, walking over to set down his duffel on the table. Did you get the monster? He asked, his voice lowered to a whisper. John nodded, his expression serious. John looked at Dean almost sadly when he also nodded, and turned away. Ever since that night, he had been rough on his children. He didn't love the way he was raising them, with bullets and buckshot, but it was necessary. He stared at the wall in thought and blurted out his thoughts. I had help. The monster was taking people's souls. I saw this girl at the first guy's house. She seemed like she knew him, and I questioned her. Nothing came up, only, when I went back to the house to summon whatever killed the guy, she was there. We both thought the other was a demon. Then the real demon showed up, and pinned us to the wall. What did you do? Nothing. The girl, Harry, used magic to draw a demon trap over its head. Dean scrunched his face at that. I thought magic was bad. Turns out, there might be some witches who were born with it. I don't think she made a deal. She took out her knife, and threatened the demon, and it worked. The demon let go of all her contracts, and a lot of people were saved. Then, she even healed the poor woman the demon was possessing. That's so cool. Dean scrunched his eyebrow for a moment. Wait, you said girl. She was a kid, Dean. Really? How? Are you sure she's not a monster? No, Dean, John scowled. I thought that too, but she touched salt and handled a silver knife. She's just a kid, which is if possible even more worrying. She shouldn't be hunting at all. Harry is only 7. But she was good at it, which means she's had some kind of training. John trailed off, obviously in thought, and Dean waited impatiently. Suddenly, John was broken from his stupor, and he stood from the old motel bed. Go get Sammy and pack up. Yes, sir. He ran out of the entranceway to the room, jumping onto the bed to wake his younger brother. John lumbered to the bathroom, wanting to freshen up before they hit the road again. He wanted out of this town. Harry ripped up a third sheet of notebook paper. This was too frustrating. She put another piece down on the table of the library. Her notebook lying next to her, open to a list of names. She leaned over the table, scribbling furiously. Dear intended victim, you most likely have no idea, but you were almost the victim of a demon. Yes, a demon. You should know what those are considering you made a deal with this particular nasty sometime in 1978. If you did know the consequences of the deal, you can stop hiding. G behind salt lines because said demon has dissolved your deal. It had been exorcised, so it's back down under roasting marshmallows with Satan. You are officially free from death by hellhound, so do enjoy that. Please don't make any more deals. One crossroads demon is enough to handle for me, thank you. Sincerely, HRP. Harry folded the paper up after duplicating it a couple times. She stared at the names. And a whoosh was heard and the papers were gone. Hopefully to the owners of the names. She flipped open her journal to the page she had recently been writing on. At the top of the page in bold letters were the words, Diagon Alley, Leaky Cauldron, London. Tap bricks. Harry pulled the computer keyboard towards her, pulling up the library catalog and typing in Leaky Cauldron, London. Nothing came up. Maybe it was hidden. She deleted her search and filled in its place, street map of London. A ding came up, and Harry swiveled the chair, jumping out of it to find the right shelf. Library shelves were set up 3/4 of the way to the ceiling, crammed with books. The library opened up to a dome in the middle with comfy chairs on the carpet beneath the skylights. She ipped into an information aisle and picked out a book detailing London streets and shops, thinking it was sort of weird that they had that kind of thing. After checking out, she left the library with her things, hastily heading back to her home. Once inside the silk-walled house, she pulled her extended bag forward. Her entire arm could fit in the messenger bag, as she had magically expanded it. Harry threw clothes and a couple books, as well as all her pickpocket money inside the bag. She slipped a 3-inch dagger into her boot, a larger one on her wrist holster, and her handgun was placed disassembled in the bag. She pulled the photo of London from her pocket, staring at it and concentrating, wishing to be there as she had done over a year ago when she showed up in Georgia. A slight pop was heard, and Harry appeared in a dingy alleyway with dirty dumpsters and derelict street grates spewing smoke from the bellows of the city. Straightening, she tugged at the strap of her bag, slung carefully over her shoulder, and pulled out the street map. Taking a look at the closest street sign, Harry took off in a random direction, keeping an eye out for the leaky cauldron. The demon could have lied, as demons are so well known to do, but Harry had a strong feeling the one she had cornered hadn't. Harry needed to find out what girl who lived meant, and what a Death Eater was. Sounded pleasant. Harry almost passed by the pub. The door was faded and ancient looking. No one else in the street gave it a glance, causing suspicion to rear its sneaky head. She narrowed her eyes, and pushed rough the door with the sign hanging over it, the leaky cauldron, scrawled on it. The pub was dark and empty. A couple people sat at tables nursing drinks. Harry's eyes swept the room, and she walked up to the bar, on guard and aware. She looked up at a man wiping out glasses with a rag. "Excuse me, this might sound like a weird question, but do you know what tap the bricks means?" "Someone I know mentioned it when they told me to come here," she explained, slipping into an English accent. It had morphed into an American one during her time in the country, but different accents stood out. She wanted to blend in. The man looked up from his polishing, smiling and nodding a little as he waved his hand in a "follow me" gesture. Harry cautiously followed the man, hiding her alertness under a polite smile. He exited the pub through a back door, leading her into an empty alleyway. Feeling uneasy, Harry subtly gripped the handle of the blade tucked against her wrist. Tom turned to her, holding out a long stick. "Are your parents here?" he asked, as if suddenly thinking about it. Harry shook her head, the hood of her sweatshirt drawn up and falling over her forehead. "They're around the block, shopping. Said they needed to get some stuff. I've been here before, I just don't know what to do." Harry lied. "Okay." Tom turned back to the dead-end brick wall, bringing the stick to the Ed stone and tapping in a strange pattern. Harry's eyes widened as the bricks folded away, revealing a bright and colorful street crowded with people. Multicolored buildings stacked haphazardly on each other leaned out over the cobbled path. Steam poured from great cauldrons in windows and smoke billowed from the multiple chimneys. People were bustling everywhere, wearing sweeping robes colored with darks. Harry stepped forward in awe, then realized her cover and turned back to Tom sheepishly. "It's cool every time I see it." He chuckled and nodded, then went back to the leaky cauldron, leaving Harry to stare in wonder. She navigated through people, not attracting any states due to the notice me not she applied. She wandered up to a shop window where a cauldron sat bubbling, thick green sludge splashing over the edge. She noticed a man inside the store at the counter. He was pushing large gold coins towards the shop worker. Harry didn't recognize the currency, and she thought maybe she had to get hers exchanged. A large marble building at the end of the street caught her attention. It towered over the others, gleaming a brilliant white in the afternoon sunshine. Gold lettering AC. Ross. The front of it read Gringotts Bank. Smiling, she ducked through the crowd to get to the bank. Standing to the side of large double doors was a short, angry-looking man. "No, wait, a goblin." Of course there were goblins here. She gave a respectful nod to the goblin as she entered the building, missing the look of shock she received. Harry walked up to the counter at the back of the room. A goblin teller sat behind it, weighing rubies. She waited patiently until he looked up. "Business," he grunted, his voice a low growl. "I'm here to ask about exchanging some money, maybe starting an account here." Harry already knew she'd be coming back here, and really, she shouldn't keep all her money inside a hollow in her tree. Name. Harry figured they would need her real name to be official, although she was still a little wary of whatever Death Eaters are. "Harriet Potter," she said slowly, and the goblin looked back at her sharply, the ruby slipping between his fingers to clatter onto his desk. "Harriet Potter. Harriet Rose Potter. Yes. Do I know you?" she asked, the earlier unease pecking at her. Why did he know her name? "Follow me," he replied curtly, jumping his chair to the floor and hobbling to a door at the side of the room. Harry followed him, gripping the dagger hidden by her sleeve unconsciously. He led her through the door to a long hallway. He stopped outside a door labeled "Grip Hook" and entered. Slipping into a chair, he motioned for her to do the same. She sat down in an elegant red chair on one side of a large mahogany desk. "Miss Potter, I would like to perform a blood test to verify your identity." At her alarmed look he continued, misinterpreting the cause. of her apprehension. "I only require a drop, it will not hurt. Blood can be used in several dark rituals. Can it not?" she asked. The goblin raised his eyebrows, surprised if not slightly offended at her insinuation. "Rest assured, the spell burns the blood used. I just need to be sure of your lineage." "All right." She still didn't see what the big deal was, but consented, holding out her left arm, which bore no weapon. The goblin produced a sheet of old paper. She thought it might be parchment. He gave her a funny-looking quill which held the point but no feather. Harry took it, looking expectantly to the goblin. "Just sign your name, the magic will do the rest. I'm not signing any kind of contract, right?" "No, miss." Harry shrugged, retracting her left arm and switching the quill to her right before she signed her name in red ink. A slight itch from the back of her hand caused her to look down at the quill in disbelief. "We use blood quills for official documents, it won't do any harm," assured the goblin, who rolled up the parchment and waved his gnarled hand over it. The scroll glowed blue for a moment before the aura faded away, and he placed it back on the desk before unrolling it. His eyebrows scrunched together as his eyes narrowed. "Pairs, you are indeed Harriet Rose Potter. How did you know my name?" she asked, a little frustrated at his strangeness. "You do not know?" he asked, staring up at her. Now she was annoyed. "I swear if one more person asks me that, I can tell you the story," he continued when she nodded assent. "A couple years ago, there was a dark wizard. He believed in an old system that valued some lives above others because of their supposed purity of blood. He valued purebloods, those who have magical ancestors only, over halfbloods and muggleborns, who had some magical family and none, respectively. He called himself Lord Voldemort." Harry felt a shiver at the name, not sure why. He began amassing followers, those who believed in the same doctrine as himself. They called themselves Death Eaters. Now she was interested. They began a war with the Side of the Light, headed by a man named Albus Dumbledore, who is revered by many as the greatest wizard of our age. The goblin snorted at that. The two sides fought for a while, magical and muggle casualties rising. Then one day a little girl was born to parents on the Side of the Light. Exactly 15 months later, Voldemort showed up at the girl's house. He killed her parents, then attempted to kill the little girl using an unforgivable, the killing curse. But he couldn't. For whatever reason, he could not kill that little girl, and the spell rebounded, killing him and scarring the girl. Her name is Harriet Potter. Harry gave a sharp intake of breath, her eyes widening. Her parents had fought in a war. They had died at the hands of a madman, not due to their drunkenness while driving like she had been told. The same man who murdered her parents tried to kill her. The war ended, and the dark forces withdrew, all because of a baby. "Miss Potter, you are famous. Every child in the wizarding world knows your name. You also hold the claim to your family's fortune and are the heir to the Potters. Apparently, you are also the heir to several other families, surprising families." He scratched his head, mumbling as he once again looked at the parchment in front of him. "Fortune? What fortune?" she asked, gripping onto one odd because her head was whirling with thousands of others making it difficult to think clearly. "Your parents left you their fortune. Your family was extremely rich. It also appears that you are he magical or inherited heir of a couple other vaults. The spell on this parchment allows an account holder to see all the vaults and titles they control. Here." He handed the parchment to her. Read in K stained the parchment in a vertical column. "Harriet Rose Potter, heir to the Potter estate, 985,408 galleons. Heir to the Peverell estate, 11,416,607 galleons. Heir to T820,357,686 galleons. Magical heir to Slytherin estate, 659,211. 467 galleons. Harry looked up in shock. That seemed like a lot of money. What's the exchange rate for galleons to American dollars? Looking a little confused, he replied, "Well, it's not an exact exchange. I'd have to say that 1 galleon is $5 American." Her eyes bugged out of her head. And she had been pickpocketing. "That's cool," she mumbled. Her mask of blank politeness was officially gone. "Unfortunately, you cannot access all of it until you become of age." You do have a small trust with a fraction of your family's money in it. How small? Oh, 200,000 galleons or so. She almost reached forward to slap the goblin. I've just realized, you haven't introduced yourself. His face dropped in confusion, probably wondering how he'd forgotten that. She felt a bit smug at that. Small. PSH. My name is Griphook, pleased to meet you. And he was pleased. He watched over her vaults, he would be receiving a good commission. Well, thank you, Griphook. I'd like to know, is there any way I can get money from my vault without coming back here every time? I don't want to carry all my money around though. Griphook nodded and pulled open a drawer, retrieving a plastic card from a row of identical plastic cards. The black card looked remarkably like a debit card. This will allow you to draw from your account at any time. It works the same way as a Muggle, non-magical debit card. You can use this in wizarding or mug shops, in any country. Harry nodded thanks as she took the card, jumping a bit when it burned in her hand. That is the magic recognizing your blood, and therefore connecting you to your vault. It will only draw money from your trust. When you are 17 and of age, it will be readjusted. 10 years then. She had $2 million for 10 years. I must warn you, when you turn 11, you will be invited to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and a significant amount of the trust will be needed for your 7 years there. So plan accordingly. Of course, you should have more than enough to complete your schooling as your guardians are unaware of it and raise you with their own wages. Harry almost snorted, but covered it up as a sneeze. Her guardians hadn't spent near enough what it costs to take care of a child. Then they dropped her in the woods in front of a crazed Wendigo. Maybe if she had left it, the monster would have gotten them. Harry batted away the thought. Just because the Dursleys are the scum of the earth didn't mean they deserved that. If Griphook was wondering about her age, he didn't show it. So Harry didn't mention it. She did have one question. Griphook, do you know why I was sent to the Dursleys? His face tightened, and his lips were pressed together in a scowl. A certain leader of the light made sure your parents' will was sealed. He then took you to your guardians with no one the wiser, claiming the wizarding world should not know where you ended up. In case dark forces felt the need for revenge. This time she did laugh. Loudly. Waving away his inquisitive look, she got herself under control and thanked him. I appreciate the help, Griphook, but I must be going. Things to do, she joked, standing from the chair. Putting her bank card in her pocket, Harry bowed to Griphook as the goblin out front had to her, then left the office and exited the bank. She was teeming with excitement. A whole street filled with wizarding shops and things to buy, and it was amazing. She rushed straight into the first shop she saw, a faded front with the word S. Ollivanders in peeling letters displayed on a sign. The door floated open, giving way to a dusty room with the air of an antique bookstore. Sunbeams filtering through the clouded windows illuminated the dust settled in the air. The smell of pages and polish met Harry's nose, and she breathed in, feeling out of place yet comfortable. Miss Potter, you are early. That has never happened before. An excited, airy voice drifted from in between rows of shelving holding long boxes that were stacked precariously on top of each other. Does everyone know who I am? She huffed, annoyed that yet Anyo. Their person seemed to recognize her immediately. It is a hazard of being famous, the voice replied. An old man with shocking white hair and protuberant eyes appeared behind the desk. Ollivander, maker of fine wands. Harry Potter, but you already knew that. He chuckled, then went back to his curious yet excited state. You shouldn't be here. This isn't how it happens. You aren't 11, he mumbled distractedly. What's the big deal? Nothing. Miss Potter, I'm afraid I cannot sell you a wand. You must be 11, as that's when your core develops enough to actively use magic. She stared at him, not understanding. What, like this? She held up a hand, a ball of light hovering over it. Ollivander's eyes widened even more, if that was possible. This is most peculiar. Curious. Very curious. He mumbled, walking closer to the light and bending over, tilting his head as he studied it. Yes, curiouser and curiouser. Down the rabbit hole we go, blah blah. Is this not a regular thing? She asked. Most children cannot actively call upon their magic, much less control it, until they receive a wand. It helps restrict their magic, therefore reducing the possibility of accidental magic during an emotional high. And acts as a conduit. But if magic acts the same as electricity in that aspect, having a wand would harm more than help, right? If an electrical current is sent down a wire, the shorter the wire the stronger the current. It's the same with a conduit. There is more material for the magic to be channeled through, therefore decreasing the strength of the magic. This is all well and good if accidental magic bursts are as bad as you say, but wouldn't the person using the wand eventually rely on it, decreasing the strength of the magic? Ollivander stared at her with his mouth slightly open. He quickly closed it, and looked thoughtful. I should think you will grow up to be a very interesting witch, Miss Potter. You are very curious. Remind me to bring you a book called Alice in Wonderland. I think you and Lewis Carroll would have been besties. There is also the fact that with a wand, you become eligible for the trace, and younger children do not have as much restraint needed. Sorry, the trace. Yes, when you receive a wand for the first time, your magic is recognized by the trace enchantment, which makes sure that young witches and wizards who haven't yet reached their majority are not practicing magic outside of school or their private tutors. Our world does not interact with the Muggle one for a reason. Okay, I suppose I can understand that, what with the witch hunts and everything. But the government tracking your every move. Do people not protest this sort of thing? Well, that was actually one of the points in He Who Must Not Be Named's platform. The learning of magic at a young age was a very traditional practice, and one his followers during the war were very supportive of. I think I just barfed in my mouth a little. But I guess even the bad guys can have good points. The trace still seems sketchy to me, though. But if you wanted to track everyone, why not make it happen at birth so that they could more easily find Muggleborns? And people who never received a wand. If they took wands too early, and exposed themselves to the trace before their cores were ready, the Accidental Magic Office would be flooded with incidents all over England. The age restriction helps give our government a break. Well, at least some things don't change. With that, Harry said her goodbyes and exited the shop. She looked around the alley for a while, darting into a store when she saw something she liked. A couple hours later saw her sitting outside Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor eating a chocolate sundae while looking over her purchases. She had bought a collapsible cauldron, several ingredients for potions, and brown dragonhide boots. She spent an entire hour drooling over all the different books inside. She now owned a copy of the 1st through 3rd year books that were assigned at Hogwarts for every main subject, books on several different magical languages, including one that detailed a snake language that she had never heard of. But she swore it sounded familiar. There were books regarding wizarding history, and some new lore books that talked about magical creatures and how they differed from Muggle ones. She had bought an interesting shrinkable telescope for her treehouse. A messenger bag inside the trunk shop had caught her eye, and she bought it. It was only a foot long and 8 inches wide on the outside. But inside had more space than her treehouse. All of her purchases so far were dumped in there. Harry decided it was a good idea to hide the scar, as that seemed to be her only identifiable feature. So it was placed under a strong glamour charm she read about in one of the books. She finished her ice cream and got up to look around more. Harry really wanted to buy a broomstick, but it would stick out too much in Muggle America. Turns out, America did not have the trace, and it would not have registered her anyway as she had been born in England and did not yet own a wand. A dark alleyway caught her eye. She glanced up at the sign pointing down the dark pathway. Nocturne Alley. Really though, these wizards need to come up with better street names that puns. She started down the street carefully, gripping the dagger again. The alleyway expanded into a street, and that's how she found herself in the darkest shopping street in England. It was so cool. She entered a shop called Borgin & Burke's. Ignoring the speculative stares sent her way. 7-year-olds probably didn't belong in the place. Whatever. She strolled past the display cases, looking at the dusty relics beneath the dirty glass. A withered hand sat on a cushion on a nearby shelf, listed as the Hand of Glory, best friend of the thief. She smiled at that. Apparently 7-year-olds were allowed in the store. Becca. Youth. She stumbled upon one staring at a tea set painted with pagan designs. He had slicked back white blonde hair, his nose and hands pressed up against the glass. He looked up at her noise of surprise. Hello, he squeaked. Hello. What are you doing? he asked, trying to regain his composure. His chin jutted up into the air, sticking out his chest to make himself seem more important. It was adorable, really. He looked like he was about to go into battle with his stuffed animals, and was trying very hard to be the general they needed. Looking around. This place is cool, I might get something. It was cool, well, mostly cool. She could do without the mocking notes describing how certain items claimed Muggle lives. Your parents are going to buy you something? He asked, eyes widening in surprise and maybe a bit of longing. No, I'm here alone, I can get what I want. That's amazing. I'm here with my father, he wouldn't let me come in alone. He's got some selling to do, but I wanted to get a new broom in Diagon Alley, so he brought me. What's your name? Harry, she replied, not trusting enough to give her full name. Besides, she didn't want this boy staring at her. Fame was kind of stupid sometimes. I'm Draco Malfoy. She took his hand and shook. Isn't Harry a boy's name? Probably. So, what did you want to buy? She asked him. Oh, they've got this really brilliant magic item, one of a kind. It's called the Rock of Gravity Detection. You're supposed to hold it out and let go, and if it drops to the ground, gravity is working. I'm not exactly sure what gravity is, but the label said it was pretty important. Harry looked at him, then looked at him again, then a third time. Then she burst out laughing, falling to the floor and rolling around a bit. What's so funny? He asked, partially offended. Gravity detection. Oh, you poor sweet summer child. Gravity can be detected by anything. Think of the Earth. It's a big ball of ocean and land, floating in orbit around the sun. Gravity is the force that holds it in place. It holds your feet on the ground, holds everything to the earth. If you jumped up, gravity is what brings you back down. Get it? Yes, he mumbled, looking a bit sheepish. She didn't believe him, but Harry didn't really have time to explain astrophysics to this kid. She also didn't think he would appreciate such Muggle terminology once he figured out she was teaching him non-magical things. The store did have the vibe that entertained shoppers who went by the title, Death Eater. Hey, don't worry about it. You know what, why don't we get this guy back? I mean, he's deliberately trying to scam someone. Draco nodded, and Harry gave him a mischievous smile. Follow me, stay back out of the line of sight, and keep quiet. Draco followed her as she walked up to the front desk, conjuring a plain wooden ring as she went. With the wood gripped in her hand, she motioned for Draco to hide behind a shelf. She stopped in front of the desk, tapping the bell once with her pointer finger. As soon as she saw the man in the doorway, she cast a light confusion spell. Not enough to be noticed, but enough to make sure he couldn't think clearly. What do you want? He asked gruffly, clearly not happy about the kid in front of him. She put her acting talents to use again. Sorry sir, it's just, my father sent me with something to sell. He couldn't come, tied up in deals in some other shops. But he told me I have to sell my favorite protection ring, all because I ate dinner with my salad fork instead of my main fork. Shish. He heard Draco lightly giggle from a couple shelves over. All right Miss Watson. All right Miss Watson, what does your ring do? Harry set the wooden ring on the counter in front of her. It's a protection ring. When you wear it, it gives you protection against anything, even unforgivables. He raised his eyebrows at her. How? Well, it's foolproof really. When you wear it in combat, it will use your body to shield itself from harm. Quote, I fail to see how that would work. Well, obviously, if your body is shielded, then it is safe. She struggled to keep a straight face as the man nodded contemplatively while rubbing his chin. The wonder of spells. That seems right. You say it guards against anything. And everything. Even Muggle weapons. Seriously, she had to get control of her silent laughter, now shaking her body. Luckily the confusion spell threw him off. How much do you want for it? What about an in-store coupon? I get 2 items of similar value, and you get the ring. Deal. He shook her hand, and she left with the ring to scour the med up with a laughing Draco. That was brilliant. He wiped tears from his eyes. Indeed, drawled a new voice. Harry spun around, just managing to keep her hand from flying to her knives. Lucius Malfoy, he continued, putting a hand out. Harry took it. Harriet, His eyes swept her hairline, and his eyebrows scrunched when he found no sign of scarring. "Well, Harriet, I do believe you would make an excellent saleswoman when you grow up." She lightly smirked. "Not really my area of expertise, but thank you. I merely discovered that a false item had been on display. Ready to scam anyone. I don't appreciate people trying to fool me. Ironic really, she lied for living. Well, she didn't get paid. That brings me to this. Here, Draco, this is yours." She deposited one of slips of paper detailing restrictions for her free item into his baffled grasp. "Seeing as it was you he tried to swindle." Harry nodded politely, and walked Ed away to the front with the item she wanted in her hands. She set the ring and the coupon on the counter for the owner. He picked up her item and examined it, then nodded and handed it back to her, wishing her a good day. She laughed as she heard Draco ask in the background what gravity was, and the resulting splutter from his father as if he had said a swear word. Harry slid the sheath and dagger combo into her messenger bag, glad to be away from the slimy-seeming man. It was a magical sheath that wesses the dagger with a flick of her hand. The knife itself was small and elegant. The edge was not serrated, and it had runes for strength etched into it. She really was collecting a rather large assortment of weapons, wasn't she? Harry walked out of Nocturne Alley and back through its chair counterpart to reach the leaky cauldron. After eating a brief dinner paid for by her new card, she left to find an empty alley. Harry focused on the landscape where her treehouse was. A couple seconds later and a pop announced her arrival back home. She smiled as she covered herself in blankets, a book on hexes in her lap. It had been a good day. Miles away in a dusty shop dealing with dark and neutral artifacts. A blonde little boy smiled as he traded in his coupon for a legitimate item while the owner tried to figure out why he received a paper cut when he wore a ring that protected him against everything. A couple months passed, in which Harry studied the magic and mundane, trained, wrote in her journal, and looked for hunts near her. She had stopped one weepy ghost, which had killed an old man who had called her pale. The ghost was the weakest she had ever heard of, just roaming the empty house crying about her self-confidence. Harry began to really appreciate the fact that she could use magic. She still lived in her tree house, hoping to save her money for when she needed it, and the comfort charms she learned from her books made it so the house always adjusted the temperature to her liking. She had a couple side projects going on as she continued to study. One was the successful creation of a demon-killing knife. The ancient runes book she now owned furthered her experiment significantly, and she almost had what she believed to be a working knife. Not that she was eager to test it, and besides, there weren't usually many cases of demonic possession. In May of 1988, Harry found her first poltergeist. She found the case in the obituary section of the newspaper she picked up from the Turner Diner every morning. Ryan Gleason, 43, was found stabbed inside a locked room. His body was inside a broken salt ring. Harry naturally found this case interesting. She wondered if he was superstitious or a retired hunter. Either way, something supernatural went down in that house, and she would find out what. Harry arrived at the crime scene wearing a light pink girlish dress. She hated the outfit, but knew it helped sell her role, which was, curious little girl who lives next door and would never do anything wrong ever. She almost gagged in her mouth at the selection, but it was a necessity. Harry was inspecting the outside windows for traces of sulfur when a voice startled her into turning her hand hoping to her waist where her dagger was concealed. The one she bought in Diagon Alley was stored safe at home, where she had been studying the runes on it to see if they would help her demon knife. "What are you doing, kid?" the man asked. He wore a dark suit and tie, the outline of a gun slightly noticeable beneath the jacket. His hair was receding, brown and only slightly graying. Harry immediately launched into her curious neighbor spiel. "Sorry, mister, you scared me. I was just looking at the windows." She stopped to look at the ground and pulled at the skirt of her dress guiltily. "Well, that's not true. I was trying to look in the windows. My mama said that Mr. Gleason went to heaven, and I wasn't sure about that 'cause I still saw people at his house. So I thought why would people be at his house if he's not there, and maybe he was there and mama was wrong," she finished brightly, looking up again. Her tactic worked, apparently, as He-Man kneeled down and put a hand on her shoulder. "Kid, Your mom wasn't lying. Mr. Gleason died, and we're looking into it. That is to say, the police and me. Oh, and you. You aren't with the police. No, I'm with the FBI. The FBI. That's so cool. Do you have a partner? Do you have a gun? How many cases have you solved? What department do you work for? Harry kept her eyes excited, hoping to gain some information from this man. No, yes, I don't know, and I'm a criminal investigator. He rattled off. Harry squinted her eyes almost imperceptibly. About Mr. Gleason's death, do you know any strange happenings in the neighborhood? Sounds, smells, sudden changes in temperature. Harry almost sighed. Another hunter. She shook her head no, her head tilted to the side slightly. Why would that matter, Agent Wright? Why would that matter, Agent Wright? She wondered. Just standard procedure, he assured her. How anyone would ever believe that, Harry didn't know. She could at least mess with the guy a little. Well, my mama did say he didn't spend a lot of time at the house, but he only just moved in. Mr. Gleason would walk out every night, up the path and out of the neighborhood. Only, I followed him one night. He stopped outside the building next to the Chester barber shop, and knocked on the door. They asked him for a password, and he said, "Kitten sent me," and they let him in. It looked dark. I'm not sure what happened in that building, but it kinda scared me, so I walked back home, Harry finished dramatically. The agent nodded his head all the while, taking notes on a paper pad in his hand. What's your name? Susan Foreman, she answered. Thanks, Miss Foreman, this will help with my investigation. Harry smiled at him as he walked away. Gleason had gone to no such place, as far as she knew. Harry just happened to overhear the password when she was practicing her trailing skills, and she followed a vivacious man to the building, which from one look inside was clearly a gay bar. Shaking with silent laughter, Harry left to head back to the house she was squatting in, which happened to be an empty house in the same neighborhood. She would come back later, Harry decided. After researching the house and its history, Harry came up with a suitable outline for what was happening. 20 years ago, the house had been owned by the Baxters, a picture-perfect suburban family. One night, two thugs broke into the home looking to rob, and murdered the youngest child, an 8-year-old girl, after she caught them while getting a glass of water. Things were normal for a month afterwards, until the wife killed herself in the girl's old bedroom, too depressed to live when her baby hadn't. The husband died in the running car, which had been locked in a garage filled with carbon dioxide fumes. The other two boys were sent to an orphanage, and lost track of. Harry could understand where an angry spirit could manifest in that house. It seemed to be centered around the daughter. But she didn't think that the girl killed her parents, even in ghost form. Perhaps she had stayed behind but snapped when her parents killed themselves. But then why was there no mention of death until now? Harry kept reading and discovered why. Until a couple weeks ago, the house had been owned or rented by females. The last couple of renters moved out, and the guy moved in. So the ghost, Clara Baxter, had a grudge against men. Seeing how she died, it wasn't a stretch. Harry stood up from the cramped library table, public records spread around her. She stretched her arms up, rolling her head from side to side. Harry gathered the records together, replacing them in the right boxes, and walked out the door back to the house. She changed into black clothes and slipped salt into her magically expanded pockets. Drawing the good of her jacket over her head, Harry moved back out into the night, dodging street lamps and hiding in shadows as she crept back to Gleason's house. She reached the building, moving around the front to the back, and gripped the gutter which she promptly climbed. Settling onto the roof, Harry moved to a window and gently pushed it up. She carefully dropped into the room. Landing on silent feet, holding her homemade EMF meter, she swept the room, looking for signs of a spirit. The machine went up like crazy everywhere she went, especially in the room farthest to the left on the second floor. An outline still mere ring of salt encircling it, except for a wide opening. Harry looked up and confirmed her suspicions when she saw air vents in the ceiling. Harry was bending over to inspect the pattern of blood stained on the floor, when the room's temperature suddenly dropped several degrees, and her breath was seen in the air. Harry's eyes widened at the sound of the closing door, and turned around to see a spectral image. She was young, Her features small and soft, although the murderous look in her eyes upset the image. Her pale blue nightgown stained dark at her gut, the evidence of the bullet wound contrasting greatly with the color. "Hello. I guess you didn't like me breaking in, huh? Should have seen that coming," mumbled Harry, slowly backing away to the window. The little girl advances, giving off an aura of danger and fear. The room got colder as she held out a hand. She smiled evilly at Harry, looking from the hunter in training to her hand, and made as though to crush it into a fist. Harry was already out the window, its opening being magical and having gone unnoticed by the spirit until Harry jumped out of it. Harry rolled onto the roof, running around the edge to the trash cans where she jumped. The black receptacle tipped over and Harry rolled to absorb the impact, coming up on one knee and scrambling to right herself as she looked back and saw the girl's furious image glaring from the open window. Harry ran down the street, caring not for subtlety, until she was safe in her temporary house, where she slumped down on one wall. Oops, she thought. Harry looked around, summoning a bottle of water into her grip where she chugged it. Her thirst sated, Harry pulled away from the plastic, wiping her upper lip with the sleeve. Well, that had gone well. She definitely knew it was a spirit, and the only way to fix that was to burn the bones. She had enough adrenaline, and the time was only 12:07. So Harry stood up and left the house again, making sure her shovel was safe in her pocket. She walked to the cemetery where the girl had been buried, which was only a block or two from the house. Coming upon the gates, she climbed over, putting to use her tree climbing skills. As Harry approached the grave marker, she saw a man silhouetted against the night sky, digging a hole where the grave. He stood up to wipe his forehead. Harry saw his face under the baseball cap. Agent Wright. Smiling, Harry strode up behind him, her hands grasping for her shovel. She pulled it out and held it like a staff, leaning on it with her hands. "Is that standard procedure, Agent Wright?" she asked. He tensed and whirled around, reaching for his gun. "Oh, calm down. I've already escaped death enough for tonight." "Susan Ford," he yelled, astonished. "Actually, it's Susan Foreman. And actually, it's not. But you probably already figured that out." "How was Kitten?" she asked, giving him a smirk. "Damn it, I should have known you were up to something when I checked out that place." "How did you even know what it was?" "Nosiness and my desire to practice following people. Question is, do you know who you're digging up?" "No. The question is, who the hell are you, and what are you doing here?" he yelled, still pointing the gun at her. "Honestly, keep your voices down. I don't want a criminal record yet, eh? I've heard people look at you weird when you have grave robbery listed. Also, that was 2 questions. My name is Harry, I'm hunting a ghost." Agent Wright looked at her, his eyes slightly wider. "Ha." RRY looked around at the continued silence. "This is the point where you tell me your name, or I could keep calling you Wright, but seeing as I'm helping you with diggin', that's a little impolite." "You're not helping me," he scoffed. Yes, I am." She waved a hand at the remaining dirt and it rose as one mass and settled in the pile already there. Wright pulled the trigger and she yelped as she threw herself to the side. Landing on the dirt, the gun zoomed into her hands and she dismantled it. "Rude," she exclaimed, glaring at Wright. "I've just taken a lot of work off your plate, and what do you do? Shoot at me, really?" She waved her hands in his direction. "You're a witch," he yelled, twisting to look for another weapon. "Yes, I am. I really hope you don't think I made a deal with a demon because 1, I'm like 7. And 2, I'm not stupid. It's incredibly insulting actually. No, mister, I was born with my magic, which is a thing, mind you. I'm what you'd call a natural born." She finished her rant, stopping with her arms crossed in front of Wright. "Now, are we going to salt and burn the bones, or are you gonna stare at me all night like you desperately need the crapper?" Wright scowled at her. She rolled her eyes and gestured for him to hop out of the grave, and he complied. She broke the coffin open with a silent alohomora, allowing Wright to pour salt and squirt lighter fluid over the bony body. A whispered incendio allowed fire to catch, the decomposing funeral dress turning to ash. "All right, good job. I'm going to go check the house, Murphy's Law and all, and why. Oh, you can go back to wherever a hunter like yourself stays when they're not cleaning the world of evil, yada yada yada." Harry waved her hand and the disassembled pieces of Agent Wright's gun flew over to him, fixed back together. He aimed it at her and she rolled her eyes. Pursing her lips, Harry held out a hand and let the gun's bullets fall from her grasp. Which? He yelled, frustratedly frowning. Yes, we've already established that. One more time, I suppose. She took in a deep breath and let it out in a loud sigh. I'm Harry Potter, it's almost nice to meet you. I'm a witch, but I don't deal with demons. Meaning I was born with magic. Yes, that's a thing. I know what a natural born is, interrupted the man. I've never seen any of them with your skill though, and something different is never good. That's because I am part of a secret society in England, or at least I was born there. I don't really care to live over there, considering their most trusted figure sent me to a hellhole that I barely survived. Anyway, long story short, born with magic, not evil, don't shoot, thank you. She spun around to stalk off. The man yelled at her back. Hey, what? She shouted, rowing her hands up around her as she turned. You said you were hunting a ghost. Are you a hunter? Yes, thought that was obvious, she admitted, muttering the last bit. You're too young to be a hunter. You're what, 6? A 6-year-old should not be hunting. You're going to get yourself killed, ya idiot. I am 7, almost 8, she ground out, pointing a finger at him accusingly, and I am willing to bet I know more about this than your average hunter. So I'm not old enough to take on real cases, big deal. I spend every day in the library or my house researching the paranormal. Even then, I can do small cases. Like this one. Not exactly a lot of effort in burning bones when you've got my talents, is there? I'm old enough to understand the dangers of this life. Heck, I understood before I even knew about the truth of the world. If one more person tells me I'm too young, I will personally whack them over the head with my shovel. Could you reach their heads? He asked, seemingly serious. She arched an eyebrow at him and turned back the way she came, stomping out of the graveyard while shoving the useless shovel back in her pocket. She missed the conflicted look of wonder and wariness appearing on Wright's face. She didn't miss the man himself as he fell in step with her, not a large feat as she was about 4 feet tall while he was almost 6. What are you doing? He was starting to grate on her patience. Following up a case, he proclaimed proudly. Harry growled obscenities under her breath. Finally she answered as they climbed over the gate. Fine. Don't get in my way, Agent Wright. Bobby. What? Quote. My name's Bobby, Bobby Singer. Bobby Singer had a car, which Harry was only too happy to use. She walked everywhere, seeing as she was 7, and it was quite tiring after a time. She went through shoes phase, and the relief of motorized passage was a welcome one. Bobby parked against the curb a couple houses down from the haunted house. They got out of the car quietly. Shutting the doors softly, 2 pairs of feet crept around the dark walls to the back entrance. Bobby pulled out his lockpick kit and began working at the door, while Harry just climbed the gutter again. Kid, he called out in a harsh whisper. What are you doing? I'm breaking in. Duh, she called back, climbing onto the roof. Gripping the gutters laying down, her head sticking out to look down at him. Her dark braid whipped around to hit her face. Hurry up, Mr. Singer, or you'll miss all the fun. Although I doubt there's anything up here. Darn, I should knock on wood. With my luck it's probably too late, she mumbled, turning to push open the window from her break-in hours earlier. It's Bobby, he corrected. A click signaled his success in lockpicking. A couple mutes later and they were both inside, looking around the top floor, focusing on areas near the murder site. Looks clear, Harry noted. The temperature dropped and a loud bang could be heard as all the exterior doors and windows in the house baged shut. Darn it. She grabbed Bobby's arm and steered him into the nearest room, knocking the door shut and pouring salt in a line all around the room, including the window sill. How is she still here? We burned her bones, and I'm pretty sure there was nothing she could have latched onto, keeping her here, yelled Bobby. He was holding his pumped shotgun out, salt rounds loaded in the barrel. Harry had a sudden, terrible thought, which she felt the need to whisper aloud. Poltergeist. Something large slammed into the door. It rattled in its frame, the walls were shaking. They didn't have much time. Harry shoved her hand deep into the recesses of her pocket, groping around for something. Aha! She exclaimed triumphantly, drawing from her pocket several bottles of something and squares of cloth. She sat down, grabbing pinches from the jars and dropping various ingredients onto the 8 cloth squares laid out on the floor in front of her. "What the hell are you doing?" yelled Bobby, his head tilted at her while his shotgun remained aimed firmly at the shaking door. "It's a poltergeist, I'm sure of it. Which means, it can't be killed by normal spirit evicting methods. See, poltergeists aren't human spirits, they're just attention-seeking spirits, their entire existence revolves around it. But then why does the spirit's motive match up with Clara Baxter if it's not a human spirit? For some reason, human spirits can become poltergeists. It's all one paradox in itself, but as Miss Casper is still very much active, it's safe to assume she became one herself. Now, the only way to defeat these poltergeists is a supposed purification ritual. You take these and place them in the north, east, south, and west corners of a tainted house on every floor. Which is what we're going to do when she breaks through that barrier." "Now shut up a minute." Bobby sputtered at being told to shut up by a girl at least 30 years younger than him, but was cut off by an impatient shush from Harry. "Angelica Root, Van Oil, Crossroad Dirt, I think it's all here," she mumbled, mentally calculating how much time they would have before the salt gave way. The doors gave another great shudder and she burst to her feet holding 8 cloth baggies. Handing 4 to Bobby, she worked on shoving all her vials and bottles back into her voluminous pockets. "I've made some modifications. The cloth is soaked in the oil, and the root is completely surrounded by dirt, so it should have a stronger potency. Really, the spell could go wrong if the ingredients are prepared incorrectly. So it's lucky I read about it." She gathered the bundles in her hands, tying them to her belt. Harry turned to face Bobby, still vigilant in his guarding of the door. "You need to get these in the north, east, south, and west corners of the bottom floor. Break a hole in the wall with this." She handed him a seemingly inconspicuous hammer, and put this over top of it. Harry set 4 slips of what appeared to be paper in his hands. Bobby pocketed everything with one hand still on his shotgun. The window to the room burst open and a cold wind rushed into the room. The salt lines broke, and the main door was thrown open. Bobby shot once, causing the little girl to flicker and vanish. He rushed downstairs, reluctant to leave the 7-year-old closer to the spirit, but he had a job to do. Bobby ran over to the corner in the kitchen, taking the hammer and smashing the head into the wall. A perfectly round hole was made, and he shoved one of the bags into it, before holding one of the pieces of paper over the damage. A sealing sound startled Bobby, and he looked at the wall to see wet plaster smoothing over the hole in the wall, the only evidence it had ever been there. He allowed himself a small grin, and headed off to find the next corner of the house. Upstairs, Harry dashed down the hall, throwing open the door to the smaller bathroom. She magicked an opening in the wall, tossing the bag into it, before sealing it once again. She turned around and felt her feet get pulled out from under her. Landing on her bottom, she gave startled yelp as invisible force held her legs in the air, dragging her down the hall. Flickering into sight was Clara Baxter, a malicious grin on her face. Harry's eyes widened, and she reached for the knife at her waist, hurling it at the apparition when her fingers grasped the cool leather grip. Baxter vanished, an annoyed screech emanating from her previous position, and Harry's legs dropped back to the floor. The witch scrambled to her feet, taking off in the direction of an empty room in the east corner of the top floor. She quickly secured the hex bags in the eastern and southern corners, heading back to the master bedroom where the victim's body was found to complete her floor. Bobby met her at the top of the stairs, his cap knocked askew, shotgun held tightly in his hands as he loaded another round. "Been too quiet," he observed. Harry nodded in agreement, still striding down the hall. She flung open the door, diving for the corner of the room. Her hand clenched as the wall crumbled a bit, revealing an empty hole for her to plunge the bag into. A yell from behind forced her to turn around. Clara had her hand held out and Bobby was pinned to the wall, his shotgun forgotten on the floor. Harry slid on her knees and scooped up the weapon. Pumping once and firing a salt round into her chest, Harry squeaked as the increased knockback of the larger shotgun shoved her off her feet. The specter screamed and disappeared, and Bobby fell to the floor, released from the ghost's grip. Clara reappeared and Harry tossed Bobby the hex bag. "Finish it," she yelled. Bobby lunged for the wall, hex bag held out. But Clara reacted too quickly, a spectral hand behind a kitchen knife. It spun in the air as she shoved her hand forward, making a straight path for Bobby. But Harry was quicker. The old blade sliced past Harry's skin as the witch shoved her hands outwards and redirected the knife, the blade flying just past her. Grunting against the sharp pain, Harry fell to her knees as Clara advanced. Struggling to slide herself over to the wall, where she slumped against it, Harry grabbed the iron dagger in her boot, ready to fight against the lunged forward with murder in her dead eyes, but the damage had been done. The bag was safely inside the wall, locked inside with a weak wave of Harry's hand. "Et offers malum de beneficio," she coughed, wincing as her cut pulled tightly. "Tere Hewick." A terrible screaming filled the room, sending Bobby's blood cold. It was only when he turned to watch a burning Clara Baxter that he saw Harry. Blood covered the side of her left arm and torso. "Kid," he yelled, falling to the floor and grabbing her shoulder, trying to shift her somewhat to find the wound. "We gotta get you to a hospital," he murmured, putting one hand behind her back, ready to lift her. Her hand went to the still bleeding cut. "It's just a cut, don't worry. Plus, we've got to leave before someone comes to investigate all the screaming and the light show." Her voice was slightly strained as she put weight on her good arm, pushing herself up. "In my bag, there's a bottle called Dittany. Grab it for me." Bobby held out the vial. Harry opened the cork and gave the cut a small splash. The deeper skin seemed to grow back somewhat amid the smoking effect, and the bleeding decreased to a slower oozing. "All right, let's blow this popsicle stand." Bobby looked at her like she was crazy, but nodded anyway. Harry grabbed for a bandage in her pocket, hastily wrapping it around her arm while they hustled down the stairs. Bobby was staring at the white linen skeptically, his hand still loosely gripping the Dittany she had shoved back towards him. Bobby gave her a ride back to the hotel because he was already overprotective of the brat and was still worried about a huge slice mark in her short ride to his motel was painful, to say the least. Not physically, really, but the awkward silence was killing Harry. Plus, he made her ride in the backseat when she had clearly called shotgun. Bobby helped her out of the car, Harry slapping his hands away because she wasn't crippled by a measly cut. They sat in the room and Bobby examined the wound. "It needs stitches," announced Bobby. Setting the cloth aside, he reached for his hunter first aid kit and whiskey bottle. "It will heal on its own. You're making too big of a deal out of this." Bobby frowned. "It's still open, and an infection is not something you wanna get." "Idiot," Harry pouted. "If you don't want stitches, why don't you just do your whole abracadabra shtick and fix it?" "For some reason I haven't quite mastered the healing magic. My body will repair itself faster than normal, and I don't get sick as often, but I can't really consciously heal myself yet. I tried to fix a paper cut the other day and ended up turning my finger purple." Quote, "Stitches it is then. I can do it." Harry jumped in, reaching for the kit Bobby held. He looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "And let you look like a Frankenstein reject. Sorry kid, I ain't that cruel. Come on Bobby, don't be a sourpuss." Harry grinned. "No, kid, I'm not letting you operate on yourself." Harry gave a half-hearted glare, but nodded and clenched the towel she sat on. Bobby took out a long curved needle, floss attached and looped around the metal. Harry yelped when Bobby splashed some whiskey on her arm. "Gimme some warning next time," she complained. He silenced her with a look, and she grumbled and closed her mouth as he made the first stitch. While Harry squeezed her nails into the palm of her hand, Bobby was freaking out in his head. Well, as much as Bobby Singer could freak out. First, he almost had a heart attack when she surprised him at the grave site, then he thought he might have had a minor one when the dirt rose out of the grave. With magic, he had to admit, it was cool. He'd almost blown her brains out, but it was cool. Most hunters heard about natural witches, but they were so rare it was almost like a myth. Well, a real myth. After learning that the 7-year-old in front of him was indeed a natural born and a hunter, no less, he'd left with her to go to the house. Just in case. Of course, that's when everything went to shit. The ritual was smart, and Bobby knew he wouldn't have been able to do anything if he'd been alone. He read the books, but he was also relatively new to hunting and hadn't ally come into contact with poltergeists yet. But this 7-year-old had leapt into his life, then leapt in front of the blade and deflected it, veritably saving his life twice in one night. He didn't know why she took the knife. They only really knew each other's names. But that wasn't what Bobby was really freaking out about. No, what he didn't understand was the hard look in her eyes. Her bright green eyes were frozen and cold, burning in frigid fury as she stared. He also didn't like how she had such a high pain tolerance. And offering to patch herself up. How was she able to do that? Sewing one's skin together was not only difficult, but damn painful too. Where had she learned those skills, and where had she gotten those scars? Those were his questions. Obviously it wasn't from hunting. She didn't do it often and they were far too numerous. And the way she just sat there with her hands and jaw held tight, eyes burning a hole into the wall behind him. She didn't make a sound other than the occasional grunt or smartmouth remark. Bobby would yelp when he had to fix his wounds. Something was off about this child. Bobby finished the stitches and tied them off. He busied himself with cleaning up, washing the equipment, fixing it back into the kit. Finally, he came to sit on the end of the bed, looking at Harry with a concentrated frown on his face. "If you're going to question me, get on with it. I'm tired," burst Harry, her eyes heavy. Bobby furrowed his brow, and sat up a little straighter. "All right, kid, first things first. Why did you jump in front of me?" It was the question he really wanted answered. Harry sighed, looking up and blowing a loose strand of hair out of her face. Rolling her head back so her eyes met Bobby's, she nodded. "Right, well, simple really. Dging by the angle of the blade that the ghost was going to stab you, she was aiming to rupture one of the vital organs in your chest or stomach. I wasn't really in danger. My magic will help heal me faster than you, and anyways. And I didn't even get stabbed." "No, you were almost filleted," barked Bobby. "Well, what was I supposed to do? I couldn't leave someone so defenseless." She smirked. Poor muggle self would have been severely injured if I had not extended my gracious sympathy and generous assistance." Bobby looked at her dumbly. "How do you know all this medical jargon?" "Well, living on your own becomes rather boring after a while, and the public library has an amazing assortment of books. Plus, I basically educate myself out of textbooks from the library, and I've already gone through a lot of the basic math and science books." Bobby shook his head. A prodigy hunter with a saving people problem who also happened to be a non-evil witch. What a day. He morphed his features into something more serious. "So you live on your own? That's not a good idea." Harry scowled at him. "I get to decide when I wake up, and where I eat, and what I do with my time. I don't laze around. I read. And I train. And I research, and I take care of myself more than anyone else ever has. So, I think it's pretty okay." Oh, Bobby cursed himself. He should have noticed the signs, seeing as he'd also been abused as a child. And Harry Potter had most definitely been abused. He knew from his own experience that she would be stubborn at this point. But Bobby was also stubborn, and just a teeny bit reckless. "Still, you're just a kid who just saved your life. Are you going to turn me in, Bobby?" Harry met his eyes with a challenging expression. "No," he sighed. "Kid, I know what you're doing is fun for you. But there will come a day when you're gonna need some help. Whether it be supernatural or normal, you can stop by my place. Here." He reached into his wallet and pulled out his FBI card. "Call that and I'll pick up." Harry reached out and grabbed the card. "Thanks. You should probably get going, before the cops show up tomorrow. If you could just give me a ride home." "Sure kid, it's Harry." "Okay, Harry." Bobby helped her into the car again, but this time she was able to walk a little. They drove past the house she was squatting in, where she picked up her things. Then back to the little town with the tree she called home. Waving goodbye to Bobby, Harry limped over to her tree, where she cast a gentle ascendo on herself, allowing her to float into the blanket nest. Throwing her bag off to the side, Harry keeled over in her bed, closing her eyes and letting the comforting darkness consume her. Bobby flew down the road in his car, speeding. He didn't like leaving Harry there. But she was stubborn, and calling in a tip would only result in putting her in the system, or having her return to whoever gave her those scars. Discontented grumbling Phil ed the car as he rode down the bumpy asphalt, tapping his fingers on the wheel in beat to the song blaring from the radio. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. No dark sarcasm in the classroom. Teacher, leave them kids alone. Some months passed, and soon enough it was Harry's birthday. Her injury from her last hunt had healed, and she'd decided to take a day off from her routine. Harry strolled down the sidewalk outside the strip mall, stopping in front of a movie theater matinee. Happy birthday to me, she thinks, walking in and buying a ticket to Beetlejuice. Rye came out of the theater in high spirits. She was considering how fun it would be to go on a hunt with a ghost like Beetlejuice when she noticed she was being followed. It was subtle, except for the fact that there were people wearing suits everywhere all of a sudden. Trailing behind her in the small crowd, leaning against shopfronts with newspapers in hand but their eyes still. She turned right 4 times. And sure enough they were still after her. Suspicion itched at her brain as she observed how they held themselves entirely too stiffly. Harry was a couple blocks away from her treehouse when she whispered, "Christo." Glancing behind her, she was rewarded with a flash of black eyes from at least 5 of her stalkers, and they turned their glares on her, snarling. Uh-oh. Harry took off running, ducking through the crowd and through shops. They matched her pace and the chase began. Harry turned into a mom-and-pop fabric store, jumping onto the display table as she went. The demons followed her, and she crossed the store, sliding under a table and letting the fabric drop around her. She raised her hand and caused one of the drapes near the back exit to flutter as a demon turned the corner. They noticed. "She's this way," he yelled. A couple pairs of feet ran past her table and out the exit, off to search for her. Harry wasted no time in slipping out from under the table and sprinting out the front door. She assimilated into the crowds of people heading for lunch, waiting until a gap to duck away to the park where her tree house was. Casting notice-me-not spells on herself, she ran across the lawns until she was tucked away in the forest, pulling herself up onto the low-hanging tree limbs and climbing until she reached her silk hut. Harry grabbed her messenger bag and began shoving everything into it. Books, journals, blankets, pillows, papers, weapons, trinkets, anything she had gathered during her 2 years here. The protection spells might fool humans, but she uttered the demons would be dissuaded by a few repelling wards. Just as she finished packing, she heard a grunt and whirled around. Standing just inside the draperies was a demon. She brandished one of her knives at it, daring him to come closer. The meatsuit stepped forward, right into her invisible ink devil's trap. She growled at her, but she only smirked. "Sorry, not in the mood for death today. Come back tomorrow," she quipped. "My friends will be here soon, and they'll let me out. Then I'll get my revenge." "Revenge?" Harry asked, confused. Then she smiled smugly. "Oh, Rosemary, is that you? I'm touched, really. Birthday wishes. You should have called ahead though, I have someplace to be." "See ya." She jumped through the sheet hangings onto a thick branch extending from her tree to the next. Harry ran along these limbs every morning, and she could maneuver through the treetops exceptionally well. She jumped from branch to branch, running along the strong wood to escape the horde of demons after her. She jumped down and grabbed a smaller branch, swinging herself like a gymnast on bars to get enough momentum to propel her to another branch. Harry took out her blue 5110 Nokia cell phone and a business card from her magical pocket. Dialing the number as she jumped to a lower limb, she heard the grunts of her pursuers as they tried to catch up with her. She assumed they let out their friend. Harry reached into her pocket once again, retrieving a no-pump water gun. Aiming it over her shoulder, she squeezed the trigger and repeatedly, smiling when she heard a hiss of pain, follow. Wed by a dull thud as the demon fell to the ground some 20 feet below. "Gotta go fast," she mumbled, jumping over a confused squirrel. The dial rang in her ear, and she crossed her fingers. Harry slid down the side of a fallen oak, jumping over the uncovered roots and hitting the ground. She rolled and came up on her feet, running hard. Harry aimed the gun over her shoulder and squirted a few more times, praying for good reception. Meanwhile, in a comfortable if messy house in an auto yard in Sioux Falls, Bobby Singer bustled around his kitchen fixing lunch. He walked to the fridge and pulled out a beer, adding it to his sandwich and chips plate. He sat down on the couch, kicking his feet up and throwing his hat onto a side table. Bobby brought the cool bottle to his lips, sipping the refreshing liquid. His phone rang, and he put the beer down. His fingers clutched the landline, bringing it up to his ear. Singer speaking. He took another drink of beer. "Bobby!" yelled Harry. The man spewed his drink at the yell, holding the phone away from his ear because of the volume. Harry ducked around a tree at the last second, hearing a satisfied thump. "Who is this?" he questioned. "It's Harry, you numpty." "Harry, what's going on?" asked Bobby. He sat forward in interest. "Demons. I can't, they're after me. I'm out of holy water, hold on." Bobby heard the sound of crunching branches. A grunt came through the receiver and a loud thwack. Harry turned quickly and threw the gun at the nearest demon, landing right between its eyes where it cracked and spilled some holy water onto its eyebrows. They're having trouble following her through the forest, she knows. Deciding to make it harder, she begins to chant, "Exorcismus te, omnis immundus spiritus." Bobby stared at the phone when an exorcism came over the line. "I need your help," she yelled into the cell. "Are you exorcising something? Not what you need to focus on right now." "Okay. Sorry. Sure. I can help, but I'm hours away from Georgia, I don't think it'd do any good." Bobby sighed. "Omnis infernalis adversari. Don't worry about that. Just describe where you were in extreme detail, omnis legio." Bobby raised an eyebrow. "What?" He listened to Harry taunting someone through the phone. Harry looked over her shoulder, then back to her path and slipped through two close-growing trees. "Rosemary," she yelled over her shoulder. "I didn't think demons were so slow. Mentally, maybe, but physically, aren't you guys supposed to be, like, powerful?" Bobby heard scrambling through the receiver. "Ouch, touchy," mumbled Harry. "Are you taunting a demon?" demanded Bobby. "Bobby, focus. Description please." Harry was fast, but even she had her limits, and she was beginning to tire. This really put Harry hunting into perspective. Okay, well, I'm in my sitting room, which is situated in the middle area of my house, which is in Singer Auto Salvage, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It's got books piled around everywhere. A couple run-down couches and wooden floors. A couple windows, but it's pretty dark. "Is that enough?" he asked. "I sure hope so," came Harry's reply. She'd never apparated somewhere without really knowing what it looked like. She concentrated on Singer Salvage Yard and Bobby's brief description, hoping for the best. A small pop sounded, and suddenly she was in a crowded living room with books towering around the edges of the room. Bobby sat on the couch with the phone in his hand, staring at her with his jaw on the floor. Harry pressed a button on her phone and hung up. That really shouldn't have worked. "What the hell?" he asked. "Cool, right?" Harry dropped onto the cushy chair adjacent to the couch, taking a deep breath and collapsed. "See, what just happened?" he questioned, dumbfounded. Harry sighed. "Apparition. Apparently it's supposed to be hard, but I can do it easily. Of course, I've found I can do a lot of things rather easily. It's probably because of my magical philo. Sophie, regarding wands and other objects or ideas meant to channel your magic. It will only decrease your power, like a pinhole in a dam." Bobby still stared and she rolled her eyes. "Magic." Harry stood up and busied herself, searching through her messenger bag, ignoring the incredulous look shot her way when she reached her arm into it up to her shoulder. "Now," she started, drawing out the invis eyeball ink and waving her hand so that it began drawing devil's traps. "I'm being chased by some pretty upset demons. I guess they don't like it when you threaten to kill them," she said nonchalantly. "You threaten to kill a demon? That's impossible, and stupid," roared Bobby. "I prefer the term bravery. Bravery is by far the nicest word for stupid, don't you agree? And it's not impossible, just difficult." Bobby rolled his eyes. Then he caught up with the rest of her statement. "How many demons are after you?" 7 maybe. I got a couple of the ones in range when I finished my exorcism. But Rosemary had a couple with him. No more than 11. 7 demons. How are we supposed to fix that?" This was insane, or at least Bobby thought it was. 7 demons. That's more than he'd come across in his life. There was something about this girl that attracted trouble. "Well, I've got a couple devil's traps here, and that'll trap them. Also, I've got this spiffy new knife I want to try out." "Fine. If I die, it's your fault." Idjit. Bobby stalked away to finish his beer in peace as she demon-proofed the house. He would help, but he wasn't exactly sure what all she was doing. The tea and the floating paintbrush set him a little off balance. After she placed traps around the house and salt lines on every doorway and window, Harry set her bag on the table and pulled out an array of weapons. Bobby re-entered the kitchen where she had several guns laid out on the table. He picked up a sawed-off shotgun, testing its weight. "How do you get these?" he wondered. "When I first lived in Georgia, I didn't have any money and trickery could only take me so far. Pickpocketing came easy, and that led to larger conquests. Let's just say I'm quite adept at getting what I want." Bobby nodded. "Okay, what do you have?" "Several knives, including one that I'm trying to turn into a demon-killing knife. You're holding one of the guns that I use to shoot salt rounds. I tinkered with them a bit, so now they reload automatically. They'll let you aim easier, also, and the kickback is reduced." "All right," replied Bobby, because really, what else could he say? Just then, he looked out the window and his eyes widened at what he saw. Tumbling through the air was a thick stream of pitch-black smoke. It rolled over itself as it swerved and landed beyond the tree line, dissipating. "They'll be here soon," remarked Harry. She picked up a pistol and cocked it, testing the aim. At Bobby's inquisitive look, she answered, "Devil's traps carved in the bullets. Tedious but worth it if one's commie. Ing at you and you don't have salt or holy water. They'll also refill, automatically, but I only have a limited supply as they have to be hand-carved. I'm not sure why, but my magic seems to react with the trap if it's done on such a small level." Bobby raised his eyebrows, but took one of the pistols and slid it in his belt. "What's the plan?" he asked. "When they get around the salt, and they will, some will be trapped in devil's traps. Some of them might get by, and that's when we start with the salt rounds. Try not to shoot them with the bullets unless you see that they're already injured. I don't think they've been out of hell long enough to have killed whoever they're possessing." Just then Bobby and Harry spotted a group of people advancing from the yard. Showtime. They surrounded the house, banging on the doors. The walls rattled and Harry and Bobby grabbed the last of the weapons from the table, arming themselves as best they could. Bobby left to guard the back door while Harry went to the sitting room. She turned at a noise, only to see a demon crawling out of the fireplace. Standing up and brushing himself off, he shoved a hand forward and caused a table to move and duster. "Oi!" the line of salt in front of the main door. Harry shot him with rock salt, forcing him through the air. She turned to the door where 3 demons burst through, looks of malice on their face. They stepped forward, but were blocked by an invisible wall. Harry smirked. "Bobby!" she yelled. Harry was met with grunts of effort, and she ran around the room to see him ducking a demon's punch, the back door wide open. 2 others were stuck in an invisible devil's trap. The demon caught sight of Harry, switching tactics and blasting Bobby backwards, holding him up against the wall. Harry aimed her pistol right at the demon. "Harry," it pouted. It shook the possessed man's head. "I'm disappointed in you, thinking that trick would fool me again. Ah, Rosemary, I should have recognized you. My name is not Rosemary. Why do you keep calling me that?" The demon yelled. "Wow, demon, get a life. Even I've seen that movie. Granted, I only got to watch it 'cause the cinema was showing classics last October and the tickets were cheap." The demon only looked more annoyed, and gripped tighter, cutting off Bobby's air supply. "I can see your traps, and oops. You're out of salt." She swished her off. Our hand and the guns in Harry's possession flew out of her reach. "I'm going to kill him, then I'm going to kill you. And there's nothing you can do about it." "'Fraid not," yelled Harry quickly. "Shoot." Ing her palm out where ropes appeared from nowhere and twisted through the air, catching the demon and wrapping them around her. They latched onto the wall, holding her there. "Impossible. There is no way for you to have such power," yelled the demon. "Improbable. Learn the difference. Now, Rosemary, I'm going to exorcise your friends real quick, then we'll have a nice chat, seeing as you've ruined your new look." The man's body had an old gunshot wound in his chest. Bobby got up from his position on the floor and walked over to stand next to Harry. "How come those ropes are holding it?" he asked. "They're soaked in holy water and covered in salt." "Ingenious, no." Harry tapped her hand on her throat, thinking, sonorous. She erected a clear wall around Rosemary, fit with silencing and noise-blocking spells. Then she turned to the rest of the house and delivered an exorcism in her loudened voice. Thumps were heard and she saw a pool of dark black smoke sinking into the floorboards. Bobby and her went to check on the victims, gathering the living in the sitting room, and piling the dead by the stairs. Harry raised a hand and levitated Rosemary into one of the traps, then went to modify the victims' memories. They were sent off to the hospital none the wiser, and Harry and Bobby settled into the kitchen where Rosemary fumed, still wrapped in burning ropes. "So," started Harry, "we really need to stop meeting like this." Rosemary growled at her, "I'm going to get out of here, brat, and then you're dead." "You hear me, dead." She struggled against the ropes, but Harry only waved her hand and made them constrict, rubbing salt into the demon's skin. "Yeah, I've heard your little spiel. Remember what I told you about last time? Well, I think I've got the final product, and oh, does it need a test run?" Rosemary paled, but Bobby interrupted her next words. "Last time, can I get the story yet? 'Cause you're in my house and I'd like to know just what's going on." Harry sighed, then nodded and turned her attention to Bobby. "Last October, I read about this case. Healthy guy dies out of nowhere, clawed up by some kind of animal in his living room. When I went to investigate there were traces of sulfur. Me and this other hunter were arguing because I found him trying to summon the demon. He thought this thing shows up." She waved at Rosemary. "Tried to kill us too, went on spouting about our personal lives and death and torture yada yada, and I threatened her with my fancy demon-killing knife. It was a work in progress, but she seemed to get the idea. Long story short, she tore up all the contracts she had made in that town. I exorcised her, and me and the other guy go our separate ways. Seems someone wanted to pay me a visit from hell." At this part Rosemary cut in. "I wanted to kill you. You humiliated me, you worthless child." "Well, boo-hoo. Sorry your feelings got hurt," retorted Bobby. Harry gave an approving smile and started back with Rosemary. "I was the laughingstock of hell. Defeated by a child. I'll never be able to get back." "Rosemary, sweetie, no one cares. Is she always like this?" Bobby asked. "Yes, bless her heart." "Shut up you ingrate." Harry rolled her eyes at Rosemary's fuming, leaning forwards while playing with the knife she had taken from her ankle sheath. "So, I'd like to test this if you don't mind. If you do mind, well, sucks for you, you're evil." Harry stepped forward just to the edge of the trap, then she thrust her hand out and stabbed Rosemary in the gut. A blinding light filled the room, and Harry turned her eyes away as the demon screamed in agony. The light died down and she pulled the blade out. When she looked at Rosemary, though, the demon was still there, looking tortured and breathing heavy. "Did demons even breathe? Damn, I thought that would work," sighed Harry. She looked back at her knife, wondering what else she had to add. "What's happening to me?" Harry glanced up to see large orange bubbles erupting from under Rosemary's skin, coming out of her nose and floating in the air. Harry reached up and poked one with the dagger. It popped under the point of the knife, a deranged giggling sound accompanying the popping one. Orange slime stuck on the floor of Bobby's house, bubbling smiley faces continuing to giggle until they were suffocated by the slime. "Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Get this the hell out of my house." "Well, I'm sorry, Bobby, I'm only trying to revolutionize hunting here. It didn't work. You failed. You're a failure, just like your family thinks." "What?" Harry asked, looking up at the demon who glared daggers at her. Blood dribbled down the demon's chin. "Oh yes, they believe you're a monumental failure. And a burden. And a whiny crybaby who should have died with her parents, the freak." "What are you talking about?" asked Harry, the knife in her hand gripped tightly. "When I clawed my way back out of hell, fixed what you did to me, I stopped by a little place called Number 4. Privet Drive. I was going to tear out your family's throats, but something stopped me. They were having a party. Do you know what they were celebrating? They got rid of you." The demon advanced, staring down Harry all the while. "I heard them talk of how they beat you, how they never loved you. You were worthless. You don't deserve to be alive. Deep down, I think you know that. You work so hard for life to have meaning, for a purpose. Reading all those books and thinking of yourself as a big bad hunter. You want to prove that you mean something to the world. But you don't. No one loves you, your own family abandoned you to die in the woods. Your life means nothing. If you die today, the world will go on the same, just like your parents. And this time there will be no one left to mourn you. The demon finished, snarling at her. Harry stepped backwards, the knife weak in her grasp as the truth of the demon's words hit her. Because it was true, there was no one left for her. Bobby stood up and exorcised the demon, but Harry was deaf to the world around her. Tears were streaming down her face. She should have felt anger, should have been defiant. But she just felt empty. She didn't even notice when Bobby picked her up and set her on a bed in a guest room. She didn't see him when he came to check on her after he buried the bodies in his house. She just lay curled up on the bed, despairing in the truth of her life. Why did this have to happen to her? Why couldn't she be normal, sitting with her family and eating birthday cake and opening presents like a normal little girl? Why did her parents have to die, and leave her to live with the Dursleys, who beat her and mocked her and made her do everything for them? Why did they have to abandon her? She fell asleep not soon after, depressing thoughts and what-ifs swirling round her emotionally exhausted mind. Happy birthday to me. Bobby was appalled. He had expected something, but if what the demon said was true. She had been beaten, then abandoned. Who did that to a child? Then celebrated. It was disgusting and his heart ached for the poor girl lying curled up on his guest room bed. An idea tickled at his brain. He'd thought about it before, more than he'd care to admit, ever since he met Harry. When she saved his life, she had only gotten a minor wound from the knife, and she did have magic to protect her. But it was dangerous to throw herself in front of him. He had thought she was simply overconfident, although now, he wasn't sure if it was because of something more, something terrible. Did she maybe think her life was worth less than his? Bobby didn't really want to know. But his suspicions only cemented the idea in his mind. When Harry finally woke, Bobby led her downstairs for breakfast the next morning. He asked her a question. So, kid, I was wondering, where are you gonna go, now that the demons ran you out of your safe house? Harry looked up, sadness in her eyes. But otherwise looking okay. Well, obviously I can't go back to my treehouse. It didn't take long for the demons to get out and find me, and it would just be tempting fate. Shame. I liked Georgia. I'm actually not sure. I'll find somewhere. Well, I was thinking, you could stay with me. Bobby finished quickly, looking over his coffee at her. Harry was startled, and immediately suspicious. Why would you offer that? She asked, eyes narrowed. Why would you want me? Well, you've got no place else to go, and I figured why not? Just until you're ready to leave, what do you say? Harry contemplated the offer. It would be nice to not be alone anymore. And although she was certain Bobby had different motivations, or at least something more than he was saying, she didn't think he was untrustworthy. Of course, she couldn't stay for too long, lest the monsters come and try to hurt Bobby. She wouldn't let that happen. But for now, the grumpy old hunter would do just fine. Okay, sure. Bobby smiled. One of the first real ones she'd seen of his. He didn't use any teeth, but it was warm and comforting, his eyes crinkling a bit, and it made her feel safe, surprisingly. All right, couple of ground rules. 1. Don't leave the junkyard unless I know. 2. No summoning or rituals here. I told you, my kind of magic doesn't require rituals or summoning anything. Yes, but I'd just like to put that out there. 3. No hunting. What? Why not? Because you're too young. No matter what training you've had. It's not healthy. You should have some semblance of a normal childhood. But I'm good at it. Quote, you've been on what, 3 hunts? And the last one you got stabbed. And I know you were saving me and thank you for that, but I just don't think you should be doing this yet. I didn't say never. Just give it a couple years, then I'll take you out with me if you really want to hunt. I wasn't stabbed. I was nicked. 'Twas but a flesh wound. Harry argued. You know, for someone who's homeless, you've got a surprisingly large amount of nerdy information. You recognize the reference. Besides, quotes like that make really good one-liners when you're hunting. You haven't been on enough hunts to fill up one hand. How much sass are you planning on using on one ghost? Bobby asked, exasperated at the kid. I prefer the term witty. I prefer the term idiot. Now shut your gab and listen. No, you can't go hunting, and I know you could probably UE on your own. But I don't think you will. I think you want to stay, because you're lonely. So, follow the rules and you stay. And you stop being so lonely. Bobby spread his hands in front of him like it was the best offer she would get. Harry squinted at him, considering. Smaller hunts when I do the research and they're vetted by you. Supervised hunts when I give you a case to do research on, no more than once every 2 months. Harry nodded at his words, knowing when to accept defeat. It wouldn't be all bad. She could still train in the meantime, and it wasn't like she had been going on constant cases anyway. Deal. Harry spit on her hand and held it out for Bobby to shake. He gave her a look that said, really? What? That's not something people do. Idiot. Harry pouted, retracting her hand. Now, I've got a couple guest rooms, you want to pick one out? Then we can go shopping for, I don't know, whatever a kid wants for a bedroom. He looked uncomfortable, and Harry almost laughed at his expression. She stood up and cleared the table, an action second-hand to her because of the Dursleys and her own habit of tidiness, which could also be attributed to the Dursleys and their housebreaking of Harry. They walked up the stairs and Harry picked the room she had used last night. It was in the corner of the second floor. Over the sitting room, the ceiling slanted down at an angle where the roof curved. A window and reading nook met the downwards curve of the ceiling. A wardrobe was pushed up against the back wall, and the bed sat across from it in the corner. A bookshelf, empty except for a few volumes, stood opposite the door. The dark wood floor complemented the midnight blue tones of the paint on the wall. Harry liked her room. So do you need to go clothes shopping or? Bobby trailed off as she opened her bag and waved her hand, clothes flying out of the main zipper. The few shirts and skirts hung themselves in the dresser, everything else folding into the drawers, including a couple pairs of bald socks. Bobby blinked, then nodded, turning from the room. Okay, I'll just leave you to get settled then. Harry fixed the rest of the room, placing her books in the bookshelf, her journal on the desk in front of the second window. She spent the rest of the day cleaning up around the house. She could deal with a messy place to live, but the dust was everywhere, and it was amusing to see Bobby's face when a feather duster floated past his face to tidy up another area. When Harry went to bed, she had a smile on her face. It took a while for Harry and Bobby to get used to each other. They lived together, but at first it was hard to find common grounds, apart from hunting that is. Then, one day, Harry found Bobby working on a blue, 1971 Chevy Camaro, complete with racing stripes. "Whatcha doing?" she asked, sauntering up to Bobby, who was working under the hood. "What's it look like I'm doing?" "Work. The spark plugs aren't working right." Harry looked to where he was gesturing, a milieu of mechanical parts that she couldn't differentiate from each other. She was interested, as she was bored of going over her journal. "Is it easy to fix?" "Sort of. Can you teach me?" Bobby looked over to her in surprise. For 2 weeks she'd stayed mostly in her room, or exercising in the yard. If she was finally taking interest in something other than books and hunting, who was he to stop her? "Sure, you just got to use the deep sockets. Pop off the covers, unscrew 'em, and you just put in some newer, cleaner ones in. That should fix it, unless it's a really old engine and it's harder to access." Harry nodded and watched as he completed the process. She was bored, and there were quite a lot of cars around the yard. It could be a good hobby. From then on, at least once a week Harry and Bobby spent a couple hours looking at cars, fixing them up together. Harry, of course, found a book on mechanics and studied it. She had thought she could just use magic to fix it. Of course, the first time she tried to fix an engine with a wave of her hand, the engine blew, leaving her to walk back inside for a shower while studiously ignoring Bobby's questions as to why her face was covered in soot. "I got a question," blurted Bobby. He was sitting on the couch watching her while she read one of her old books, The Fellowship of the Ring. When she nodded assent he continued, "How come you're always reading? It's just, you don't seem the type." "Well, when I first found myself in Georgia, I went to the library to research Wendigos. It's how I started all this, actually. I read a lot about the supernatural there. I didn't get a lot of real human contact. Most of my conversations were to waitresses, and they were all lies. I was bored, and I didn't have money to see a movie, so I kind of made myself like books, and the habit stuck, I guess. Books don't insult you. They're there for you when you need them, to provide an escape. They don't abandon you. Harry looked up, realizing she'd been rambling. Bobby just nodded and went back to his beer. That night he played a Star Wars movie marathon found on a film channel, and the tradition began. Harry had been living with Bobby for a month and a half when he showed up on the doorstep. The doorbell rang, and Bobby went to answer it with a shotgun and flask in hand. The door opened and Harry heard snippets of a conversation from her place in the sitting room. "Bobby, but I can't take them with me on this one. I need your help. I shouldn't have to be with them. You need raise your own. A lead, it's promising. Please." "Fine." Harry heard heavy footsteps heading to the room, and put down the scroll she had been translating from Latin. A man with scruffy black hair and a stern demeanor entered the room, his eyebrows shooting up his forehead when he caught sight of her. "Aren't you? Hey, Mr. Winchester." Harry stood up and held out her hand to the man, who shook it as Bobby came up behind him. "You know him?" asked Bobby. "Yeah, this is the guy who helped with that demon. By the way," she said, turning to John. "It got out and came after me, so I don't know if any of the nasties visited you, but you might want to be aware of that." John nodded, still looking at her as if he couldn't quite believe it. It was only then that Harry noticed the little boy peeking out from behind John's legs. An older boy was next to him, a hand on his shoulder. Catching Harry's gaze, Bobby hurried to make an introduction. "Harry, these are John's boys, Dean and Sam." The older one nodded hello, while the younger waved at her. "They'll be staying with us while John takes care of some business." The younger boy leveled an inquisitive look upon Harry. "What did you mean by demon?" Harry glances at John, who gave a shake of his head. Harry crouched down and smiled, answering very convincingly. "Oh, just a figure of speech. There was a dog that was chasing me. It was gigantic and super scary, and your dad helped capture it before it could hurt me. But it escaped, and so did some of its pals. Bobby was able to lock it back up, but it might escape again." Sam nodded, seemingly satisfied with the explanation. John nodded in thanks. "I have to go. Dean, keep your brother safe. I'll see you soon, boys." He gave Sam a quick hug and Dean a knowing look. Dean pronounced a sharp, "Yes sir," and John was gone. He turned to Harry. "Dean Winchester, Harry Potter." She shook his hand, then Sam, who giggled at the action. "But Harry's a boy name." "You're not a boy." Sam frowned, as if reconsidering that maybe Harry was a boy after all. "Are you?" "I'm a girl." "Harry can be a girl name too." "But how?" "Well, Sam could be a girl name," she teased. The boy's eyes went big. "No, it can't." "Yep, it's short for Samantha." Harry smirked as the boy went clambering to his older brother. "Dean. Dean is my name, Samantha." Sam's eyes were wide and pleading with Dean. "Oh yeah, Sammy, you looked so like a girl when you were born that the doctors thought you were one and messed up your birth certificate." "Dean, no. I'm sorry." They kept this free, choked in a laugh when Sam turned to her even more upset. "Bobby." Sam ran through the room to the kitchen while Harry and Dean fist bumped. They followed a few seconds later to find Sam tugging at Bobby's pants while asking him to please say the hospital didn't mess up his name. Bobby leveled a glare at the older children, and Harry tried to look as innocent as possible as the gruff man tried to explain to Sam that no, his name wasn't Samantha, it was Samuel, and no, Harry wasn't evil. Later, Bobby showed them to their room, while Harry waited downstairs. Dean and Sam came back down for lunch, which was PB&J sandwiches and waters. After Bobby left to go call some hunter with information, Harry turned to Dean. "Do you guys want to play hide and seek?" She had never really played, at least not where the stakes were as low as being at next round. Sam nodded, so Dean agreed as well. Harry was it, and she counted to TWNT before heading out to look for Dean and Sam. She spotted a pair of feet on the other side of a car. Creeping around the car, she jumped out and screamed, "Found you." Sam jumped back in surprise, falling over. Then he started laughing. Harry and Sam went to look for Dean, but couldn't find him anywhere. Harry sent out a gentle pulse of magic, because it was taking too long anyways, and she saw The outline of a boy curled up in the feet area of the driver's seat of a rusted car. She waved Sam along, shushing him with her finger. Holding the door handle, she pulled it quickly open with a yell. And Dean tumbled out from where he was leaning against the door and landed in the dirt with a surprised yelp. "How'd you find me?" he demanded. "Magic," Harry deadpanned. Dean rolled his eyes and they played again. With him as the seeker. He never did find Harry, who was concealed in the branches of one of the trees near Bobby's house. "I give up," Harry heard Dean shout, 20 minutes later. She dropped from her hiding spot and rolled, coming to her feet right in front of Dean, whose jaw brushed the floor. "How'd you do that?" he asked. "I lived in a treehouse for 2 years, I can climb around pretty well." "Not even considering the training exercise I did." "Training exercise? Yeah, I had to be in shape for hunting, didn't I?" Dean's eyes widened, his tough facade dropping away. "You were a hunter, but you're like 7. Quote, what is it with people in my age? I'm 8 now, dummy, and I was 6 when I started. I only had 3 actual cases, got stabbed on one of the last ones. Sorry, I mean cut. It wasn't so bad. Well, never mind, it was a pretty bad cut. And then these demons followed me to my treehouse, so I had to leave. And since I've been at Bobby's, I haven't been able to hunt, so that's that. I mean, he said he'd supervise a hunt if I did the research and it wasn't too bad, but he hasn't found one yet or something." Dean looked, if possible, even more incredulous at this. "What did you hunt? Tell me everything. I want to, but my dad says I'm not old enough." They went inside to the sitting room to talk. Sam had gone to take a nap 10 minutes ago, and Bobby was working on another car. "Well, first I stopped a demon, with your dad actually. You're the girl, the one with powers. Dad told me about you." Harry shrugged. "Wait, earlier you said you found me by magic. You cheated." "Nope." "Yes you did. Are you a pumpkin eater as well as a liar?" Dean accused. "Am I a what? A cheater pumpkin eater? Where did that come from? You've never heard of a pumpkin eater?" "No, I haven't had the chance to play with other people my age before." "Is it a common phrase?" Harry tilted her head, curious. "Oh yeah, you'll see it everywhere." Dean grinned. "But why, pumpkin eater?" Harry wondered. "You don't know?" Dean asked with a gasp. "Obviously not. Well, it's said that there was a little girl who played games with the other kids, but cheated. In retribution, the spirit of the great pumpkin offered her a feast for using her wits to outplay the others. She greedily accepted, and met the pumpkin at midnight on Halloween for the food and gifts. Except, when she got there wasn't any feast. There were rows of pumpkins who had committed great crimes, and their punishment lied with hers. She was forced to gorge on the pumpkin's flesh and guts until she could either finish all of the pumpkins. In misery, she begged the great pumpkin to free her from her punishment after eating half of the feast. He allowed her to make a vow to never cheat again. When she agreed and left, the others heard of what had happened, and the phrase is used both as a warning for kids and a call to the great pumpkin to take another for punishment after thousands of years made the story less frightening. Dean finished with a huff, throwing his hands about in a dramatic way. Harry started at Dean, frightened and intrigued until she saw the corner of his mouth pulling up. "Bullshit." Dean burst out laughing. "You fell for it." "No I didn't," she glared, crossing her arms and stomping back to the house as Dean followed. Eventually her anger faded in the light of his questions. "What's it like, having magic?" "Pretty cool. I can do a lot of things." "Want to see?" Dean nodded eagerly. Harry laughed a bit, seeing how his whole tough guy act was really just a front. She wiggled her fingers and a ball of light appeared in her palm. She tossed it into the air, and it hovered between the two of them. Dean touched it, and it split into 1,000 tiny butterflies, which flew around the room and then out the window in a blaze of illuminated colors. Wow, they spent the time until dinner talking about hunting and the music they liked, and movies, and magic. By the time they sat down next to each other for dinner, Harry and Dean were well on their way to becoming great friends. The rest of Sam and Dean's visit was spent playing normal games, laughing at jokes, watching movies, and jamming out to rock songs played on a car radio, Harry and Dean sitting in the front seats and Sam in the back. By the time their dad came to pick them up again a couple weeks later, they were best friends. A month passed, and Bobby had to go on a hunt. After explaining that it was too high maintenance for their agreement, he told Harry explicitly to stay inside. And if she had to break that rule to stay in the boundary line. She understood. Well, she pouted, but ultimately conceded, and they said their goodbyes. Not long after that, Harry was sitting in the living room watching The Wizard of Oz. When the phone rang, she paused the movie and got up to see which one was ringing. The house phone with info scribbled on the tape released. Shrill rings. Harry picked it up and put it to her ear. "Bobby, I need information on skinwalkers. There's a couple of them in town and they're turning more people. The only things I can find in the local library are werewolf texts. And probably not good ones either." "Well, it's a local library, what do you expect?" She walked over to a stack of books and carefully extrapolated one of them from the teetering pile. Holding the phone between her shoulder and ear, she flipped through the book until she found the right page. Harry balanced the book in one hand, retrieving the phone from its precarious position. "Who the hell is this?" "This is Bobby Singer's number." "Yes, and he's on a hunt, so I'm filling in." "Or would you rather go about it on your own?" Harry heard some muffled grumbling from the other line. She rolled her eyes. "Oh, fine." The man on the other end made an impatient noise. "Go on." "Rude," muttered Harry. "If it's a skinwalker, try silver. It's got the same vulnerabilities as a werewolf, according to this book. I suppose you could try cutting off its head if that doesn't work, that's usually the end-all option. Silver is the only way to kill it permanently. If you cut off the head, be sure to use a longer weapon than just a regular old knife. They infect others through bite, and if you get bitten while trying to stab them you'll turn into one of them, and that would be just terrible, I'm sure." She flipped the eyes, unimpressed by the lack of information. Harry crossed the room in a couple quick strides, and picked up her journal. She flipped to the skinwalker section under creatures. Super senses, strength, speed, and they just happen to be invulnerable to regular bullets and fire. That means it won't kill them, if you're having trouble keeping up. I don't have much more information. But basically if shapeshifters and werewolves had a kid, this would be it. I got it. I don't need some kid bossing me around. What Bobby was thinking I have no idea, he trailed off. Basically silver is your only method. And you better hope they're asleep or distracted with something else or it's bye-bye human, hello doggy. Oh, also, they can appear as normal humans, so maybe don't trust anyone. Good. Hearing a grunt of assent, Harry placed the phone back in the receiver. 1 week and a couple more research request calls later, Bobby arrived back home. He and Rufus killed a nest of vamps in Mankato. Not too shabby for the pair of them. Rufus came back with Bobby to celebrate their success, in which he took advantage of Bobby's liquor supply. He met Harry, almost shot Harry, I swear. If one more guy tries to shoot me, then settled down after getting the whole magical explanation. Harry knew about the statue of secrecy, having made trips to Diagon Alley every 2 months to speak with Griphook and renew her magical supply of things. Her trust vault hadn't even been decreased by 2%. So, she knew about the statue, but could get around it considering the people she told already knew of magic in some aspects. Bobby and Harry settled into a sort of routine. They ate together, talked together, debated about hunting techniques, ways to kill monsters, how to best fix a certain part of an automobile. Dean and Sam kept visiting, dropped off by their father. Harry wanted to like John Winchester, and she did, normally. But he seemed more restricted the longer she knew him. He trained Dean to hunt, leaving him with the responsibility of protecting Sammy. He acted more like a drill sergeant than a father. Harry could sort of understand, after all he had been through. And she saw that he loved his children. But he was on a path to raise his kids into hunting, and she wasn't sure any kid should have to deal with that. Granted, she was 8 and was technically being raised into hunting. But it had been her choice. She had started the whole process. Although, she seemed to attract quite a bit of trouble anyways, so maybe there had never really been a choice. Weeks turned into months, and months to years. The Winchesters and Harry were best friends, and it was considered a gift to be left at Bobby's so they could be together. Harry was turning 11 today, and she knew vaguely that a letter was coming for her, but the thought was drowned out by the party that had been thrown for her. An actual party. She'd had two now, ever since she made tea. He decision to stay with Bobby 3 years ago. He said that he'd allow her to go with him on some larger hunts now. Some, he said, only if she did all her work carefully. Since the original deal of small hunts every once in a while. Harry had assisted in taking out another 2 ghosts, a leprechaun which she thought was pretty cool, and even a banshee, though it turned out to be a benevolent one that only foresaw death instead of causing it. She didn't care if she was only going to move up a small bit, she was too excited by the prospect of hunting things other than ghosts. Sam and Dean just happened to be there the day she turned 11, and helped with the party. There was cake and presents. Sam and Dean got her new charms each for the bracelet she had received from them last year. Dean gave her an anti-possession one, and Sam had found a rune charm. It was Norse, translating to the idea that, that which does not destroy me makes me stronger. Bobby got her a new gun. They were Jew. Saint about to cut the cake when a screech was heard at the window. Harry rushed over and let the barn owl in, ignoring the looks of incredulity pasted on the boys' faces. She retrieved the letter from I.T.'s claws and offered the bird some of the morning's leftover bacon before reading it through. She asked the bird to wait a moment, then ran out of the room, coming back with notebook paper and a pen. She scrawled a hasty reply, then tied it to the owl's leg. It soared out the window with a whirlwind of brown feathers. "What was that?" spluttered Dean. Harry held up a piece of parchment with a smile plastered on her face. "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hogwarts." Bobby wondered. "What kind of name is that?" Sam asked. "An awesome one," muttered Dean, taking the letter in his hands and reading it through. "Are you going to go?" "Yes. I don't want to, but apparently if I don't go they'll drag me there anyways," Harry complained, stabbing at her cake. "Go where?" asked Sam. Harry had done magic around him, but never blatantly, as he didn't know about the supernatural world yet, and she and Dean wanted to keep it that way. "Boarding school." She grabbed the letter out of Dean's hands and grabbed his arm, pulling him towards the back door. "We'll be in the yard. Sam, I got some new books in the living room if you want to read them." She pulled a bewildered Dean out of the house into one of her favorite cars in the yard, a midnight blue 1968 Ford Mustang Bullet. She opened the door to the front seat and slid in after shoving Dean around the front to the passengers. He closed the door and she turned to him, settling in the seat. "Why do you have to go to the school?" Dean asked. "For the past several years, after I went on my first hunt actually, I've been making trips to Diagon Alley twice a month. It's a wizarding shopping area. I already told you about the community of wizards who live over in England, but what I didn't tell you is that apparently I'm famous. When I was a baby, an evil wizard killed my mom and dad, then he tried to kill me. Only he couldn't and he disappeared. The goblins, yes I said goblins, believe he's still out there, as does a man named Albus Dumbledore. When I go there every couple weeks, I meet with the goblins to discuss the events of the wizarding world. Apparently Albus Dumbledore was the leader of the light side when the wizarding war with Voldemort was taking place. That's the bad guy's name, by the way. Keeping up so far?" Dean could only nod. His jaw dropped a bit. "Okay. Well, like I said, leader of the light. Only he's not too pure himself. According to my sources, when my parents died, he went to the bank immediately and sealed their will. Then he took me and dropped me on the doorstep of my Aunt O.N. my mother's side when I was 15 months old. Most people don't know this, the goblins just have their fingers in a lot of pies." "Pies?" "Dean, focus." "Right, sorry. Anyway, Dumbledore set up bloodwards to keep danger out. The only thing is, the dangerous stuff happened inside the house." Harry took a deep breath, closing her eyes and steeling herself. "My aunt and uncle weren't the friendliest of people. They loved normal, and I wasn't that, so I spent the next 5 years getting poked, and eventually punched, by my whale of a cousin. My aunt and uncle didn't stop him, in fact they liked to join in. I cooked their food, cleaned their clothes, scrubbed their floors, kept their garden, and basically was their slave. Then, if I did something better than Dudley, or something they considered not right, they would lock me away in the cupboard under the stairs where I slept. I was beaten and starved, then shut away. On my 6th birthday, my aunt told me we were going somewhere to celebrate. I should have known she was lying, it was completely out of the blue. My uncle drove us to a forest a little bit a ways from Privet Drive, and we went hiking, supposedly looking for a camp spot. We got to a small clearing, and they shoved me down, and beat me until I bled into the soil. Harry laughed bitterly. My family left me there. And what's more, I was about to curl up and die and the howd up and rushed me to his hideaway. It tried to feed on me, I've still got the scar. She pulled her shirt down her shoulder to show him bite marks gouged into the skin. I wished for it to die, and it lit on fire. Then I wanted to leave, and suddenly I was standing in a field in Georgia. So I became a hunter. She looked down, tugging her knees tighter against her chest. Dean was at a loss for words. He'd been through a lot of crap, mostly due to his job of protecting Sammy and his dad's work, but this was just horrifying. He was torn between shock and literally snarling at her relatives' behavior. But that wasn't what Harry needed right now. He reached out a tentative hand and rested it on her shoulder, squeezing it in an attempt to comfort. She sent him a weak smile, and took a shuddering breath. Right, well, all of that happened because of Dumbledore. Griphook, my accounts manager, believes that Dumbledore placed me there on purpose. That if I were abused and neglected enough, I'd be so desperate for an escape I wouldn't notice all the bullshit the magical world pulls. Luckily for me he underestimated the Dursleys. Unluckily for me, I think Dumbledore still believes I'm with the Dursleys. So, I have to go back voluntarily to keep up the charade, or he might stick me back with them, as Bobby could technically be considered a kidnapper. Or, if I refuse and try to stay, Dumbledore would most likely wipe my memory or drag me back there by some other unfortunate means. So, I'll go to Hogwarts and dumb down my magic, and pretend to be new to the magical world, and naive of its troubles. Any questions? Are you okay? Yes, totally fine. Harry, chided Dean, I'm all right. I've dealt with it for this long, haven't I? Besides, Harry looked at Dean with a glint in her eye. No chick flick moments, remember. Dean smiled and readjusted his feet so they were up on the dash. Did you tell all of this to Bobby? Yep, he'll make sure not to send letters out in the open. Can't have my little scheme getting mucked up because of something so tiny as sentiment. If you're supposed to be stuck in a house all ignorant, how did you go to Diagon Alley? Dean wondered. Well, I was going to try to make a perception filter using magic runes from a book I found. Geek, chuckled Dean. You understood the reference, retorted Harry. Anyway, it didn't work out so well. And considering I don't actually know how to use runes properly, and the bracelet I painted them on sort of melted. So I just wear a wig and concealer. I also buy stuff and travel under a fake name. What's your alias? He asked. I choose from a variety of selections. 2 weeks ago I said I was called Mary Poppins, no one batted an eye. Wizards don't look much into non-magical culture, unless they're Muggleborn. Although the people I do business with aren't generally Muggleborn. What's a Muggleborn? Dean wondered. Someone with magical power born from non-magical parents. They're sort of looked down on in the wizarding world by the other two, half-bloods who have some magical ancestry, and purebloods who have mostly if not entirely magical ancestors. That's stupid, he remarked. Yep. Harry and Dean went back inside to find Sam curled up on the couch reading Nancy Drew, the message in the hollow OK. Dean threw a pillow at Sam, who got up and grabbed it, aiming to smack Dean in the side. Except he ducked out of the way and the downy pouch hit Harry instead. She grabbed a couch pillow and immediately began barraging both Sam and Dean with it, who each picked up one of their own. And a massive pillow fight ensued. When they were all done fighting, they collapsed on the couch and watched movies late into the night. Dean and Harry wanted to watch Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. But Sam ended up swaying the vote for Who Framed Roger Rabbit. They all fell asleep on the couch, curled up or with limbs sprawled over the cushion. All in all, it was a good birthday. John picked up the boys the next day, wishing Harry a happy birthday, leaving her alone with Bobby, who seemed grumpier than usual. She noticed his dour mood as they worked on one of the cars together. What's got your panties in a bunch? She asked him. He looked up and graced her with a scowl. Come on, Bobby, I'm leaving in less than a month, I don't want to spend it all in silence. He still said nothing. I guess I'll have to do both sides of the conversation then. Hey Bobby, why do you look so grumpy? Well, you see Harry, I'm old and I like to wear this baseball cap all the time, so it gets itchy. But if I take it off, my head gets cold. Well, gee, Bobby, that sounds terrible. Are you sassing me, young lady? Well shut up ya idiot. Bobby, I was only trying to express my concern. Balls. What? I think my face is stuck in this fro. All right, stop it, he groused. Harry gave him an innocent smile, and he rolled his eyes. Idiot, there he is. Stop it. One condition, tell me what's crawled up your butt and died. Harry almost laughed at the look on his face. She kept staring at him when he didn't answer, and was about to restart her wonderful impressions, when he cut in. All right, it's just, I don't trust the people over there. In that world, she caught on quickly. Bobby absolutely did not like Albus Dumbledore. And I have a plan, remember. He won't use me as his personal pawn. I plan to play dumb and innocent, and you know how great of an actor I am. I've only been tricked by your skills too many times. Exactly. I'll be fine. I'll play Harry Potter, sweet little girl who has a life just too tragic for her. Innocent Harry, who would never ever be capable of deceit. Then, while they underestimate me, I will gather information and use it to my advantage. Plus, this could be a great way to learn more about the differences between magical and non-magical creatures. Yeah, I've heard the speech. Just, be careful, okay? Bobby asked. She eyelid a bit when she saw the worry in his eyes. Promise. Now, let's get back to work on this rust bucket. You won't have me around to help until next summer, if we have to keep up the charade of, no one loves Harry. They went back to the car, sleeves pushed back as the summer heat weighed upon the air and drew sweat from their skin, letting it mix with the grease slathering their hands. Harry thought about her last 3 years. Meeting Bobby, and the Winchesters, and living in an actual house and having a reliable source of food and all the other things that had happened, and she smiled. Life was good. Harry's last month in Sioux Falls was relaxed. Well, as relaxed as it could be when 2 hunters lived there. Rufus stopped by, so did some other hunters looking for a certain type of weapon. Harry spent her remaining time out of school doing hunter training and experimenting with magic. She even tried to make another Doctor Who inspired toy, psychic paper. Instead of winging it, this time Harry used some of the already established rune groupings for knowledge, divination, and protection. It actually worked when she tried it on Bobby, and she cheered, until a couple minutes later the paper morphed into a face like a howler, screamed at her in a guttural language, then burst into flames as she hurriedly scrambled backward. She attempted to make a couple more, but only managed to make an additional 2 before something short-circuited on the third and burned up her supplies and the first psychic paper. Bobby rushed downstairs with a fire extinguisher in hand to find her sitting on the floor with soot on her face and a tiny scorch mark on the floor. Needless to say, she stopped experimenting with the paper. For now. Harry did, however, hand Bobby the one paper to use. As is with a warning, so they wouldn't run the off chance of someone recognizing that they weren't in fact licensed officials of whatever organization they were passing themselves off as during hunts. She just hoped it wouldn't explode while they were using it. On September the 1st, Harry stood yawning in Bobby's kitchen, the clock reading 5:10. In England it W before the train's departure. RRY ate some cereal after trying to brush her hair, and ending up with the hairbrush hanging from her raven locks. Bobby came downstairs and set up the coffee, taking a couple minutes to ingest a cup before speaking. You ready? Harry stood up and stretched her arms high to the ceiling, yawning. Yep. She turned to him and caught him in a surprise hug. Bye Bobby. Don't forget to write. I'll see you next summer. She then grabbed her trunk and thought of the alley she had visited next to King's Cross a week earlier in preparation. A small pop sounded and Harry appeared next to the station. He took her trunk and dragged it to a luggage trolley, making sure to set Hedwig, the owl she had bought from Elop's Owl Emporium, down gently. Harry wheeled her cart into the station, looking at her ticket. Platform 9 3/4. Harry scoffed at it, then walked up to a few conductors pretending to be lost, asking for the platform number. She wondered if any of the Muggleborns were too LD how to get through the wall between 9 and 10. Harry spotted a large group of children all with flaming red hair. She smirked when she saw the owl, and pushed her trolley down the platforms, following the almost certainly wizards. The mother directed her sons as they ran towards the wall. When only a little girl and what looked to be the youngest boy were left, Harry walked up to her, rocking back and forth on her feet nervously until the woman noticed. "Excuse me, miss, but do you think you could tell me how to get onto the platform? Please," she asked, leaning into her British accent, using powerful puppy eyes she had learned from Sam. The woman seemed to melt, her face simpering in understanding. "Of course, dear. First time at Hogwarts. Ron's new too." Harry nodded at the woman, then smiled at the boy who must be Ron. As he was pushing the cart, "All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous." Harry nodded again, expressing her thanks. She looked at the barrier and ran straight towards the brick wall, slightly scared despite her act, and flew through the invisible archway and onto platform 9 3/4. A scarlet steam engine sat on the rails, witches and wizards crowding the platform with all sorts of trunks and animals. She walked past a group of people crowded around a boy who was holding a box. She was almost entirely sure it held a tarantula. Harry found a door near the end of the train, dragging her trunk out of the cart and struggling to pull it up the steps. She wouldn't usually have a problem, but she had it packed full with all of her textbooks, Muggle and magical. The ones she had bought on her first trip to Diagon Alley were being used for this school year, and they were annotated thoroughly. As she discovered many mistakes in the theory, or at least points that didn't line up with her view. The Charms book was covered in notes, while the Potions and Transfiguration books had only suggestions. She wasn't entirely sure how well her intent would transfer over to those fields. Two of the redheads from earlier came up to help her with the trunk. They dropped it off in an empty compartment, and she sat down with a huff, brushing the hair out of her face. "Blimey," gasped one of them. "You're not, what, who, Harry Potter?" they exclaimed at the same time. "Oh, well yes, that's my name. Don't wear it out," she joked. Their eyes widened further, and they began talking very fast. "I'm Fred. And I'm George. You're coming to Hogwarts this year. Where have you been all this time?" "Yes, obviously, and somewhere. Sorry boys, but that's all you get for now. Thanks for the help, but I've got some reading to do." Harry kicked off her shoes and leaned back against the wall, facing the window with her legs in the seat. Fred and George left. After overhearing an embarrassing conversation with their mother, Harry found Ron standing outside her compartment. "Hello, sorry, do you think I could sit with you? Everywhere else is full." He rubbed his arm and looked down. His face was bright red except for the smudge of dirt on his nose. "Sure, thanks." He dragged in his luggage and sat down on the opposite bench. Harry went back to her book, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. "I'm Ron, by the way, Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." She looked Ed up as his mouth opened and cut him off. "Honestly, Ron, don't make a big deal out of it. I'm just a person, and I didn't even defeat Voldemort, he's still out there." Ron gasped. "You said the name." "Of course I bloody well said the name, why wouldn't I? It's just, you're not supposed to say it. It's absolutely ridiculous. Why ever wouldn't I use his name? Voldemort shouldn't be even more empowered by people fearing his name so much. It's an ingrained instinct of society to not say his name. Did anyone call Grindelwald you know who? No, and he probably killed more people than Voldemort. So I'll say the name." "All right," muttered Ron, looking sort of flabbergasted. Opting to change the subject, he looked curiously at the book. "What are you doing?" "Trying to decide if Lewis Carroll was a squib or a Muggleborn. This is one of his books, Alice in Wonderland. It's about a little girl who falls down a rabbit hole and finds herself in an entirely different world where plants talk and cats disappear and a caterpillar has a smoking problem. It's filled with magical references, like the food that causes you to shrink or the mention of a Jabberwocky, which could really just be a lost dragon. I'm looking to see if he knows of magic, or just has an extremely imaginative mind." "That's cool, I guess," answered Ron. "That's a brilliant idea. I never thought of that, but I haven't been part of this world very long." They both looked to the door where a girl with frizzy brown hair was standing, already dressed in Hogwarts robes. Catching their looks, she blushed a little. Sorry, I wasn't planning on eavesdropping. I only came to see if you'd noticed a toad. A boy named Neville's lost one. Ron shook his head, but Harry focused on seeing the toad, trying to cast a subtle summoning spell. Something buzzed underneath her chair, and she heard a ribbit. Pretending to be startled, she bent over and picked the toad up from the floor of the compartment, much to the surprise of Ron and the girl. Wow, thanks. Neville will be pleased. She stopped for a moment, then held out a hand. I'm Hermione Granger. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Really, I've read about you. You're in a lot of the defense books, including. Hermione, sorry, could you not make a big deal out of my name? I'm just a kid, I'd like to be seen that way. She faltered, looking at Harry with a pink blush, her head ducked. Sorry, it was nice meeting you. She twirled around in a rush of robes and went back down the corridor. She seems nice. Harry stifled a chuckle when she saw Ron's obvious disagreement. Her attention was drawn to what looked like a tail sticking out of his pocket. What's that? Ron looked down and his expression shifted. Just my pet rat, Scabbers. He grabbed the animal by the tail and pulled him out of his pocket, dropping the rat on his lap. He's useless, mind you. Got him from Percy, my older brother. He got an owl this year for being prefect from my parents, but Hey couldn't afford. I just got the rat. Harry studied the fat, graying animal while thinking about Ron's admission. I never really got my own things with the Dursleys either. They made me wear my cousin's cast-offs. This elephant of a guy's clothing on a tiny 6-year-old. Ron seemed to cheer up after that, and they spent a lot of the ride commiserating. A couple hours passed, and Ry and Ron talked about the Muggle and magical world, Harry making sure not to appear too knowledgeable of the more mythical topics. They were feasting on candy from the trolley, Harry having bought large amounts of her. Trading cards and trying beans. About 3/4 of the way through the journey, their compartment door slioy with slicked back hair, and 2 boys who looked like bodyguards behind him. Rumors are going down the train that Harriet Potter is in this compartment. Is it you then? The blonde boy asked. His tone sounded rather snobbish. Harry recognized him. Just Harry is fine, thanks. Who are you then? Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. He scowled at Ron when the redhead tried to hide a snigger. Think my name's funny to you? No need to ask yours. Red hair, and hand-me-down clothes. You must be a Weasley. Malfoy turned to Harry, a smirk on his face. You'll soon learn, Potter, that some families are better than others. I can help you there. He held out a pale hand. Harry knew that this Malfoy was the same he had encountered years ago, but was at a loss as to how the person in front of him was the same excitable little boy. Then again, she had read about the Malfoys in historical accounts and genealogy books. Lucius Malfoy was definitely an arsehole. This boy could prove a wrench in her plans, if he remembered her. She needed to make sure he didn't mention anything. If he remembered the girl from Borgin and Burke's. She glanced at Ron, hoping he'd trust her, and looked back to Draco. I'm sorry, what do you mean? Is there a reason some families are better than others? Draco smiled smugly. Obviously. You can see the difference between Weasley and myself, then the better family becomes known. Oi, Ron interjected. Scabbers lifted his head out of a box of Bertie Bott's, looking as confused as a rat could look. Well, I think that's a little unfair. Your hair isn't that bad, and you could work on your manners, but that doesn't mean that Ron's inherently better than you. It's so sad that you think of yourself that way. Harry looked at Draco with an innocent expression, smirking on the inside. Is this a subtle cry for help? I accept. Good decision, Potter. I knew you were sensey wait. Ron was snickering into his hand at the surprised and increasingly offended look taking over the blonde's face. So, have you been to therapy? Shut up, you nasty little half-blood. Uck. Draco spun around and stomped past his bodyguards, his red face clashing greatly with the pale blonde hair. Harry and Ron burst into laughter. That was great, Harry, Ron exclaimed. He'll hate you now, you know. Harry was unbothered. That's going to be difficult when I help him get past his issues. You're not serious. Of course I am, Ronald, what do you take me for? A liar. One way or another, Malfoy's going to come around to my point of thinking. Harry sat back, taking a bite of the cauldron cake in her hand. You're mad. Don't let that scare you away. Ron shook his head, grabbing some more treats and stuffing his face. After avoiding Hermione's questions about a fight, and Scabbers falling asleep again, Harry and Ron went back to chatting about things magical and unmagical. Harry made sure to give the Cliff Notes version of the Dursleys when family was brought up more extensively. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station soon after they changed into their robes. Harry saw an enormous man waving at the first years, yelling at them to grab a boat. She'd seen him in Diagon Alley before, but luckily he hadn't seen her. Rubeus Hagrid was known to be oblivious. She shared a boat with Ron, Hermione, and a boy who introduced himself as Neville. The boats floated through a curtain of ivy, and she stared at the castle, taking in the beauty of the Scottish landscape. It really was quite amazing. Harry warned Neville not to forget Trevor, the toad, and the first years followed Hagrid into the castle. Harry looked around at the castle walls eagerly, taking in the ambience of it all. She listened to Professor McGonagall's speech, and waited with the rest of the students, debating with Ron about how they might sort them, and which house is the best. I don't think any one house is the best, she argued. It all depends on what your most dominant traits are. But come on, Slytherin has got to be the worst no matter what. Every dark wizard who ever lived came from that house. Quote, Grindelwald didn't attend Hogwarts, he wasn't in Slytherin, and yet he was a dark wizard who terrorized the wizarding world decades ago. Your argument is based on opinion alone, and it isn't right to force prejudices onto entire groups because of the actions of a few. Slytherins are sorted because of their cunning or ambition, not because they're evil, Jew. Saint-like Gryffindors are sorted for bravery rather than brashness, and to say anything else is a matter of personal belief. Harry finished. Many of the first years stared at her as she finished, hanging on to her words. Well said. Harry jumped and turned around to see several ghosts hanging in the air near the wall. She itched to throw some of the salt hidden in her pocket at them, but restrained as they are magical ghosts. Not the Muggle ones. Thank you. The doors burst open and McGonagall strode over to where the main doors were, still closed. First years, follow me. She pushed open the grand doors and they got their first sight of the grand hall. Harry forced a look of awe upon her face, which admittedly wasn't difficult. It was an amazing dining hall. She especially loved the enchanted ceiling, which she heard Hermione whisper about as they walked between four great tables packed with students. They stopped before the head table, in front of which stood a stool and a patched and frayed hat. Harry stared at the brim of the hat as it opened up to sing a song. She laughed at the hat's last words, clapping along with some of the other first years. McGonagall stood in front of the hall and began reading names off a checklist. Hermione went to Gryffindor, as did Neville. Harry watched as the hat screamed Slytherin as it barely brushed Draco's head. No surprises there. Finally, McGonagall screamed out, Harriet Potter. And the hall fell silent. Tiny whispers broke out, wondering if she said Harriet Potter, the Harriet Potter. Harry walked up to the stool, a nervous facade plastered onto her face. Well, maybe not so much a facade. She had to convince the hat to let her into the right house if her scheme was going to work. She sat down on the stool, catching a last MPSE of students craning to see her before the hat fell over her eyes. Miss Potter, what a mind you have. I see your bravery, and your loyalty. You are intelligent, very much so, but you wish to hide this. Use it to your own advantage. How very Slytherin of you. In fact, I think that's the house for you. Wait, she yelled in her head. What do you want, Miss Potter? It paused as it sifted through her thoughts. Oh, really now, are you that dedicated to this plan? To go to a completely different house than you were meant to? I'm the so-called girl who lived. If I were sorted into Slytherin, people would talk. I don't need any more attention, first of all, and it's a lot harder pulling off a cunning scheme when people know you're from the House of the Cunning. For this to work, I need to be the Gryffindor Golden Girl. Innocent and inconspicuous. I very much doubt anything involving you will ever be considered inconspicuous. But I will take into account your wishes. Such a shame. Slytherin House is long overdue some good press. Don't worry about that, I have a plan. And if you tell any of this to Dumbledore, I will personally set you on fire. I know. Good luck, Miss Potter. I hope you do well in Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last word, and Harry took off the hat and walked to a seat next to Neville. She noticed she was receiving the biggest cheer yet. NCLUDING, the Weasley twins chanting, "We got Potter," repeatedly. Harry watched as Ron was sorted and made his way over to a seat next to her. The sorting ended, and Harry watched as Dumbledore stood up, his hands stretched out in a welcoming gesture. And now for a few words. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you. He sat back down and Harry pushed down the growl that came to her throat. This man had tried to have her beaten into submission, so he could play her as the pawn she was supposed was playing eccentric grandfather. Harry had never been more thankful for that Wendigo. She piled her plate and listened to the stories of her peers. She cringed at Neville's story of obvious abuse, but no one else seemed to notice anything wrong. She vowed to speak with his grandmother at some point. After dinner, she followed her classmates to the common room, and then to the girls' dormitory. Harry had the bed farthest from the door, to the left of the window. Hermione's was on its right. Then Parvati and Lavender's beds. She collapsed into the soft mattress, falling to sleep immediately due to her tiresome day. Welcome to Hogwarts. Harry's first week passed quickly. She liked the classes, but she had already learned a lot of the material, so she spent the time playing subtle pranks and pretending to have trouble using her wand. When she had gone to Ollivander's to get her wand, a phoenix feather wand had flown into her grasp. Even the creepy eyes of the man staring at her curiously didn't spoil her smugness at that. She liked the design, but only used it for display. Harry W. as not going to learn to channel her magic through the wand, as it would only weaken the strength. So she waved it around while doing the actual magic with her will or her fingers. She enjoyed all of her classes, making a note spurred by McGonagall's performance in Transfiguration to find out the process of becoming an animagus. History was dull at first, and she was seriously considering just exercising Binns. But Harry had agreed with Bobby that she'd keep a low profile at first, and a ghost suddenly disappearing in screams and fire wouldn't be conducive to her current plan. Day 2 and she was already sick of playing dumb. She did manage to spin it though, using Binns' class as a study period, nap time, or even as an unofficial fight club. Mostly Ghostly didn't even notice the boxing matches going on in the background, or the rampant betting going on. She'd knocked out Finnegan twice in the matches she took part in, but he was tenacious. Ron loved the days when she decided it was time for another match, but was fine with nap time too. Hermione couldn't be swayed, and sat taking notes to Binns' drolling voice, even when there was the background noise of boxing and bells. So, classes were good, but she couldn't wait for potions. Harry had always liked cooking, even though the Dursleys forced her to do it, and couldn't wait to see if potions were any similar. It sounded more like chemistry to her, but she enjoyed that too. Her hopes were almost dashed when she officially met Severus Snape. Almost. When Snape walked into the classroom, Harry immediately got the feeling he didn't like her. She had gotten a glimpse of it during the welcome feast, after her scar stopped hurting, but now she could really see the hate in his eyes. Interesting. But also, she had to wonder how many people did hate her. She seemed to be collecting quite a few names for that list. Snape called roll, stopping at her name. Well, Miss Potter. Our new celebrity. He stretched out his words, mocking her. She sent a glare at Draco from across the class, who was chuckling into his hand. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draught of living death, sir. Harry answered after remembering it from one of her more unsuccessful experiments with potion making in Bobby's kitchen. He'd made her work on all the cars that came into the shop alone for a month as punishment when she blew up part of his kitchen counter as well as the cauldron she was brewing in. Harry smiled inwardly at Hermione pouting and putting down her hand. Miss Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bazaar? Harry forced herself not to reply with the correct answer immediately. She had to appear of average intelligence. Plus, this Snape guy was getting on her nerves. The supply cupboard, Professor. Ron laughed, and Harry caught sight of Draco's lips twitching. Snape's scowl grew. A point for your cheek, Potter. Last question, what's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? I don't know. I think Hermione does, though. Why don't you give her a try? Harry suppressed her smile at the frown pulling at Snape's mouth. She could almost see the steam coming out of his ears, but she was impressed by the control over his expressions. 5 more points, Potter. Fame clearly isn't everything. He then gave the correct answer to the class and snapped at them to write it down. Harry spent the next hour in the dungeon brewing a potion to cure boils. It was rather easy, but then again she had forced herself to follow the regular directions and achieve an average potion, instead of trying to add to the few annotations in her textbook that came about from her experimenting. Her plan was working so far, as she was sure Snape thought her a dunderhead Gryffindor. Of course, her time in the negatively cast limelight was cut down a bit by Neville's cauldron melting and spewing the boil solution all over the floor. Although, when Snape took points off because she somehow caused Neville's mishap, she decided maybe she could be a prodigy in potions. Just for Snape, Harry's first term at Hogwarts flew by. She realized that she really was a trouble magnet, as her school time was filled with danger and adventure, just the way she liked it. First, Harry had to catch Neville when they were having flying lessons. The Class W was 50 feet in the air when Neville slipped over the side, and Harry dived to catch him, racing with her chest to the stick, and pulling out of the dive while dragging Neville over her broomstick. He had been awarded the post of Seeker on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Malfoy had steam spewing out of his ears when he found out about that one, though she wasn't to blame for the breach of secrecy. Honestly, who sends a broomstick-shaped package while warning not to reveal it as a broomstick? What did they think it was gonna look like to everyone else? That she got a sweets care package. Harry was constantly confused about the logic in the wizarding world. That night at dinner Malfoy just had to come by and gloat about a punishment she hadn't even received. Then, the little bugger decided to challenge her to a duel. Harry was almost rethinking corrupting him, but the game was too fun to play, and she could always intimidate him into joining her with the duel. She met Ron in the common room around midnight. Pleasantly surprised by Hermione stalking them from the shadows. You chose a good position, but the bathrobe does not blend into that section of the all at all. Next time try something more discreet. And without bunnies. You can't go to the duel. Hermione protested, giving up her hiding spot. You'll get caught, and lose all the points I made in class. Hermione. Harry walked over and put her hands on the girl's shoulders. This is incredibly important, so listen. Hermione stopped her ranting, staring at Harry intensely with a worried expression. There. Ease some toilet paper stuck to your slipper, Harry whispered in a serious voice. Hermione sputtered and pushed her away. You're incorrigible. Why thank you. Harry hopped out of the common room as the portrait swung open. She walked forward jauntily and subsequently went crashing to the ground. 2 sets of groans broke the silence of the corridor, and Harry twisted around to see Neville curled on the ground in his gym jams holding his hip in pain. Harry climbed up with some help from Ron, nursing her bruises. Neville, why in the bloody hell are you kipping out here? The boy looked around, nervously rubbing sleep out of his eyes. I got back from the hospital wing. Malfoy set Crabbe and Goyle on me, but I couldn't remember the password. Oh, don't worry Neville, these two are going off to lose points and get detention. Let's go back inside. The password's pig. Hermione cut herself off as she turned and saw an empty portrait. Harry came up from behind and chuckled. Well, that's not good. Come on then, let's go on an adventure. She skipped down the CO behind her. Hermione and Neville followed reluctantly. We'll get in trouble. I'm pinning this on you, you know. Harry was Ted to a constant supply of worrying from Hermione and random squeaks of fright from Neville. Turns out, Malfoy set her up, and oh, she deserved it for not having figured that out. She froze as Filch's voice filtered into the trophy room, motioning quickly for everyone to scram. When that didn't work, she yelled bloody murder and they all bolted. It was fate that of course they had to run into Peeves. What do we have here? Ickle firsties out of bed. The poltergeist snickered. Gotta tell a teacher, it's not safe. Peeves, I swear to God that if you rat us out now I will throw salt at you and then find your bones. Salt and burn them, and watch as you scream from a lawn chair next to your grave, all the while drinking pumpkin juice from a fancy glass with an umbrella. Got it? Harry snarled. Yep. If ghosts could sweat, Peeves would be sweating. Any suggestions as to where we should be heading? Passageway to the left. Take it to Gryffindor Tower. Thanks, doll. The group ran thr. Out a hidden passageway behind some tapestry, finding themselves back in front of the fat lady, who lectured them about being out and about. The four of them stumbled back into the Gryffindor common room, adrenaline running high. Blimey Harry, you can be scary sometimes, Ron panted. That's it, I'm going to bed before your rule-breaking gets us all killed. Or worse, expelled. Hermione stomped away while the other three stared up after her. She needs to sort out her priorities. A couple weeks later, Hermione overheard some Slytherin complaining about her, and how Hermione was a friendless know-it-all. And she rushed past them to the bathroom. It didn't help that Ron agreed. That night a troll appeared and broke into the bathroom, and Harry and Ron had to rescue her. Harry stuck her wand up its nose by accident, and flicked her wrist for the dagger in the hidden sheath she had bought all those years ago. She shoved the dagger up the other nostril, puncturing the troll's shrunken brain, saving Hermione. The three of them went everywhere after that, as Ron officially acclimated to Hermione's presence. Harry was suspicious about how Quirrell had burst in and claimed the troll was in the dungeon, when it had somehow made its way to the bathroom. She kept an eye on him after that. The troll attack had several positive outcomes. First, she could say that she had killed a troll, something that would wow Dean when she went home for the summer. Secondly, she was able to wrangle Hermione into officially joining her group of Minio friends. Ron accepted her after that as well, so it wasn't as difficult as she had planned. Hermione was proving to be very intelligent and possibly more dependent on books than even Harry was. The only problem was her naivety. It was simultaneously annoying and adorable. Come on Hermione, relax a bit. Harry threw a crumpled up bit of parchment at the bookworm, leaning back in her chair and staring at the library ceiling. I mean, I love books too. But why don't we go down to the lake and see if the giant squid will eat Malfoy when I push him in? Harry, that's murder. Actually, I think it might be manslaughter. Or reckless endangerment. I'm not sure. Messing with the giant squid is against the rules. Plus, what do you think will happen if you antagonize it? The index for underwater creatures clearly states that giant squid use their beaks to mutilate threats to their. Hermione, you can't put all your trust in books. I read a book once that said that happy thoughts let someone fly, but the fall from the roof onto that rusted Chevy sure did stop my trust there. Quote, why not? Then she had played her first Quidditch game, only to almost be killed because someone decided to hex her broom. Hermione and Ron were convinced it was Snape. But Harry didn't think he would try anything at Hogwarts, he was too much of a Slytherin. She was proud of Hermione though, her little arsonist. She couldn't be sure of course, because Snape was most definitely on the death to Harry Potter team. Her potions grade had steadily declined, even though she did stick to the instructions, producing perfect potions. On her own time she was able to experiment. But the potions class was not revealing as much insight as she thought it would, and it was difficult to keep her skills as sharp compared to the other classes because she hadn't practiced with potions as much. But she was determined, if only to see the look on Snape's face when she managed not to bow herself up every lesson. As Christmas approached, Harry continued to write Bobby and the Winchesters about magic and life at Hogwarts, or in Sam's case, her crazy boarding school with sociopathic teachers. She sent her gifts to them, and worked on the mystery that was the third-floor corridor. Because really, could anyone expect her to not go check it out, especially after the words painful death? She was surprised when she found a Cerberus standing on a trapdoor. And more so when she confronted Hagrid about it. The groundskeeper had been very nice, inviting her to tea and telling her about her parents. She soon discovered that something involving Nicholas Flamel was hidden in the castle. Harry had read a lot of wizarding history books, and she knew exactly who Nicholas Flamel was, and came to the conclusion that Hogwarts was harboring the Sorcerer's Stone, which was entirely too problematic, and made the school a target for certain disembodied Dark Lords who needed a way to come back to life. That was her theory at least. Christmas came and went, and wit It her father's invisibility cloak in the mirror of her eyes. She had smiled a full, bright smile for the first time in years when she saw her parents, Bobby, Sam, Dean, and John standing in the mirror, as well as a crowd of people that looked to be related to Harry some way or another. The image entranced her so much that she brought Ron back the next night. He saw superficial things, attention-bringing things. And although she could understand the desire to leave the shadow of those before you, Harry went alone from then on. Then Dumbledore found her, and he dared to lecture her on what was right. She listened though, and was forced to give up the mirror as part of her act. Harry had to admit, the old codger did have a point. That didn't stop her from hating him for it. Harry confided in her friends after the holiday, telling them of her suspicions about what was hidden in the castle. They were convinced Snape was after it. But Harry, I'm telling you, I saw Snape with a huge gash in his leg after Halloween. He went after the stone while everyone was busy with the troll. Hermione whined. We don't have enough evidence. He could have been there for a number of reasons. And really, I think he's more focused on hating me. I don't see how a teacher who consistently leaves pages worth of corrections for every paper of every one of his students has the time to hate me enough and possibly plot to kill me as well as try to steal the stone. Honestly, I think the troll is more suspicious. Why did Quirrell say it was in the dungeons, when it was up near the bathrooms? You can't seriously suspect Quirrell, laughed Ron. He's a mess. Him, a dark wizard. PFF'd. It's always the person you least suspect. Don't be so sure. Then Hagrid had done it and brought home a dragon egg. Said egg hatched in his house. And they had to convince Hagrid that Norbert would be safer at the dragon enclosure with Ron's brother Charlie. Unfortunately, Draco found the letter in Ron's book W. He visited Ron in the hospital wing for a rousing chorus of insults. Also, unluckily, Harry and Hermione left the invisibility cloak at the top of the astronomy tower. They were caught, as was Draco. And Harry was very disappointed with herself, thinking Hogwarts had caused her to go soft. If she was on a hunt, leaving such a valuable item would result in violent injury or death, and not just a detention. The detention in the Forest Olite. Harry had to go off with Draco and Fang, Hermione with Hagrid. They investigated the unicorns bleeding all over the forest floor. My father will hear about this. They can't send us into the forest for detentions. It's forbidden, whined Draco, the lantern in his hand swinging as he tried to outshadow his monstrous creatures. Are you really going, to run to your daddy about this, Malfoy? I mean, sure, he might have some power as a governor or whatever the position is, but the damage is already done. And you know it's becoming increasingly apparent to me that the wizarding world has no bloody common sense. My father is on the school's board of governors. He can get Dumbledore kicked out because of this. I doubt after everything that's happened this year that one measly off-road detention is going to swing that vote. You release there was an actual troll in this school. And I mean, the admission of some of the students here should really be called into question. Harry lectured. Well, of course, but the Dumbledore loves mud. I mean, letting Crabbe and Goyle in here as students really lowers the bar of Hogwarts admission. Can they spell their own names? I didn't think it was possible to consistently score trolls on the same assignments. Shut up about my friends. Malfoy yelled, then immediately quieted, looking around fearfully. You know, you say friends. But I kinda think you mean the other thing. Shut up, Potter. I'm sorry. Did that hurt your feelings? You're insufferable. You're warming up to me, I can tell. Eventually you'll come over to the dark side. Draco turned and stopped, looking unnerved by this remark. Harry snorted and continued on, loving the discomfort a Muggle reference caused. Just stay away from me. If this detention doesn't kill me already, he replied after a moment, shaking his head. What harm did my association do, honestly, apart from the points we lost? And the chance of death here in the forest? And the total humiliation and mockery we will have to suffer from the rest of the school for a long time? And stop it, Harry laughed. Honestly, Draco, chill out, just Harry's lantern light reflected in a large puddle of silver blood. The mood dropped, not helped by Fang's whimpering. They followed the trail, the blood getting thicker, and found a unicorn lying sideways on the ground. Blood seeping over its beautiful white coat. Harry made to step forward to comfort the dying beast, when a rustling sounded from the bushes. From the shadows, a figure in a hood skulked forward and bent over the unicorn, and began drinking its blood. Draco tugged on Harry's arm on reflex, the two slowly backing away. Harry knew a lost cause when she saw one. Then Draco stepped on a twig, which snapped loudly and drew the cloaked figure's attention to the pair of children. "Run!" Harry shouted, tugging Draco's cloak backwards. They stumbled through the forest for a couple meters, when Draco ran straight into a tree and knocked himself out, turning to see if they were being followed. Harry slowed, pulling at his arm. Well, he was useless now. The figure caught up, and Harry's scar started burning. She sent up red sparks with her hand, and sank to her knees. The cloak rustled over the leaves on the ground, getting closer as Harry's pain built. All of a sudden, a rearing of hooves appeared, and a centaur drove away the beast. The centaur turned, cantering over to Harry. "Well, that's a neat party trick." Harry thanked him, standing up. She winced and pushed the heel of her palm into her forehead, her scar throbbing in pain. She straightened her glasses and looked to see Draco still slumped on the ground. "Look at you, still useless." She turned to the centaur. "I get attacked by creepy McCloak. And he's still taking a nap. I am Firenze." Harry nodded in thanks. "There are dark forces at work in the forest tonight." "Yeah, I think I got that. Thanks for the rescue though." "Very dashing," she assured him. "Do you know how I could get back to Hagrid? My navigator sort of bolted, and she gestured to Draco. "Well, not useful. You are Harry Potter. You must leave the forest quickly." He knelt down, apparently offering her a seat. Harry raised her eyebrows then nodded. "Ride on a centaur." She smiled. "Awesome. Dean would love this." Harry grabbed Draco and struggled to lift him onto the back of Firenze, using a light levitating charm to help. Harry hopped on behind, steadying Draco as he jostled in his position slung over the centaur's back. Two more centaurs appeared, berating Firenze for carrying a human on his back, telling him he was being used as a common mule. Harry didn't much like Bane or Megorian. "Excuse me, but this common mule just fought off Voldemort." The centaurs fumbled backwards on their hindles, gasping as hands were drawn to their chests. They looked at the sky. "It is not yet time," announced Bane. "Soon, but not yet. Miss Potter shines under Mars. Mars is bright tonight." "What the hell does that mean?" she asked, bewildered. "That is to come." Well, that wasn't too ominous sounding. Harry helped pull the unconscious Draco from Firenze's hindquarters, and Hagrid carried him when he showed up with Hermione. After explaining what was happening to Hermione and Ron a little over a week later, and going completely out of character and trying to involve at least one adult, a failed attempt, Harry descended through the trapdoor with them. They raced through the challenges, and Harry wondered how school children could get through if they were supposed to stop the greatest of wizards. "Get this bloody weed off me." Harry wriggled in the clutch of the devil's snare. Hermione. Well, devil's snare hates the light. Start a fire." "Yes, of course, but there's no wood." Harry froze in her attempts to free herself to stare at Hermione in silent judgment. Ron wasn't so subtle. "There's no wood. Are you a witch or not?" he screamed at her. After getting through the plants, they came upon a large chamber with winged keys flying about. Harry went straight to the other side and began picking tea. He locked with the lockpick set hidden in her boot. The door swung open, and Harry stepped through while Ron and Hermione traded looks of exasperation and resignation behind her back. Harry was reasonably certain everything was going well. Then Ron fell during the chess match, and they were forced to push on. Snape's riddle was challenging, but between her and Hermione, they managed to figure it out. "Oh, this is perfect. Most wizards don't have an ounce of logic. I'm going to assume you're talking about male wizards as a whole because I'm feeling a little hurt right now otherwise." Hermione recognized the right potions, and Harry sent her back to get Ron and find Dumbledore, much as she hated to admit she might need his help. Harry stepped through the fire, and she saw him. Quirrell. At least she could add a point for her intuition. "Surprised to see me, Potter?" the man asked, no trace of stutter in his voice. Harry stuck her hands in her pockets, nonchalantly pacing the room. "Not really. I've suspected you the whole time." The troll wasn't the best idea, you know. He snarled at her, and she continued. So, are you working for Voldy, or are you a freelancer? Excuse me, Voldy, Voldemort, Dark Lord douchebag, you do know who I'm talking about, right? Or are you that bad of a defense teacher? How dare you speak his name? Yes, thank you for agreeing that he is a Class A douchebag. Now, business. You aren't going to get the stone, but I can offer you an all-expense-paid trip to, drumroll please, Azkaban. Congratulations. You laugh, but I have the power of the Dark Lord on my side. And I shall retrieve the stone and present it to my master. I can see it now, in the mirror, and he will give me untold glory. I'm pretty sure Voldemort isn't gonna share. Once he's done with you, that's it. You're dead. Quirrell snapped his fingers and ropes appeared and bound Harry. Oh no, ropes. However will I escape? I see it, Master, what do I do? Quirrell spoke softly. Inri voice came from somewhere in the room. Use the girl. Harry shivered, slightly unnerved by the disembodied voice. Potter, what do you see in the mirror? Harry looked against her better judgment. And saw herself slip a stone into her pocket, then wink. She fought back a groan. I see a beach chair and smoothies with those tiny umbrellas, and Voldemort's head on a pike in the sand. Quirrell spluttered, and he was interrupted by the voice. I must speak to her. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough for this. Quirrell began unwrapping his turban, and Harry raised her eyebrows at the sight that greeted her when he turned around. A face was pressed into the back of Quirrell's head. Red eyes gleamed at her, his snake-slit nostrils flaring. Somehow, a memory tickled the back of her brain, and she bent over and burst out laughing, using the opportunity to slip the dagger from her boot to her hand, palming it and beginning to cut. Oh, this is amazing. You've been on the back of his head. How long? Please tell me before Christmas. I think a couple friends of mine would love to know that they charmed snowballs to bounce off Moldyshort's face. Did it sting? Just a little bit. Harry laughed at the fury building up on Voldemort's face. It shouldn't have been funny, but the fact that he was literally on the back of someone's mind was too funny. Dude, that's crazy. How do you eat? Go to the bathroom. How does Quirrell go to the bathroom? She directed her question towards the stuttering professor. Do you get anxiety when the Dark Lord has to listen to you piss? That's not important. Harriet Potter, you are powerful. Join me, and live forever. We would be unstoppable. That pissed her off. Seriously. Do you really think that is going to work? Buddy, you killed my parents. The promise of whatever you deem worthy of dismembering yourself for, is not enough to make me join you. Go to hell. Bravery. Your parents had it too. Tell me, Harriet Potter. How did bravery help them when I killed them? Your Gryffindor characteristics have only led you into my clutches. Harry laughed. A long, harsh laugh. Aren't you just a freaking peach? You say I'm trapped by the bindings of my house. That bravery will be my downfall, like my parents. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not going to happen. You see, when you put on the Hogwarts sorting hat, it takes your decision into account. Even if you have all the dominant traits of a certain house, the hat will place you where you want if you truly desire a different house. And now I stand before you, apparently unarmed and without a plan, as a true Gryffindor would. Harry was within 5 feet of Voldemort now, her hands behind her holding the ropes together. All at once, she pulled her hands up over her head. The ropes falling to the floor and the dagger clutched in both hands. She drove it down into Quirrell's back, right where his heart would be. She bent low over the dying man, looking straight into Voldemort's scarlet eyes. I guess it's a good thing the hat tried to put me in Slytherin, she whispered. Around the dagger and where Harry had grabbed the man to hold him steady. Patches of skin were smoking and burning. Voldemort's rage shined through Quirrell's eyes, but Quirrell gave one last shuddering breath, and died. Harry stared at the smoking body on the ground and sighed in relief. Then, a mist rose up and floated towards Harry. What the hell do I do about that? Voldemort's spirit flew out of the body, trying to attack Harry, but she just jumped out of the way, and it fled the castle. Harry walked up to Quirrell and inspected the dagger that she pulled from his back. She cleaned it of blood with magic, and sent it and her other weapons to her room with a wave of her hand. Harry dragged his body to in front of the mirror, vanishing the blood, and set fire to it, burning the rest of it. She watched from the safety of her bubble head charm, as the flesh bubbled away and the bones turned to ash. Harry sat down on the steps in front of the mirror, sending the stone to her trunk after duplicating it and setting it in her pocket. Just in case. Then she forced her head down onto the ground, hard, knocking herself out. A few days later, Harry woke up in the hospital room to the sight of Albus Dumbledore perusing her candy from well-wishers. "Ah, Harriet, you are awake." She remained relaxed at the sight of the man who messed up her childhood. Adopting a face of confusion, she looked up into his sickeningly bright blue eyes. "What happened, Professor? The stone. Voldemort's trying to get it in." "Be calm, Harriet. Professor Quirrell attempted to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. I have you to thank that he didn't." She sat up suddenly. "Voldemort, sir, he was with Quirrell." "He was in Quirrell. Where did he go? Did you find the stone?" "Where is Professor Quirrell?" Harry asked, getting more and more agitated with each question. "It's all right, Harriet, Voldemort is not here. He fled the castle, I suspect, when your mother's protection disposed of Quirrell. You see, you defended yourself with the power that Voldemort cannot conceive. Love. I killed Quirrell, with love. Yes, of course, dear girl. She was gonna have a fit if he called her dear again. Your mother gave you power along with protection when she died for you. And as for the stone, that has been destroyed." Harry hid her annoyance at the man. He'd taken someone else's property, locked it up in a school for a year when he most likely expected someone to try and steal it, then destroyed the very thing he was supposed to protect. She was perfectly calm. "But, Nicholas Flamel, how is he supposed to?" She trailed off. "Nicholas and his wife have enough supply to get their affairs in order. Then, they will die. But, to the perfectly organized mind, death is but the next great adventure." Harry nodded at this, supposing that was sort of true when considering her line of work, and went to lay back down in bed. Dumbledore left a little while afterwards, Harry secretly smiling at his jelly bean inconvenience. Gryffindor ended up winning the house up, with Harry shaking her head at the unbelievable amount of points awarded. Especially to Neville, 10 points for holding the door open on the way into the feast. It wasn't Neville's fault, but Dumbledore was showing blatant favoritism. Harry didn't like it. The year ended, they rode the train home, and Harry left in a taxi on her way to her uncle's house. In reality, she hopped out of the cab. 5 minutes later, went inside a cafe restroom, and disappeared. Reappearing in Bobby's living room, making him curse and drop his book on his foot. "Hi Bobby," Harry greeted, hugging the man. "Hey kid, good school year, huh?" RRY looked at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Boy have I got so much to tell you." Harry wanted to say her summer break was amazing. Sam and Dean visited, she had another birthday party, she and Bobby fixed up an old Mustang. And he took her hunting after her birthday. It was a simple revenant, but it was fun to be back in the game. They finished in about 3 days, and were back home before the week's end. Harry wanted to say that the summer was fantastic for all those reasons, but something was missing. She thought she had made good friends at Hogwarts. Friends who would maybe write to her, or contact her at all. But Harry hadn't received a single piece of mail the entire summer. Ron did try to call her at one point, but it didn't go as well as she thought it might have. The ringing phone was nothing out of the ordinary as Harry sat reading one of Bobby's tomes, feet propped up on the arm of the chair in the living room. Bobby picked up the phone, Harry paying no attention onto it as he answered what was probably a verification call for a hunter playing FBI agent, or a call for info on a creature. What did make her pay attention, however, was Bobby yelling loudly in surprise. "Ah!" Harry's head swung in the direction of the phones, seeing Bobby staring at the phone he was holding about a foot away from his ear in disbelief. It became evident was necessary as Harry heard a voice blaring from the phone. Even sitting several feet away. A very familiar voice. "Is this Harry's house? Is this thing working? Hello?" Ron Weasley yelled through the phone. "Crap, Harry, what in the hell is this about?" Bobby growled. Harry hopped up, book forgotten, and hurried over to grab the phone. "Sorry Bobby." She directed her voice into the mouthpiece. Ron, shut up." The yelling quieted somewhat. "You don't need to yell, that's not how it works." "Harry, can you hear me?" Harry sighed. Okay, obviously you don't understand. Just don't call again, owls are fine. The INTER national rates probably aren't worth it anyway. She hung up on the boy, turning to face an exasperated Bobby. He's special, idiot. She didn't get any more phone calls after that, like she had asked. But it was upsetting that no owls came either. It did get rather depressing, sitting there and thinking about all the reasons why they weren't trying to write to her. Harry almost shot the house elf. She was just sitting there, assembling and disassembling a pistol, when it appeared in front of her. Naturally, her hunter instincts kicked in and she had the gun cocked and aimed in an instant. The end trained steadily on the creature before her. Who are you? She questioned. The thing in front of her had wrinkly skin and large, bat-like ears. The eyes were bright, tennis ball green, and it seemed to be wearing a filthy pillowcase as a dress. Dobby, miss, Dobby has come to warn you. Harry relaxed somewhat, the gun still held in her hand, but no longer aimed at Dobby. Am I correct in guessing that you are a house elf? Dobby. The elf nodded fervently. What family do you serve? Dobby cannot say. Dobby is not meant to be here, miss, he whispered. Then the elf reached out a book from one of the stacks and began to beat his forehead screaming, "Bad Dobby. Dobby, stop it." Harry pulled the book from his grasp. The house elf looked back to her, his protruding forehead red. Dobby only comes to warn you of terrible events taking place at Hogwarts School this year. Miss Harriet Potter must not return. Harry chuckled. First, just call me Harry. Second, of course I'm returning to Hogwarts. It's not really my choice anyway. Dumbledore'll do something to keep me going. I want to see my friends. Well, I thought they were my friends. Friends who don't even write to Harry Potter? He asked, a mischievous look on his face. How do you know my friends haven't been writing to me? Dobby, what have you done? The elf started wringing his hands. Dobby thought, Miss T, if Harry Potter didn't think her friends cared about her, she might not return to school. He looked up abashedly. I want my letters now. Harry watched as Dobby drew out a thick bundle of letters and packages. Harry Potter must promise not to go to school. Harry looked at Dobby with an eyebrow raised, then sighed heavily. Fine, I won't go back to Hogwarts. Cross my heart. Harry did the ions with her fingers crossed behind her back. Dobby seemed satisfied, and handed her the package, then disappeared with a crack. Damn house elf, Harry muttered to herself. She tore open the parcel, and began looking through a summer's worth of letters from her friends. She grabbed a stack of notebook paper and began writing replies, apologizing for her silence, because a creature was blocking her post. Not like that sounded insane or anything. August came and with it the Winchesters. John was investigating a lead on the demon that killed his wife, and preferred to leave the boys with Bobby. He pulled up the gravel drive in the Impala, then sped out of there. Harry rushed out of the house to greet them in the yard. Dean stood tall and toned, his blondish hair glinting in the afternoon sunlight. Sammy stood there with 2 duffel bags by his side. The 9-year-old stalked inside, dragging the bags with him. Harry walked up to Dean and gave him a hug. What's up, Winchester? Harry, that sounded so lame. Harry drew out of the hug and punched his arm. He gave her a look of mock betrayal, clutching his shoulder. Ow, cried Dean. Harry snorted, and suddenly they were both laughing. She calmed herself and looked at the screen door where Sam had disappeared. What's his problem? Dean just sighed and rolled his eyes. Dad and him got into another fight. Sammy doesn't think he should be taking so many hunts. He wants somewhere stable for a while. Dean shrugged his shoulders. Give him a break, it's probably hard for him to continuously be bouncing from place to place. He's never had an actual home. Not one that he can remember, anyways. Not everyone can deal with the hunting life. Me, I'd love to drive around in a car from hunt to hunt, saving people, hunting things. Dean nodded. Sounds like a nice life. But we've got motivation. Sam doesn't remember what he's fighting for. Plus, it hasn't been that long since he's been brought in, it's probably still a shock. They stared at the ground for a minute, contemplating. Dean smiled suddenly, his eyes twinkling. Speaking of shock, should we finally reveal that, something special, about you? Harry looked up as well, mischief in her eyes. Absolutely. They ran into the house to make a plan. Sam Winchester was not amused. No, his dad had gone off on another hunt, searching for something that had managed to evade him for years. It was pointless. He sometimes wished that he'd just be left somewhere for longer than a few weeks. He could stay at Bobby's full time, go to school here, and his dad could visit. It'd be better than constantly moving. Switching schools, being the perpetual new kid. That really sucked. And if he and Dean stayed here, there'd be stability. He could maybe finish a year of education at one school. He could hang out with Harry. That might be one of the most compelling reasons. Sam did not have a crush on Harry. That would just be ridiculous, right? She's 3 years older, incredibly smart, really pretty, and completely out of his league. No, he did not have a crush on Harry. Maybe just a teeny one. It was for this reason that Sam was distracted when she came into the room, distracted enough to somehow not notice Dean come up behind him with a bucket of glue. He also didn't notice said bucket hovering over his head. He did notice when it was dumped on him. The bucket fell over his head and the glue spilled out, running down his body in viscous streams. Then bright pink feathers appeared and attacked him, sticking to the glue and covering his whole form, making him look like some kind of human flamingo. Then the camera went off. Dean and Harry were laughing on the floor, Harry holding an old-fashioned camera. She wiped a tear from her eye, and Dean continued to clutch at his stomach. They had almost gotten a hold of themselves, but then they fell back on the floor, rolling when they saw Sam holding his hands on his hips with a pout, covered in pink feathers. Harry took another picture. Dean, Harry, stop it. Where did you even get these? Laughter. Cut it out. Guys, I mean it. The two on the floor finally ceased in expressing their humor. They clambered up, brushing off their clothes. Magic, replied Harry. Fine. Don't tell me, but I'm going to get you back for this, I swear. Sam stalked out of the room. How long do you think it will take for him to figure it out? Dean asked, staring after him. At most, when I hang up the moving pictures of him. God, he's like Gay Big Bird. Dean snickered, and they started laughing all over again. It was a good day. The next morning, Dean woke up with his eyebrows gone. Harry snorted pancake up her nose when she saw him walk into the kitchen, yawning and eyebrowless. He didn't realize what was wrong until he caught his reflection in the window, and stormed out to find Sam. Sam was in fact hiding just outside the door. Harry locked him out. Then Harry slapped herself in the face with shaving cream while she was asleep. Everything went to hell after that. Sam walked around slightly pink and very sticky after a Kool-Aid powder shower. Deo a Led Zeppelin cassette, but Heat of the Moment by A. Sia blasted throughout the house instead. Harry woke up from a nap the next day with a face painted green and fake warts glued to her nose. Dean somehow had his skin stained green and couldn't change out of the black dress, witch hat, and ruby slippers he was wearing. Sam grew more and more confused with each of Harry's pranks, including when he tossed and turned all night in bed, feeling uncomfortable like there was a sharp lump sticking out of the bed. When he went to investigate, he pulled the mattress up, and saw a single piece sitting on the box spring. Something wasn't adding up for him. BBY tried to stay out of their way as much as possible, not wishing to be caught in the crossfires of their prank war. He'd hear random yells and shouts of surprise throughout the day. Sam finally realized something supernatural was taking place when he ate the dessert he and Dean watched Harry make, trying to be sure that she hadn't changed their food in any way. He opened his mouth to ask Bobby a question, and all that came out was a squeaking sound. Alarmed, he sprang back from the table and fell out of his chair. When he tried to curse, only high-pitched chattering made its way out of his mouth. Dean and Bobby tried to laugh and tease him, but froze when they could only squeak as well. 3 identical looks of horror and indignity were turned upon Harry, who was laughing and taking a photo at the same time. After the effects wore off, Harry sat Sam down at the table to explain. What was that? He asked. Dean and Harry shared a look, before turning back to Sam. Magic, right, and you just waved a magic wand and made me sound like freaking Gus Gus, huh? Well, no, it was a type of magic candy that I mixed into your food. I don't like using a wand, anyway. Sam's jaw fell open. You're a witch. What the heck? He pushed his chair back again. You made a deal with a demon. Why would anyone do that? When did you do that? You're only 12. Sam started pacing, rambling about the consequences of magic. Before Harry cut him off. Sammy, shut up. First of all, I am not some demon's bitch. Language, remarked Bobby without looking up from his book. And it's a little insulting that you'd think that. Second, my age doesn't mean anything. I was hunting before you could read. Third, just sit down so me and Dean can explain. Harry saw Sam open his mouth as his eyes turned to Dean. And don't start arguing with your brother, we'll explain. Sam sat down and crossed his arm, looking at them sullenly. Okay, first off, I am a natural-born witch. I've had my magic since I was born. I didn't make any deals to receive it. I go to a magical school during the year, Hogwarts, remember. And let me tell you, it's ridiculous what's going on in the wizarding community. Yes, there are more of us, she explained, cutting him off before he could ask. There are a lot of us in Britain, probably because of the Salem witch trials over here. Not a lot of people were really keen to stay behind after that. Although ironically there is a large community in New York. How come you have magic then, if the other witches and wizards live in England? He interrupted. Because, she rolled her eyes. I was born in England. What? Where did you think I got the accent? She asked, giving Sam an incredulous look. He stared at the floor, muttering sheepishly. Well, you can't hear it all that much. So I always thought you were joking or something. Or impersonating characters. Wow, now hush. I was born there, in England, and when I was born apparently there was this super bad wizard. Like Lord of the Rings Sauron bad. He was killing people who had magic, but their parents didn't. My parents fought on the light side, trying to stop him. He went after them for some reason, and killed them. Then tried to kill me. He didn't, obviously, and that somehow broke him. Voldemort, that's his name, is believed to be dead by a large portion of the wizarding population, and I'm famous for supposedly killing him. So, orphaned and alone, I was dropped off to live with my aunt and uncle by this asshole named Albus Dumbledore. The next couple years weren't great. Sam noticed. Dean put a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. I was in the woods when a Wendigo caught up with me. At the time I had no idea what it was, but I wanted it dead and I was freezing and scared and some. How I started a fire with the Wendigo as wood. Then I blinked and found myself in a field in Georgia. So I'm a British-born hunter witch. Quite an impressive title, don't ya think? Harry gave a bitter chuckle. Sam knew she was leaving something out. He didn't push, though. So that's me being a witch. There's something else I need to tell both of you. Dean sat up straighter and Bobby put down his book to pay more attention. The four of them sat around the table, the three boys looking at Harry expectantly. Bobby already knows, so I guess it starts with Hogwarts. The headmaster is Dumbledore, and he decided it was a good idea to hide the Sorcerer's Stone inside the school. With minimal protections. He's either completely insane, or impossibly manipulative. I'd say both. Anyway, one of E teachers was there and he was working for Voldemort. First, on Halloween, he let a troll into the school. It almost murdered my friend Hermione, but I jumped on its back and shoved my knife up its nose. Harry continued, oblivious to the stares of incredulity from Sam and Dean, while Bobby chuckled appreciatively. That same night he tried to go to the third floor where a Cerberus was standing guard over the trapdoor leading to the stone. Another, Professor Snape, stopped him. He's another dick, but I'm pretty sure Dumbledore's got something keeping him loyal. Some kind of blackmail or something. There has to be a reason he hasn't killed me yet, especially with how I aced his class despite his efforts. The groundskeeper decided to adopt a dragon, and apparently the guy who gave him the egg was Quirrell in disguise. And that's how he found out how to get past Fluffy. Fluffy's the Cerberus, by the way. Then me and two friends had to make our way past the dog and other traps to get to the stone. They had to go back. And I confronted Quirrell, who literally had Voldemort on the back of his head. Like a face. It was hilarious. I then sassed the Dark Lord, as Bobby puts it. He was so worried about magical methods of attack, he didn't do a thing when I stabbed Quirrell in the back. The guy smoked out of Quirrell like a demon, tried to steal the stone from me, and left when he realized he couldn't do anything. I did some stuff to cover up the cause of Quirrell's death, duplicated the stone, and knocked myself out to avoid suspicion. Needless to say, it worked. Dumbledore Billy, ved that I was able to defeat Flat Stanley through the power of love, using the protection enforced by my aunt. PFF'd. Then he stole my candy. Seriously, stole my jelly beans. Prick. So that was my first year at Hogwarts, what'd ya think? Harry. Harry turned to look at Dean. You're awesome. Harry smiled and they all began to laugh. She seemed to be doing a lot of laughing lately. Does this mean a truce to the prank war? Sam asked. Dean and Harry's eyes met. They simultaneously looked back to Sam. Yes, they announced together. But, I might have one last thing. See, magic is a wonderful thing. And it allows me to do things like this. She pulled a stack of photos from her enlarged pocket and waved them at the boys. They both cringed, and Bobby let out a loud chuckle. Idiots, he commented. Spread on the table were photos of Sam and Dean and a couple of Harry, all detailing the pranks they played over the course of the week. One depicted Sam as Pink Big Bird pouting and shaking his head at them. Another had Dean as the Wicked Witch with his middle finger sticking up at Harry and silent cursing. Harry had developed one of her with warts and grease paint covering her face. Don't bother trying to destroy them. I've made copies. Dean and Sam glared at her, but she just looked back smugly. We grabbed the pics of Harry and ran away. She cursed and jumped up after them, chasing them outside and through the cars. When she caught them they didn't have the photos, and she glared at them while they smiled innocently. A week and a half passed before John came to pick up Sam and Dean. Harry forced him to stay for lunch when she magicked the keys to his Impala away. He frowned but complied, unsure just what she could do to get him to stay. They joked and laughed around the table, the five of them. Harry told John about Dean's performance of the Wicked Witch, and showed him photos, giving him wallet sizes of his favorites. Non-moving, in case it was lost or stolen. Harry had forced him to stay for at least 2 hours, eat and relax, because she had a feeling that he hadn't taken a load off in a while. His laugh sounded way too out of practice. Harry felt bad for John, and, even though she didn't agree with forcing his children to hop from town to town and stay in crappy motels, she thought he needed to take a break. John Winchester was a good guy with bad breaks. The peace didn't last, and Sam and John had an argument, and John took his sons to the next hunt. Harry was sorry to see them go, especially as the next year would be rough on her. At the same time the Winchesters left for the next hunt. Rufus showed up and dragged Bobby away to another one of his cases after giving Harry the same suspicious look he always did. Bobby, I need you to help me on this skinwalker hunt. Rufus barged in through the front door. Hey Rufus, Harry greeted from her place in front of the stove, gently waving her finger in a circle as the spoon spun the soup in the saucepan. The man jumped backwards, pulling out a knife from somewhere in the folds of clothing he wore. Harry raised an eyebrow at him, and he narrowed his eyes before edging sideways out of the kitchen to find Bobby. Harry said goodbye to them, smirking at Bobby's half-hearted grumbling on the way out. She promised not to go looking for trouble, and he followed a still wary Rufus out the door to his TR. UCK with a duffel slung over his shoulder. Harry kept her promise. She didn't go looking for trouble. The thing was, trouble is really good at finding Harry. The next day Harry walked into town to pick up some supplies. She had used up most of the raw ingredients left in Bobby's fridge with the soup yesterday, and she had been working with the 2 vegetables and lemon juice that existed in the bottom drawer hidden amongst the beer and empty space. She had found most of what she wanted in the small market, making sure to dodge the group of gossiping women blocking the juice aisle, when something odd popped up in her peripherals. One of the women she had just avoided was drifting towards the bakery section with an odd glint in her eyes. Evelyn, a middle-aged brunette, asked. Are you all right? The women, Evelyn apparently, kept moving forward at the same zombie-like pace. Harry moved closer, peering around a shelf of canned vegetables to watch. I'm hungry, the woman muttered absently. She reached for an iced cookie when a hand came out of nowhere and slapped it out of her grasp. No, Evelyn, I thought you were on that diet. You can't eat any sugar. The brunette yelled. I'm hungry, Evelyn repeated. Harry's head tilted of its own accord when she heard the blankness of the woman's voice, and she watched as the woman grabbed the cookie again, lifting it to her mouth and starting to eat like she hadn't in weeks. Evelyn. The brunette grabbed Evelyn and pulled her away from the bakery stand. Evelyn apparently didn't like that very much because the next thing Harry knew, she was jumping out of the way of a soccer mom flying into the shelf she had just been watching from behind. Harry ran up to check the woman's pulse, finding it there but thready. Harry turned to watch Evelyn again, a hand resting on the knife hidden under her shirt, watching the woman literally frothing at the mouth as she stuffed her face with the various baked goods. "What the hell?" the other woman screamed, running towards the exit, the fallen blonde crawling after them at a slower pace. Harry waited a few minutes by her basket, trying to decide how best to approach the situation, when Evelyn stopped suddenly and fell to the ground. Harry rushed forward, hand gripping the knife as she approached the woman. "Are you all right?" The woman made no response, and Harry crouched down and pulled at her shoulder, turning Evelyn on her back. The woman was completely still, apart from the slow breathing coming from her sugar-glazed nose. "What?" She replaced her knife in the sheath hidden under her shirt, moving closer. She grabbed a baguette, poking Evelyn in the side with it, gaining no reaction. "Move aside." Harry jumped backwards as a couple police officers barged into the store. She walked back to her basket full of groceries, observing the officers check the woman and yell for medical. Harry glanced around and saw that the checkout was being closed due to the incident. "Well damn." Harry dropped her basket and walked out of the store, ducking under the barrier holding back the crowd. The next day Harry was reading the paper at breakfast, and the headline made her choke on her tea. "Local woman falls into sugar coma." Harry rushed to read the story. Yesterday at Dan's supermarket, a local woman, unnamed, attacked another patron of the store and ravaged the baked foods aisle. She ate 3 tins of muffins, a box of brownies, and almost an entire pie before collapsing on the ground. Officials say they arrived on the scene to find her unresponsive, and upon further tests at the hospital, she was found to be in a coma. There was no reported cause for the coma, and the only thing out of the ordinary reported on by the doctors was an abnormally high blood sugar level. The patron attacked was also moved to the hospital, where it was confirmed that she had sustained no lasting physical injury despite other reports. The official police statements and some eyewitness accounts can be found on page 3. Harry read the accounts, and closed the paper in thought. Something didn't seem right to her. She let out a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling as if to ask, why? BBY had said not to go looking for trouble, but she hadn't, really, so she decided that it was perfectly alright for her to look into the case. But, just to be safe, Harry vowed to be finished before Bobby got home. Harry thought the first step would be to go see the woman at the hospital, and look for any family members or friends who could help clear things up. She grabbed some flowers from the field outside and stuck them in a vase she had found in a dusty cabinet in the kitchen. At the hospital, she introduced herself as Jane Grey, here to deliver flowers for the patients in the long-time care ward. The security guard waved her through with a glance at her fake ID. Bobby said that she was too young to be anything connected with the FBI or another official organization, so whenever he took her on hunts she would pose as a delivery girl or a lost kid. Harry walked through the coma ward wondering which room to look in. She stopped a passing nurse to ask, "Excuse me, miss, but I'm OSED to deliver these to one of the patients. Only, when they gave me the slip of paper it only says Evelyn, and I don't have a last name or a room number. The client said she'd just gotten admitted." "Oh, I'm not supposed to give out patient information. I'm sorry." The nurse started to move away and Harry grabbed her hand. "Wait, please. It's my first week on the job and my dad was so proud that I managed to get one. And I really don't want to mess anything up. Can you please make an exception just this once?" Harry blinked up at the nurse, watching as she melted in resignation. "All right, there's an Evelyn Masters in room 306, she just came in yesterday. Good luck with your delivery." "Oh, thank you so much." Harry skipped off in the direction the nurse had gestured to, careful not to let the water spill out of the vase. She found the door quickly, opening it slow the room. There were a few of the ladies from yesterday sitting in a circle around the bed. They stopped talking and looked up to see Harry. "Who are you?" one of them asked. "Oh, sorry, I'm Jane. I'm here to deliver these flowers from, well actually it says anonymous. Don't mind me, I'm just supposed to arrange them and set up the care kit." "Well, all right then." The woman turned back to the group, which paid no attention to Harry from then on. "Can you believe she's getting flowers? After what she's done." "Martha, the doctor said that Evelyn might not even know what happened. It's not her fault that Tori got hurt," said a short woman with a brown bob. "Well, it's not just that. This is karma, I'm telling you," Martha insisted. "What do you mean?" This time it was the lady sitting across from where Harry was arranging the petals. Harry decided to call her Flowers, on account of the horrible blouse she was wearing. Adorned with hundreds of flowers. "Well, she broke her diet, didn't she?" Martha started. "And it's not just that, she was a hypocrite about it." "How's that?" asked Flowers. "Well," Martha leaned forward. "You know how she has all those cats. And how they always seem so small, as if they never grow out of being kittens." "Yes," Bob Cut said. "She's always bragging about how cute they are." "They really are very cute," muttered Flowers. "There's a reason for that. She only fed them once every couple days when they were kittens, and now she feeds them every other day to keep their weight down. I pet sat for her once. And she had all of these instructions on how they should be fed and caged. She even wrote that if they managed to grab extra food or one of the others' food to eat them with this paddle she had on the wall from college." "Well, that's terrible," Flowers exclaimed. "And that's what I mean about karma. She starved her cats so they could look how she wanted, and then she went and broke her diet like a hypocrite, and she lands here in the hospital." The ladies fell silent in contemplation, and Harry managed to slip out of the room unnoticed. She walked to the library to make use of its archives. After setting up a workspace at one of the desks, Harry moved to collect the newspapers for the past couple weeks. After an hour or so of research through the newspaper issues, Harry found a couple more incidences of weird things happening. There was a gardener who was famous in the town for great work whether summer or winter with all the snow. He also had several complaints about being overworked and underpaid from his employees, with him having their contracts force them to work several hours in any condition without break, and if they refused they could be fired with no severance. He was admitted to the hospital because of severe dehydration and mirage hallucinations a week ago. He claimed that whenever he tried to get a drink, it would dry up before he could touch it. Then there was the bartender that had a reputation for prohibiting alcohol to the underaged, leading to a couple cases of alcohol poisoning. He'd never been officially caught or charged, but he was found in the alley behind the bar he worked at with blood alcohol poisoning. He had to be taken to the hospital for a stomach pumping, which would have worked except the doctors said that whenever they managed to finish, his BAC would increase again. He's still in the hospital, getting hourly stomach pumpings, and the doctors are baffled as to how it's happening. There were a few more cases that Harry thought could have fit in with the pattern that emerged on the paper in front of her, but this along with the unnatural vehemence of the prank wars between her and the Winchesters last week sealed her suspicions that there was a trickster in Sioux Falls. Harry figured that the trickster had to establish themselves in the town so as to collect their information. She took cases in front of her and wrote down a list of all the commonalities, bringing in her suspected victims if they fit the pattern. Harry left the library after replacing the copies of the newspapers. She walked across the street to the city hall and moved to the public archives, where businesses were required to file certain papers for public record. Harry slipped into the file room, moving towards the business records aisle. Pulling out Gardeners of Eden's service records. The gardening service had no contact with Evelyn or the bartender, and Evelyn was on a diet that included no alcohol. RRY almost gave up on a direct connection between the victims when she saw that the gardener's service had worked on the residence of a Martha Stalwart. Remembering the name of the gossiping woman from the hospital, Harry looked into the connection further, and found that every Thursday the service could be found at Stalwart's home. She replaced the records and left. It was a Thursday. The Stalwart house seemed normal. Nothing exciting would jump out to an onlooker. Nothing out of the ordinary than perhaps the winking garden gnome figurine sitting in between twin bushes producing blue petals. Harry was bored within the first 5 minutes of her stakeout, as there was nothing interesting to see apart from the gardeners. working at pruning the shrubs and pushing a lawnmower with the most detached expression Harry had ever seen. She huffed, scolding herself for not remembering to pee before she started the stakeout. Before she could finish her debate about whether a bathroom break would ruin anything, she heard loud screeching from the house. Harry almost jumped up to race across the street and dash in heroically, but she remembered to do her reconnaissance first, something drilled into her by Bobby. A glance through the binoculars at her side stayed her hand, her adrenaline falling at the sight of a group of women, laughing. They held wine glasses and appeared to giggle behind their hands. Harry saw Flowers and Bob Cut sitting in a circle with Martha Stalwart and the woman who was attacked at the supermarket, Tori apparently. She slipped out from the bushes and jogged down the road, circling back in between the fenced yards so she could crouch between the gardenias just under the window. Exactly what I said, Tori. She acted with absolutely no decency, and now she's in a sugar coma. It's ironically hilarious. Martha, sometimes the universe just works out problems on its own, responded a new voice. But Tori, aren't you mad that she won't be charged for assaulting you? Flowers wondered. No, she only pushed me after all. I barely felt it. Harry quirked her eyebrow at that. Tori had flown back at least 5 feet and hit a shelf. Harry had wagered at least 1 or 2 cracked ribs. Tori, you went flying. You should have seen it from our perspective. It was like you had the life knocked out of you. I'm sure it looked worse than it was. Now let's stop talking about things we can't change. Does anyone have any good stories for this week? Harry rose up a little bit to get a good glance at the table. She saw Martha, Flowers, and Bob Cut. There was the 4th woman, sitting adjacent to the window. She had wavy honey brown hair and whiskey-colored eyes. A smirk pulled at the woman's face, and Harry ducked as her head began to move. Well, I heard that Dan's cheating on Jessica again. Flowers offered. Again, laughed Tori. Yes, apparently their marriage was one of convenience, especially when little Jeremy came along. Jessica can't afford to leave him either. So she stays and bears the rumors. Harry wrinkled her nose. This town has a lot more drama than I thought it would, Tori said. Every town has its share, some just manage it better than others. Speaking of, how have you done adjusting to life here? It's been a month now, right? Harry's head shot up, and she narrowly avoided hitting it on the windowsill. Yes, thank you. It's been difficult, but this group has helped. Harry didn't hear the rest of the conversation as she tried to creep away as silently as she could. Once she was a couple yards away, she let out a deep breath. It was most likely that the trickster was masquerading as Toad about it, the more it seemed to make sense. She had come into town about a month ago, right around the time that the accidents started happening. If she had joined the group that liked to gossip all the time, she would be able to pick up on prime candidates for her tricks. Maybe they had discussed the bartender one week, and maybe Martha wasn't the only one that Evelyn asked to pet sit. And if they usually gathered on Thursdays, sooner or latest she would have noticed the head gardener's treatment of his employees. And all of the incidences had happened on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, presumably before the next meeting. Harry rushed home to find the weapons she needed to fight the creature. After finding Bobby's stash of more exotic weapons in a box in the closet, Harry armed herself with 2 large stakes and a couple of sharper pencils stuck in her belt. She made her way over to the address she had found on a record of sale to a Tory baker in the public archives. Hiding in the bushes again, Harry focused her binoculars on the driveway. Finding that empty, she looked through the windows. Harry sent out a pulse to detect people in the house, something Hermione had shown to her in one of the advanced books HSE had read through. The house was empty, so Harry darted across the lawn, resting her palm over the lock of the say and willing the gears to shift so that she could enter. As the door swung open, Harry slipped into the house. After shutting the door gently, Harry moved to the living room, taking note of the blank walls. There were no personal items around, and the only thing that marred the blankness of the house were the candy wrappers strewn about across the kitchen and living room. Harry grabbed a chocolate bar from the stack on the counter, peeling the wrapper off and sitting down in the darkened corner of the living room to wait. About an hour or so later, Harry had eaten 3 chocolate bars and she was still waiting for the trickster. On her way to get up and grab a 4th, she heard an engine rumbling, and quickly sat down as a car pulled into the driveway. She could hear the door slam and waited for the door to open. A couple minutes later, there was still no sound, so she peered around the corner to look at the door. It was still shut, standing unmoved from its position when she had closed it. Moving back into her spot, Harry froze as a light clicked on and she was left to stare into the trickster's eyes. "Hiya, sup," Harry returned, watching as the trickster stuck a lollipop into their mouth. "Well, today I saw that there was this kid watching me and my friends from the window, and I thought, that's not very polite. And then, later when I come home, that same kid is sitting on my floor after having eaten my candy. So, what's up with you?" The trickster was still staring at her with that amused expression, which sort of unnerved Harry. She slowly got up and crossed the room to sit in the second armchair that had appeared with a wave of the trickster's hand. "Well, I was just doing my shopping when I saw a woman get backhanded across the room by a sugar zombie, and then to make things worse they closed the checkout so I couldn't get my food anyway." "Ah, that sucks." Harry pulled out one of the stakes from her thigh holster, a minor notice me not spell placed on it. The trickster stiffened in her seat. "You're a hunter." "Well, that depends on who you ask. I say I am. Bobby says I'm in training." "Well, mostly he says I'm an idiot. Rufus just thinks that I'm not to be trusted, so I don't really know his opinion beyond that." "Well, I don't think you'll be able to stop me, whatever you are." "I wouldn't bet on it." Harry flicked her wrist and the stake soared across the room, only to stop right above the trickster's heart when Tori held up a hand. "Interesting. I haven't seen a natural born in a while. But, then again, the British aren't exactly happy with me right now, so." "Are you wearing a glamour?" Harry asked suddenly. There was something off about Tori's face. "Why, little witch, good instincts." Tori waved her other hand containing the lollipop. Her face and body shimmered, revealing a cocky-looking male with the same hair and eyes. "Hello. You know, I'd be creeped out, but I'm a bit more impressed by your spellwork. Were you holding that glamour all this time?" "Unconsciously. It's not every day I get complimented by a hunter." "Well, at least I can tell Bobby that a trickster thinks I'm a hunter." Harry looked back at the trickster. "Actually, better not. What's your name?" "Loki." "Really?" She laughed. "Oh, that's awesome. My friends Fred and George practically worship you. I think they have a portable altar and everything." "The Weasleys? Oh, my best worshippers. Although, they tend to offer me prank products when I'd prefer some sweets." "And what's your name, Witchy?" "Not another Weasley. Of course, you don't have the hair for it." "Harry Potter." Loki stared at her appraising ly. "Really?" He mirrored her. "Well, that makes things more interesting. Nice to make your acquaintance." "Same here." "Oh, so you aren't going to try to kill me now?" "Of course. You'd have trouble without your ammo here." He disintegrated the stake. Harry waved her hand and the other stake went flying and speared itself deep into the wall next to his head. He took another lick at his lollipop. "Touché. Nah, to be honest, I was kind of debating trying to kill you at first anyway. I don't necessarily disagree with your work. You just can't be here when Bobby gets back. Or he's gonna go for it, and I don't think he has the temperament to go after a trickster. Plus, he'll think it's me doing everything at first. He knows how bored I've been. So a deal then. I get out of your town, and you don't try to kill me. I'd be okay with that. Do stay in touch though. You've got some good ideas," Harry teased. "You flatter me," Loki deadpanned. With a wave of his hand, Harry was standing outside of the house with a chocolate bar in hand. She walked up to the window to see an empty house, no furniture, candy, or Loki. She shrugged and walked into the shadows behind the house to apparate back to Bobby's, deciding that Bobby didn't have to know about her little adventure. The next week Harry left to go to Diagon Alley alone, wanting to maintain the facade that she still lived with the Dursleys, to meet the Weasleys and Hermione. She left a little early to look over some things at Borgin and Burke's, wearing a perception filter bra. Sell it that she'd finally managed to make with a strong notice me not charm and using the fake name of Jane Smith. And that was how she found herself hiding in a broken vanishing cabinet. She'd been looking through at the Hand of Glory when Draco Malfoy walked through the door. She switched off her filter, smiling and ready to deliver some sort of witty greeting. Before she could say anything, His eyes widened and he waved her away. "Hide," he hissed. Harry reached for the door of the cabinet behind her and slipped inside right as Lucius Malfoy pushed inside the shop. She watched as he tried to sell some artifacts. Then left Borgin cursing him. Harry slipped out, filter once again secure, and walked back through Nocturne Alley to find the Weasleys, wondering why Malfoy was so adamant that she hide. She saw Hagrid, and wondered why he was there. Then she saw the slug repellent in his hand. Harry came out of Nocturne Alley and disabled her bracelet. Almost immediately she was attacked by a bushy brown mane. "Hermione, Harry, how was your summer? Have you done all your homework?" "I've been working on mine all summer and I've done 4 feet for McGonagall, even though she only asked for 14 inches. Are you here with the Weasleys?" "I'm to meet them." "Hermione, slow down," Harry gasped, holding up placating hands. "I've done my homework, and I'm here on my own, but we're supposed to meet up with Ron." "Where is he?" Harry muttered the last bit, searching the crowd. She spotted the top of red hair, and dragged Hermione through the mass of people to stop in front of Ron Weasley. "Ron." Harry hugged and he pulled them to the shop where his parents were standing waiting. "Hello Mrs. Weasley. I didn't get a chance to thank you for my Christmas gifts last year. I love the sweater." "Oh, you're welcome dear. Now, I want you all back here in 2 hours, we're getting the Defense Against the Dark Arts books signed by the author." "Off you go." She hustled them away, and he trio was pushed back into the street while Mr. Weasley talked with the Grangers about the function of a rubber duck. "Ron, why was your sister staring at me like that?" she asked. Ginny had been staring at her in a mixture of awe and hope, but hid behind her mother the whole time. "Oh, she's been talking about you all summer. I'm pretty sure she wants to be your best friend. So she has a squish on Harry." Both Harry and Ron turned to Hermione. "What, a squish?" "It's like having an intense crush, but with friendship." "She might just have a crush," muttered Ron. The trio shrugged and headed off to the shops. They got parchment and quills and all the supplies they would need for school. Hermione watched as Harry and Ron pillaged the Diagon Alley branch of Zonko's. They had ice cream at Florine Fortescue's, courtesy of Harry. Then they headed off to Flourish and Blots, where a man in blue wizard's robes sporting the most perfect smile Harry had ever seen was signing books. It actually sparkled. "Mum loves him. Gilderoy Lockhart. Personally, I think he's a useless pretty boy." "Ronald, don't talk about him like that," exclaimed Hermione. "Why not? My own. Got a crush on old Gilderoy," Harry teased. "No, it's just, he's done a lot for the wizarding world. I mean, he wrote half the book list. He doesn't look like he's ever worked a day in his life. But I guess I shouldn't judge a book by its cover, right?" Hermione harumphed at them, and strode into the crowded shop with her nose held in the air. Harry and Ron chuckled before following her inside. The line leading up to Gilderoy Lockhart was crowded and aggressive. They fought their way towards Mrs. Weasley, who was carrying a stack of books. Harry tried to ignore Ginny's doe eyes while Ron swore from being stepped on by a photographer. "Move out of the way, boy," he yelled, then bustled up front to photograph the smiling Lockhart. Lockhart caught sight of the dispute, and his eyes widened comically when they fell on Harry. "Can it be?" he said, holding his hand to the side dramatically. "Harriet Potter." The photographer's head swiveled with the rest of the line, and Harry was regretting not enabling her BR. A sell it as she was dragged to the front by the pushy man. "Smile nice and wide, Harriet, together we're worth the front page," he muttered out of the side of his mouth. Harry gave him an indignant look. Just as the flash went off and blinded her, books were shoved into her arms while she couldn't see, and she stumbled a bit under the weight of the unseen. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart began. Harriet stepped in here today to buy my autobiography, Magical Me, but she will be getting much more than that. Yes, first, my entire works, free of charge." Another flash went off, and Harry felt like they were purposefully deploying flash grenades to keep her off balance. Her hunter instincts wanted her to duck and roll, sprinting out of the shop. But she just gritted her teeth and almost drove the stack in her arms at Lockhart's next announcement. "I have also been called upon this year to do the honor of teaching at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher." The camera went off several times and cheers could be heard over the tumultuous clapping. Harry did decipher one. Bloody hell, that sounded like Ron. She was shunted off the stage. Harry dropped her books into Guinea's cauldron. I can buy my own. Harry wasn't going to buy any. Lockhart seemed too obsessed with publicity to be a legitimate teacher. She could just read from Hermione's or Owl Order if it came to it. Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Famous Harry Potter. Can't even go to a bookstore without making the first page. Harry looked up to see Draco Malfoy drawling from the staircase. Leave her alone, shouted Ginny. Look, Potter, you've got yourself a girlfriend. Ginny blushed to the roots of her hair, and Harry sighed. Jealous, Malfoy. The corner of his mouth twitched down, but it disappeared as a cane came down on Draco's shoulder. Now, Draco, mustn't make a scene. Lucius Malfoy turned to Harry and looked down his nose at her. Miss Potter, I don't believe we've met. Lucius Malfoy. He held out a gloved hand and Harry took it, shaking quickly and let go. She had to at least appear cordial. Mr. Weasley sidled up to his son, about to ask him a question when he caught sight of the elder Malfoy. His face turned cold and stone-like. Lucius, Arthur, however did you afford all this? I didn't know they gave you a raise. He picked up one of Guinea's schoolbooks. A tattered second-hand copy of the Standard Book of Spells Grade 1. Apparently not. Mr. Weasley's ears turned red, his fists clenched and shaking. Malfoy looked around and spotted the Grangers. Hanging around with filth like this, I can see why not. How does it feel to be a disgrace to the name of wizardry? We have a very different idea about what disgraces the name of a wizard, retorted Mr. Weasley through clenched teeth. Although, remarked Malfoy, with the amount of food your wife can afford, I'm sure you'll maw. Malfoy was cut off as Mr. Weasley flying tackled him. Mrs. Weasley shouted no, while Fred and George yelled for their father to get him. Harry started cheering and she saw Draco torn between looking angry that his father was being attacked, and shocked that he wasn't doing that well. She brought the camera out of her pocket and took a picture in the chaos. Slipping it back inside sneakily, she thought she had a pretty good Christmas gift for Draco now. Break it up, gents. Break it up. Hagrid came lumbering through the door and pulled the two men apart. Malfoy had a split lip, and Mr. Weasley didn't look much better. Harry gave Mr. Weasley a thumbs up behind Mrs. Weasley's back, and she saw a smile tug at his mouth. Your dad is awesome, Ron. Thanks, Harry. Harry sent a discreet stinging hex at Malfoy, one that would build Hero out the day until he figured out what was happening. She waved her hand and a note appeared inside Draco's clutch. She saw him discreetly tuck it inside his pocket for later, though a wary expression was directed towards her. Harry spent the rest of the day with the Weasleys, and gently declined their offer to stay with them, claiming she had to get back to her relatives. Harry apparated back to Bobby's once she was alone, pulling her bags out of her pockets. I'm home. Bobby walked into the room, an eyebrow raised at the stuff being dumped on his living room floor. Clean that up, idiot. I will. Just cleaning out my pockets. What the? She pulled on something smooth feeling in her pocket, and she was staring at the Sorcerer's Stone. Oops. What do ya mean? Oops. What's that? Groused Bobby. Remember how I told you that I duplicated the Sorcerer's Stone to keep the real one safe? Well, no. Don't tell me. You're an idiot. Just fix it. Bobby walked out of the room as Harry gave a weak chuckle. She had meant to write to the Flamels as soon as school got out. She'd just had other things on her mind. She did try and use it to make some more gold for Bobby and the Winchesters. But she couldn't figure out how to use it, and she certainly wasn't going to go to anyone for help. She blushed as she remembered her attempts. Harry gripped the stone in her hand, staring at it intensely. Gold. Nothing happened. She shifted her grip, holding it with both hands and glaring at the blood-red stone. Gold. The stone blinked in the light, remaining still and without gold flowing out of it. Harry sighed, setting it down on the counter before pacing around the room. Okay, that doesn't work. Maybe I have to be really direct, channel the power of nature, watched over to the stone, grabbed it, and walked outside. Determined to try and channel more power from the earth, Harry climbed onto an old rusted-out car, moving into a stable stance. She thrust her hands holding the stone into the sky, looking up. I command you, give me gold. Harry waited in anticipation, feeling a rumble going through the car she stood on. Excitedly she raised it higher. It's alive, it's alive. The rumbling stopped and Harry looked down at Bobby stepping out of his tow truck right next to the car she was standing on. What the hell are you doing? Harry's eyes went wide, and she jumped down. Nothing, she muttered as she fled back inside, stuffing the stone into her pockets. Harry put a locating spell on the stone, tracing it back to its owners. She apparated along with the pull on the stone, and landed in a garden in front of a small white cottage. Ivy and roses hung from a lattice leaned against an archway, and the metal was overgrown with flowers and leaves. The 4 windows were adorned with planters overflowing with greens and bursts of other shades of the rainbow. Harry pushed the gate open and approached the house, knocking on the door with the knocker twice. A man with salt and pepper hair opened the door. He had an angular face, with bright blue eyes, which looked so much older than his appearance of 50. Nicholas Flamel, Harry asked. Yes, what can I do for you? Harry thought it was rather strange that he didn't ask, how did you find me? Or, who are you? He had an almost Ollivander-ish vibe, but more relaxed and less obsessed over the word, curious. My name is Susan Foreman, she answered, wanting to go unknown. She had her bracelet activated as well. Can I come in? I have an important matter to speak to you and your wife about. He waved her inside, eyeing her warily. Harry scurried inside as the door shut, and followed him to a sitting room where a blonde woman was sipping tea. Nicholas, what is it? She is here to speak to us. Something important, but I do not know what. I don't believe she is a threat. Harry understood their whole conversation, even though they were speaking in Greek. Nicholas turned to her and made a motion for her to start. Right, well, I'm part of a group that knows what took place at Hogwarts School a couple months ago. I understand that your stone was being kept safe by Albus Dumbledore. He was supposed to, yes. Nicholas nodded at his wife's words. Well, I must tell you that instead of keeping it somewhere safe and secure, somewhere that no one would think to look, he designed a series of traps and tests for a person to get through to protect your stone. And I also must say that he announced where the first obstacle was at the beginning of the school year, while Lord Voldemort was hidden in the school. Also, 3 first years managed to make it past the obstacles in less than a couple hours. The Flamels looked taken aback at this information. I take it Dumbledore never told you of this. He said he was keeping it under the strongest enchantments in the bellows of the castle where no one could hope to find it, explained Nicholas Flamel, his tone harsh and angry. Well, he lied. Did he also tell you that he destroyed the stone after someone rescued it? Albus mentioned that the risks of the stone falling into the wrong hands were too great, that it had to be destroyed. Well, that was a half-lie. Yes, Voldemort tried to get the stone and almost succeeded. But he didn't, and he wouldn't have even been able to try if Dumbledore hadn't set it up as a game. It's a good thing I already knew he was a manipulative bastard. Pardon my language, she said with a sigh. Perenelle Flamel snorted. I managed to make sure Dumbledore had the wrong stone, and it was that which he destroyed. Harry drew the actual stone out of her pocket. I believe this is yours. The Flamel stared at the blood-red stone in Harry's palm. Then to the girl. Then back to the stone. Then back to her again. Yeah, that's kind of freaking me out, she mentioned. Their eyes landed on her, and they jumped up and shook her hand, thanking her profusely. Yeah, don't mention it. But, I have a condition. They turned frosty again. You want to use the stone. It was a statement, not a question. Harry thought it was ridiculous. No, she burst out, laughing. Trust me, I have enough to worry about without becoming immortal. Plus she had already tried to use it for Bobby, but it hadn't worked. I just want you to put it under a Fidelius, and make sure no one knows that it is still in existence. Especially not Albus Dumbledore. It is a deal. Nicholas grasped her hand. Oh, and no telling anyone I was here either. So, good luck with being immortal, I guess. See ya. Harry strolled out he door and apparated while the Flamels stood shocked upon the threshold. Nicholas leaned over to Perenelle. I thought we had an anti-disapparition ward up, he mumbled. We do. Huh. Harry stepped into King's Cross Station with a heavy heart. Sure, She'd be going to Hogwarts again, the magic school, full of danger and excitement. But she already missed her family. Because that's what Bobby and the Winchesters were, her family. And she really didn't want to deal with Albus Dumbledore and Snape for another year again. They were grating on her innocent Harry routine. And they just sucked, period. Harry figured that the Weasleys were running late, like her. She usually tried to get there early, but she found that she kept forgetting to pack certain things. Like when she was sure she had packed her hairbrush, but found it sitting on the kitchen counter. Or when she saw her cauldron lurking in the corner of the living room when she knew that she had put that in her trunk first. They rushed over, and Harry met Ron at the back of the group. Redheads started storming the barrier between the platforms, and Harry watched the strange vanishing act as Weasley after Weasley disappeared through the bricks. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny finally went through, and Harry and Ron lined up to run at the wall. She pushed off against the sidewalk, running fast to get through the barrier. It came closer and closer. And it looked a lot more solid than usual. And then she ran into the wall full force and flipped over her cart and onto the floor, Hedwig's cage rolling on the ground. She groaned as Ron made impact with her, and sat up with smarting appendages. The trolley's wheel just turned and flipped me sideways, she ground out, appeasing the people staring at her. She sat up and shoved her tea-hings back in her cart as Ron slapped the barrier. It's solid. How will we get through? Ron turned pale as he thought of something worse. How will Mum and Dad get back? The clock chimed 11, the train had left. Let's just go wait for them at your car. She had caught a glimpse of the blue for Angela as she rushed inside with her luggage. The car, shouted Ron, bringing some more stairs. He pulled her outside, and they packed their things in the trunk. Ron took the driver's seat and Harry sat on the left. Ron started it up, and pulled back, driving into an alley a little bit a ways. Ron, you can't drive to Scotland. You don't even have a learner's. It's a flying car. Harry, I don't need a permit. He pulled the car up, and it began to rise. Harry quickly spelled it invisible, thinking of the Muggles. Ron seemed to remember a second later, and pushed on a silver button. Invisibility booster, he explained from Harry's questioning book. They drove for a couple hours, always keeping the train in sight. It was quite fun at first, ducking through the clouds and laughing at their classmates' reactions. Then the hours wore on, and they had nothing to eat except a few taffies. There was no water, until Harry conveniently found a few bottles hidden under the seat. It was getting dark when Harry suggested they try landing on the roof of the train. That's an insane idea. How am I supposed to do that? You have to. We can't very well just burst into the Great Hall with a car parked on the lawn. How is this any better? The car will K to England, then maybe your parents can summon it. And they won't know we took it in the first place. That strain of logic didn't hold up very well, though, as she was sure it wasn't an everyday occurrence for one to find their car missing and just shrug it off. Fine, hold on to something. He broke off and muttered to himself. If we die I am going to kill you. Get in line, mumbled Harry. What? Nothing. Ron turned the invisible car, veering down towards the Scarlet steam engine. He got close, then pulled up as the tires burned rubber on the train. He immediately hit the slammed on the accelerator, speeding along to take the force out of their landing. They came to a rolling stop, and he parked the car on top of the train. Harry and Ron carefully climbed out, the train rushing past the countryside, wind threatening to blow them off. You know, I've always wanted to have a fight on top of a train, Harry mused. What? Yelled Ron over the wind. He rocked on his toes dangerously for a moment, the wind buffeting him as he tried to gain his balance. Harry grabbed Ron's hand and directed him to a ladder between carriages. They climbed down and Harry unlocked the door, pulling Ron inside. Their trunks and other luggage appeared in the luggage compartment. Mysteriously, Ron didn't even think about it. Harry turned to beckon Ron forward, swiveling back around and running straight into Draco Malfoy coming out of the restroom. Potter, what are you doing? He asked suspiciously. Eyes just smiled as she replied. Oh, you know, flying a car to Hogwarts then landing it on the train and sneaking in to find a compartment so we don't get caught. The usual. Draco balked as Ron let out a snort. I don't believe you, he decided. Yes you do, but good luck getting anyone else to. She turned away, grabbing Ron's robe and pulling him towards the compartments. "Oh, and thanks for the help in Borgin and Burke's. My plans of turning you are coming along nicely." Harry walked away, leaving Draco sputtering his denials and Ron following, confused. "Are you still on about making Malfoy good?" Ron ran up to her. "I'm not trying to make Malfoy good, Ron, that's subjective. I'm trying to make him independent of others' thinking. And more accepting of my own." Ron huffed and followed her as she searched for Hermione. She threw open the room with Hermione sitting in it, her nose buried in a book. She looked up with a frown on her face, which dropped to surprise as she saw them standing there. "Ron, Harry, where have you been? I searched the entire train for you." Ron stared abashedly at her, and Harry just walked in and plopped down across from her, stretching her legs out and leaning back. "It's all right, my own, we just had to fly Ron's dad's car because someone decided to block the barrier before we could get through." "What? Don't worry about it. So, did you finish Snape's essay? I wrote about how the potions textbook is wrong in telling us to add 3 drops of flobberworm mucus for a cure for Boyle's potion. You have to add more, based on the ratio of mucus to snake fangs, because the mucus is meant to coat the boils as they dissolve from the combination of the snake and horned slug poison. If there isn't enough mucus, the boils will still dissolve, but leave behind patches of inflamed skin that will clear up in a day or 2. Hermione stared at Harry, and shook her head, deciding to argue with her thesis rather than pursue the flying car conversation. Ron still stood in the doorway, flabbergasted, but slightly relieved in the change of subject. They got changed, and soon they were riding the carriages up to the school. Harry stared in fascination at the skeletal horses pulling the carriages. "What are you staring at?" asked Ron. "The Thestrals. They look really cool." "What are Thestrals?" Hermione asked, trying to stare where Harry was staring. "Skeletal horses. They can only be seen by people who've seen death." Ron and Hermione stopped at the information, watching Harry's back as she exited the cart and made for the school. They broke from their stupor and, after sharing a glance, followed her to the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. Harry watched as Ginny got sorted into Gryffindor, along with an excitable boy named Colin, who rushed to sit near Harry. He introduced himself, shaking her hand vigorously. Harry resigned herself to a year of fangirls and fanboys, as some of the other first years and indeed upper years were staring at her. What happened with the Sorcerer's Stone was a secret, so naturally the whole school knew. Harry went to bed that night ying to ignore Lavender and Parvati giggling and gossiping. She pulled a pillow over her head and forced dreams to take her. Harry came to one solid conclusion the next day. Gilderoy Lockhart was a fake. He didn't do anything he claimed he did in his books. One look was clear. First, you can't cure a werewolf with a spell. At best, the homorphous charm would only temporarily stop the effects of lycanthropy upon a person. Then, there was just the absurdity of it all. Pixies. Really? Harry was completely confused about what Dumbledore's rationale was for hiring this man. Not a lot of people must have applied, but she'd take another Quirrell over him. It was ridiculous. Then there was his need to have Harry on his side. Like she would boost his fame. It was sickening, and she wanted to knock out his perfect teeth. But she had to restrain herself. That didn't mean that she couldn't mess with him subtly. Harry was surprised, later, when Draco Malfoy came walking out onto her pitch, surrounded by the Slytherin team. Oliver Wood made a beeline for the ground, jumping from his broom before he even landed, striding right up to Marcus Flint in a rage. "What are you doing here? I booked the field. I booked it." Wood stomped. "Special permission from Professor Snape. I've got a note." "Special permission? For what?" Wood asked. "To train our new Seeker." Flint had a smug smile on his face. "You have a new Seeker?" asked Wood, curious now. "Who?" The meaty Slytherin stepped apart to reveal a grinning Draco Malfoy. Harry gave him an appraising look, but she was distracted by the approach of Hermione and Ron before she could comment. "That's not all that's new," mentioned Flint. They all turned their brooms, Nimbus 2001 glinting in silver writing on 7 handles. Nimbus 2001s. Those must have cost a fortune. Ron yelled. Compliments of Draco's father. At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to get their daddy's help. They got in on pure talent. Hermione snarked, annoyed over the corruption of the team. Malfoy bowed up, and Harry just knew chaos was imminent. "No one cares what you think, you filthy little mudblood." Everyone reacted. Katie and Alicia screamed, "How dare you!" Angelina was holding back the twins with Oliver's help. Harry was reaching for her brass knuckles. Draco saw the look on Harry's face, and a flicker of uncertainty crossed his features before He was pulled into the ranks of the Slytherin team. "Good one, Draco. Show the filth their place." Ron started forward, attempting to pull his wand out of his robes, but Harry pulled him back harshly, sending him sprawling on the grass. Harry could get revenge on Malfoy later, when he wasn't guarded by 6 larger Slytherins in public. But Flint, standing to the side of the group and confident in his safety, was a prime target. Especially after his jeers. She had her brass knuckles slipped on, and she strode forward while Flint laughed, not taking her seriously in the slightest. Then her fist came up and made contact with Flint's jaw, a loud crack sounding throughout the field. He stumbled backwards, holding a hand to his loose jaw. Harry pounced, throwing a right hook. She turned and gave a roundhouse kick, and Flint fell back onto his butt, his face bloodied and his arm probably broken. She stalked up to him as the other Slytherins fell away because of the look on her face and the glow of her eyes. She bent down low, grabbing his robes and pulling him up to her eye level. "Never," she snarled, "call my friend Fide Magic to make an example of you." She threw him back down, looking up to meet Malfoy's eyes between the robes of the other Slytherin players, and walked away to the castle. The Slytherins and Gryffindors stood together watching as she stomped her way up the hill, Ron and Hermione following her. Eventually a couple on the Slytherin team grabbed Flint to haul him to the hospital wing. Draco stared at a fixed point, wondering what would happen to him. The twins were wearing satisfied grins, with respect shining in their eyes. Wood got back on his broom. The first 2 months passed, and the total of lessons Gilderoy Lockhart taught that could actually count as somewhat informative came to the number 1. He would always cancel at the last minute, leaving the students busy work like copying notes from one of his chapters or describing how he managed to have his entire book list at the top of the bestsellers charts. It may have had something to do with how he would find something off about his day. It started subtle enough, like when he took out his CURLERS and his hair just lied flat on his head. There was one time where no matter how much sugar he added to his tea, it just got more bitter. Then it became more obvious that something was wrong. When he brushed his teeth and they turned black for 24 hours. Or when his hair decided to change to snakes that kept nipping at his face. Or the one time in the Great Hall at breakfast when he was eating his food, and the fork and knife decided to leap up and start fighting one another while his spoon called encouragement from his cup of tea. The silverware ended up dropping all the food in Lockhart's lap, and he fled the scene with laughter from everyone in the hall following him out. Even Snape was fighting down a satisfied smirk. Harry spent October training for Quidditch in every weather. Wood was a fanatic, but she had to admit, he got results. The team was like a well-oiled machine by mid-October, letting Wood drill them with tactics for the rest of the time before the TCH until they could recite the different moves for all positions in their sleep. He worked the team hard for a reason. They would need to be ready for their first match. It was because of the all-we-there training that Harry was caught trudging mud through the castle as she tried to make it back to the common room. Nearly headless Nick tried to warn her, but it was too late and Filch caught her. He was dragged to his office and sat in the chair. "Students," he sneered, "always dirtying the corridors. Frog brains and mud and everything that I have to clean up." He continued his rambling until a large crash was heard above the office. "Peeves, I'll have you now, Peeves." He raced out of the office with Mrs. Norris following him. Harry looked around, sure this was the perfect moment to investigate his office. She saw a drawer marked confiscated. "Looks promising." She slid it open, sending alarm wards out into the hall to detect anything coming within 50 feet of the office. She sifted through the materials in the drawer, pocketing anything she could use. One of the things she found tucked away in the drawer was an old potions textbook, scribbled all over and almost falling apart. She ran back to the seat, shutting the drawer, when she felt the buzzing of her alarms. Harry glanced at the desk and saw the letter, and quickly duplicated it, pulling the copy into her pocket. Filch entered just as she steadied herself in the chair. "We've got him now, don't we, Mrs. Norris?" The vanishing cabinet was an extremely valuable object. "The headmaster will have no choice but to listen to me now." Filch looked up, remembering Harry was in the room. "You can go. Get out." Harry hurried out of the room, right into nearly headless Nick, which was unpleasant. "Harry, did it work? Did Filch let you go?" Harry did a double take. "You dropped the cabinet." Right above Filch's office, he grinned proudly, puffing out his spectral chest. "Thank you. You probably saved me a horrible detention. I wish there was something I could do to thank you." "Oh, but there is. Harry, do you think you could come to my 500th death day party?" "Oh, but you wouldn't want to. You'd probably think it boring." "No, I'll go. Sounds cool." Quote, "Thank you. And, do you think you could mention to Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore just how terrifying you find me? It might help me with the headless hunt." "Sure," she replied. "Excellent. It's the 31st, in one of the lower dungeons. Candles will light the way." Nick floated away, jabbering excitedly to himself. Harry wasn't she knew what she got herself into. The 31st came, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione went down to the dungeons to Nick's party. Harry told them to wear extra layers, remembering how cold Snape's dungeon is, and it's one of the upper ones. "I don't see why we have to miss the Halloween feast." Ron groaned. "Did you see the decorations? The bats." "Ron, imagine being able to say that you've been to a Death Day party. I bet not many living could claim that." Hermione had a bounce in her step, ready to add to her wealth of knowledge. "Exactly. Plus, Ron, we already get to see a bat every day." Harry pulled herself up in an impression of Snape, robes billowing feebly behind her. "Damn, how does he do it?" They entered a room filled with specters, and Harry was itching for the mini pistol tucked into her sock. It held iron bullets packed with salt. She compromised by keeping her hand in her pocket, on her salt gun, and walked around to chat with the ghosts. Nick found them and thanked them for coming. They weren't sure whether to look happy or sad for him. "There's no food," complained Ron, which wasn't true. There was food, but it was inedible. Harry reached into her other pocket and pulled out an entire pie, wrapped in plastic, and handed it off to Ron absent-mindedly. "Where the bloody hell did you get this?" he asked, astonished. "Kitchens." Harry walked away to where Peeves was picking on Moaning Myrtle. "Get invited. Moaning Myrtle at a party. I didn't know you had friends." Harry pulled out her salt gun and cranked it, then shot Peeves. He disappeared mid-sentence, and Myrtle turned to Harry, surprised. "Don't mind him, Myrtle. He's just mad that he wasn't invited. Party crashing is so out, don't you think?" Myrtle gave a small laugh. "What's your name?" she asked. "Harry." "Oh, why'd you stop Peeves? No one ever helps me. Or are you making fun of me?" "Of course you are, you're planning something." "No, Myrtle, I'm just. No one ever helps poor, moping Myrtle." She choked back a sob. Peeves chose then to reappear. "You forgot Pimply," he hissed in her ear. Myrtle burst into sobs, flying out of the dungeon while Peeves followed her, pelting her with moldy peanuts and yelling, "Pimply." "Well, I tried." Harry went back to the party, and Nick was just trying to start his speech. Then the horsemen arrived. "Excuse me, everyone." No one was paying attention. They were all focusing on Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore juggling with his two others' heads. Harry got a little annoyed at his pompous manner. She walked up to where Nick was, where the musical saws were playing. "Excuse me," she yelled. No one looked up. She tried again. No answer. Now properly annoyed, Harry held a finger to her throat. "Oi, mister. Look at me, I'm juggling heads. Put the heads down and pay some fucking attention to Nick. He invited you to his 500th death day party, and you're trying to be the center of attention by juggling dead body parts. It's pathetic, and I think you should put whoever's head you've stolen back, because yours is obviously shoved so far up your ass that you can see out of your neck. Now, pay some attention to my friend Nick, or I will shoot you with my salt gun." Repeatedly, everyone looked at her, and she glared back, particularly at Patrick Delaney Podmore, who looked unconcerned. "And who are you to even make such claims? You're a child, and I am a several hundred-year-old ghost. I'll do what my title warrants." He turned back to the ready to start another game. Harry raised a single eyebrow, and pulled out the pistol for better aim. ND pointed it at Patrick Delaney Podmore's body. She pulled the trigger, and the onlookers screamed as he burst apart, the bullet ripping through him and hitting the stone wall. Does anyone else know? A demonstration of what this child can do? No. Then shut up and listen to his speech. She turned to Nick, whose head had fallen out of his ruff in surprise. Sorry Nick, I didn't mean to steal the spotlight, this is your night. Also, do you know where Patrick Delaney Podmore is buried? Bully's Acre, Ireland, he whispered weakly. Cool, good luck. She jumped off the stage and joined her friends. The ghost crowd parting quickly for her. Harry, you're scary, you know that. Thanks Ron, you guys can go on ahead, if you want, I'm going to watch the speech and make sure Patrick doesn't come back. We'll be fine, Harry. They listened to Nick's speech, only stopping twice when Harry shot Patrick after he reappeared. The three of them left soon after, saying goodbye to Nick, who looked at Harry speculatively. Ron and Hermione didn't comment, beyond asking where she'd gotten the gun. She loved her friends sometimes. They rushed back upstairs, only to run the other way when Harry started hearing a voice. A voice that wanted to kill. Rip, tear, kill. There's blood. I smell blood. Hunter instincts kicking in, Harry grabbed her pistol, palming it, and ran up the stairs, following the disembodied voice. She skidded to a halt, almost slipping in the water flooded on the floor in front of Myrtle's bathroom. Mrs. Norris was hanging from a torch, and there was blood on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry walked forward, reaching to touch the blood. She pulled out a Q-tip and glass potions vial, rolling some blood onto the cotton and corking it inside the glass. She put it back in her pocket, and looked back to where Hermione and Ron were looking at the writing in horror. Harry, what's going on? I don't know, but I don't think we want to be found here. They started to back away, but rumbling footsteps were heard, blocking them in. They tried the next hall, only to hear the same thing. Enemies of the air beware. You'll be next, mudbloods. Harry swiveled around to see Marcus Flint, his arm in a sling, glaring at the group. Harry clenched her fist. Oh no he didn't. My cat. She's killed my cat. Filch came pushing through the crowd, staring at Mrs. Norris with tears quivering on the end of his nose. He snotted some as he cried. Students, back to your dormitories. Except you three. Harry almost cursed when he saw Dumbledore striding up in magnificent magenta robes, and detached Mrs. Norris from the wall torch. They entered Lockhart's classroom with a crowd of teachers. Calm yourself, Mr. Filch, she is only petrified. Harry was ready to slap Lockhart if he didn't stop babbling about the different curses and enchantment he could have stopped if he'd been there. It's her fault. I was going to give her detention earlier this week and she's taking it out on Mrs. Norris. I am not. We just found her, protested Harry. If I may, Headmaster, it may just be that Potter and her friends were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Harry gaped at Snape. Then a malicious smile curled his lips. Of course, it is rather suspicious that they were there. I did not see them at the Halloween feast. We were at Sir Nicholas's Death Day party. Hermione explained. Did you not go hungry? I'm under the impression that the food provided for ghosts is not sufficient for the living. I had food in my pocket. In your pocket? Snape asked, disbelievingly. Yep, she replied, popping the pea. Harry reached deep into her pocket, pulling out a plate, piled with drumsticks, mashed potatoes, and stuffing. She took a fork and stabbed some of the stuffing, depositing it in her mouth. Ron's eyes lit up and he took the extra fork and began eating at the mashed potatoes. Hermione huffed and rolled her eyes. Innocent until proven guilty, Dumbledore reminded them, drawing the teacher's attention away from the students eating. Hermione stomped over to the Gryffindor table, sitting down in a huff. She angrily piled food onto her plate, stabbing at it with a fork and mumbling under her breath. Ron leaned into Harry and whispered, "Is she all right?" Harry looked at Hermione. "Hey, are you all right?" "I'm perfectly fine, except all the copies of Hogwarts, a history have been checked out of the library." "Don't you have your own copy?" "Yes, but I left it at home." I was trying to make room for my light reading, Ron snorted, and I decided to leave it because I have it mostly memorized. She finished, glaring at Ron. Wait, why is everyone checking out Hogwarts, a history? Are they trying to punish themselves? Ron asked, confused. No, Ronald, they're trying to read about the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione huffed again, going back to torturing her food. Harry looked at Ron, both of them shrugging, before going back to lunch. Later that day, Harry was making use of Bin's class as a study hall. Fight Club was next week when she noticed something incredible. Hermione was sitting in her seat, staring intensely towards the front. With her hand up, most of the class was watching her by now, it being more interesting than napping or flicking bits of parchment at each other. Binns finally seemed to take notice, his expression morphing into something other than blankness for the first time in what Harry suspected was decades. Yes, Miss Granger, sir, and I was wondering if you could tell us about the Chamber of Secrets. Those who weren't already paying attention to the exchange were now. Binns, who must have been shocked by the attentiveness of his class, went on to argue with Hermio. Nay, about the relevancy of myths versus facts. After Hermione managed to win the argument, he explained how the Chamber of Secrets was created by Slytherin before the founders parted ways, locked and guarded by a creature. What kind of creature? Seamus asked. A monster, one that only Slytherin or his heirs can control. Well, what kind of monster is that? There is no monster, it is a silly tale meant to frighten students. Binns went back to his teaching while Harry had to wonder how he could be so obtuse. It certainly was frightening students, with the monster apparently back in business after Halloween. Harry began to think it might be time for that exorcism after all. She just had to decide whether or not her own satisfaction with getting rid of Binns overwhelmed her desire to have a free period. Later, when Hermione came to her with a book called Most Potenty Potions After Conning Lockhart, Harry's heart almost burst with pride. Ah, my little arsonist is branching out. I'm so proud. Now they just needed a place to brew the polyjuice. A month later, and Harry was still being frog-marched down the halls by the Weasley twins, paraded as the heir of Slytherin. They made jokes, but she wondered how they would react if they found out she was the actual magical heir. That was another thing that bugged her. Someone was usurping her title. But she couldn't deal with that right now. So she decided to blow off some steam and fix another problem she'd been working on. After the Death Day party, Harry snuck out of Hogwarts one Saturday, using a combination stealth method her perception filter and invisibility cloak. She apparated to an old cemetery in Ireland, and busied herself with digging up the grave of one Sir properly decapitated Podmore. Said spirit showed up right before she burned him. The ghost appeared, lazily looking over his shoulder. Probably just another groundhog. He turned around to stare at his grave, and he startled backwards, his head falling off his shoulders with an echoing thud, which was strange given its incorporealness. What are you doing? Patrick tried to get closer to her, but there was a ring of salt around the grave. Sorry, Pat, you really shouldn't have been such a dick to my friend. Well, but he got me out of a bind, so good luck wherever you're going. Harry waved goodbye as she threw a fireball into the grave, igniting the salt-covered corpse. Podmore burned away as his ghost screamed, and she replaced the dirt before apparating back to Hogsmeade, creeping back in via the Forbidden Forest. Soon, Harry was walking out onto the Quidditch pitch. The first game of the season, and it was Gryffindor against Slytherin. She gave Draco a competitive smirk, and they mounted their brooms. Madame Hooch's whistle blew, and they were off. Harry sped up into the air, doing a couple loop-de-loops for fun. She scanned the pitch, searching for a sign of the golden snitch. Malfoy pulled up next to her, a snarl on his face. "How've you been, Potter?" He spat. "Good. Heir of Slytherin and all, I've suddenly gained a lot of power. Speaking of, do you think it's smart to mess with me after what you've done?" "Everything I said was true," he defended. "I don't see you repeating it." "She's a filthy little." Harry held up her hand, silencing Malfoy. "Draco, it isn't polite to insult your future friends. I thought I was making progress with you. But I guess it'll be a longer road than I thought. Now, do you know anything about who the heir of Slytherin might be?" She added a slight compulsion to her words. "No, my F.A. Thayer told me that the last time someone opened the chamber, a girl died. There's a vote going on in my common room, and the favorite candidate right now is Granger. Interesting. Harry ended the spell. Good luck. I don't need luck. They separated as a bludger came flying towards them. Harry ducked and flew in a wide loop to George, who beat it at Flint. Only, the bludger turned in its path and made to unseat Harry from her broom. Fred came to the rescue this time, sending it to Adrian Pusey. The bludger turned again, and Harry sighed, because of course she was the one the insane bludger focused on. Just another day. She was forced to do a bizarre roll when the bludger came at her, after employing evasion techniques. Draco laughed at her. Training for the ballet, Potter. She was so getting him back for that. She spotted a hint of gold by his ear, and stayed still a second too long. Crack. Her wrist burned like it was on fire, and Harry barely managed to keep her grip of her broom. She drifted towards Malfoy, her broom speeding up as she reached out. He looked at her warily, gripping his broom tighter. She shot forward with a burst of speed and plucked the snitch from the air. Unfortunately, she was only holding onto her broom with her legs now. She gripped her thighs tight against the broom, and tried to angle her body downwards. The broom took off like a bullet towards the ground, and she leaned back quickly, only just pulling it level, and tumbled off the broom into the mud, golden wings still flapping in her grasp. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins. Harry smiled at the air, then squinted her eyes because it couldn't be. Nope, it could. She rolled out of the way as the bludger came down to strike into the earth. Wood dove on top of it, rest. Ling it back into the crate Madame Hooch provided. Harry relaxed back into the mud, clutching gently at her broken arm. It wasn't the worst pain she had felt. She'd been stabbed, damn it, but it still smarted. She was sitting up when Ron and Hermione's anxious faces clouded her vision. Harry, are you all right? That was a sick move, by the absolutely ridiculous. Could have been killed. Guys, stop. You're giving me a headache. Can you just help me to the hospital wing? No need for that, Harry. She looked up and grimaced. Lockhart stood before her, his dazzling smile flashing as he bent down to look at her arm. Simple fix. Really. Done it 100 times. Professor, I think she should really. Nonsense. He aimed his wand at her and before she could expel him backwards, Brachium Amendo. He swished his wand, and a jet of blue light shot out of the end and hit Harry's arm. It immediately sagged loose, and she pulled the arm up with her other hand, wriggling the rubber-like lump that had been her arm. Oh, well, that can happen sometimes, he justified, trying to brush it off. Harry gave him a look that promised revenge, and got Hermione and Ron to help her off the field. Her useless arm flapping at her side. Later that night, Dobby appeared by her bedside, and she reached out of habit and caught him by the neck with her good arm. She let go, apologizing. Harriet Potter returned to Hogwarts. He muttered sadly, giving her a disappointed look that affronted her. Of course I did. I need to be here. What I don't need is Dumbledore heading to Privet Drive to see why I'm not at the school. And him realizing I haven't lived there in years. He'd almost certainly send me back, probably with a mind-altering charm too. Bastard. Albus Dumbledore is a great wizard. Albus Dumbledore likes to use other people as collateral, just ask the goblins. He didn't even inform them that Voldemort broke into their vaults. Harriet Potter must leave Hogwarts at once. Abby thought that when she missed the train, it might have been enough. You made me miss the train? She asked, astonished. Yes, and when that did not work, maybe Dobby's bludger would have stopped her, but... Your bludger. You tried to kill me. Not kill, miss, never kill. Dobby only meant to maim, or seriously, injure. Harry wished she had kept her hold on his neck. Bad things are happening at Hogwarts School now that history is to repeat itself. So it is the chamber, the one opened 50 years ago? Harry asked. Dobby froze and grabbed the Skelegro bottle from beside her bed, and started smacking himself with it. Emitting harsh yelps and shrieks while screaming, "Bad Dobby!" Harry struggled to wrestle the bottle out of his hands with only one arm, hushing him before Madame Pomfrey could come running. Are you a freaking masochist? Stop it already. Harry grabbed Dobby by the scruff of his pillowcase, ready to question him about the chamber, when footsteps were heard hustling towards the Hospital wing. Dobby disappeared with a loud snap and subsequent crack, and Harry quickly pretended she was asleep, regretting her life choices. Harry heard bits and pieces of the conversation, turning slightly to see a petrified Colin Creevey. What does this mean, Albus? It means that the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been reopened. When Harry got out of the hospital wing the next morning, she looked around for Ron and Hermione, without success. Eventually she found herself standing in front of the wall where the message had been painted in blood. Then she remembered the vial she had stuffed in her pocket weeks ago. Harry pulled out the vial with the cotton swab inside, unstopping it and pulling out the swab. Harry looked to her left and right, then hurried to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. She stepped inside and waved a hand around the swab. A shimmering picture of a rooster appeared, reconstructed from the droplets of blood, and Harry's brow furrowed. She turned and noticed the quiet bubbling sound coming from one of the stalls. Harry crept over, laying her hands on the old door. She pushed suddenly, surprising herself and Hermione and Ron, who had been sitting inside. So, what am I missing? Harry put her hands down as Hermione tried to brush the powdered bicorn horn off her shoulder, where it had lightly dusted her when Harry opened the door. So, remember when we thought about brewing the polyjuice? Harry nodded. Well, we've chosen a home base. Harry blinked. What? We'll brew it in here. We heard about Colin this morning, and we figure it should be started sooner than later. I have all the supplies, except for a couple things we need to steal from Snape's storage. Hermione Granger, steal from a teacher? Asked Ron. After getting over his astonishment, he frowned, thinking, I don't know, especially if it's Snape. He could have us all expelled in an instant. Well, I don't want to break the rules, but I don't want some monster running around the school so. Are you joining me or not, because I'll do it anyway. Hermione finished, her cheeks red and her eyes intense. Ron just nodded weakly and Harry grinned at her. Good to see I'm influencing you. I can steal the stuff, no problem. What we need to worry about is a plan once it's brewed. We go to the Slytherin dorms dressed up as students there, question Flint or some of the other older ones. Seeing as Draco already told us how no one at his level knew anything, and the compulsion made sure he was telling the truth. Whatever we find, we'll use. It's weird when you call him Draco. Ron complained. Well, when I eventually turn him to our side, you can't go around calling him Malfoy the whole time or he might see something unbalanced in the relationship. Can we just get back to brewing? Hermione asked. All right. It was more of a plan than she'd had during her first hunt. The next morning dawned, and no one could find Professor Lockhart. Apparently, while Harry was in the hospital, he had somehow lost all the bones in his arms and legs, and was in terrible agony from the pressure of the unsupported flesh, and the torture of Skelegro. No one could figure out what happened. Harry had been asleep in her hospital bed when they brought him in, with a witness to prove the time of the accident. Morons. A couple weeks passed, Lockhart recovered. The potion was happily bubbling in the stall next to Myrtle's, and Harry had just caught sight of a flyer on the Gryffindor Common Room post board. Dueling lessons, along with the students' response to the attacks, which involved the creation of a roaring black market trading protection amulets, spells, and the like. The teachers seemed to have come up with a solution as well. Harry already had extensive practice in offensive and defensive magic, though not with a partner, but she figured it would be fun anyway. So, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked down to the Great Hall at 6 o'clock, to take their first lesson among the hordes of participants. Harry only slightly frowned when she saw that Lockhart was teaching the lesson. It was replaced by a maniacal grin when she saw Snape sweep in after him. His head ducked in annoyance. She could work with that. She was a little apprehensive to be in front of her potions professor in a capacity that involved offensive spells when she had stolen ingredients from him days earlier. There was almost no way he could know it had been her, as she had used her invisibility cloak and he'd been busy with a rash of suspicious fevers in the Slytherin population stemming from a glowing box in the middle of the Slytherin Common Room. But the way he looked at her the following morning at breakfast told her he was almost entirely sure it had been her. When Lockhart showed them an example with himself and Snape, Harry added a slight blasting spell to Snape's disarming one, and Lockhart flew off the dueling table, all the way across the hall, and out the door of the Great Hall. screaming several octaves higher than normal the whole time. Ron and Harry were bending over, clutching their stomachs, laughing like many of those in the area. Hermione was standing on her tiptoes. "Do you think he's okay?" "Who cares?" blurted Harry and Ron at the same time. Lockhart stumbled back into the hall, perfect golden curls mussed and frizzed, his robes turned slightly. He climbed up on the table again. "Well, that was certainly a way to start it off. Of course, I only let Professor Snape disarm me for the sake of showing you what the spell looks like." Snape looked murderous, and perhaps Lockhart noticed, because his eyes widened a fraction and he looked back to the students and called across them in a hurried tone, "All right, pairs. Let's get some practice in." The trio tried to gravitate towards each other, but Snape split them up, pairing Hermione and Millicent Bulstrode, Ron and Seamus Finnegan, and Harry and Draco Malfoy. This would be fun. Harry bowed mockingly at Draco, who returned the favor. They raised their wands, and Lockhart counted down from 3 for everyone. Draco started on 2, and Harry could barely think, Slytherin. Before she was diving away from a leg-locking curse, she fired a stickfast hex back at him. He didn't have any tie to block it, and got hit full on, sticking his shoes to the ground. Harry waved her wand hand and shot a tickling spell at him, and Draco started laughing and crying at the same time, unseen hands tickling him all over. It was torture. Harry looked around the room at the other pairs. Ron and Seamus were both ashen-faced somehow. Hermione was struggling as Millicent Bulstrode had her in a headlock, both of their wands lying forgotten on the floor. Snape watched in amusement while Lockhart stared, frazzled. "Stop, stop, stop everything. Perhaps I better teach you how to block unfriendly spells." He laughed sheepishly. Then, displaying the brilliant smile, he called Harry up to the stage. And Snape chose Draco. Harry sent him a look. "Disarming only," warned Lockhart. He bent down and tapped Harry on the shoulder. "Here, Harry, this spell will help you." Wriggled his wand in a complex motion before it shot sparks out of the end and he dropped it with a yelp. Gently picking it back up, as though it might bite him, he patted her on the back. "Just do what I did." "What? Drop your wand." Lockhart walked away and Harry rolled her eyes at his back. She saw Snape whisper something in Draco's ear, causing him to grin. "Scared, Potter? You wish." Lockhart started the countdown, and again Draco started early. "Serpensortia, Expelliarmus." A great snake shot out of the end of Draco's wand, and started slithering forwards. Harry walked calmly towards it, intending to vanish it, or pick it up. "Allow me, Potter," Snape drawled, pointing his wand at the great python. Of course, Lockhart had to go and screw it all up. No, I've got it. Alart ascendere." He waved his wand flamboyantly, and the snake was pulled into the air, and dropped down on the mat with a hard thud. Was he purposely trying to make everything worse? It hissed, opening its maw menacingly. But Harry knew it couldn't really endanger anyone as it was a constrictor and not venomous. The other students, however, did not, and they started backing away, causing a panic. Harry rolled her eyes and waved her wand, not really using it, and muttered, "Eretica." A corded black net flew from her and wrapped around the threatening snake. She walked over, picked it up, and brought it to Snape. He was almost visibly uncomfortable, despite the mask he usually wore, and that made Harry happy. It was with genuine pleasure that she forced the writhing ball of fury into her prophase. Soar's arms without giving him a chance to get ready for it, and it tried to curl around his neck. Snape grabbed his wand and hurriedly vanished it. Draco quietly snickered. "Well, that definitely disarmed me. Thanks for the course, professors, but I'm not sure it was exactly productive. Eventful, but not helpful." Harry strode out of the Great Hall, and was soon followed by the students who knew the lesson wasn't going to be teaching them anything more. Some of Lockhart's love-struck fangirls stayed behind, thankfully not including Hermione. "What was that? You just picked it up," Ron yelled in her ear. They walked down the halls to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom to check the potion. "There's something I should tell you guys." They found themselves locked in the bathroom, Ron and Hermione sitting cross-legged in front of Harry, whose elbows were propped on her knees, her fists resting on her jaw. She looked at the both of them, trying to decide if she should give up more of her trust and divulge one of her secrets. "So, Something you should probably know, as being friends and all. I need you not to freak out, okay? Looking at you, Ron. Ron looked mildly offended, but nodded. I'm a Parselmouth. All hell broke loose. While, admittedly, it took a while to calm her friends, Harry was proud to say that they did not freak out entirely. Not entirely. What? Bloody hell. Ron gripped the saint. Oh, calm down. It's not like I'm evil. Harry complained. She had to stand 5 minutes of confused ranting before they became intelligible again. But that's basically what being a Parselmouth means, Harry. That's why Salazar Slytherin's house animal is a snake. He could speak to them, argued Hermione, and we all know he's the evilest of the lot, trying to kill Muggleborns with his bloody monster stalking the students. Ron added. They stared at her, side by side like disappointed parents. Okay. We don't specifically know that Slytherin was evil. Don't go off on me, let me explain. She shouted, seeing the looks of indignity and Hermione's. You're completely wrong and let me tell you why. Pose. He didn't want to include Muggleborns, right? Well, that was probably a rational way of thinking. Think about it. 1,000 years ago witches were being burned by Muggles because of their magic. Slytherin probably didn't trust anyone who came from Muggle birth. Now, purging them from the school with a giant monster only he can control, that's a bit much, and the logic he worked with doesn't come into play today, but back then he had a legitimate reason, even if he was a little crazy. Think, misguided, instead of, monstrously out of line. Hermione looked to be thinking it over, biting her lip, her head ducked. Ron kept opening his mouth and holding up a finger, only to shut it and look away. Figuring out whatever went wrong with his argument. He's still a git. So, now that we've figured out that I'm not crazy, can we go back to the common room? The potion is almost ready, and we need to have a definitive idea about what to do. The three of them left the bathroom, saying goodbye to Myrtle, who had been slightly more manageable since they started talking to her. Well, since Harry started talking to her. More students went home for Christmas than in Harry's first year. With the grounds emptier than she had ever seen them, it was relatively easy to find two troublemakers. Without the usual crowd in the hallways to mask their mischief, Harry easily spotted Fred and George about to release a dung bomb in front of the entrance to the Great Hall. Before they could go through with it, Harry grabbed their arms and pulled them into the empty space behind one of the larger tapestries in the hall. The Weasley twins looked around and then down at her. What was that for? Are you going to sacrifice us? Oh, mighty heir of Slytherin. Harry raised an eyebrow at the pair, before shaking her heads and silencing them. No, I know that you're planning something to sacrifice for Loki during Yule. She revealed. How? No, we're not. What a preposterous idea. Yes, you are, and I'm not going to tell anyone, don't worry about that. I just wanted to let you know tea chocolate will work as a much better sacrifice than blood or dead little baby rabbits, or whatever you're using now. We are not using dead little baby rabbits, you horrible, terrible, sadistic witch. We're using grown-up rabbits. George smacked Fred upside the head at that confession, followed by Fred's revenge of slap. The two began smacking each other anywhere they could reach, in serious danger of revealing their positions from the racket they were making. Harry reached out and grabbed both their ears. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, stop. Now that you're done squabbling, I'll leave. Just remember, chocolate. How would you even know about that? They questioned, and Harry paused her movements. She smiled over her shoulder. Don't you know, I'm the terrible, horrible heir of Slytherin. She slipped out from the alcove, heading to lunch while the twins pondered her words. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had a nice Christmas, having snowball fights and drinking smuggled hot choco. Late from the kitchens, Harry still wouldn't tell them where it was. As Christmas Day dawned, Hermione had them all out of bed and in the common room to open presents early, as her family had instilled in her a freakish habit of waking up at 6 a.m. on Christmas. Harry was pleased with the bound pile of notes on parcel magic from Hermione, and the Quidditch book from Ron. She tried to nibble on some treacle fudge from Hagrid after pulling on her new Weasley sweater, but the treat proved too tough to eat. Harry smirked as Hermione admonished her for presenting her with a book on mischief and pickpocketing. Especially when she insisted that this way Hermione could steal the ingredients next time. Ron just smiled at the basket full of chocolate frogs. That night that the polyjuice was finally ready, and Harry stared at the sluggishly bubbling mixture as Hermione added the last ingredients before the hairs. Harry remembered appearing in Snape's office, nicking the ingredients, then popping back out. It was strange, because she could have sworn that Hermione mentioned there were anti-disapparition wards in place. If there were, they weren't affecting Harry. Harry grabbed the glass that Hermione gave her. She added Goyle's hair to it, as there weren't a lot of options on who to become. Crabbe and Goyle were knocked out in a broom cupboard, snuggling each other as Harry had positioned them. She couldn't wait to hear the rumors after they were found. The three of them looked down into their glasses, swallowing nervously. With one last glance at each other, the trio found separate stalls and took their potion. The first thing Harry registered was an uncomfortable tingling sensation. Then the tingling turned to pain as her skin was stretched to cover a body that was not her own. She shot upwards, her hair retracting back into her skull. She felt pain below her waist where her skin stretched out. Luckily, she'd had the common sense to change into the Slytherin robes beforehand. When the feeling of being turned inside out then stretched, then turned back the right way stopped all at once. Harry looked at her hands, braced against the stall door, and saw meaty fists. She gently unlocked the door, walking to the mirror to see Gregory Goyle looking back at her. Weird. Harry turned as the other stall unlocked, and Crabbe walked out with Ron's posture, a shocked look on his face. Harry, yeah. Ron looked her up and down, a weird look on his face. That's too strange, he worked out, motioning towards her. Yeah, this is weird. Harry adjusted her robes and felt something brush against her thigh. Eyes widening in realization, Harry yelled. Holy shit, I have a dick. You have Goyle's dick. Ron yelled. That's wrong. Don't just stop. Harry scrunched up her nose. Wait, do you think people could just use polyjuice to find out what other people look like naked, and then publish photos of them? Or what if you really wanted to look like someone so you just constantly took polyjuice? How many conmen are in the wizarding world, with such an easy way to steal identities? Harry was ready to go on, but Hermione's voice from the stall stopped her. There are laws against that, Harry. The unlicensed making and taking of polyjuice potion is almost as illegal as the unforgivables. Well shit, and if you took polyjuice constantly, you'd develop a resistance to it, like any other drug. And you'd probably develop some liver problems as well. How do you know that, Hermione? Ron wondered. It's clearly stated in the section titled, Warning, Side Effects in Most Potency Potions. Honestly, Ronald, don't you read? Harry rolled her eyes, stalking up to the stall where Hermione had changed. She raised a club of a hand and pounded on the door. Quit arguing. Hermione, let's go. We only have an hour. She yelled. I'm not going. She squeaked from inside the cubicle, all confidence lost. Harry traded a look with Ron, their eyebrows arched. Why not? Ron ventured. Because. I'll talk with you later, but you better hurry up, it's already been a couple minutes. Harry shrugged, and Ron followed her out of the bathroom. She trotted down some stairs, ducking around corners to avoid any wandering students or teachers, stopping in an alcove close to where she had hidden to find the Slytherin entrance a week ago after following our invisibility cloak. Y grabbed the scruff of Ron's robes when he almost walked by her completely, jerking him out of the hallway and into the alcove. Bloody. Harry clamped her hand over Ron's mouth, and he turned his eyes to her, struggling. Shish. She waved to the hallway and they watched as Percy Weasley strutted down the corridor. Ron pursed his lips but didn't say anything. They snuck out of the hiding spot, and stood in front of the wall. What's the password? Ron asked, scratching his head. Something bigoted, wouldn't you think? You have no idea how strange it is to see Goyle thinking. Harry smiled. She thought about possible passwords. But before she could try one, a pale-haired figure appeared at the end of the hall. Crabbe. Goyle. Been pigging out in the Great Hall all this time. Draco shook his head and approached them. What's the new password again? Harry gave a Goyle-esque grunt, and Draco rolled his eyes again. Never mind. Pureblood, he stated to the wall. The bricks folded in on themselves, and they entered the Slytherin common room. It was a long, low room, green light filtering in from the lake, which could be seen through the enormous glass wall at the end of the room. A fireplace burned, And there were sofas and chairs everywhere, but they were more ornate than the Gryffindor common room. Rather than giving the air of comfort, it felt cold and like you were being judged. Harry immediately disliked it. Draco led them to a couple of silver couches, sitting on the one across from them. Harry and Ron plunked down with an oomph, and stared at Draco. He started rambling. "Stupid Dumbledore. He's the worst thing that's happened to this school. I'm actually going to have to agree with you on that," blurted Harry. She looked around, trying to spot some upper years. They needed to be talking to someone else, not Draco. "You're absolutely right, Goyle." "Wait, you're right." He turned his mouth down in a, huh, expression. Harry looked up, a look of innocence on her face. "Thank you. It's not often that I feel like expressing the inner soliloquy that is my mind. Oh, to be stifled by the stereotype of grunt-like behavior to those who are stronger than others." Draco's eyes widened. "What?" He squinted suspiciously. "What happened to you?" "Well, see, I'm not actually Goyle. He's locked in a closet upstairs with Crabbe. I usually take the form of the person who's eventually going to turn you to the dark side." Draco backed up a step, his jaw falling open. He looked about ready to yell. "Crabbe is Ron, by the way. We're here on a secret mission." Harry enthused. "P.O.T." Harry clicked her fingers and his lips moved differently. "Tyons are swell. Golly gee, don't you guys love Snape's class? He's a big ball of sunshine, that one. Apparently you aren't ready to give in to the darkness just yet." Harry looked at him, ignoring Ron who had face-palmed beside her. "So I'm pretty sure some of these upper years have info that you don't." I know, Malf. Oi, not knowing information when he has his daddy to ask. Crazy. But on the off chance that I'm right, I'm going to need you to point me to the children of the more influential Death Eaters, well-supposed former Death Eaters. Preferably 5th year and above. Actually, no, don't point. That's rude. Just nod." Ron stared at her, mouth straight. "Harry, hurry up then, there's a good boy." Malfoy nod, ed towards a closed-off group of teenagers taking around a table near one of the fires. "Thanks. Oh, and you would do well not to mention this to anyone. I don't think they would believe you, but just in case. It would make me your punishment from the Quidditch pitch disaster will happen tonight." Harry smiled and hopped up, canceling the silencing ward on him and the area around them. Ron shook his head. Every bloody time. They walked away from a baffled Draco Malfoy. Harry sat on a cushy green armchair, and Ron plopped down in the silver twin. Marcus Flint and his gang were right behind them, jabbering away. They talked about Quidditch for some minutes, and Harry was about to risk asking a question, when one of them brought up the topic. "What's the count on mudbloods?" Came a wheezy voice. "Only that creepy creep. But I hope whoever it is starts the real fun soon." Marcus Flint's voice was easily recognizable. "So you don't know anything about it, Marcus?" "I don't know who's doing it this time. But I do know the chamber's been opened before. 50 years ago there were attacks like this, and they ended with a mudblood dead on the bathroom floor." Harry could see the vicious smile on his face. "We should start a poll. Whichever mudblood is your favorite to die," came a new voice, one that Harry identified as Pusey. "I'd vote for that idiot copper. Or, what's her name? The one Malfoy's always complaining about. Granger. She's a right pain in the ass." Harry clenched her hands. She looked over to Ron to see him red in the face. Even his hair was turning. "Oh no." Harry jumped up and grabbed his arm, pulling him to the entrance to the common room. As soon as they got out, they ran all the way to the girls' bathroom. Harry was tripping over Goyle-sized robes by the time they got back. And she had to shake back a hanging sleeve to pound on Hermione's stall door. "Hermione, we're back, but we still don't know who it is. Although, now we know about someone being killed last time and the body being in the bathroom. That'll give us somewhere to start with the list of deaths at Hogwarts. At least we won't have to filter through the list of those down by the staircases." She looked up at a giggle to see Myrtle peering over the edge of the next stall. "Ooh, it's dreadful." She tried to force back another giggle, and just slumped down into her toilet with a splash. "Hermione, open up." The door cracked open, and Harry saw golden eyes before her jaw dropped. Hermione was staring at her. Only it wasn't Hermione's face. Hermione, with cat hair sprouting everywhere visible, had her head ducked. It was cat hair on Millicent Bulstrode's robes. The potion isn't supposed to work with cat hair. Hermione worried. You've got a tail, burst out Ron, completely unhelpfully. I'm going to have to go to the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey will need to know what I've done. I'm going to get expelled. I can't get expelled, Harry, I can't. Hermione, calm down. It will be okay. Harry put her hands on Hermione's shoulders. You don't have to go yet, I might be able to fix this. Harry, I've been trying to fix it for an hour. Nothing works. What if Madame Pomfrey can't fix it? The book did say not to attempt it for very good reason. What if I stay like this forever? She was hyperventilating, and Harry had her sit down, her back against the stall. I might be able to help, let me just try. What spell could you know that could possibly fix this? She bemoaned miserably. I might have some competition for the moaning title, piped up a voice from the next stall. Not helping. Myrtle. Harry took out her wand for appearance sake, and held it before her. What's the spell, Harry? Hermione whispered. I've always felt that magic is more about intent, she replied, waving her hand softly in a small circle and willing Hermione back to normal. A blue haze surrounded Hermione, blinding everyone there. The light diminished, and Hermione was sitting there, good as new, with no cat hair. Bloody hell, Ron muttered. Harry gave him a look. Harry, Hermione got out, how did you do that? Harry made herself look surprised and inquisitive. I'm not sure. It was partly true. She knew that having a couple years of independent study, and a different philosophy about how to use magic would affect her, make her stronger. But that should have been impossible. Something to think about later, she told herself. Later that night, Draco Malfoy finally gathered the courage to retreat to his common room alone, hiding himself under the security of his bed covers. After an hour of restlessness caused by the threat of revenge, the blonde managed to relax to the point where he was just falling. Hissing sounds started from the edge of the room. He bolted upright, looking around in terror. When nothing moved in his peripheral vision, Malfoy almost settled back down, but a shadow coming from the corner of the room made itself known. The hissing star. Ted again, and he backed against his bedboard, reaching for his wand. Writhing snakes slithered across the floor, hissing together as they cornered Malfoy in his bed. The boy started shooting off hurried spells, but none hit the serpents. The boy screamed as one of them wrapped itself around his neck and squeezed, black spots appearing at the edges of his eyes. Terror overtook him as he grasped at the snake with his nails, to no avail. Just as he was going to pass out, the snacks vanished, nothing left to prove that they were real but the red marks slowly turning purple around the blonde boy's neck. The next morning, Harry smirked into her goblet when the boy showed up with a scarf and a scared expression, his eyes darting quickly over to her and freezing when she smiled at him. The holidays came to a close, and Harry was once again being avoided by a large majority of the school. It was mostly people who didn't know her, who thought her behavior with the snake at the dueling club was suspicious. Harry didn't mind. What she did mind was when people talked like they knew exactly who she was and how she was rotten to the core, obviously, when they had never even spoken to her. People like Ernie Macmillan. She was in the library, when she heard him conversing with some other Hufflepuffs. They were bent low, talking in carrying whispers. She's bad news. Justin says that the snake was eyeing him, at the club. And she just picked it up and started cuddling it. It didn't even try to attack her. But Ernie, came the voice of Hannah Abbott, she's Harry Potter. There's no way she's a dark witch. Except that might prove it all the more. No one knows what happened the night you know who was defeated. She probably used dark magic or something. I'm telling you, something's not right. No one just picks up a snake like that. She didn't even worry about it biting her. Or, maybe I was smart enough to notice that it was a constrictor, and not venomous. 4 sets of startled eyes turned to her. I'm not a dark witch. I literally fought Voldemort last year, and saved all your asses from being his first victims, as he was inside the school. You don't know me, you aren't my friend. You have no clue what's going on, so stop spreading rumors about stuff you don't understand. Don't pretend to know who I am, it won't work out for you. She spun on her heels, ignoring the terrified looks they were sending her. She stormed out of the library and stomped down the hall. She almost ran into Hagrid, and managed to have a somewhat polite conversation with him, but had to leave before she could take out her anger on him. Blind in her rage, she stumbled on something and fell over. Unfortunately, when she got up to see what she had tripped on, Justin Finch Fletchley's frozen face stared back at her, along with the floating image of Sir Nicholas. Harry backed away, disturbed by the image and thinking about how she did not want to be caught here, not after that conversation. She was turning away to leave, when Peeves came spiraling down the corridor. "What's this? It's wee Potty. And look, she's got a couple more victims." "Peeves, I am not in the mood. I didn't do this." She made the mistake of swiping at him to go away. "Help. Attack. Attack in the corridor. No one is safe. Alive or dead." Harry was seriously beginning to doubt her reasons for not exorcising Peeves. A great rumbling of feet pounded down the halls, and stopped around the scene. Ernie Macmillan strode forward with a smug look on his face. "Caught in the act. You can't possibly think that I had time to do this," Harry yelled, spinning around. "I walked out of there 60 seconds ago. There's no way that I could have caused this attack." "Think with your brain, Macmillan, not your ego," Harry spat out. Ernie took a step forward, nose to nose with her now, seemingly drawing on some nervous courage. "You could have used the monster, you're Slytherin's heir," he fumbled. "Trust me," she whispered to him. "If I wanted to hurt someone, I wouldn't need a monster." A dark promise lingered in her words, unheard by anyone but Ernie. Professor McGonagall came hurrying down the stairs to the crowd formed around the victims. She took one look at them and Harry, and her mouth set in a grim line. "Potter, come with me." She swept around, and Harry sent one last withering glare at Ernie before she followed. "Professor," she called, trying to keep up with McGonagall's hurried stride. "I haven't done anything. Surely you can't believe that I hurt those people. Nick is my friend." "I'm sorry, Potter. This is out of my hands." Harry's expression darkened when she understood just whose hands it was in. McGonagall stopped in front of a large gargoyle. Sherbert Lemon. The statue moved in a spiraling staircase emerged from the ground, twisting all the way up to a door with an ornate knocker. McGonagall motioned Harry inside, then left. Harry walked forward, giving off an air of nervousness, and tentatively as she examined Dumbledore's study. A great phoenix stood on a perch, its eyes tired and woeful. She walked up to the decrepit bird, and was reaching out a hand to pet it, when it burst into flames. She jumped back in momentary alarm, when she remembered what she had read about phoenixes. Dumbledore entered, and she looked up. "Sir, I'm sorry, your bird just," she began in a frazzled tone. "Fox is a phoenix, Harry. They grow old, and wither, and die, but then are reborn again, from the ashes." He motioned a hand towards the perch, and Harry made out an ugly, wrinkling bird poking its head out of the blackened ash pile. It gave a newborn squawk, and Harry felt a tug at her lips. Phoenixes are special birds. Their tears have magical healing powers, they can carry many times their weight. And they are extremely loyal. His eyes twinkled, and Harry found herself wondering if he had some kind of condition. She was distracted from her musings by the loud stomping of feet. And subsequently when the door to the study was thrown open in a loud crash. Hagrid came storming in, a dead chicken in one hand, looking frantic. "It wasn't Harry, sir, I was just talking to Hagrid." "She wouldn't had time for any of it, Hagrid." The man fell silent. "Sir, I didn't hurt those people," she stated, wanting to put in her 2 cents. "I believe you, Harry. I asked you here for another reason." Hagrid sighed in relief, thanking Dumbledore and retreating awkwardly from the office. Harry almost sighed, for a different reason. Mysterious and closed off. She internally rolled her eyes as she forced out the confused question. "What, sir?" Dumbledore placed his hands delicately in front of him as he sat down at the desk. "I must ask, Harry, is there anything you would like to tell me?" "Anything at all." She felt the slightest pull at her occlumency barriers, and almost shot up in outrage. How dare he, the filthy, sneaky, snake in lion's fur. Not that she could really talk, considering the last bit. But honestly, breaking into a student's mind. Despicable. Harry forced images of breaking into the Slytherin's common room. They were slightly altered according to her imagination. Where they hid under the invisibility cloak trying to catch any news about the chamber. No, sir. Dumbledore looked appraising Ly at her over his half-moon spectacles. Seriously, how did those help at all? Was it all for looks? Harry shook herself from her thoughts to hear a dismissal, and she took it quickly. Almost a month later, Harry was walking down the hall with Ron when she noticed that the scene of the Chamber of Secrets message had a flooded floor. She pulled Ron along with her into Myrtle's bathroom, where they found the ghost sobbing in her toilet. Myrtle, what's wrong? Is everything all right? She looked up tearily, sniffing her nose. Come to throw something else at me? Why will you? Myrtle narrowed her eyes. I don't know. I was just sitting in the U-bend, T.N. King about death when a book fell through my head. She waved over to the sinks, and Harry bent down to pick up a wet black book, seemingly a diary judging by the paper type and feel of the book. But, if someone threw something at you, it wouldn't hurt you. I mean, you're a ghost, wouldn't it just fall through? Ron questioned, his hand scratching his head. Harry swiveled around to stare at him, then pushed him out of the bathroom as Myrtle was going off on him. We'll see you later, Myrtle, sorry. She dragged him out of the lavatories, and smacked him on the back of the head. Ow, what the bloody, Ronald Weasley, just because the people who really know you understand that you can be an insensitive clotpole at times does not mean that everyone else knows that you can't help some of the rubbish that comes out of your mouth. Keep a filter on it, please. He grumbled an apology, rubbing the back of his head as they tried to catch a staircase before it moved too far. Harry climbed the stairs to the girls' dormitory, leaving Ron with Hermione in the common room. She sat down on her bed, and drew the curtains. Harry took a deep breath and turned the diary over, exposing the name Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry was very familiar with that name, thanks to the goblins. She paged through the journal, noting the fact that all the pages were blank, yet they were yellowed with age. She rubbed a thumb over the page, willing it to reveal any secrets. Something flashed for a moment, but the ink faded before she could examine it more thoroughly. Harry gently placed the book on her bed, flipped open and exposed blank pages to the confines of her curtained bed. A dark aura pooled off of the journal, itching at her, causing her to be in a constant state of discomfort. Harry had a thought. N.D. rummaged in her bedside drawer for a quill and ink. She came up with a regular Muggle ballpoint pen. She clicked it open and placed the tip on the pages, trying to think about what to write. A drop of ink sat under the tip of the pen where it made contact with the paper, and Harry watched as it faded into the parchment. Intrigued, Harry smirked and wrote, "In my experience, books aren't usually chucked down toilets." She waited for a moment, her breath hitching when a flash of black traced words onto the page. That was a rather unfortunate misunderstanding. It was never my intention to end up washed up on the floor, soaking in sewage water. Harry smirked at the page. Her hypothesis was correct. Unfortunately, that also meant that the book probably did belong to teenage Voldy, and that wasn't a coincidence. Considering the chamber and all, she needed to play dumb, figure out how this book was controlling whatever monster it was, and who threw it out. My name's Harry. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry. My name is Tom Riddle. Chapter 11. Timmy Riddle and the That's Not My Name. What kind of diary talks back? This isn't just a diary, it's a memory of my teenage self, imbued in my book to help future generations in case history repeats itself. So he was going to play hero. Are you talking about the Chamber of Secrets? It's happened before. Do you know who opened it? Yes. The chamber opened when I was in my 5th year. I know who opened it, who unleashed the monster that eventually killed a girl. Can you tell me about it? No. Harry deflated, sighing in annoyance. But I can show you. What? Uh-oh. Harry felt a wind as the diary pages flipped forward until they came to a stop, resting on a date in June. Let me take you back 50 years. The bed disappeared out from under her as the diary drew her in. And she found herself falling into the pages, right into the memory of a teeny bopper Dark Lord. A young man stood in Dumbledore's office, except it wasn't Dumbledore behind the desk. The man was old and wheezy looking, an apathetic expression on his face holding the slightest tinge of pity. I'm sorry, Tom, but we can't let students stay over the summer. Especially not in light of all these attacks. And now a girl is dead. Truth be told, I'm not sure if Hogwarts will be open next year. Tom looked crestfallen. Sir, what if the culprit were to be caught? He propositioned carefully. Well then I imagine everything would resolve itself. Why, is there something you wish to tell me? Armando Dippet, for that's who it must be, raised an eyebrow at Tom Riddle. No, sir. Harry felt it was the exact same kind of no that she had given Dumbledore. Riddle left the office, and she followed his harried-looking steps. He climbed down to the dungeons, going deeper to some of the lesser-used ones. He crouched behind a wall, waiting for something, and Harry watched as he stared at the wooden door connecting to one of the dungeon side chambers. Of course, nothing happened for what felt like hours, and Harry was pondering why the memory didn't just skip to the action. The dungeon floor was cold and hard, even if it was a memory, and her incorporeal bottom was feeling the effects like she was actually there. Finally, after her 100th time counting the scratches on the stone walls in the dim torchlight, she heard a bit of scuffling. Riddle burst through the door, revealing a large figure hunched over a crate. It can't stay here, Hagrid. What? He's armless. He never did nothing wrong. Hagrid protested, guarding a crate behind him. A girl is dead, Hagrid. I'm sure you never meant for it to harm anyone, but the girl's parents deserve justice. Aronia Exime. A flash of light shot out of the end of Tom's wand, and Harry leapt back pressing H. Back as far into the wall as possible when a 5-foot spider came barreling out of the room. Aragog. Harry found herself lying on her bed, slightly sweaty and panting. She took a moment to regain her bearings, letting out a few choice curse words that Dean had taught her. When Harry caught her breath and no longer saw the image of a bloody acromantula in front of her, she sat back to consider what she'd seen. Firstly, what the hell, Hagrid? Harry supposed she probably could have seen it coming, especially after Norbert and Fluffy. But also, what the hell was Voldemort playing at? He was the reason Hagrid got expelled. Harry inwardly grumbled in suppressed rage, looking warily at the book. There was something wrong with the journal, and it wasn't just the fact that it had belonged to Voldemort's younger, tattle-telling self. The diary was sentient, and a sentient memory of Tom Riddle could prove extremely dangerous. She closed the book and stuck it in her trunk, placing as much of a feeling of, don't touch, into the spell as she could. Finishing with a fifth-year ward she had come across, Harry plopped down cross-legged on her bed with her chin propped up by a fist. Her forehead creased as she pondered what the diary could be. It could just be a memory, similar to a wizarding portrait, but it had too much control. And Harry doubted one of Voldemort's creations could be so innocent. Eventually, she gave up, and crawled under the covers to go to sleep. 4 days later, and Harry still hadn't pulled the diary back out. She got out of bed early, went for a run around the grounds and through the outermost layers of the Forbidden Forest with her perception filter active. After exhausting herself, she jogged back to the castle and to the 7th floor, where a cool room she had found was. She'd been walking around the castle at night, last year when she was exploring the castle, and heard Filch up ahead. She turned the other way in an attempt to escape, but she saw the staircase at the end of the hall shift away. She was forced to turn back, pacing back and forth quickly trying to decide which way to go, and thinking that a place to hide would be great, when a upboard door appeared on the blank stretch of wall. She'd stayed there that night, after discovering that it could produce a bed if she asked for it, and began to use it regularly if she got caught. She sighed at night and couldn't safely get back to the common room. Her use for it tended space after she had received her invisibility cloak at Christmas. Harry found it extremely useful in continuing her hunter training. She walked through the doors to find a sort of wide-open gym, with a couple mats on the floor, a punching bag hung up on the left, and a target range complete with a variety of projectile weapons. Harry walked up to the punching bag first and let out some of her stress from the chamber situation. And just Hogwarts in general. Harry was constantly on guard, whether it be for pranks or Slytherin monsters, or Voldemort hiding on another teacher's head. Although, she doubted he was on the back of Lockhart. Even Voldemort had some standards. And, she had to keep up her act. Harry Potter had to be mildly ignorant of a lot of wizarding culture, had to be average at spellcasting and schoolwork, and had to be out of the know about details pertaining to Voldemort or the wars. Although, she was beginning to realize that Dumbledore must either not pay a lot of attention to her, or he has a reason to explain away the things she's let slip. Like last year when she had murdered Quirrell with the power of love. She walked up to the mats next, summoning an opponent courtesy of the room. She defeated it in hand-to-hand several times, and then magically. Finally, she stood in front of the target range, trying out the plethora of weapons available to her. Harry shot at the targets with a pistol, then a rifle, then a shotgun, then a bow and arrow. She threw some knives into the body-shaped targets, striking the heart or brain, or aiming for non-lethal spots. When she was at last tired of her training, she took a shower in the bathroom the room of requirement provided. She wrapped a towel around her, and thought of her dorm room, where her clothes were. No sound was heard as she appeared in the room, and she tiptoed to her bed so as to not wake her still sleeping roommates. Pulling on her Hogwarts uniform, Harry sat down on her bed, drying her hair with a flick of her wrist, and trying to brush the wild curls out into something more manageable. She gave up and just pulled it back into a ponytail, letting the thick curls tumble down her back. She stood up and grabbed her messenger bag. Harry hesitated in the doorway, looking back at her bed as Hermione first started to wake. A dark pulse was emanating from her trunk, stashed under the bed. It drew her in, trying to convince her to let it out. Harry shook her head and left, casting one last wary glance to her bed. Harry stopped by the library to drop off some books, and when she entered the Great Hall, Hermione and Ron were there at the Gryffindor table. She walked through the great double doors and immediately her features morphed into that of disgust. The hall was decorated to the extreme. Pink and red hearts were plastered all over the walls, bubbling versions floating around and occasionally popping near someone, who sighed in happiness. There was pink and red confetti floating continuously down from the enchanted sky, and the tables had been fitted in pink. Lockhart sat at the head table in dark red robes with lighter lacing. A goofy smile on his face that really made Harry's trigger finger itch. She needed a hunt before she killed the oaf. "What's going on?" she forced out, sliding onto the wooden bench across from Hermione and Ron. Hermione giggled and ducked her head while Ron made a face of disgust. "It's Valentine's Day," exclaimed Hermione, and she began to giggle again. Harry was alarmed, as she had never seen Hermione act this way. Just then, Lockhart stood up from the table and opened his arms up to the hall. "Good morning everyone, and happy Valentine's Day. I would first like to thank the 67 people who sent me Valentines." "Hermione, tell me you weren't one of the 67, pleaded Ron. Hermione became mysteriously deaf and turned away. "I mentioned to Professor Dumbledore that the student body morale was down because of this whole chamber business, and that this might be a way to cheer everyone up." He gave a charming smile and a wink. Of course, he readily agreed. "So, let's all get involved in the Valentine's Day spirit. Ask Professor Flitwick about entrancing enchantments, or inquire to Professor Snape about the way to brew a love potion." Flitwick ducked his head into his food, and Snape looked like he would murder the first person to ask him about a love potion. "Oh, and I have a surprise for you all." He clapped his hands in a bunch of surly-looking dwarves dressed in diapers and wearing sparkling heart wreaths filed out into the hall. "Your own personal cupids. They will deliver valentines to anyone, or you can use them to send a personal singing valentine. Anonymous or not." He sat back down as the hall broke out into conversation. Harry looked down at her toast for several seconds before nodding to herself and standing up. She casually walked down the table, stopping behind two redheads who were chatting animatedly with Lee Jordan. "We need to talk," she announced in their ears, grabbing the backs of their robes and pulling so they'd turn around. "You two Chuckles," she added, pointing at Lee. Harry swished around and exited the hall, followed by three confused fourth years. Harry ducked into an empty classroom. ND sat down on the desks pushed up against the far wall. Fred, George, and Lee walked into the room, and she willed the door to close behind them. After casting some silencing charms and other wards on the room, Harry looked at the three of them. "I have a proposition for you." Fred and George exchanged looks, and their eyes turned back to her. "We're flattered, but you're a bit too young to date us," the twins said. She rolled her eyes. "You're hilarious." No, I mean an opportunity which will be beneficial to us all. She pushed off the desk and started to slightly pace. I think I speak for us all when I say that Lockhart is becoming increasingly annoying and should never have been hired here in the first place. There were some pranks at the beginning of the year, but they seem to have stopped, and with that, Lockhart's confidence has risen. Normally, confidence is a good thing, but when Lockhart grows confident, his ego grows confident, and then people get hurt. Example A, letting loose a bunch of creatures in his class. Example B, my arm. Needless to say, it has to stop. So, you're saying, Lockhart's ego needs to be knocked down a bit, and his ego is knocked down when he is pranked mercilessly and is embarrassed in front of the entire student body. Harry rolled her eyes at Fred and George finishing each other's sentences. Their excitement grew as they spoke. Lee continued to look at her, smiling, but confused. What do you want us to do? We can't get away with a joke that large, and me and George are still on probation because of that time we made all the doorknobs in the castle bite Snape when he tried to use them, Lee said. I have a plan. Harry shared her ideas with the trio, who soon adopted skeptical looks. But how are you going to get him to respond? Nothing we've tried has worked. George wondered. Yeah, and no offense, but I still don't entirely believe them yet, Lee interjected. Don't worry about that, I just need you guys to run interference with everyone else. You know, stage your normal-sized pranks throughout the day while I get this ready. Oh, and use this to record everything. She tossed them each a camcorder, which they held upside down to scrutinize. It's a Muggle invention that I modified to work around magic. It sort of works like a wizarding pensieve. It will record the memory, and then it can play it back. Good luck, see you at lunch. She exited the room, leaving the three boys to look through their camcorders. The morning passed quickly, with dwarves bursting into classrooms to deliver valentines, musical and not. Harry almost laughed out loud when Professor McGonagall clenched her jaw. The twitching fingers on her wand stayed by her other hand to keep herself from zapping the few that interrupted her lesson. Apart from the general chaos instigated by the and upturn in unusual accidents throughout the morning, and the Weasley twins were conspicuously absent from all their classes, Harry had passé at least 3 students stuck with antlers after Snape's 5th-year class on the Animagus potion had gone wrong and all of the cauldrons had simultaneously started spewing potions around the room, courteously only giving students the features of assorted antlers. Peeves had also been more active, flying through the school with a paintball gun, where had he gotten that? And pelting students with pink and red splotches. On an unrelated note, Harry had forgiven Peeves for his mistakes. For now. Soon it was lunchtime, and the student body filtered into the great hall for another dose of sickly sweet pink and red decor. Many looking around apprehensively after their trying morning. Harry smiled secretly as she watched Lockhart drink from the goblet in front of him. She looked at the cup in front of her, and grabbed it. Discreetly pouring a 3-inch vial of liquid into it, Harry filled the rest with pumpkin juice, and stared at Lockhart's goblet when he put it down. A slight rush of magic was felt as they switched, and in her hand she held the goblet he had just been drinking out of. Harry took a cotton swab out of her pocket, and rolled it along the edge where his lips had been. She led another couple vials out of her pocket, this time filled with a sludge-like mixture. When Hermione had brewed the polyjuice potion, they had quite a lot left over. Harry had taken half of the remainder to experiment with. As even Hermione couldn't reject the possibilities of invention. Her machinations had led to a polyjuice potion that worked with any DNA, and it transformed the user quickly and painlessly. She even theorized that the user would not notice they had changed at all. Harry dropped the swab into the first vial, and watched as it turned an ugly purple. She smiled and repeated the process 4 more times. Harry held 5 bubbling vials, and she vanished the contents to other goblets in the room. Harry shoved all evidence back into her pocket, and deactivated the Notice Me Not charm. Dragging some food onto her plate as she looked for Fred and George down the table. They gave her a nod, and she took it to mean that everything was ready, and Lee was in position. Harry looked up to the head table to notice that there were several Lockharts sitting there, in different states of dress, all calmly eating. A smile graced her face, and she noticed the other students hadn't picked up on anything wrong. That is, Until Ron Weasley walked into the Great Hall and let out a loud cry of, "Bloody hell." McGonagall looked up to scold him, except she wasn't McGonagall anymore. The students all stared as Lockhart, in dark green witch's robes and a pointy hat, swept down the aisle to admonish Ron. "Mr. Weasley, such language should not be used in front of. What are you staring at, Mr. Weasley?" She looked around and noticed the students staring at her as well, and McGonagall conjured a mirror, which then fell from her hands with a loud crash and an exclamation of, "Merlin's pants." Dumbledore watched from his seat as Professor McGonagall yelped, and chortled when he saw Lockhart in witch's dress. Then he stopped when he looked to the side and saw Lockhart watching himself from the head table. And another Lockhart on the left of him. On the right of Dumbledore was another Lockhart, staring with an air of curiosity. The students in the hall were now all either laughing, or staring around in confusion at the 6 Lockharts in the hall. Dumbledore stood up and demanded silence. "Now, this situation will be dealt with, and rest assured whoever is the cause will be punished." "Ed," he was cut off as the hall broke out into even louder laughter. He looked down and noticed his beard was missing, and his vision had gone slightly blurry. Dumbledore took off his glasses and conjured a mirror for himself. Staring back was the image of Gilderoy Lockhart in purple-starred wizard robes. It took several minutes for the hall to successfully calm, and Harry alone noticed Lee Jordan hiding just outside the doors, holding a camcorder in front of him. Another was spelled onto a candle and, under a disillusionment spell, the last one had somehow been stuck to Lockhart's hat, invisible to everyone not looking for it. After the staff realized there was no hope of fixing their appearance until it wore off, they left the hall to prepare for their lessons in peace. Lockhart looked traumatized after seeing himself in so many fashions. In the chaos, Harry slipped away from the table, high-fiving Lee once she made it outside the hall. She moved to the empty classroom she had dragged the pranksters into that morning, and pulled out a portable altar from her pockets, glad she had purchased it that summer. Placing it in the middle of the room, Harry laid out an assortment of chocolates from the house elves, and sliced her finger, letting the blood drip onto the empty middle plate, chanting the words to call forth Loki. "Who dares to summon the hey Harry?" the shaggy-haired pagan greeted. "Nice offering. I love chocolate frogs. You gotta bite the head off first, otherwise they squirm around in your mouth." Bleg. Harry sat in wait while Loki gorged himself on the candy. "So, what's up?" Harry ignored the chocolate stains around his mouth, and pulled out the photo of Lockhart stashed in her robes. "This guy is a danger to society, and I believe he fully deserves some of your just desserts. And since I stopped your last run, or discouraged it I suppose, I figured you wouldn't mind another ready-made target. I'm always up for a little mischief, and this guy looks like a verified douchebag. I mean the hair alone would put him on my watch list, but that whole look just screams, hurt me." He crossed his arms, using one finger to tap his chin as he thought. Rai started as he swerved the arm around to point at her. "So, little witch, what do you have in mind? You want my help? Well, I certainly don't need it, but you can't rely on me for everything you do. I know, it's tempting to call upon my awesomeness all the time, but I do have things to be doing." He popped another chocolate frog into his mouth, gesturing for her to begin. "All right, well I've already set up something to occupy Lockhart this afternoon, but for dinner me and the twins wanted a spectacle." "Go on." Harry and Loki spent the remainder of lunch planning Lockhart's downfall. Huff Harry did specify that she didn't want him permanently incapacitated, as she was wary of what Dumbledore would drag in as a replacement. Loki also agreed to stop by and awe the twins later. Why had the luck of her next class being Lockhart's, and she struggled to converse with Ron and Hermione about who could have possibly achieved such a prank while her thoughts were on pulling off the next stage. The trio sat down in their seats and waited for the professor to enter. When he did, he still seemed affected by the lunch debacle. Almost as soon as Lockhart started raving about the Wagga Wagga werewolf, the classroom door flew open and a Cupid dwarf stalked in with his eyes on the professor. "I got a message for Professor Lockhart. Anonymous." "Well, go ahead then," he announced jauntily, buoyed by the familiar action. The dwarf cleared his throat. "Gilderoy Lockhart is the hottest of the hot with golden curled hair and a striking pose. But today at lunch I saw something that was Not what do you think of you in McGonagall's clothes. The dwarf exited and Lockhart drawled in a superior kind of voice, it was dreadful. I mean, that old bag doesn't have any kind of fashion. Taste to begin with, and to have her rags forced on myself, it's unspeakable. He froze, as though realizing what he said. He laughed nervously. I'm not joking. That's the truth. He frowned, like he didn't mean to say that. Laughing nervously, Lockhart turned a page in his book, hastily saying, let's get back to the lesson. Harry knew her plan was working when throughout the lesson dwarves would burst in, sing a Valenti it. And Lockhart would answer completely truthfully, though he didn't know why. The class was laughing at his last answer when asked, how do you get your hair so wavy? And he replied, I wear magical hair curlers. With a tablespoon of Sleekeasies in my lilac-scented conditioner. He grew exponentially frustrated when he answered like that, and by the end of the lesson, he kicked them out, almost seething. Harry and her class spread the word of Lockhart's inability to lie, and by the time their next lesson was finished, the entire school was in the know. Harry was walking in the halls with her friends, plotting dinner's surprise, when a dwarf looked like it was trying to get close to her. She darted into a tapestry, taking the hidden passage with Ron and Hermione LPing in surprise and trying to follow her. Harry came out at the other end and dove into an empty classroom as the dwarf caught up and grabbed her legs, sitting on them. I've got a musical Valentine for Miss Potter. Ron and Hermione showed up, and Harry waved at the door, which closed in the confusion. Her eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad, her hair is as dark as a blackboard. I wish she were mine, she's truly divine. The hero who conquered the Dark Lord. The dwarf got up and left the classroom as Ron burst out laughing. That's bloody brilliant. Who'd be crazy enough to send that? He rolled over laughing as Hermione sniffed and Harry glared. Later Harry was accosted by a frantic Parvati. One look at the girl's expression and Harry knew something bad had happened. Harry, I don't know who did it. But someone's trashed our dorm. I mean, everything's ripped and torn, and I think stuff might be missing. Harry stood up and hurried after Parvati, knocking in the dorm room door. The pillows were pulled apart, feathers strewn all over the floor. Harry saw the hangings of the bed ripped open, and their sheets pulled off the mattresses. Her trunk was out from under her bed, flipped open. Harry rushed to it and looked for the diary, thinking it the only possible thing that could have incited someone to do this. She came up empty, and growled at her own stupidity. She should have destroyed it when she had the chance. Now it was loose in the castle again, either influencing someone else or in the possession of someone with ready access to the chamber. At least she knew it was probably a Gryffindor, and a girl as no one else could have climbed the stairs. Her mood thoroughly shattered by the diary missing, Harry headed to dinner in the hopes that the spectacle could cheer her up. As the trio sat down in their usual seats, Harry sent a wink to Fred and George, who were almost bouncing in their seats in excitement. After she was sure everyone had trickled in, she sent an invisible gust of air towards one of the floating candles above Lockhart, who was sitting at the head table gripping his silverware tightly, one eye twitching. Loki, somewhere invisible in the rafters of the great hall, got the signal and whistled sharply, his voice projected out to the entire hall. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, witches and wizards of all ages and statuses, living or dead. Get ready for tonight's live entertainment, a Valentine's Day special. Please welcome Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart to the stage. The noise of echoed cheering and applause that sounded it came from a wrestling arena followed Loki's words. While most of the students looked confused, a few were catching on after the day Lockhart had had, and started cheering as well. Lockhart looked terrified as he jumped up to race out of the hall, but strings came out of nowhere to attach to him as though he was a marionette puppet. In this corner we have the man with no plans, the boorish buffoon. The winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. He's the guy you don't want to sit in front of in the braid train. Give it up for Gilderoy Lockhart. Crickets chirped, the hall silent apart from them and Lockhart's grumbles as he tried to escape the strings. And in this corner, the challenger. He's the ghost with the most, the sparkly specter, the guy you don't want to meet in an empty hallway. Give it up for Peeves. Conflicted cheering came from students who didn't necessarily like Peeves, but were ready to see what would happen in this showdown. Dumbledore looked like he was about to get out of his seat. but was suddenly trapped by invisible bands across his chest. He gave up after a second to watch. Everyone watched in anticipation, fangirls and boys on the edge of our seat in apprehension and the sane population out for blood. Loki's voice rang through the hall. 3, 2, 1, fight. Harry watched as Peeves soared across the hall, screaming gutturally. Lockhart grappled for his wand. His hand jerked up by a string so that he could aim properly, but Peeves reached him before the oaf could fire off a spell. The poltergeist flew straight through Lockhart, setting the professor into shivers as he dropped his wand. Harry started munching on popcorn as the fight got more intense, Peeves going into flips and spins that Lockhart couldn't hope to match without the help of the strings. Hermione looked on in worry while Ron reached over her to grab some popcorn from Harry. After a while, Lockhart was lying on the floor panting, and Peeves was flying around Hall amid cheers of a majority of the students. Flowers that had appeared in stacks on the table getting tossed towards the resident poltergeist. Loki's disembodied voice was layered on top of the commotion, making sarcastic comments aimed at Lockhart. Did you see those acrobatics, ladies and gentlemen? It appears we have a true performer among us. But he can't put on a show looking like that. Loki scoffed, and then Lockhart was pulled up by the strings again. Now there's an outfit for a true performer. The hall erupted into laughter at the sight of the blonde in a blue and silver jester's outfit, complete with the hat and bells. And now, your dessert. The dessert appeared on the tables, and Loki vanished from the hall along with the strings like Harry had planned. Lockhart looked down at his clothing in disgust, and pulled off the hat immediately. Only, instead of there being a disheveled Lockhart wearing jester clothing and no hat, a new hat had appeared instantaneously on his head, this one yellow and black. Lockhart furrowed his brow and dropped the silver and blue hat, pulling at the yellow and black one. Once again, a new hat slipped seamlessly from the old, Lockhart adorned in mixed Ravenclaw and Gryffindor attire. The professor ran from the hall with a sound of distress, leaving the mixed reactions of mirth and concern behind him. Harry caught Fred and George's eyes, smirking at them as they stared. Lee was looking back and forth between the twins and Harry, half skeptical, half awed. Harry had a feeling Loki was going to gain a new follower soon. In the next few weeks after the Lockhart hilarity had died down, and his clothes had finally faded back into his normal robes, Harry felt the tension return to the school. She was continually cautious, on lookout for any strange signs from students. Soon enough, the Easter holidays had passed, and the panic over the chamber was overtaken by Quidditch and the beginning of preparation for the finals. RRY was glad to be heading down to the pitch for Gryffindor's qualifying match for the Quidditch Cup, and was therefore suitably dismayed when McGonagall showed up and cancelled everything. And then she heard about Hermione. Harry vowed then and there that whoever was doing this would be sorry when she found them. All the pranks and jokes to lighten the mood stopped working, and the students were even more depressed than usual. Overwhelmed by the stifling atmosphere of the castle, Harry grabbed Ron and pulled him under the invisibility cloak so they could go visit Hagrid and finally get to bottom of what the diary had shown her. Watch where you're pointing that thing. Harry pulled Ron to the side as Hagrid opened the door with a crossbow. Oh, sorry Harry, wasn't expectanized. Harry wondered who he was expecting that he would need that for. She and Ron sat down as Hagrid rambled, half-heartedly scolding them for sneaking out when it was dangerous. Eventually, Harry couldn't take it anymore, and she interrupted him as he tried to serve them chicken feed. Hagrid, the man startled, looking up from where he was making tea. We need to talk to you about the Chamber of Secrets. Hagrid blanched. How do ye know about that? He stuttered. It doesn't matter, but right now we need information if this thing is going to stop. Harry's words were met with a knock at the door. The students scrambled to pull the invisibility cloak over themselves, hurrying to the corner of the room. Hagrid opened the door with the crossbow once again, but lowered it immediately and stepped aside, revealing the figure of Albus Dumbledore in sparkling evening robes. Even more shocking, though, was the doddering wizard who followed Dumbledore into the hut. Cornelius Fudge looked arrow-wound curiously at the menagerie that was Hagrid's home. Even in Headmaster, Minister. Good evening, Hagrid. It is most unfortunate to be meeting like this. Yes, well, the ministry needs to be seen as doing something. And you have to admit, it doesn't look good. I maintain that Hagrid has my full confidence. Yes, well, that's all very well and good, but something needs to be done. Not Azkaban, Hagrid whispered. Pale as Peeves. Aragog never killed no one. I'm sorry, Hagrid, but the circumstances as they are, well, this is how the Ministry wants to take action. Fudge didn't really look sorry. More stressed and glad to be done with his part. Dumbledore seemed to start to say something, but was cut off with the creaking of Hagrid's rather large front door. All the occupants in T.H.E. room turned to see Lucius Malfoy enter the hut. Get out of my house, Hagrid yelled angrily, hand twitching towards the crossbow. Harry made a face of surprised appreciation at Hagrid's rationale. Opening the door with the crossbow earlier. Believe me, I'd rather not be forced to stay and you call this a house. Malfoy's slippery words made Harry narrow her eyes, and that combined with Fudge's expression of relief upon Malfoy having entered told her there was no way this would play out that would benefit Hagrid. She saw red as they debated about whether Hagrid should go to Azkaban. Hen Malfoy brought out the governor's signatures, and she held back from face-palming. She hated Dumbles, but even she knew that him leaving would be the worst decision at this point. Yet, she watched as it unfolded before her, occasionally stomping on Ron's foot when he looked about to speak. They would just have to follow the spiders. Harry didn't know how much she would regret listening to Hagrid just then. After watching the adults vacate the hut, Harry and Ron sat with a depressed Fang, talking about their next move. We have to follow them, it's the only lead we have, Harry argued, atching as Ron went greener and greener in the face until she thought she might have to summon the bucket in the corner for him. Eventually though, he relented. Fine. They grabbed a lantern and led Fang out to the forest. Ron trailed slightly behind Harry and the dog, mumbling under his breath. Follow the spiders, why couldn't it be, follow the butterflies? They entered the forest, the trees casting shadows just as menacing as Harry remembered from last year. The small spiders on the ground seemed to know exactly where they were going, moving quickly, which causes a small problem for Harry and Ron. They hurried as fast as they could alongside the arachnids, trying not to squash them. The trees started to curve together, forming a sort of hollow, and Harry looked around warily at the streams of spiders joining the main group as they walked deeper into the dark. Ron groaned at the extra spiders, curling into himself and holding onto the lantern for dear life. Harry opened her mouth to make a joke and lighten the mood, but was unable to continue when a very large spider grabbed her around the waist with its pincers. Later, when she told the story to Dean, she would leave out the part of how she screamed. She screamed a very loud high-pitched scream, one met by Ron's. The lantern was knocked out of the redhead's grip, and Harry could only guess that Fang was also coming aloe. Ing for the ride as the spiders hurried towards the darkened hollow. Soon, Theft emerged in a sort of clearing. There were webs strung out along the trees, glittering black eyes peering out from the branches. Harry was glad when she was set down, but it allowed her to see the full scale of the area. Her gaze was drawn towards the pit near the back of the clearing, and she watched as a very large spider pulled itself out of the pit to stare at them with milky eyes. Aragog. There are humans. Hagrid. No. Younger. Fresher meat. Ron was whimpering beside her, and to be honest she wasn't feeling much better. She'd never seen so many hostile creatures in one place before, and the hunter in her was equally ready for a fight and keeping a running streak of curses as she took it all in. Still, Harry stepped forward after a deep breath, addressing the spider. Aragog, I assume. Why are you in my hollow? Well, Hagrid sent us. He's in trouble, why would he not come himself? Well, he's sort of been arrested and taken to Azkaban. Harry said all this very quickly, but the spider still understood and angry hisses sounded out all around them. They blame him for the Chamber of Secrets. It's been reopened. This I know. They thought that I was the monster. But you aren't, right? Harry hoped so. No, the monster has been there for thousands of years. I came from a foreign land, given to Hagrid as an egg and hatched into my crate. I never saw outside of my crate, and the girl that was killed was found in the bathroom. Right. Well, do you know what the real monster is? Yes. Wanna tell me? Harry cajoled. We do not speak of it. Harry was getting really tired of people having information but not giving it. It is our ancient enemy. Harry, squeaked Ron. Not now, Ron. Harry could tell there wasn't much she could get from the spider, but she had to try at least one more time. Surely you could tell us something. It would be of no use. Harry, Ry turned to see what Ron was going on about, and saw that it was very much something to be going on about, and getting away from. What looked like hundreds of spiders were descending slowly upon the hollow. Why's that? She asked. Feeling slightly panicked, she took deep breaths, trying to control herself. Her dagger slipped down her sleeve, ready to be used. You will not live long enough to make use of it. Nope, that wasn't a good thing. She didn't like that one bit. We're friends of Hagrid's, we're trying to save him. She attempted to argue. You are children. Hagrid is already lost, regrettably. I owe him a great debt. He set me up here, and found me a wife. Harry couldn't help but think of the image of Hagrid as a wingman. And so I allow him into my hollow unharmed. I cannot, however, let fresh meat walk away, not when it wandered here so willingly. Okay, you're starting to sound a little murderery. That's okay, I get like that sometimes too. Maybe tone it down a bit and then we'll just be on our way. Quote, goodbye, friends of Hagrid. The spider crept back down into its hole, and Harry stared after him for a moment. Bugger. The spiders converged onto them, and Harry whipped out her dagger. Ron, use Aronia Exime. Harry held the dagger in front of her, placing her back at Ron's. We're going to cut through that section and get out of here all right. Ready, go. They started running, Fang bounding along behind them. They made for the entrance to the hollow, where the spiders were the thinnest. Harry took the lead, slashing with her dagger and sending bursts of Aronia Exime out periodically. Ron was shooting off the spell as well, a little weaker in his panic. Fang just ran, barking as though cursing him into this situation. As he should. Surprisingly enough, they were making good time. Then a spider grabbed Ron. Harry turned and saw the arachnid start dragging him away, spiders closing in around him, forming a barrier between Harry and her friend. She glared and cast a spell on her dagger, morphing it into a sword. Accio Raid Spray. In the meantime, she charged forward, meeting the first few arachnids as they jumped. She sliced, cutting off one's pincers, and rolled away, under a spider. Harry came up with her sword, slashing the underbelly of the spider in half. Spider guts spewed onto her and she continued, swinging her sword around in a circle, warning back some of the monsters. Harry jumped up with a wordless ascendio, soaring over the wall of spiders and landing on the creature that held Ron, bringing her sword down and stabbing the bug through the thorax. Grabbing Ron and casting another ascendio, Harry made it back over the wall of spiders, half dragging the blubbering redhead with her as she ran, occasionally decapitating spiders as she went. The green-eyed girl looked to her right when she heard a whistling, and raised up a hand to catch a can of Raid. Ron could keep up on his own now, she decided, and Ry pointed the can at the bugs in front of her and sprayed it, running through the mist although it stung her nose. Ugh, what is that? Shut up and run. Harry could see the trees thinning out, light of the moon and stars brightening the forest. They were so close. Harry threw the can of Raid back behind her, spinning and sending an incendio towards it, then pulling Ron faster behind her. The can exploded and the spiders hissed. The two students broke the tree line and ran full pelt to Hagrid's hut, letting themselves and Fang in, before collapsing in the kitchen chairs. It was at last 10 minutes before either of them spoke. Bloody hell, Hagrid, follow the spider. Never again, he said. Seriously, if I agree to another one of your plans, you stop me then. And there and turn into the authorities because someone's polyjuiced as me because I'm never agreeing to another one of your plans. He vowed, slamming his hand onto the table. Bloody hell, my wand's broken, you know. Must have happened when that big one got me. He pulled out his wand, the tip snapped and dangling by a thin strip of wood and fraying unicorn hair. I'm sorry, Ron, it's all right. I probably need a new one anyway, it's a hand-me-down. But you're paying for it. Harry gave a little chuckle and looked up at Ron. No problem. She paused. It was a good plan. He glared at her. After a moment, Ron spoke again. At least you know how to get us out of the scraps we get into. How'd you get a bloody sword? He wondered. I pulled it out of a stone. Harry, he started. I know, just kidding. It's my knife, just a little spell. Ron stared at the table, muttering under his breath. You and Hermione. Bloody terrifying. While 2 second years thought through their near brush with death in Hagrid's hut. Draco Malfoy was sitting up in bed, thinking while he couldn't sleep. He thought about how earlier that day, Hermione Granger had been petrified. That didn't bother him. No, he was sort of ecstatic about it. Of course, he'd only have Potter and Weasley to mess with now, and that would be even more dangerous without their calmer third. Draco absently brushed his throat. What really worried him, though, was that Penelope Clearwater was also petrified. She was a half-blood. She wasn't even a blood traitor. Her family was one of those who weren't quite high society, but respectable. And she'd been targeted by Slytherin's heir. Draco couldn't stop thinking about this, because it meant that he might be in danger too. Sure, he was a pureblood and in Slytherin, but Clearwater had been collateral damage, apparently. According to the rumors, she was supposed to be in the dungeons to meet with the Slytherin prefect that she'd been paired with to go over patrol schedules. But instead, I'd gone down the opposite hallway by the library, with Hermione Granger. The heir had attacked Granger, and Clearwater had gotten in the way and been attacked as well. Which sort of meant, for Draco, that no one was safe. Which also meant that his belief in the heir might be wrong. He threw himself down onto his bed, lost in contemplation. His thoughts lingered on Granger, Clearwater, and the heir long into the night. Harry and it was a few days later when something occurred to Harry before their charms class. Fuck. Harry dashed around the corner and sprinted down the hall, Ron at her side. The two of them ran into the hospital wing. Ron looked around hastily for Madame Pomfrey, not wanting to have to explain Harry's erratic behavior. Thankfully, the wing was empty. Harry strode over to Hermione. Looking at and around her. Something caught her eye, a little bit of parchment sticking out from Hermione's fist. Harry, what's going on? Ron asked, exasperated. Harry, Ed, when? She managed to extricate the ball of parchment from Hermione's fist. Straightening it out carefully, Harry moved so Ron could read over her shoulder. In her hand was the answer to Slytherin's monster. It's a basilisk. How am I supposed to stop that? You get the teachers. Oh, right. Harry felt a little disappointed. It would be really cool to have basilisk on her hunter transcript. Harry saw the word pipes scribbled in Hermione's handwriting and tilted her head, confused. Wait, how did you know? It's Hermione. Of course she would leave us information to help. Plus, she had to have discovered something that made her a target. She was prepared with the mirror, if that reduces the killing site, so she knew someone might have been after her. All of a sudden, McGonagall's voice could be heard through the halls. All students go to their dormitories. All teachers come to the staff room. Harry and Ron looked at each other, worried. They started making their way towards the dormitories when Harry stopped again. Something else occurring to her. She swore again, running off. Ron yelled and followed after her. Again. They reached Myrtle's bathroom, the ominous proclamation, Her body will lie in the chamber forever, staining the wall below the original. Harry threw the door to the bathroom open, bursting into the dim room. Ron leaned against a sink, panting. Harry, what the blue? Shut up, Harry muttered, scanning the sinks with her eyes, her hands running along the faucets. After a partial circle around the apparatus, she bumped into Ron. Hands grabbed his robes and threw him away from the sink. Ron crashing onto the floor in a pile of robes with a muffled oomph. Aha, she yelled, jumping up and grinning. From behind Harry came rustling noises and grunts. She turned to find Ron pulling himself up and straightening his robes. He brushed his shoulders and wiped his face, turning to Harry with an affronted look and his arms held wide. What the She walked forward and clamped a hand over his mouth. Shish, no talking, I'm thinking, she chastised him. She pulled him forward, bending over the sink and staring, mumbling. Of course the entrance would be here, 'cause Myrtle died. Hey, Myrtle appeared from her cubicle, offended. Sorry, I meant 'cause Myrtle was gruesomely and unjustly murdered, putting her in the hearts and minds of students or generations afterwards until someone solves her tragic death. Better. Yes, anyway, That, here, meaning the pipe's message from Hermione is because of the sink. Hold on, the sink was invented in the 18th century. So they had to have done some remodeling at some point. Did they not see the entrance to the massive scary secret chamber that must never be opened lest a beast descends upon the student population to purge those it deems unworthy? She paused, squinting. Nah, and resume. Probably just thought it was a normal plumbing system. Mind you, the water's probably contaminated with all the snaky bits from this basilisk that it's acquired in the last 50 years, notwithstanding its 1,000-year nap. And talking about the sink. Wait, so the Salazar Slytherin built his secret chamber over the girls' bathroom. Not the best idea, although I'm sure Gryffindor never thought to look there. So Timmy has to sneak into a girl's restroom unseen for about a year to carry out his "Are you licking me? You were licking my hand. Weasley, what the hell?" She looked at Ron, his blue eyes glaring at her as he licked her hand in an attempt to escape. "I'm not letting you go. This is stupid, moving on." So then he takes control of a student here through his diary, which I found coincidentally in the same bathroom that the snake has access to. At least Malfoy planted it on someone who would have cause to go to a girl's bathroom. Great planning, Tom. So Ginny takes the diary and... Ginny. Ron had pulled out of her hold. Harry wiped her hand on her robes. "Well, yes, obviously." "No, not obviously. Explain, Harry. Explain right now," he demanded. "Well, that's what I've been trying to do, but you keep interrupting me." So, Ginny has the diary, after Malfoy planted it on her, meaning he's the one whose body will lie in the chamber forever, which is pretty dark. I mean, kind of like writing a suicide note. Harry: "Right, yes, don't worry, she'll be fine. I mean, it's just a basilisk. Basically just a hunt. Now that I think about it, I'll have her back. Ahem. We'll have her back in no time." She turned around and hissed at the snake on the sink to open. Something else occurred to her, making it a very productive day. "Oh, idea." She waved her hand at the door in a twisting motion and pulled inwards, like sharply opening a pull doorknob. Ron turned to her. "What the hell? Do you have any other curse words that you could use? I mean, I know it's easy, but gosh darn it, have some creativity." By this time a faint screaming could be heard. It was quite shrill, actually, sounding almost like Ron when he sees a spider. Harry smiled happily when the form of Gilderoy Lockhart sped into the room and collapsed in a heap after being forcibly summoned from his classroom. He breathed heavily, throwing his robes over his head after they had managed to get tied around his face. Lockhart stood up, looking frantic and cornered. "I never should have taken this job. I LD have gone abroad and written another book. This school will be the death of me, and if not it, then it will be you, Potter. You are a demon. Begone, hellspawn." Lockhart finished pathetically, his perfectly curled hair in disarray. Red-faced, and a limp finger pointed half-heartedly at Harry. "That rhymed. Good for you. Now, we're about to go to the Chamber of Secrets and rescue Ron's sister, N.D. could use a defense official such as yourself. Now, losers first." She flicked her fingers towards the sink and Lockhart was thrown forward into the tunnel. His screech could be heard as he plummeted, sliding down to below even the bowels of the castle. Ron lifted his eyes heavenwards, then sighed and stepped up to the sink. "If I'd have known that being your friend was going to be like this, I think I would have just stayed home." He stepped forward, sliding after the professor. Harry smiled, checking her holsters and daggers, before jumping in after them with a wee oomph. Har! Y smacked into Ron as she zipped out of the tunnel. They tumbled forward across bones, crunching heard among the cries of pain. Ron sat up, holding his head with a screwy expression. "Ow!" Harry sat up right next to him, a smile bright on her face with rat bones tangled in her ponytail. "That was fun. This hunt is already starting out fun. Oh, Dean would be so jealous." Ron turned to her with a murderous glare, but she hopped up oblivious. A moaning sound to their left distracted the two students, and they turned to see Lockhart kneeling and clutching his arm to his chest. "My arm, it's broken. I need help, please. Oh, woe is me. The end is near, I'll have phantom pains for the rest of my life." Ron rolled his eyes and walked forward, his wand held loosely by his side. He kicked Lockhart's knees. "Get up, ya great big lump." Before anyone could react, Lockhart had jumped to his feet and grabbed Ron, wrestling the wand out of the redhead's grip. Aha! He brandished the stick at them. Harry raised an eyebrow. That's a mistake you won't make twice, Weasley. All those books I wrote, my adventures, well, they made me proficient in memory charms, especially when I erased the minds of those who actually performed the acts. Why are you telling us this? Ron asked. Harry rolled her eyes. Because now I'm going to erase your memories. Ha! He jerked the wand back, and Harry sighed deeply, raising her palm so that it was straight out, facing Lockhart. He froze. Poor man, he thinks he's special. She tilted her head, thinking about whether Lockhart could even cast the spell with a broken wand that was also not his. For science. She released her hold on him, casting an invisible shield between Lockhart and Ron and her. The so-called professor raised his wand as Ron yelled in surprise. Obliviate. The wand burst in a shower of sparks, sending Lockhart flying backwards into the wall. The pillar he was thrown through collapsed, and the whole cave started shaking. Harry glanced at Ron and laughed weakly. Oops, run. They hurried away from what seemed to be the epicenter of the shaking, but weren't quick enough. Harry glanced rock about to topple and crush them. And she threw Ron backwards with a wave of her hand. The rock fell, creating a wall between them. With the dust came silence, until Harry pushed herself up with a groan. Ron, still alive. Cool. She moved to a sitting position, stretching her shoulders. Well, this rock isn't shifting anytime soon. Got your wand? No. That's too bad. All right, game plan, I'll go kill the basilisk and save the day. You stay here and try to shift the rock so we can get back, and make sure Lockhart doesn't try to kill you again. If you need to knock him out, aim for the jaw. It'll push the bone into the pain receptors near the ears. Instant knockout. Cool. All right. See ya. She stood up, walking away from the pile. Harriet Potter. Ron groaned and plopped down on his butt, starting to shift the smaller rock. Harry came upon a large circular door with a snake engraved into the hinge. She tilted her head consideringly. Open, she asked in Parseltongue. The snake came alive, slithering out the locks on the door until the hatch swung open. Harry grinned and stepped through, looking into the large chamber. Behind the hatch was a great hall, opening up like an enormous cavern. There air statues carved into the walls lining the walkway that lead to a gigantic depiction of what Harry could only assume to be Slytherin himself. She tilted her head as she looked up at the man. He had the Gargamel vibe for sure. At the feet of the statue was a crumpled pile with flaming red hair. Harry pulled out a throwing knife from the multi-sheath on her wrist. Running forward, she stopped at Ginny's body, circling her while looking for any possible assailants or gigantic freaking snakes. When no one jumped out and yelled boo, she crouched down and grabbed Ginny's wrist, checking her pulse. It was weak, barely there, jumping against Ginny's pale skin. Come on, Ginny, what's wrong? She won't wake. Like lightning, Harry spun around, a knife held by her ear, ready to throw. Standing before her was Tom Riddle, looking almost amused. That can't hurt me. Wanna bet? Harry threw the knife, which went right through Riddle's forehead. Huh, that's not great. Is this a projection? Am I being punked? She asked with a smile. While I'm not sure what that word means, I can say that you aren't being punked. I am the visualization of a memory, not truly part of this world. Not yet, at least. He circled her, Harry watching him with wary eyes. So you're feeding off of Ginny's energy? Yes, actually. As poor Ginny grows weaker, I grow stronger. The girl has been confiding in me for weeks, months. It was only too easy to take over. Harry cut Riddle off. Take over her whatever creepy shenanigans you like to get up to. I know, it's not that hard to figure out, considering. Ddle looked angry that she had dared to interrupt him. What I don't get is how this is happening. I've just said that you are a memory. But that can't be the whole truth. A memory should not be able to be this powerful. It shouldn't be able to siphon life energy out of someone else. I mean, look at the portraits, they aren't constantly draining the life out of everyone. In fact, it shouldn't really even be possible. The only memory viewing and retrieval device I know of is a pensieve, and even then the memories cannot interact with the people viewing them. No, this is something darker. And I'd like to know what you've gotten yourself into, Timmy. That's not my name, he protested. Sorry, what was that? Oh, right, you like going by Voodletert. No, that's not it, Voldetite maybe. Moldy Shorts, Baldimart, Voldy, Volvo. Volkswagen. No, hang on, those last two are cars. Stop this insolence, he demanded. Sheesh, someone's got issues, she muttered. Riddle's face was red with anger, and she smirked. Never mind that. What I don't understand is how an infant defeated the greatest sorcerer of all time. Well, I don't know about greatest, I mean, have you seen Merlin? Grindelwald. I mean, even Dumbledore's got something on you, and he's limited by morals, and other silly things. You dare insult the likes of me, Lord Voldemort. Yep, she smiled, popping the P. He glared at her. You are insufferable, thank you, and you will see what defying me means. She raised an eyebrow at him. Let's see how you do against Lord Voldemort. No mudblood mother to save you now. Riddle laughed, smirking down at Harry. I've kicked Voldemort's ass, fully grown. Sorry to disappoint you, Tim, but you're a real floof in my time. Kind of insignificant. Oh no, another psychopath. Formed because of an absent mother and daddy issues. Whatever shall we do? That's totally unique. PFF'd, you're not special. Riddle sneered, making what could have been a handsome face scream ugly. Quote, you are nothing more than the dirt on my boot, girl. I didn't want to have to unleash this, I was afraid it might hurt your feelings. Riddle, you're a meanie butt. A great stinking pile of doo-doo. Ooh, I said doo-doo. You should take this seriously. I am threatening your life. He screeched, looking more comical than unhinged. Although he did look unhinged. You make jokes while I murder your friends. Do you care nothing for them? Oh, he went there. Harry's appearance darkened immediately. It was such a sudden change that Riddle stepped back in apprehension. Harry looked at the ground, as if she were finding something interesting in the muddy water. I'm not taking this seriously enough for you. Okay, let me make it serious. Her eyes rose to meet Riddle's, the green turning dark and furious. You say that it was a fluke that I destroyed Voldemort when I was a child, nothing more than an old protection wasted on me by my useless mudblood of a mother. But you're wrong, Riddle. By my reckoning, you're the one who was so idiotic that you didn't think to take old magics, the ones that you claim to revere, into account. Your downfall was set into motion by a Muggleborn, a woman who you considered to be lower than dirt. If she's lower than dirt, what does that make you? If I was able to defeat you as a baby, what makes you think I can't do it now? Even when you don't count that time. What about last year when I discovered you, a weak, pathetic spirit clinging to life stuck on the back of a stuttering, blithering idiot? When you were reduced to depending on one of the weakest men I have ever seen just to scrape by in that fragile existence. When I stabbed you with a simple knife and forced your spirit to flee back to the dark, dank, hideaway befitting for one so piteous as yourself. Was that luck, Riddle? You are not special, you are not unique. You're a dark magic fanboy riding the coattails of Grindelwald's reign. She spat at him, jutting out her chin. Grindelwald was defeated. I am still out there. He was seething, trying to remain in control after Harry's monologue. Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore, and you aren't Grindelwald. He could defeat you if he wanted to, he just has more mercy than he knows what to do with. It gets other people killed and I hate that about him, but whatever I say, Albus Dumbledore could defeat you. Dumbledore's been driven out of this school by the mere memory of me. Harry tilted her head. She almost thought he was pouting, in the middle of that temper tantrum. No, he's too much of a petty bitch to leave completely. Mark my words, he's still here. At least in spirit, thwarting you at every turn. Harry was distracted from her reluctant praise by birdsong. She looked towards the entrance to the chamber, seeing Fox flying in with a lumpy package. The bird dropped it at Harry's feet, and she almost sighed when she saw the sorting hat. If it was that easy for you, Fox, how is it that no one has found this place yet? She muttered. This is what Dumbledore sends his great champion. A songbird and an old hat. Riddle smirked. Whoa there, Timmy, I'm not Dumbledore's anything. Step off. You're beginning to get on my nerves. Beginning! Exclamation mark. Have I really lost my touch? You're only now getting annoyed. Silence. You will face off against me, and the world will finally know the might of Voldemort. Who is greater? One of the darkest and most powerful wizards of all time, or a little girl. I take offense to that. I am of average height at least. No, she wasn't. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the House 4. Harry watched as the wall opened up to his parseltongue, a slithering outline moving towards the door. Well, that's not good. She turned around, sprinting for the narrower walk, way where she could have some chance of seeing shadows clearly. A splashing noise sounded behind her, followed by a hissing one that confirmed her target's whereabouts. It's just a hunt, just another hunt. Where you can't look into the eyes or you die. Hey, simple. A snapping noise behind her made her jump. She almost turned, but allowed herself to only watch the shadows on the wall. The snake head was right behind her. Was it possible she could take out the eyes judging by the shadows' positions? Harry shrugged, still running while pulling on the gun tucked in the holster at her side. She pointed it blindly behind her and let off a round of shots. 10 rounds and the clip was empty. She heard hissing, possibly because she blinded the thing. Riddle's shouts confirmed her suspicions, and she turned with a smile on her face. No, get away, bird. You've blinded it. Oh, so Fox had done the work for her. Oh well, she could hear him urging the snake on in parseltongue, telling it to use hearing instead. She spotted a side tunnel and ran down it, silencing her steps with a charm but unable to stop the splashing of the water. The hissing behind her, and translated death threats, was a very good motivator for keeping up her speed, and Harry decided she'd found a new memory to use when jogging if she got out of this place. The green-eyed girl darted into an offshoot of the tunnel, freezing when it ended with a grate. She pushed her back up against the grate, keeping completely still as the snake moved into her space. Harry pointed her finger around the snake carefully. With wide eyes, she spelled a rock to bounce down the tunnel. Thankfully, the snake was fooled, and Harry let out a breath when it slithered off. She raced back to the main room, catching sight of a very pale Ginny lying motionless on the floor. Harry grabbed the sorting hat, ignoring Riddle moving towards her in her peripheral vision. She jammed it onto her head, asking for help and trying to think about what Dumbledore wanted her to do. Nothing happened, and she thought harder while backpedaling away from Riddle, who looked shocked at her childish move. What's wrong with you? Well, the headmaster Callie braided this to send a sword to a true Gryffindor. You are not. You couldn't have told me that before I wasted like a minute. My apologies. Harry pulled the hat off her head, throwing it at Riddle. It smacked him in the face, leaving a bit of dirt on his now corporeal enough body. Harry tried to think of what she was going to do when a loud hissing from the other side of the chamber interrupted her, making her aware that a very large snake had just reappeared and was coming towards her. She didn't even bother with the smaller throwing knives, summoning her dagger and transforming it into a sword like she had with the spiders. The witch stood in the middle of the filthy ancient chamber, sword raised with a fierce look in her eyes. She glared at the snake. Bring it on, Scales. As the snake reached her, she jumped up, flying over the basilisk's head and landing on its back. Conjured ropes wrapped around the snake, and she rode the outraged snake like a mechanical bull, her sword swinging dangerously. Harry tightened the ropes until the snake had trouble moving its body side to side. After trying to stab the scales and remembering that basilisk hide was incredibly hard to penetrate, she jumped off and stood directly in front of the monster. The snake reared back, ready to strike, and Harry angled her sword at the soft, fleshy part of the basilisk's mouth. When the snake surged forward, Harry's sword met it, and she felt the pressure as their metal sank into the basilisk's brain. The snake shuddered, moving away and writhing in the air before collapsing onto the dirty chamber floor. Harry sighed in relief, dropping her bloody sword and walking towards Ginny as the specter of Tom Riddle sputtered from the sidelines. Are you convinced now, or do I have to take a written test as well? I'm afraid I don't have a quill, but I'd be happy to use your blood. Harry's adrenaline was quickly fading, and she was surprised to feel pain in her forearm. A glance told her why that was. Harry looked down at the fang protruding from her arm, the tip peeking through the edge of her forearm. Well, that's not good. She fell to the floor. The venom of the basilisk, Potter. You'll be with your mudblood mother soon enough. And Voldemort will rise again through me. Riddle grabbed Fox when the bird tried to get to Harry. I'm not allowing any more of your tricks, you beast. No, I'm all right. I think I'm just allergic. She collapsed backwards, sprawled out on the floor, and felt herself sinking into blackness, though she tried to fight it. The body of the girl who lived lay dead on the floor. Tom Riddle smiled, a hideous sight, as his words were proved correct. The body of the girl who lived lying dead on the floor jerked. Tom Riddle faltered, a frown pulling at his face. The body of the girl who lived sat up and coughed, then cleared her throat and looked at the basilisk fang that had clattered to the floor. Tom Riddle yelled, "No, what magic is this? For one who likes to pretend he knows all. You're not that well informed. You were to, hush now, Timmy boy, I've got this plan that I had, but it's not coming back to me. Give it a moment." She held up a finger. "You dare, honestly, you aren't even fully corporeal, just shut up for a wee minute. You've been quiet for 50 years, another moment won't be much trouble. Now, plan, oh yes. I've forgotten it. Wait, no I haven't, that's right. I didn't get this far." She turned to look at him. "That's terribly unprofessional of me, my bad. What to do, oh. That's genius, just the right bit of impulsivity. I am Lord Voldemort. Nice to meet you, goodbye." Harry swept up the basilisk fang and plunged it into the diary. Black ink poured from the stab wound. Yes, wound, covering the floor of the already dirty chamber. "I'm glad that was the right decision. But really, would it kill you to get a maid in here? It's filthy." The Riddle apparition burned away like an image on old film exposed to light. Harry blinked, then stretched, pausing when she caught sight of a non-injured arm. "I could have sworn I was impaled there," she shrugged, cataloging it for a later time. Ginny sat up suddenly, heaving in huge breaths. "Oh hello Gin, been having a nice nap." "Harry," she threw her arms around the black-haired girl, sobbing into her robes. "So sorry, didn't know. He made me. I didn't want to do any of it. The chickens, the messages, oh I'm so sorry." She continued the stream of apologies as Harry patted her on the back, not sure what else to do in ways of comfort. After the crying had subsided, Harry helped Ginny up and grabbed the journal and shoved it into her pocket. They left the chamber, Ginny leaning heavily on Harry, and found Ron shifting rocks back near the entrance tunnel. "Ginny, you're alive." Ron stepped through the hole he had shifted and helped move some of his sister's weight off of Harry, hugging them both for a moment. He smiled down at her, cringing slightly when he caught her glance at his ripped robes. "Mum and Dad are gonna be pissed." Ginny gave a watery chuckle as she hugged her brother. Harry gave a little cough. "Not to break up the tender moment, but I think we should really get out of here. Your parents are probably distraught, and I think Lockhart is waking back up." Ron nodded. "How are we getting out of here? And how do we take him?" Harry tilted her head. "Well, I mean we could always leave him." "Harry," Ron started. Fine, we'll take him. But he's such a pain. I don't even want to know what Dumbledore was on when he hired this guy." She nudged the stirring Lockhart with her foot. His eyes opened blearily, and he looked up at her. Suddenly wide-eyed, Lockhart stared at her without recognition. Harry swooped down and grabbed the front of his robes, drawing his face close to hers. She had on an intimidating glare, one that promised violence. "Now, Lockhart, you're going to listen to me. If it weren't for Ron, I'd be leaving you down here to get eaten by rats, but fortunately you've managed to annoy me while someone more sane is holding me back." Her eyes turned dark. "If you ever threaten one of my friends again, even accidentally, I will toss you down this tunnel with a bell on, followed by a new basilisk, visually impaired to make sure you don't get an easy death. Do we understand each other?" He stared at her curiously. "I'm sorry, who are you?" "What, Harry, what if the Obliviate did something to him?" "Oh, lovely, a perfect cover story." Harry shoved him down and he fell in the dirt. "All right," she said cheerfully. "Let's get out of here. Grab my hand, hold tight." Ron grabbed her right hand, Ginny her left. Harry cast a tethering charm around Lockhart so that there was a rope wrapped round his waist that connected to one slung across her body. She looked up at the tunnel. Ascendere. And they were flying. They shot up through the tunnel with the wind whistling past them. Harry thoroughly enjoyed the sounds of thunks and bangs coming from Lockhart smacking into the walls of the tunnel when it came too close, though she was slightly guilty as he wasn't technically Lockhart anymore. At least not the one that she knew. He screamed once when it turned sharply and he was dragged around the corner, and Harry winced. Harry cancelled the spell when they were back on steady feet in Myrtle's bathroom. She looked surprised to see them. Harry, is the monster dead? Yep. Good thing too, it had rather bad breath. She threw the rope off of her, turning to see Lockhart clawing his way up from the edge of the tunnel where he had almost fallen back down. He collapsed on the floor, his perfect blonde hair in perfect disarray. Harry smirked. Well, that's a shame. I was hoping to have a BFF in my stall. I'm flattered, Myrtle, but I'm not dead yet. Which was debatable, honestly. We should really go check to see if the teachers still think we're dead. Come on, Lockhart, don't stray. She snapped her fingers and his rope was pulled ahead of him, walking him almost like a dog. She'd hate for him to get lost without any of his memories. Ginny started, turning to her brother. She's doing wandless mag, she whispered to him. Ron sighed and cast his eyes heavenward, contemplating his life decisions. She's Harry Potter, just go with it. She seems rather intimidating, Lockhart stage whispered to them. And Harry rolled her eyes, continuing on. They followed Harry, who was looking for the Weasleys, Aura, and found them in Professor McGonagall's office. Harry gestured for them to wait behind her. She knocked on the door. Professor, I need to speak with you, it's important. She could hear the talking in the room stop before Professor McGonagall called out. Not now, Miss Potter. Harry heard a chair being scraped backwards as McGonagall walked towards the door. What are you doing out of your house? That's against the school. She cut herself off as she opened tea. He door and stared wide-eyed at the three children and the grown man. Rules, yeah I know. Just thought this might be a little more important. Mrs. Weasley burst out of her chair in a flurry of motion and grabbed the children, dragging them into the office. She cried into Ginny's hair, hugging her so tight Ginny's face was almost as red as her hair. Then she pulled Ron in, spreading out the pressure of the hug. Oh, my babies, what happened? When the school called, and we had to come and they said you were dead, she sobbed some more while a white-faced Mr. Weasley stepped forward and placed his hands on his children's shoulders. Harry strolled over to an empty chair and plopped down, kicking her feet up on the desk. McGonagall raised an eyebrow at her, and she sighed and dropped them to the hard floor. Miss Potter, would you care to explain how, well, what's happened? And why is Professor Lockhart restrained? He was indeed tied up in rope, with the end being held by a very polite suit of armor. Harry smiled and leaned back in the chair, stretching, before she composed herself into a better position to tell the story. The Weasleys were paying close attention, as well as McGonagall and Dumbledore, who had yet to say a word. Well, it started when I met Myrtle earlier this year at Nick's Death Day party. I ended up visiting her occasionally and got to be familiar with the bathroom there. A while after the attacks started happening, I found a journal in Myrtle's bathroom. Harry pulled out the journal at this point. After writing in it, I found it belonged to a one Tom Riddle. Dumbledore perked up at this. He showed me his cover-up of when he first opened the chamber in the 40s and Myrtle was killed. He framed Hagrid and his giant spider Aragog, not the best conversationalist I might add. Those spiders were huge, and after the order to kill us I didn't like them as much and Harry noticed Ron's look and stopped rambling. Sorry, anyway I didn't think it was Hagrid but that little excursion proved it, especially when they said the girl had died in a bathroom, and that spiders are terrified of whatever monster was in the chamber. After Hermione was attacked, we found a slip of paper in her hand from a library book detailing the basilisk. Everyone in the room gave a sharp gasp, save for Harry and Ron. Yeah, spooky. Then Ginny got taken before we could tell anyone. And I added up the bathroom bit of information with Hermione's scrawls about the plumbing being its transportation, so we went to Myrtle's bathroom. I got Lockhart too. Long because he's the defense teacher and so he must be qualified to help, if you hired him, right Professor Dumbledore? So we went down the tunnel. But Lockhart, turns out he's a fraud. Didn't do any of the things in his books. He tried to cast a memory charm on Ron, except the wand backfired because he was using Ron's which was damaged a couple days ago. It blasted him backwards and he hit the wall and the rocks came crashing down, separating me from Ron. Ron shifted the rock while I talked with Predine Voldy then killed the basilisk, Stabbed the dairy with a basilisk fang, yada yada, basically it's dead. The school can return to normal. Cool. Harry looked around to find stunned faces all around, minus Ron's exasperated one. Mrs. Weasley stood and started strangling Harry in a hug. Thank you. You saved 2 of my children now. Harry gave Ron a confused look over his mother's shoulder, to which he smirked back. Soon after all the thank yous were exchanged, Dumbledore had the Weasleys leave. And turned his piercing blue eyes to settle on Harry, who refused to shift uncomfortably. How exactly did you kill the basilisk? Well, Fawkes came with the Sorting Hat. I don't actually know where Fawkes went afterwards. I think he was escaping Riddle. There was a sword, so I stabbed the basilisk in the softer part. I don't know where the sword is now, it sort of disappeared. Dumbledore nodded, as if he had expected that. Do you have any idea how this diary came to be in the possession of Miss Weasley? He asked calmly. I suspect Malfoy. Senior. I mean, Lucius Malfoy. He was at Flourish and Blotts this summer when I was there with the Weasleys. It wouldn't have been very hard to slip it into Ginny's cauldron, and I know it was there before the start of school because Ron told me about how he was late because Ginny had to grab her diary. He nodded, a calculating look in his eyes. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Harry turned and raised an eyebrow at a furious Lucius Malfoy, who stormed through the doorway. He kicked Dobby in front of him, causing the little elf to go sprawling on the ground. Harry didn't like that. So, you've managed to save the school yet again, E.H. Potter. He spat. Yes, it's so great of you to be worried, Mr. Malfoy, as one of the governors. Don't worry, all the Muggleborns will be revived soon, no permanent harm done. She smiled sweetly at the man, who only glared further. Dumbledore, you're not supposed to be here. Dumbledore smiled benignly. On the contrary, Mr. Malfoy, it seems the governors have petitioned me back. Many of them said they wouldn't have asked me to resign in the first place. In fact, it seemed as though they were under the impression that you would harm them and their families if they did not agree. Silly. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes pierced Malfoy like daggers. Yes, silly. Hogg glared at the 2 of them once more before sweeping out of the room, yanking Dobby along with that cane of his. Once he had cleared the room, Harry turned to Dumbledore. Sir, may I borrow that diary, if you don't mind? Of course. Harry grabbed the book and yanked a slimy sock off her foot, sticking it to the front cover. She ran out of the room. Mr. Malfoy. Hey. He stopped and she jogged up to him. What? He hissed. I believe this is yours. She shoved the diary at him, which he took with a wrinkled nose, flinging the sock off the cover. Be careful what you imply, Potter, it might come back to bite you. Oh, I'm not implying anything. You planted the diary on Ginny Weasley that day in Flourish and Blotts. You wanted the Chamber of Secrets open and ready for business. But you failed. Voldemort failed, again. Even if I can't prove it now, I'll get my payback. Remember that. Have a nice day, Mr. Malfoy. Venom dripped from her words. He sneered, then swished around. Come, Dobby. A few steps forward, then he paused. Dobby. Malfoy turned, rolling his eyes until he froze, staring at Dobby, who was reverently clutching Harry's slimy sock. Master has given Dobby a sock, the elf whispered. What? Quote. Dobby is free. His face broke out into a smile ear to floppy ear. Malfoy snarled and pulled at his cane. You lost me my servant. His wand was out. My bad. Avada. You shall not harm Harriet Potter. Dobby snapped and Malfoy was thrown across the hall. He rolled the last couple feet, comin' to a stop with frazzled hair and raging features. I'll remember this, Potter. And you'll pay, he shouted, jutting his finger at her. I'm so scared. He turned on his heel, strutting away. Dobby twisted around, a smile back on his face. Harriet Potter has freed Dobby. Dobby is indebted. No, Dobby, you aren't. And just call me Harry. But, just do me one favor. She crouched down. Anything. Never try to save my life again. Dobby smiled sheepishly before nodding and disappearing with a pop. He's a funny little guy. She stared at the spot Dobby had occupied for a second before. He took my sock. The end-of-term feast was much larger than last year, celebrating the downfall of the heir and the Muggleborns being revived. Harry was especially happy when Hagrid returned amid a chorus of cheers. Gryffindor won the House Cup, perhaps deservedly this time. Harry was still suspicious. Everyone was being a lot politer to her again, which made her roll her eyes of course, but it was nice to have so many people smile and offer congratulations when she passed on the Hogwarts Express on the way back to King's Cross. Harry, Hermione, and Ron spent the trip playing Exploding Snap and talking. Hermione mostly bemoaning the cancelling of exams. Harry just nodded sympathetically while eating a bar of Honeydukes chocolate, left on her pillow the night after the chamber debacle with a note saying, "Nice, L." Harry had to suppress a smirk as she noticed Lee following Fred and George carrying loads of chocolate and other sweets towards the back of the train. She'd have to rem Ember to watch out for any exit pranks as she got off the train, just in case. Loki was in the mood. Harry was still concerned about the whole dying and waking up deal, but she hadn't told anyone and was trying not to think about it herself. For the moment, she just wanted to sit back and watch the countryside go by while Hermione and Ron argued in the background. She felt peaceful, and wanted to savor it while it lasted. She knew moments of peace were rare for her, and she was pretty sure those already rare moments would become rarer in the coming years if the current trend continued. She had no idea how right she was. Harry ducked as a water balloon went soaring past her. She moved around the corner of the rusted car to hide behind a tower of dilapidated metal. "That all you got?" she yelled out to Dean, who was hiding somewhere in the yard. Bobby sat on the porch reading from one of his books on the supernatural, while Sam tried to sneak up on her. Harry shot a blast of water out of her finger and he fell to the ground with an oomph. "I don't think it's fair that you have magic and we don't," Sam grumbled. Harry walked over and helped him up. "First of all, life's not fair. Second, I gave you a never-ending water balloon supply, and they're lightweight as well. You're using magic too." She ruffled his wet hair, then crushed a balloon on his head leaving him sputtering while she went to find Dean. It was a week before her birthday, and the Winchesters were staying at Bobby's while John worked on a nearby hunt. Currently, they were having a semi-magical water balloon fight, and Harry was winning. "All right, get inside, lunchtime," Bobby called, standing up and moving in through the screen door. They dropped their arms, looking suspiciously towards each other as they made their way into the house. Harry caught Dean with his fingers twitching back towards the balloons secured in the belt strung across his chest, and tensed, whirling around to stop him, only for Sam to get the better of her and dump a bucket of water on her head. The boys collapsed onto the ground in fits while she stood there sputtering. "She didn't melt, Dean." Sam laughed. Bobby rolled his eyes and stepped forward to yell at everyone, but Harry held up a hand to stop him. She pulled her sopping hair out of her eyes, looking at the boys on the ground with an unhinged smile. They immediately stopped, fear taking the place of mirth on their faces. "This means war." The Winchesters jumped to their feet, bolting away from her. She waved her hands, tripping them and pulling them back towards her, a manic look in her eyes. But Bobby stopped her before she could eviscerate them. "Harry," she stopped, looking back at him with the best approximation of Sam's puppy dog eyes she could make up in the moment. "But Bobby, no, lunchtime," she sighed, pouting and releasing the boys from her spell. Harry stomped into the house, drying herself off with a wave of her hand. Sam and Dean traded looks of relief, following after her cautiously. Bobby just shook his head, anticipating a long week of annoyance. Surprising everyone, Harry's revenge against the Winchesters did not devolve into another prank war. With the boys happy, the worst they'd got in return was cold water dumped on them in the middle of the night, causing them to wake up very suddenly, Dean even falling onto the floor in a tangle of sheets. Instead, the week passed rather peacefully, ending with Harry's birthday, which meant cake. Harry was happy to share the day with Sam and Dean, as they didn't really get cake or presents while on the road. So, they celebrated everyone's birthday and passed around gifts. Dean presented Harry with a brown bag that held a bottle of lighter fluid and a Snickers bar. She unwrapped the candy and split it in 3, handing the smaller parts to Sam and Dean. "Generous. It's my birthday, shut up." Sam rolled his eyes at the squabbling, pulling forward the gifts of enchanted flannel and a book. Dean popped the Snickers into his mouth, already reaching for some of the chocolate frogs that were included in the basket of candy Harry had gotten him. Okay, there is actually one more gift we made, Dean admitted. Sam blushed and looked at his feet. Harry raised an eyebrow. Dean pulled out a hastily wrapped package, about as big as Post-it. She took it, tearing off the newspaper, and finding a bracelet with a dangling devil's trap charm. We figured you might want that after the close calls you've had with the demons. I mean, you used to run into them a lot, and after you too. LD is that story about getting chased that one time, well, Sam babbled, staring at the ground. Harry chuckled, grabbing the two brothers in a hug. Thanks guys. She stepped back, slipping on the bracelet. A warm glow filled her as she thought about the family she had made. This means a lot. Dean coughed. Yeah, well, no chick flick moments. Let's have cake. Harry smirked, unknowingly copying Bobby's face. Who was watching from behind her? After eating the tiny store-bought cake, they spent the rest of the afternoon watching scary movies, yelling at the characters when they did something stupid. Or when the story got the lore wrong. It was nice. Well, until she was ambushed by owls. Sometime around 5, and the third movie, Harry was getting up to go to the bathroom. As she stood from the couch, amid groaning from Dean whose legs were sprawled across her and Sam's laps, there was a banging noise, and a flurry of feathers surrounded her. What the hell? Dean yelled, falling off the couch as Sam leapt away from the owls. She ducked backwards, getting away from the birds, who stopped squawking so violently, settling down and getting in a line in front of Harry. She looked up and saw the window open. One poor bird lying on the ground in front of it as though dead. What's going on? Dean shouted. It's a peck of owls. A flock. No, Dean, the correct term is actually, peck. It's interesting though, because... Sammy, shut up. Sorry you're such a bonehead and don't want to know valuable information. Valuable information? When am I going to need to know what to call a flock of owls? Peck. Okay, you know what? Harry and the owls looked back and forth, watching the argument like a tennis match. She was sure the owls were okay, but she was getting whiplash, so she yelled out. Boys, stop it, you're both pretty. She looked at them incredulously. And you're actually both wrong. A group of owls is called a parliament, but I appreciate the pun Sammy. That's not what I don't call me Sammy. Okay, Sammy. Harry turned back to the owls, opening the packages one by one. She smiled when she saw that the Weasleys had won a trip to Egypt. They deserved a good vacation. She pocketed the pocket sneakoscope, thinking it would be useful, and moved on to Hermione's much more controlled letter. The broomstick servicing kit, as long as the season was open long enough to have to use it. She thought sarcastically. The last 2 Quidditch Cups had been cancelled due to whatever catastrophe was scheduled for Hogwarts that year. She absently wondered what the coming year would be like. The last gift, bearing Hagrid's signature scrawl, was moving a bit in its package, and Harry carefully picked it up by her thumb and forefinger. It's moving. Do you think he sent you an animal? Dean asked. Dean, does this look like an animal? She asked, holding up the distinctly rectangular package. Well, no, it's not an animal. She hoped not. Harry pulled the paper off, finding a hairy book looking at her with angry eyes. Wait. Harry did a double take, staring at the book in her hands, dropping it when its jaws opened suddenly, no longer constricted by the paper. What the oh shit? Harry jumped onto the couch as the book started flapping along the ground, its mouth going for her ankles. Sam let out a little shout, hopping onto the couch with her, as Dean scooted backwards on his butt trying to get away from the book. He ended up doing a sort of awkward crab walk out of the living room and into the kitchen, panicked shouts receding as the book followed him. Harry tilted her head as the book disappeared, watching a familiar chomping pattern. She turned to Sam. Wouldn't it be funny if it sounded like Pac-Man? She asked. He looked at her, clearly expressing that it was not the time. You have to save Dean. It's a book. He gave her a look. Okay, just me. What about you? You're the witch. Oh, Sam, it's okay. Some people are chicken, I understand. I'm sorry I misjudged you. Before Harry could finish, Sam screwed up his face. I am not a chicken, he said, pointing his finger in Harry's face at every word. Then he leapt over the back of the couch. For Narnia. Harry watched him run into the kitchen. A few seconds later there was a short scream and the sound of crashing objects. She sighed, stifling a few chuckles. Harry jumped off the couch. Taking a peek into the kitchen and seeing Sam and Dean standing on the kitchen table with pots and pans everywhere, Dean wielding a frying pan and Sam a wooden spoon. The book stared up at them from the ground, beady eyes waiting expectantly. How? Harry summoned a pot, tiptoeing up to the book, and dropping it down on the thing. Aha! Victory! Dean shouted, waving the frying pan around and striking a pose. How's the weather up there? Harry asked sardonically. Monster book free, thank you very much. The boys hopped down, working to set the kitchen to rights before Bobby came back from the garage. Hagrid gave you a monster book. Yep, I wanna meet him, someday. They stared at each other for a moment when Dean had a thought. Hey, he did send you an animal. Kind of. Harry charmed Sam's spoon to whack Dean in the shoulder. Ow. A week or so after the monster book incident, and the Winchesters had been picked up by their dad, Harry, a pulse of magic swept through the salvage yard. Harry flinched as she felt one of her perimeter wards go off. She checked her trinkets and found it was the one on Privet Drive. She apparated to the park in her old neighborhood, shivering at the white-collar evil that seemed to permeate the houses. She hadn't been back since she set the ward to alert her if another wizard came close to the Dursleys' house. She had a role to play after all. Not that she was doing a great job of it, since she couldn't help but be snarky in front of Dumbledore. When she walked down the sidewalk in front of the house, though, she didn't see a wizard nearby. In fact, the only people nearby were a couple kids on the swings and a guy mowing his lawn. One of the kids was staring at her in awe. She wasn't terribly worried about it though. If the Ministry was going to bust her for underage magic, they would have done it a long time ago. So, she gave the kid a wink, and sat on the roundabout, twisting her finger in circular motion. As the contraption creaked and turned slowly. Her magic wasn't faulty, there had to be someone magical nearby, and the alert hadn't let her know that the magical had left. She scanned the playground and the area around it. As the alert had pointed her in this direction, she stopped when she noticed a large dog hanging in the shadows of the bushes, its eyes staring right at her. She stood up, whistling, "Black Dog," and walked over to the slide, which stood near the bushes separating the playground from the sidewalk. The dog let out a low growl, moving back slightly. Harry sidled up to it, hands up in an unthreatening motion. Staring down at the dog, she crouched, hand going out to pet it. "Hello, doggy, you're rather scrawny, aren't you?" The dog was all skin and bones, mangy fur matted in places and missing in others. The dog whimpered again and Harry pulled out some snacks from her endless pockets, offering the food to the dog. It grabbed it quickly, turning instantly and bounding away from the witch. Harry sighed, watching the poor stray as it disappeared through the hedges lining the park. She turned thinking of the tripped ward, and vanished once more, leaving two children to stare at the empty space. Harry appeared back in Bobby's yard, strolling quietly through the rusted cars. She kicked a pebble and watched it bounce through the dust, her mind busy with curiosity about the tripped ward, concern for Bobby, who was gone on a hunt and had been for a few days, and a wary interest in the events of the end of last term. She could still remember the feeling of being pulled through a cold sheet of water, exchanging darkness for muddy light as she woke up on the floor of the chamber. Harry looked at the ground intensely in a way that most certainly did not reflect her thoughts. There was a pit in her stomach, and she suddenly had the overwhelming desire to be doing something productive. An idea that had been steadily forming throughout last term prodded at her brain. And she smirked as she went to grab the essentials for her plan. The green-eyed girl twisted through the air once more, this time to the brisk weather of West Lothian, Scotland. A 1 Cuthbert Bin S was buried in a cemetery in Blackridge after his untimely demise in a staffroom fire a few decades ago. After his unhelpfulness during the chamber incident, Harry decided that an actual teacher outweighed the merits of Fight Club and nap time. Plus, she thought it might be a good gift for Hermione to reward her for her help discovering the basilisk. Once she located the correct tombstone, Harry pulled out a shovel and started digging. She wanted menial labor to quiet the pounding in her head, and the efficiency of magic wouldn't do that for her right now. Also, she didn't anticipate any kind of fight from Bins after How easy Podmore was to salt and burn. She really did need to stop jinxing herself. Not 2 seconds after her shovel scratched the coffin, the specter of Professor Binns PPED into existence across from where she stood at the edge of the hole. She glanced up and froze, not sure what would happen next as his droll stare met her uneasy expression. He tilted his transparent head, as though analyzing what she was doing. Harry had actually never seen as much life in him than at this moment. After a few moments of nothing happening, Harry moved her shovel again and moved another scoop of dirt off the polished wood. That was a bad move. Binns' figure expanded in size, now 3 times his original height, and tinged with red instead of blue. His jaw unhinged like a SNA. K about to feed on prey much larger than it, an unearthly shriek ripping its way from his throat. He towered over her, enraged and able to do something about it. Holy shit! Harry leapt to the side. When he grabbed a nearby tree by the trunk, his hand actually able to rip the tree up by the roots instead of just passing through it harmlessly. He swung the tree at her like a club, and Harry dropped to the ground as it passed over her, just brushing the top of her hair. He was still roaring like he'd stepped on a Lego, the oaking with every sound. Harry scrambled to grab the gun strapped to her side, pumping it as she rolled away from the trunk as Binns slammed it downwards, dirt and stone flying everywhere. Harry came up on one knee, aiming and firing the salt shell. The salt made contact with Binns, which may have been another mistake on Harry's part, because instead of making him disappear, his hand phased out again, allowing the tree to fall through it to the ground. Harry jumped out of the way of the falling tree again, wincing at the bruises she was sure to have later when she landed on some chunks of misplaced tombstone. She swore at herself for not just using magic and getting it over with quickly, and vowed to never make that mistake with a magical ghost again. Binns appeared to be regaining the use of his hand, so Harry shot him a few more times, trying to take out the use of his hands and head. She didn't want that disjointed jaw getting anywhere near her. Rushing back to the grave while he was occupied, Harry swept her hand and got rid of the remaining dirt, penning the casket with a snap of her fingers. A short skeleton in decidedly untasteful brown robes laid before her, and she stuffed her hands in her pockets searching for the salt and lighter fluid. Nay, downside of her expanded pockets was most definitely the possibility of not grabbing what you needed in time and dying again. And that was something she shouldn't be worrying about right now. Harry did wonder though, curious about what would happen if she died here. Would she come back again? Her musings were interrupted when she found what she was looking for, and let out a victorious low GH as she pulled out the tub of salt and the lighter fluid. Harry jumped across the grave in order to avoid a gravestone that Binns had thrown at her, slipping slightly on the edge of the pit, and falling into the grave and on top of the graying skeleton. Harry picked herself up, an unpleasant crunching coming from Binns' bones as she tried to find somewhere to stand in the grave that wasn't his body. She'd feel bad, but he was up there trying to kill her. The witch poured the salt and lighter fluid all over the body, casting a spell and shooting out of the grave just as she lit the body on fire. Harry shot up and onto the grass, falling on top of some rubble. She watched as Binns' gigantic form seemed to shrivel like parchment in flames, the new gravestone he had ripped from the ground falling in between his fingers as his form went up in flames and a wheezy scream. Harry was slightly distracted by the flames nipping at her heels, and she hurried to put out the fire that had taken to her cloak. She fell backwards onto the grass in the middle of the destruction, taking a deep breath and releasing it, exhausted. She made a note that magical ghosts must be much more sensitive to their graves than non-magical ones, and may develop strange powers. But the Delaney ghost didn't do that. She had no idea how that had even happened. Maybe Binns had been part banshee. Geez, it was always the quiet ones. Harry was perfectly fine with laying there for a moment in relative peace and quiet, glad she had put up a barrier to keep people out and unaware while she got rid of her former professor. Which is why she was so surprised when a sarcastic-sounding voice met her ears. "Well, that's not exactly something you see every day. I was just visiting my son's grave, gloating that I'd outlived him. Like I do every year, so imagine my surprise when I get to witness a banishing of a ghost, and a magical one at that." Harry jolted upwards, the salt gun instinctively pointed at the figure before her. He was a shorter man with brown hair and a crisp suit, untouched by the dirt and dust that permeated every other area of the small graveyard. He raised an eyebrow at the gun. "Put that away, darling." He squinted at her, seeming to take her appearance in. "How old are you? You don't seem old enough to walk to the park on your own, let alone banish a ghost in one." "Who are you?" "Ah, I asked first." "Sort of." Harry wouldn't budge, and the man rolled his eyes at the gun still pointed at him, sighing. "All right, my apologies. The name's Crowley, Harry," the girl replied, lowering the gun slightly. "How'd you get past the wards, Crowley?" He raised his eyebrow again at this. "You put wards up. What are you? Back at ya?" "Yes, I put wards up. Against humans. Meaning you aren't one. Someone's sharp." "All right, Harry, I'm Crowley, de facto king of the crossroads." Harry's expression remained unchanged, and Crowley sighed. "Come on, king of the crossroads. Best at the soul trade, that is." Harry stiffened, gun raised again, this time pointed right between his eyes as she got up unsteadily. "Oh, now she's got it. Fair's fair. Who are you then?" "I'm a hunter, N.D. We don't generally have such pleasant conversations with demons. Forgive me if I'm a little tense." "A hunter?" Crowley laughed, astounded. "But you've clearly got powers. How'd someone magical get into the game of hunting their people? And someone so young, at that?" Crowley looked at her, intrigued. "I don't hunt my people, I hunt those who deserve it." "That's a little bit judge, jury, and executioner there, isn't it? What'd that ghost ever do to you?" "Well, for starts, he was a terrible teacher, and his behavior was becoming dangerous. That was a good enough case for me. Besides, he was already dead." "And what about those still living?" "Like me. You're a demon, you have to have died by definition." "Oh, come on, you're a smart girl, you know what I mean." Harry looked at him appraising Ly. "I don't hunt those who don't deserve it. As far as I know, your only crime is buying the souls of the desperate. If I had more information, I might try to persuade you to give them back. But I don't go picking fights without reason. I've only just met you and I can still tell that that's absolute bollocks and you know it." "Yes, well, let's say I'm not eager to pick another fight with a demon. Rosemary's still out for my blood and I'm not incredibly prepared for another mass exorcism. I could do one, though," she added in warning, glaring at Crowley. Instead of responding like she thought a demon would, he burst out laughing. "That was you. Oh, that is fantastic. I hate Meg," and she was livid. "I think she plans on slowly filleting you when she gets out next." He wiped a non-existent tear from his eye. "Who's Meg?" Quote, "I'm under the impression that you quit like calling her Rosemary." He answered, "Well, that would mean that Harry stands for Harriet, I assume." "Harriet Potter, a hunter. Very nice to meet you." "Pleasure." Harry's arm was starting to get tired from aiming the gun at such an angle, and she dropped it to her side. "Am I not such a threat to you? You're being surprisingly civil, and I'd rather clean this up and leave than have another fight right now, so unless you attack me I won't attack you." "A truce with Harriet Potter. I'm honored. I can help you with your cleanup. In exchange for something." Harry snorted. "I'd say nice try, but that wasn't very subtle." "Sorry Crowley, my soul's my own to corrupt. Had to try, although I don't just trade souls. The deal just has to have a trade. I'll trade you a cup of tea if you just take care of this. I'm exhausted enough," and she didn't want to reveal more of her abilities than she already had. Plus, the graveyard was pretty trashed. "I'll take that deal, Miss Potter." He snapped his fingers and the yard was as it had been before Bin's foray into ghostly steroids. "Lead the way." 20 minutes later, Harry was questioning how she had managed to get herself into such a strange situation. She stared at the man across the table, who held the tiny teacup with both hands, carefully sipping out of it. She smothered a snort, smiling into her own cup. It wasn't as strong as she was used to, but she did tend to use several teabags at once. "So, what exactly does King of the Crossroads mean?" Harry asked, setting down the empty cup on the table. Crowley looked up at her. "Well, I'm no of the entire crossroads so to say. Lilith, really, is the queen of the crossroads, but she's usually busy with other things. So I take a lot of the responsibility. I deal with souls like other demons. But if any of my underlings have a particularly important deal, it's directed to me, or her if she really wants it. Oh, and of course I get some power from every deal done at the crossroads. Who's Lilith? No one important. Harry raised an eyebrow. You don't want to deal with her in any way. Let's leave it at that. Shall we? Harry shrugged. So you have a lot of influence. Trying to flatter me, are we? I'm just trying to think of a reason why a demon wouldn't automatically want to hurt a hunter. You haven't done so yet, and I don't think you have to resort to the long game to injure me. You haven't put any poison in my tea, so I can't see any other reason why you would be acting like you are. Why, Harriet, no need to be so cynical. Not all demons are so barbaric. And how would you know that I haven't poisoned your cup? Trade secret. Well, I think you're bluffing. But I haven't poisoned your cup. Not really my style. I poisoned both cups and I have built up an immunity. Harry rolled her eyes, and got back to her main point. So you're saying you're 1-0. F the demons who will happily ignore hunters. Not at all. I'm saying I'm not going to pick a fight when I don't have to. Similar to your motives, actually. It's not often I get to sit down in peace, without having to worry about hunters or backstabbing underlings. And, well, I do like this suit. It'd be a pity to get blood all over it. Harry stared at Crowley, who had an unassuming expression as he returned to his tea. After the day she'd had, she decided it might just be good luck for once. She shrugged off her worries, content to just sip at another tea with the buzzing in her head finally quieted. She was almost disappointed when they both finished their drinks, and Crowley left with a quick, "Nice meeting you," disappearing on the spot. Harry spun into the oblivion of apparition, appearing in Bobby's yard once more. She walked up the porch steps, reaching for the door, only to be greeted by the door swinging inward, revealing an angry Bobby. "Where the hell have you been?" Old only think of one thing to say to that. Balls. After reaming Harry out for not staying at the house, Bobby disappeared upstairs to read while Harry plopped down on the couch, irritated with her grounding. She wasn't allowed to leave the property until she went to Diagon Alley to meet the Weasleys in a couple weeks. It wasn't as if she could actually tell Bobby that she'd just gone out to coup. I.e.t. her mind from speculating on her death. She hadn't even told Bobby about it. As far as he knew, she had just slain the basilisk cleverly and without injury. Well, major injury that is. Bobby was skeptical, but his questions had been interrupted by Dean high-fiving her and asking her all about the monster. The witch flicked on the news, looking for something to distract her. BBC World News America came on, and Harry relaxed on the couch as the newscaster's specific cadence washed over her. Other news: it appears that there is a major manhunt taking place in Britain. A maximum security sonar escaped and is assumed to be somewhere in or around England. This guy must be quite the fugitive, because citizens all over the country are being warned about him, and there's still nothing new to report about the whereabouts of Sirius Black. Harry sat up, frowning. There was something familiar about that name. Meanwhile, in a posh boardroom with eggshell walls, 10 people in suits sat around a table, politely talking about the next issue on the docket. "What the hell am I supposed to do about that?" yelled a man with slicked back brown hair. His counterpart, a tall man with horn-rimmed glasses, stared back unbothered. "It's not my fault that Dumbledore hired him. You were supposed to keep track of your assets. You did not report that he was in contact with Dumbledore anymore. Nor did you notify us when he took the position. We had to hear about this from our Hogsmeade agent." The man with the glasses replied evenly. "Furthermore, this is not your first offense. Ever since you lost your partner, you've been reckless. This is unacceptable." "Lost my partner," he scoffed. "You killed him. He was withdrawn from duty. After being infected by a vampire, he did not resist long enough for us to administer the cure, and gave in to the temptation for blood. While this lack of will alone would be a fireable offense, once the infection enters the final stage, it cannot be cured. It had to be terminated. He was protecting an innocent little girl. They told him to drink her blood or they would. He kept her alive and didn't drain her. He had control, but you still murdered him." The tall man yelled, panting. The other suited men traded glances, looking back to the man with the glasses. He was put down. Euthanasia, a merciful act. You'd do good to remember that, Donovan. Frost, it was cold-blooded murder. He was a magical, he would have been able to control it. That's why the magical acts are in place. Magical monsters are protected. Monsters are monsters. And really, all you've done is prove my point. Reckless. A gunshot went off, yet another suited man holding a gun standing behind the now-dead Donovan. Frost slipped off his glasses, pulling out a handkerchief and wiping the blood off the frames. He glanced back up at the other assembled people, waving a hand for someone to clean up the mess. Williams, make a note. We need to replace subject RL 1964's tracker. And send another operative to Hogsmeade. There's been more activity in that area than usual. We may have to intervene. Yes, sir. It wouldn't do to miss something, not in these times. I can feel it, Williams. Something is coming. Something big. Frost fell silent, looking at the shimmering pool of blood on the floor. And we'll be there to eliminate it. Bobby had thought over the period of her grounding. And she was allowed to go out into town to grab some groceries before she left for Diagon Alley. The Weasleys would meet her at the Leaky Cauldron, and she'd travel to King's Cross with them. It was very early in the morning when she said goodbye to Bobby, apparating to Diagon Alley and moving towards the Leaky Cauldron. She asked for a room, dropping off her trunk and Hedwig. After being scolded by the mirror in her room, Harry shot a silencing spell at it and slipped on her cloak, heading to the street outside. People were busting in and out of the colorful shops that lined the street. Carrying lumpy and misshapen packages or dragging children to and fro. Harry easily navigated through the chaos, ducking under and slipping past the crowds. Eventually she found herself in front of Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where she plopped down to do some of her remaining summer work. She hadn't meant to leave it so late, but Shell only really decided to destroy bins halfway through the summer. And hadn't thought the work needed completing as he usually just dumped them in a bin. She'd gotten a missive from Hogwarts, however, giving her a new assignment to complete. And she'd just forgotten about it until the day before. Fortescue was very helpful, though, giving her free treats and history tips every hour. She was determined to repay this with a tip earring in the jar that was probably more than whatever anyone else had given that week combined. She was walking back to the Leaky Cauldron, wondering who the new professor might be, when she saw two men in important-looking robes standing outside the entrance to the pub scanning the crowd. She quickly slipped into the alley next to the establishment, hand-brushing the knife on her wrist. Harry ured a rope and enchanted it to slither up the wall like a snake. The end of the rope found the stone jutting out on the third floor, second window to the right, and tied itself around the protrusion. The witch climbed up the wall, attempting to not slip on the stinto her room. She shut the window gently, moving towards her belongings in case she had to get out of there quickly, when she heard a small cough. Harry whipped around, wand pointing at a smaller man, glaring. He was short, portly, and had an odd cap on his head. The appearance was familiar, and Harry slowly let her wand slip down. Minister. The man in question was straightening himself out, having jumped when she rounded on him. He fixed his hat before clearing his throat again. Harriet Potter, very nice to meet you. If you could just... He gestured towards the still slightly raised wand, and Harry dubiously slipped it back into her sleeve. Might I ask why the Minister for Magic is in my bedroom? She had a strange flashback to second year with Dobby. The minister looking just as timid as the elf had been. She thought he might ring his ears, before he coughed again, straightening up, and attempting a jovial smile. Well, you see, Harriet. The ministry has been quite worried about you. Harry felt a sinking feeling in her stomach. If they'd found out about the Dursleys, we've been trying to contact you, but Dumbledore was insistent that you were safe with relatives. Harry held back a sigh of relief, though she was confused as Dumbledore thought she was safe with the Dursleys when she hadn't lived with them since she was 6. Maybe he was the wizard that tripped their wards earlier in the summer, and saw her around the park. That's right, but you've got me here now, so how can I help you? She asked politely. Well, we were just worried, with the girl who lived somewhere undisclosed. It's a safety hazard, really. If Dumbledore thinks it's a good idea to keep me with my family and not let anyone know, I'm sure it's for the best. He is after all, a great wizard. She almost choked on the words. Yes, well, all this black business, Harry frowned. Do you mean Sirius Black? Fudge swallowed, making Harry even more suspicious. So you've heard. Yes, Sirius Black. He did escape from Azkaban, which should be impossible, but there are always things to be missed. It's not necessarily the Ministry's fault, and well, he is a maniac. You wouldn't want to meet him, Harriet. So you stopped by to check on me, because a prisoner escaped, and you thought I might be a target. No. Well, yes, but no, not you specifically. I mean, you're the girl who lived. Plenty of people in Azkaban have a grudge against you. I've just realized that you're in more danger with more appearances in the wizarding world. And I wanted to warn you about Black in the case of a coincidental attack. Not nothing overly specific to you. He gave a weak chuckle and averted his eyes. Harry gave him a sardonic look that he missed. It's great that the Ministry is so worried about me. Thank you for the consideration. Fudge seemed to glance around, regaining confidence. You're most welcome. Well, must be off. Departments to run. He fiddled with his bowler hat. Oh, and Harriet, promise me you won't leave Diagon Alley. Harry looked at him, mentally rolling her eyes. Yes, sir. The man exited. Strange bloke. The strangeness poked at her, leaving Harry to wonder why he had been adamant that she see no connection between her and Black. The next morning, Harry was almost murdered. Well, Hermione was insist. And that she hadn't meant any harm to Harry, but it was a little difficult to accidentally shove someone down the stairs. Harry was groggy, moving towards the stairs to grab some breakfast, when a cloud of bushy brown hair attacked her, moving to grab her in a hug, startling Harry, who jumped back. Jumping backwards whilst on a staircase will inevitably lead to one jumping into thin air, which Rai realized as she was falling down and hitting the stairs several feet below her. She came to a stop after crashing down a flight or two, leaving the witch lying on the ground, dramatically spread-eagled, while trying to figure out what had just happened to her. Oh, Harry, right, that's who happened. Hermione ran down the stairs, which Harry was sure were now speckled with her blood. Are you all right? Peachy keen, Hermione. Harry slid a hand over her face, getting up to face one of her best friends. You're certainly moving fast. Burning Snape, stealing, plotting treason, and now attempted murder. Harry, I was just trying to hug you. You're the one who threw yourself down the stairs. Semantics. Harry waved her hand, much more awake after her near death. The witch rolled her neck, trying to soothe the pain. Blimey, you got closer than Voldemort ever did. Fancy a career as a hitwoman. She managed to make the rest of the way downstairs without another incident, though Hermione lecturing her on assigning blame made her want to pitch herself down another flight. The dining area of the Leaky Cauldron was filled with redheads, all of whom looked up at the stairs when she stepped onto a particularly creaky step. Harry, hello, Harry dear. Harry greeted the Weasleys, accepting a particularly tight hug from Mrs. Weasley. How was Egypt? She asked. Brilliant. The twins almost managed to lock Percy in a tomb. Said twins appeared over Ron's shoulder. And we would have, if Ginny hadn't asked where he was. On the way out, Harry traded grins with the boys, certain Loki would love to hear about that. She might have been concerned that Percy was almost condemned to eternal damnation in a cursed pyramid, but with his ministry dreams, he was already on that path anyway. The group split up soon after. Harry, Ron, and Hermione heading towards the shops so that Ron and Hermione could get their supplies. Harry made sure to stay back from the cage full of copies of the Monster Book of Monsters. Eyeing them warily, everything was going rather well, Ron and Hermione getting along easily, until the pet store. Scabbers just hasn't been himself lately. Ron explained to the lady at the counter. Is he magical? Well, no, but how old is he? Dunno. He used to be my brother's. Harry watched as Ron got more and more uncomfortable. A regular garden rat like T. His shouldn't be expected to live more than a few years. Now, if you wanted something a bit flashier, she gestured towards the tap-dancing mice behind her, and Harry hit a snort as they started doing a kickline. No, Ron objected, pulling Scabbers closer to him. Well, I could give you some rat tonic. Somehow things devolved from there, and Hermione left the shop with an orange monster, Ron on the other side of Harry, scowling and clutching Scabbers and the rat tonic close. Isn't he adorable? The cat had to be the ugliest cat there ever was, but Harry did have to appreciate the fluffiness. Keep that monster away from Scabbers. Harry sighed, foreseeing a long year of arguments. But she did think Hermione had a point about the cat being Scabbers' natural enemy. Which brought her back to the worry of Scabbers dying soon. Ron always denied that he appreciated his pet, but if Scabbers died he'd be devastated. Still, Scabbers naturally should have died a while ago, so he was lucky so far. Several hours later, and seeking to avoid the argument over where Percy's badge went, Harry crept downstairs, trying not to wake anyone with the creaking of the stairs. She spotted the bottle, sitting on the bar innocuously. Harry moved forward, making to grab the tonic, only to duck behind a pillar when she spotted movement. "She's too young." That was Mrs. Weasley's voice. No one should have to know that, let alone a young girl. Harry's brow furrowed. Harry deserves to know, Molly. It's dangerous. What if she? That's exactly why she shouldn't be told. It would be child endangerment. Arthur, do you really want to send her back to school? With that hanging over her. She's happy not knowing. I'm not trying to make her miserable, I'm trying to put her on her guard. Mr. Wellesley paused for a moment, huffing. You know what they're like. They're somehow a part of anything dangerous at that school. Harry and Ron have been in the Forbidden Forest twice now, that we know of. Ry had to give him a would have happened if Dumbledore had been wrong. If she hadn't made it here safely. If she had died. But she did. She's not dead, so what's the point? Molly, they say that Sirius Black's mad, and he might be. But he was clever enough to escape Azkaban, which should be impossible. It's been a month, and no one has any idea where he might be. All we know is that Fudge said BL. Ack was muttering about Hogwarts before his escape. It's been 12 years in that place, which would make anyone go insane, and if he for some reason thinks that murdering Harry will bring back you-know-who, he will do everything in his power to make that happen. Harry stilled, suddenly connecting to pieces. Fudge's visit, his hesitation to mention Black, the elder Weasleys shifting earlier when they mentioned the Ministry cars. They were afraid that Sirius Black was going to kill her. But Arthur, you're forgetting Dumbledore. Do you really think anyone could hurt her while he's at Hogwarts? Harry did have to hold back a snort at that. They did know about the past 2 years, right? The Weasleys left a bit later, allowing Harry to leave her uncomfortable hiding place. She moved to the counter to grab the rat tonic. When a chair creaked behind her, Harry spun around, meeting whiskey-colored eyes. Eavesdropping, Harry, naughty girl. Harry relaxed, rolling her eyes at Loki's taunting. Like you weren't doing the same thing. Well, I am the god of mischief. You, however, are just a nosy little witch. She stared at him. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Blackmail is an excellent resource. I'll keep it in mind. She paused for a moment. What are you doing here? What? I can't say hello to my favorite witch. He put a hand to his chest, as if he were offended. I'm flattered, but no. You haven't seen me since February. Just because you haven't seen me doesn't mean I haven't seen you, Harrikins. Creepy. Not really. She gave him a look. Okay, I'm here because those two ding-dongs have a genuine point. What? You do tend to walk headfirst into trouble. And I know it isn't my influence, because according to you, you've been a trouble magnet since you were a year old. And I've always managed to handle myself well. Yes, but this time is different. Loki adopted a serious expression, which was so unlike his usual demeanor that Harry found herself straightening. This time, there are things you don't know, and when you find out, you aren't going to be as level-headed as usual. What things? Harry asked. You'll have to figure that out for yourself. The longer you don't know, the longer you stay out of trouble. Are you kidding me? You live for trouble. Yes, I do. But I am a god, and you are a human. You can enjoy mischief and pranks if you're dead, Harry. Harry was almost touched. She considered telling Loki about her death, but before she could make a decision, he spoke again. Take care of yourself, Harry. Tell the twins I said hi. Tell them yourself. They'd have a heart attack, and I can't go killing some of my best followers. That's so 2,000 years ago. Harry smiled at his joke, and then the god was gone. The witch went back to her room, looking at herself in the mirror, contemplating everything. The Wellseys seemed worried for her, something which she usually would brush off. A killer after her. Again. He didn't stand a chance against her. It wasn't arrogance. Harry was just sure that she could take a man who'd been trapped in Azkaban for years. But Loki's worries on top of the Weasleys made her more hesitant about the situation. She decided not to actively track him down, as she might have done beforehand just to make everyone shut up. But if he came, she'd fight him. Surely Loki was just over-exaggerating. I'm not going to be murdered, she told herself. That's the spirit, dear. Harry glared at the mirror that had somehow unsilenced itself. Today just wasn't her day. The next morning was a rush of activity. But they managed to wrangle everyone into the ministry cars eventually. Harry smirked at the tiny ministry flags on the hoods, wondering if she could steal one. Actually attempting to get onto the platform was worse. The crowd of Weasleys trying to stay together. Whenever one of them would get sucked into the crowd, Mrs. Weasley would just reach into the air and pluck a redhead from seemingly nowhere. She did, however, manage to grab two non-Weasleys who were thoroughly confused as to why they were being herded towards the wrong side of the platform. Eventually they all made it through the stone wall, Harry letting a smile take over her face as the familiar sight of the Scarlet Steam Engine greeted her. She was following Ron and Hermione towards the entrance when Mr. Weasley coughed. "Harry, could I have a word?" She shrugged, telling Ron and Hermione to go on ahead. Mr. Weasley pulled her towards a shadowed area by one of the stone arches. Looking around shiftily, he began. "Harry, no doubt you're aware of a certain prisoner. Molly doesn't think I should. Well, the point is that you think he's after me." Mr. Weasley gave her a flabbergasted look. "How did you know? You and Mrs. Weasley were rather loud last night." "I didn't mean to eavesdrop." Yes, she did. "But I don't think you have anything to worry about." "I'll be at Hogwarts." "Yes, but we both know Hogwarts hasn't exactly been foolproof these past few years." The train's whistle blew. Mr. Weasley looked back at her with a surprising amount of intensity. "Harry, promise me you won't go looking for Sirius Black. No matter what you hear, promise me." Harry, startled by his vehemence, nodded her head numbly. He let go of her shoulders, and she made her way onto the train, wondering why everyone was so worried for her. They found the only compartment that wasn't filled, and hurried in, trying not to wake up the singular occupant. Harry tilted her head, thinking there was something familiar about the man. "Who's that?" Ron asked. "Professor R.J. Lupin," Hermione answered, levitating her trunk into the luggage rack. Ron stared at her incredulously. "How do you know that?" "It's on his case, Ronald." "Oh," Harry snorted. "Wonder what he teaches." "Well, I'd say defense against the dark arts, but apparently Bin's disappeared." Hermione answered. He's gone. Didn't you get the letter with the new summer assignment?" Ron stared at Hermione, mouth opening and closing like a fish. "I thought that was a prank. I thought that was Fred and George. Oh bloody hell, what am I gonna do?" Ron looked about 3 seconds away from a panic attack. "Don't worry, it's just one essay. You could probably get it done during the train ride if you worked hard," Hermione instructed. Ron cast a pleading look towards Harry. She rolled her eyes and sighed. "All right, just don't copy it too much. I've got to make a good impression with the new professor." Hermione stopped glaring at the exchange of parchment, and turned to look at Harry, dumbfounded. "Why?" "Well, I've got a record, don't I?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. "All the teachers like me, so when I get in trouble, I can blame it on someone else and they'll believe me because of my track record of goodness." "Snape hates you," Hermione pointed out. "No, he's just stubborn. Deep down, I think I'm his favorite student." Lockhart doesn't count. He was a bumbling idiot. He couldn't tell a good student if they hit him in the face. Quirrell literally had you-know-who on the back of his head. "Yeah, but he liked me just fine." "I'm sure of it." "Harry, that's not true." "I'm sure it is. Voldemort is a professional. He wouldn't allow personal feelings to influence his opinion of a student." "You're insane." I got top grades in his class. He knows how to separate work from home." Absolutely barking mad, Ron and Hermione were ganging up on her. "Otherwise, there's no way Lucius Malfoy would still be alive. You think he let him be a Death Eater because of his personality?" "No, one interaction with that git and he'd be gone. A smear on the pavement." You can't just say things like Potter. The trio turned to see Malfoy standing in the doorway, Crabbe and Goyle behind him. Don't talk about my father like that. See, Malfoy gets it. There was a single moment where Ron and Draco traded understanding glances. Before they froze and turned away quickly, uncomfortable. Draco, I was just telling them of how Voldemort was able to separate work and home. I was actually complimenting your father on his skills. As one of the more competent Death Eaters, of course, otherwise he'd be dead already. The blonde's mouth hung open. I, however, judge on skill and personality. Which is why I have to corrupt you before you join me. Quote, not likely. Oh, I think I'm almost there. I'd like to ask, is your aversion to a certain muddy slur because of fear, or a growing sense of morality? I haven't got an aversion, thank you. I'll say it whenever I like. You're welcome. And if that's true, why do you not say it just then? Malfoy opened his mouth, then his eyes caught the teacher slumped in the corner. Who's that? He asked, grasping the change in topic. New professor. Malfoy's eyes narrowed, and he gestured to Crabbe and Goyle. Come on. The group left, and Harry closed the door again. Soon. You're a bloody madwoman. You know that. Just plain barmy. Ron turned to the essay he was plagiarizing, mumbling further comments under his breath. No, I just have vision. Harry, Hermione cut in. You're almost entirely dependent on glasses. Harry sighed, settling into her spot in the chair. Everyone's a critic. Well, almost there then. Hermione and Ron just stared at her as she settled onto the bench again, moving away from the window she'd been drawing on using the condensation. Ron soon recovered, shoving her legs out of his lap, and she pouted. Hermione refused to switch with him, too, saying she didn't want dirt on her book. The three of them bickered for a while more, until the train started to slow. Wonderful, I'm starving. But we can't be there yet, Hermione mumbled. The lantern in the compartment started to dim, the air getting considerably cooler. Harry hopped up and stuck her head out of the door, seeing several others doing the same. The train came to a stop with a jolt, throwing Harry into the side of the door. Ow, she straightened up, rubbing her neck. Harry was just moving back into the compartment when all the lamps suddenly went out, pitching the train into darkness. What's going on? Asked Ron from behind her. Who turned out the lights? I don't know, hold on. Ouch. Ron, that was my foot. Sorry. There was some shuffling. Ron, now you're on my foot. Bloody hell. The sound of the compartment door sliding open stilled Harry, and she only relaxed when Neville's nervous voice sounded out through the space. Sorry, do you know what's going on? There was ow. Sorry. Hey Neville, I think there are some people coming aboard, Ron said, his figure illuminated the tiniest bit by the world outside the window. Neville, sit down. Not here. I'm here. The door slid open again, and Ginny squeaked as she tripped over Neville as she tried to enter. Ginny, watch out. Stop stepping on me. What are you doing here? I was looking for Ron. Just sit down. Not on me, Ron yelled. Can everyone just quiet? Everyone stilled at the newer, gruff voice. It seemed that Professor Lupin had finally woken up. Harry heard a crackling noise. And then the compartment was lit up with the fire sitting in Lupin's hand. She made a note to figure out how to do that, because it looked incredibly cool. Then she forced herself to focus on the situation at hand, scolding herself for the distraction. Stay where you are. I'm going to check with the conductor. But before Lupin could grab the door handle, the compartment door slid open slowly. A gust of cold sweeping over the occupants. Harry watched in horror as a gray, scabbed hand curled around the door, pulling it open further. A tall figure in dark, ratty robes hovered in the doorway. The hood of the robe concealed the figure's face, but the rush of despair that overtook Harry made clear what the creature was. A Dementor. The world around Harry began to blur, and all she could feel was hopelessness, despair, and desperation. Harry was suddenly filled with adrenaline, and she flicked her wrist, summoning her knife and slashing blindly at the Dementor, Ying to get rid of the feeling of hopelessness. The blade made contact with the Dementor's outstretched arm, cutting a gash in its wrist. Harry couldn't see much more, images overtaking her and making her drop the dagger. Her mind flashed back to the Wendigo when she was 6, then a flash of green light and a woman screaming her name. Darkness overtook her vision, throwing her back into that void she'd experienced after the basilisk's poison had taken effect. The oppressive silence pressed down on her ears, and she tried to shut her eyes to get away from the image, but the thick darkness was insistent. A feeling of unwelcomeness in the air. Harry could see the floor begin to bubble, the blackness rising up as if a figure was protruding from the floor, wrapped in the slick darkness. Harry backed up, breathing heavily. The figure came closer, and she could barely make out the smirk on the only part of the person's face that wasn't shrouded in the dark cloak. Their heads started to tilt up, and Harry was overcome with the intense feeling that she didn't want to see their face, that she couldn't. "Harry," a cold voice called, emanating from all around her. The figure came closer. "Open your eyes, Harry." Harry shook her head, backing up, pulling her arms around her. Cold fear settled in her stomach, putting her every sense on edge. She couldn't breathe. She was almost choking on her fear. "Harry, Harry, Harry." The witch shot up, throwing out her hands in a defensive position. Arms grabbed her and she tried to throw them off, moving weakly. "Harry, stop. You're okay." Harry looked up, seeing the pale faces of Ron and Hermione. Ginny and Neville were behind them, watching her warily. She focused on her breathing, trying to calm herself down. Flashes of the visions still plagued her, but she forced them down. Turning to her friends and assuring them she was all right. "What the hell was that?" Ron asked. "Dementor," she said. "Obviously, but Harry, you fainted." "No one else did." "No." "Well." Ginny got really pale and started shaking, "but you just went crazy and fell down." "And what about that knife?" "The Dementor got hit with it and flew back. I think the cut was glowing. It's an experiment." Her words made it clear that was all she had to say about it, and the others didn't push. Harry glanced around, and discovered that Professor Lupin was still there, breaking bits of chocolate up into a pile. Determinedly not looking at her, he shoved pieces into everyone's hands. "Eat, you'll feel better." Harry looked dubiously at the chocolate. "I'm going to talk to the conductor." "Stay put." The man left, and Harry looked at her friends as they nibbled on the chocolate, with the exception of Ron, who had already finished his. "Why's the Dementor gone? Why was it here in the first place?" "I think it was searching the train. After you cut it." Lupin stood up and said, "Sirius Black is not here, and the Dementor didn't leave, so he shot this silver stuff out of his wand and it left." Ron wiped the smear of chocolate off his chin, speaking quickly. Harry stifled a snort. It seemed that everything was coming back to the man. She'd be more amused if she wasn't. Still shaking the tiniest bit from the effect of the Dementors. Speaking of, Harry looked at the bit of chocolate in her palm. Normally, she'd be a little hesitant about eating chocolate that a stranger gave her. But Ron and Neville had already eaten their pieces, and Ginny was nibbling at hers, so it was probably safe enough. Just as she was about to pop the sweet into her mouth, the door opened once again, revealing Lupin's shabby robes. "It's not poisonous, you know." Lupin gave a tired half-smile. "Eat, you'll feel better." Even though she'd already decollete, those words of wisdom would have decided for her anyway. She was surprised as a warm feeling immediately washed through her body, and Harry made a mental note to ask Lupin where he got his chocolate from. The man had swept away once more, no doubt going to check on the other students. "Well, I guess we know he's the defense professor," Ron said, reaching out for the square of chocolate that Hermione was staring at determinedly. She pulled it away, slapping his hand. "Ow, Hermione, you're not even eating it." "I'm considering it." "Hermione," Harry began, ready to get into a very familiar and tiring argument with the resident bookworm. "No, Harry, sugar rots your teeth. It doesn't matter if magic can fix it or not. It's the principle of the thing." She huffed. Harry rolled her eyes, pointing at Hermione and swirling her finger in the "she's crazy" gesture while looking at Ginny and Neville. "And I'm right here." Absolutely no tact. Honestly, she trailed off, muttering to herself. "Hermione, eat the chocolate or I'll tell them what happened to Snape first year." Hermione's eyes shot up. "You wouldn't." "What happened to Snape?" Ginny wondered. "Well, Hermione here." "Fine." She shoved the chocolate into her mouth. "AWHO, Appy knew. You sound like Ron. I hate you." Not long after they finally finished arguing over dinner etiquette, the train started to slow again. Harry hopped up, stowing the cards that She'd been attempting to teach Ron poker with. He wasn't terrible, at least not after he figured out what Harry was trying to say, but he'd mistakenly taken the seat closest the window, and the lamp light provided a convenient reflection of his cards. The trio separated from Neville and Ginny, moving towards the carriages. Harry spared a glance at the Thestrals, briefly pondering how cool it would look if she rode into battle on one like an undead Valkyrie. She was brought out of her reverie by riotous laughing. She looked up after bumping into Ron and Hermione, who'd stopped suddenly in the road. A group of Slytherins in front of them were pointing at her, one of them falling into the other's arms with a dramatic wail. Her features blanked as she realized they were making fun of her fainting spell. "What's the bet?" It was Neville. Harry asked conversationally, striding ahead to an empty carriage with Ron and Hermione following quickly. She shot off a hex from her finger, stinging the still wailing Slytherin, giving him something real to whine about. They climbed into the carriage, escaping the cold and the beginnings of rain. When they made it to the castle doors, Harry glared at the cackling poltergeist. Dodging a balloon probably filled with something much worse than water, she yelled at Peeves. "We had a deal." The ghost huffed and reluctantly drifted away from the trio of Gryffindors. "I don't mind you messing with them, though," Harry added, waving at the group of Slytherins behind her. Pansy Parkinson screamed when she was hit with a balloon, distracting her from Malfoy's portrayal of her faint. It might have been the rain, but Harry thought she saw a little hesitance in his movements. Still, she laughed when Peeves managed to splatter muddy water all over his platinum-haired head. "Miss Potter, Miss Granger, please follow me." Harry looked up to see Professor McGonagall's stern face. She shrugged at Ron, trailing after Hermione and the older witch. After an uncomfortable checkup with Madame Pomfrey and a suspicious conversation between Hermione and McGonagall, Harry was ready to just go to bed already, but she found herself in the Great Hall listening to one of Dumbledore's speeches. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say to you, chief of which involves our new security. Dementors are not prone to mercy or understanding, and any attempt to move about the school grounds unattended to by a teacher would be incredibly dangerous. They are stationed at every entrance, and will not be fooled by tricks or disguises. Not even invisibility cloaks." Piercing blue eyes darted towards Harry. "And a separate, happier note, I'm pleased to announce several staff changes this year. First, Professor Lupin will be filling in as R.D. Fence against the Dark Arts teacher this year. Second, as I'm sure most of you already know, Professor Binns has disappeared and is presumed, well, gone. Filling in for him is Edmund Corbin. A tall man with dark gray robes stood and nodded. And finally, I'm sorry to say that Professor Kettleburn of Care of Magical Creatures has retired to spend more time with his remaining limbs. His place will be taken by none other than Rubeus Hagrid." There was silence for a moment, before Harry, Ron, and Hermione burst into applause and cheers, inciting cheers from most of the Gryffindors as well. Hagrid looked as though he might cry. Ron smacked his forehead and turned to Harry. "We should have known. Who else would assign a biting book?" Dean's goal to meet Hagrid one day suddenly became a lot funnier. After the meal, the trio approached the head's table and gave their congrats to Hagrid. Harry was on autopilot all the way to the tower, and later she would look back and wonder how she didn't fall off a staircase. Coming through. Excuse me. Harry looked around to watch an excited Percy push through the crowds and assume a respectable posture. "The password is Fortuna Major," he said. And the portrait of the fat lady swung open. Ignoring Neville's lamentations, Harry disappeared into the common room and then up to the girls' dorms, ready to crash after such a long day. She yanked off her shoes and outer robe, diving under the covers and passing out, trying not to think of the memory of a dark void that was hovering at the edge of her consciousness. Effectively dead to the world. She didn't hear Hermione sigh when she entered the dorm, or when she spoke to the air half frustrated, half concerned. "She had to take my bed." Harry woke up to a pillow to the face and a very loud Hermione. "Harry, get up, we're going to be late to breakfast." Harry reluctantly rolled out of bed, stalking into the bathroom to get ready. 20 minutes later she was walking down to breakfast, sandwiched safely between Ron and Hermione so as to not fall down any staircases with a grudge. She was finally drawn into the conversation sometime after her second glass of black tea, noticing Hermione and Ron arguing again. It's a monster. I don't call your rat ugly, do I, Ron? No, and Crookshanks isn't ugly, Hermione protested. He's unique. Uniquely hideous, maybe. All right, break it up. You're ruining my morning haze. Well, you shouldn't have stolen my bed last night. Hermione, they're the same bed. I don't have the energy to debate this with you right now. I'm already facing Ronald's bullheadedness. It's a cat, Hermione. Just then, the sweep of dark green robes alerted Harry to the presence of Professor McGonagall behind her. Miss Potter, Mr. Weasley, here you are. McGonagall handed 2 pieces of parchment out to the students. Oh, and Miss Granger. A seemingly longer piece of parchment floated towards Hermione. Thank you, Professor. Thanks. The witch moved further down the table, and Harry glanced at her schedule. Divination first, then care of magical creatures. She was excited for divination, knowing a few psychics in America who helped hunters. She was curious to see if it could be applied to her extracurricular work. Hermione, they've messed up your schedule. Ron muttered, frowning. Don't be ridiculous, Ronald. The witch in question yanked her parchment away from Ron's bacon-greased hands. No, they haven't, but it said right there, divination at 9 o'clock, Muggle studies at 9 o'clock, and arithmancy at 9 o'clock. You can't be in 3 places at once. Quote, well, technically, no, Harry, I don't want to hear one of your gruesome jokes. I'm trying to enjoy my toast here. Suit yourself. The 3 finished up their breakfast, and trudged through the castle, trying to find the North Tower where divination would begin in half an hour. After an awful lot of swearing at moving staircases, the trio stopped in front of a wall of portraits. Where the bloody hell is this place? Hermione, you know everything, where are we going? Honestly, Ronald, I don't know everything, and really, we should be asking Harry. She loves to creep around at night. I've never been to the North Tower, the astronomy tower is higher anyway, Harry replied. Stand and fight, you scoundrels. The 3 of them whirled around, Harry with her wand out in warning, only to come to face a portrait of a very fat knight on a pudgy pony. What, a duel to the death? Or are you cowards? The knight accused, brandishing a thin rapier at them. Mr. Hermione began. Sir Cadogan, at your service, my lady. He swept over in a bow, his helmet falling off his head onto the ground. Do you know the way to the North Tower? She asked hesitantly. A quest, of course. Follow me, madams, sir. He tried to jump onto his horse, only to slide off as the horse sat down obstinately. Sir Cadogan stood up, brushed himself off, and took off through the next portraits with a slight hint of blush on his cheeks. Harry exchanged a look with Ron and Hermione, before the 3 Gryffindors hitched up their robes and took off after him. An hour and a half later, Harry was feeling very bitter. Hermione's chatter about the class washed over her as she made her way to Transfiguration, ignoring the whispers aimed in her direction. She only looked up when Hermione suggested that she shouldn't be scared because Trelawney was obviously a fake. You think I'm upset about the Grim? Harry asked, halting and turning on the spot. Hermione stopped her feet quickly, leaning back so as to not run into Harry. Well, of course, Hermione, that was probably the most accurate part of the whole class. What, Harry, you can't. How many times have I been in life-threatening danger at this school? How many times in the past couple weeks alone? The prediction of my imminent demise might just be the closest to a prophecy she'll ever get. Hermione just sputtered, and Ron looked vaguely interested in her point. Well, then why did you storm out after class? She asked. I could have taken arithmancy and supplied my runes work, instead of wasting some time in the divination department. But no, I had to see if my psychic theory was right. Now I owe Dean $20. What? Asked Dean Thomas, looking over from where he was chatting with Seamus. Not you. Okay. Hermione rolled her eyes, grabbing Harry and Ron's robes and pulling them towards Transfiguration. That's the first time my transformation hasn't been met with applause. What's the matter with you lot? They've realized that some other conspiracy aimed to kill me is in play this year, and they were upset enough with the giant snake last year. Now really, Miss Potter. Harry jogged down the front lawn, heading over to the clearing that was listed for the care of creatures meeting spot. Ron and Hermione hurried down behind her, wanting to be early for Hagrid's first class. By Harry's side was a growling book attempting to escape the constraints of a worn leather belt. She did have to admit that Malfoy made a good point when he asked how to open the book. Yea, got tear stroke 'em. Hagrid seemed so depressed that no one figured out how to do it, so Harry unwrapped the belt while stroking the spine of the book, sighing in relief when the book didn't try to give her a few hundred paper cuts. Still, she wasn't sure if she would have volunteered for the hippogriff. However, the rest of the class stepping backwards silently didn't really give her a choice. Traitors, she hissed at Ron and Hermione. But Harry, your teacup. Lavender squealed. That was a good point. Harry thought the universe might give her a cooler death than trampled by hippogriff. The lesson did actually go pretty well, that is until. Damn it, Malfoy. Overall, Harry's first week could have gone better. She'd been warned about her imminent death. Again, she'd somehow blown up her first runes assignment, and she was pretty sure Malfoy was trying to sue a hippogriff. Harry sat thinking about all this while stabbing absently at her Thursday morning toast. Ron and Hermione were arguing about Crookshanks again. Honestly, she was looking forward to double potions just to get out of her current situation. Having thought that, she stood up and walked to class 10 minutes early. Ron and Hermione not even noticing her leave. What does a boggart look like? Yes, Miss Granger, Lupin said, pointing at Hermione. When did you get here? Ron gasped. Hermione glared, shushing him, and turned back to Lupin. It's impossible to know what a boggart actually looks like, as it is a shapeshifter that takes different forms for everyone. Specifically, it shows one their worst fear. Hermione finished, rocking back on her heels. Excellent answer. There's a boggart in this cabinet, and instead of clearing it out, I asked Mr. Filch if he would lend it to me for my third years to practice on. Now Neville, up here. Harry raised an eyebrow. It wasn't often that Neville was recognized in class or called on in confidence. She hoped he managed, because it would absolutely destroy him if he couldn't perform whatever the professor was thinking of. After a quick whisper match, Lupin waved his hand at the door. The sound of a lock unhooking echoed in the silence of apprehension. And everyone watched as the door creaked open. Sweeping from the wardrobe in dark robes was Professor Snape. He glared at Neville, who whimpered slightly. Go on, Neville. Like we practiced, Lupin encouraged. Ridiculous. A burst of red shot out of Neville's wand, hitting Snape, who suddenly didn't look very much like Snape anymore. The usually dour potions professor stood in the middle of the staff room, decked out with baggy maroon robes, a large red handbag, and a magnificent hat adorned with a giant stuffed vulture. Harry burst into laughter, doubling over and smacking her leg. Neville was going to be a legend. Well, about until double potions. Lupin had the class cycle through, everyone getting a turn at the creature. While Harry was uncertain about the idea of revealing your deepest darkest fear to your peers, she did notice a majority of the boggarts turned into the more childlike phobias. She also noticed that a lot of the Slytherins stayed huddled near the back of the queue. Before she could move back, Ron dismantled the spider, and she was jostled to the front. For a moment, the room darkened, and Harry saw a figure begin bubbling out of the floor. She panicked, and before its true shape could be shown, she tried to think of something other than the void. It was unneeded, though, as Lupin practically shoved himself in front of her, waving his wand and putting an end to the lesson. Harry disappeared back into the crowd, trying to get her breathing under control while the other students were paying attention to the wrap-up of the lesson. Best defense teacher we've had, Harry heard someone say as she walked out of the room after class. Ron frowned as Hermione hummed in agreement. Wonder why you didn't get a real turn, Harry. The witch in question shrugged, moving her feet unconsciously towards her next period. Along with the confusion about not being denied the chance to deal with the boggart, Harry was a bit confused as to why it had taken that shape. She doesn't fear death, does she? Harry heard gasps from the front of the crowd as the students filed into the history classroom. She saw why everyone was shocked, stepping into THE space that was cleaner and more brightly lit than she'd ever seen it. The old carvings depicting scenes from Goblin rebellions were missing, replaced with colorful tapestries weaving stories. A desk sat in front of the chalkboard. overpiled with stacks of paper and a cup of assorted quills perched on the edge. Harry was impressed by the change. She looked over and saw Hermione practically bubbling in her seat, placed in the middle row as the compromise generally went for the group. After Elle going to change front row seats with unfamiliar professors again. Welcome to history. Let's hope you learn something. Everyone jumped, looking up to the balcony where the new professor had appeared. I'm Professor Corbin, as you might know. Am I to understand that you've only covered Goblin Wars in this class? Well, we learned a bit about the Chamber of Secrets last year, Seamus blurted out. Apparently so. The man smiled, clasping his hands together. So, shall we dive right in? We'll be starting with the origins of Hogwarts. Everyone pull out your copies of Hogwarts, A History. Harry smothered a grin at Hermione, whose eyes widened excitedly, a well-loved copy of the book already resting on her desk. All right, so back before Hogwarts was founded, most wizards and witches learned as muggles might have learned, through smaller schools and tutors. Advanced education often took the form of apprenticeships. These were especially popular among witches, as covens would form and take junior members to replenish their members, teaching them ritual magic and spellbinding. In these cases, the members would be allowed to leave the coven to create their own, or join permanently through ritual initiation. Wizards were more versed in the art of spellcasting and alchemy, training a more solitary sport. Wizards often only had a few apprentices in their lifetimes, while witches formed groups and could train several collectively. Sir, I've never read of such discrimination among genders in magic. The books that I've read call it the Great Equalizer, Hermione recited after Corbin called on her. Well, miss, what was it, Granger? That's a common mistake that people make. The term, witch, and wizard, weren't actually meant to refer to gender, originally. A witch is someone who practices forms of magic that could include group magic or rituals, while wizards perform more solitary magic, using their own power instead of siphoning from others or from the earth. The terms shifted to refer to gender over the years as wizardry was seen as a masculine art, and witchcraft a feminine one. Of course, anyone could practice either, or possibly both if they had enough ambition. Harry grinned. She liked this new professor. Where were we? So, education before Hogwarts. Harry walked out of history an hour later feeling as if she'd learned more in one lesson with Professor Corbin than she did in a year with Binns. She hadn't regretted the banishment, but it was nice to know that the near-death experience had some good come of it. September soon turned to October, the Whomping Willow shedding orange leaves on the students, before using them as a target if they got close enough. October, historically, wasn't a great month for Harry. Still, she lounged around outside with Ryan and Hermione as much as she could before the weather turned nasty again. She might have enjoyed the grounds more if Oliver Wood hadn't been hounding her about Quidditch formations and strategies. It was the Gryffindor's final year, and his last chance to win the Quidditch Cup. Of course, it didn't give him an excuse to be completely manic. Well, more than usual. Somehow, she found herself in Quidditch strategy meetings more than once a week, the team sitting around a board in the locker room, learning new formations and going over familiar ones tirelessly. Harry was about ready to claw her eyes out if she saw another board of X's and O's in flight formation, and she wasn't the only one. Oliver, give it a rest. Katie rubbed her eyes. Yeah, it's 4 am. If we have to be up this early, it should be because we're plotting a series of stunning, fantastic, mischievous pranks, finished out George, the twins hopping up onto the benches and waving their arms around. Wood gave them the murder glare. Harry should know, she's seen that glare directed at her often enough. We have to have all of our strategies down. Slytherin's gonna be tough to beat this year. This is torture, Angelina groaned. Necessary, Oliver corrected. Yes, but Oliver, you've been ranting about barrel rolls for 20 minutes. Necessary. Harry was tired enough from the multiple Quidditch practices that week, that she almost walked past the shouting match going on in the front hall. She stopped, turning back and nudging Hannah Abbott in the side to ask her what was going on. Lavender's pet died, and Professor Trelawney predicted it, and she can't stop crying, and those two are making it worse with their yelling. Harry scoffed. Idiots. Lavender cries more when she's stressed. Big, fat, mangy monster. Ronald, if you say one more word about my cat, Harry's eyes widened. Shit, they're my idiots. She shoved her way to the front of the crowd, grabbing the still yelling pair and dragging them away from the sobbing blonde. I leave to talk with Peeves for 1 minute, honestly, Harry mumbled. I'm sorry about your rabbit Lavender. Don't mind her Muone, she doesn't care much about other people's pets, Ron threw over his shoulder, still staring determinedly at Hermione. The girl scrunched up her face and got ready to let out a rant, but Harry clapped her hand over the bookworm's mouth. They made it outside successfully, and Harry let them yell, interjecting when she felt a point wasn't fair. The month went on, and soon enough it was Halloween. It was also the first Hogsmeade trip, and Harry was ready to hand in the forged signature of a Mrs. Petunia Dursley on the permission slip. Before she could join the line of students waiting to board carriages, Professor McGonagall appeared out of nowhere and blocked her attempts. I'm sorry, Miss Potter. But unfortunately we cannot allow you to go to Hogsmeade. Harry blinked. Sorry, what? Recent factors have come into play, and the faculty agrees it is a bad idea for you to be roaming about the village. Harry frowned. Is this about Sirius Black? McGonagall flinched for a moment, but Harry caught it. Look, murderous psychos have been after me before. Last I checked, they're all dead, and I'm still here. Regardless, the risk is too high. Harry grumbled, handing over the parchment when the older witch's hand reached out for it. I'm sorry, Miss Potter. Truly. The witch stared at H.R. with sad eyes that made Harry uncomfortable for a moment more, before tartan robes swept away. Harry kicked the dirt, then moved to go back inside after informing Ron and Hermione of her predicament. She was considering attempting to sneak out, trying to figure out which passage a Dementor wouldn't cover, when Lupin saw her in the halls. Somehow, she found herself having tea in his office. Honestly, that man and his attempts to feed her. Although, this little talk could give her the answer she'd been looking for. Sir, why did you jump in front of me during the Boggart lesson? Lupin put down his mug, smiling obligingly. It's not that I thought you couldn't handle it, I just thought the rest of the class might protest at watching Voldemort appear in the middle of the room. Harry could see how the figure rising out of the floor could be Voldemort, with the deep black robes and hidden face. She might be able to get out of this unquestioned. I noticed it started to shift though. Damn. Yeah, I imagined Voldemort at first, but, Harry trailed off, thinking. Then the other images came back, the Dementor and what it did. That's very wise of you. Your fear is, fear. He gave a little chuckle. Speaking of the Dementor, interesting potions knife that you have. There. He gave her a look that told her he absolutely did not believe it was just a potions knife, but Harry Aprek. IATED the fact that he didn't call her out. I'm an aggressive gardener, she said straight-faced. He nodded, just as seriously, before letting his face relax in a grin. Harry suddenly had a thought. Sir, is there a way to fight the Dementors? Patronus Charm, say Patronus Charm. Harry was counting on some professional help for the charm that still seemed to elude her, despite her attempts. It was honestly something that hadn't happened to CH ever. And even if she did manage the basics of the spell, she didn't want to test it on a Dementor unless she was sure. There is a spell, the Patronus Charm. Bingo. But it's very advanced. Could you, maybe teach it to me? It's just, the Dementors affect me more than anyone else. She looked into her lap. Surely he would say yes. Dementors feed on one's worst memories. I'd wager your worst memories are more severe than the majority of others at this school. He paused for a moment, appraising her. I suppose I could show you the spell. Try and teach you the principles. But it would have to wait until after the winter break, I'm afraid. Harry smiled triumphantly. Thank you, that would be great. The best way to end a halfway disappointing day, Harry learned, was not with a manhunt. She turned on her side in the surprisingly comfortable purple sleeping bag, trying to block out the obnoxious snoring of Ron and several others in the large hall. She stilled as the sound of hurried footsteps entered the hall. Professor Snape. That was Dumbledore. Headmaster. Everywhere has been searched. Very well, Severus, I didn't expect him to linger. Have you any idea as to how he infiltrated the castle? Harry heard an undertone to the question that she couldn't quite decipher. Several. There was silence. No, Severus, I still do not believe your fears to be true. Fears? The potion's master scoffed. It's unlikely that Black got in on his own, Professor, he. Enough, Severus. The two lapsed into silence again. Apart from the sound of slow footsteps circling the hall. I must go inform our security that our search has been completed. Didn't the Dementors want to help, Professor? Percy asked, coming up the pair again. I have no doubt that they did, but no Dementor will enter this castle while I headmaster. Harry had to give Dumbledore points for that, but she did so grudgingly. She turned her mind back to the fact that Black was trying to enter Gryffindor Tower. It was probably going to add to the grim rumors circling Harry, and Professor Trelawney would be twice as bad. Harry stifled a snort. Hermione was going to be pissed. The sharp whistling of a kettle split the morning air in the back room of Tomes and Scrolls. The piercing noise continued, provoking a larger man settled into an then larger armchair to look up from his crossword, bushy mustache bristling as he stared pointedly at the door. Arthur. A young man stumbled through the door separating the room from the rest of the shop, cheeks red and chest heaving. Sorry. He moved to make tea with the boiling water, setting down a cup in front of the larger man. What the bloody avenue you been doing then? I was organizing the creatures section, Mr. Smith. Last weekend several students came in to find other texts covering magical creatures. Something about a biting book. Anyways, I figured if more students came in, Owl ordered, we should have the information more readily available. Arthur finished, nodding to himself proudly. Mr. Smith nodded with narrowed eyes. All right, good job then. Next time listen out for the kettle. I did you a favor, hiring a squib like yourself. You've gotta show me I did right. Arthur smiled one more time before ducking out of the room, moving to finish his morning checklist. He finished organizing the magical creatures section, then he dusted the main shelves, leaving the older shelves for after lunch. Around 11, he hopped out of the shop for a second, delivering an international owl order to the post office up the street. After thanking the clerk with a bright smile, the 19-year-old turned and headed back to work. Deciding to take a quick break, Arthur slid onto a bench by the road with his copy of the Daily Prophet, absently admiring the colors of the falling leaves. The man on the other side of the bench shifted, catching Arthur's attention. Beautiful day, isn't it? Arthur asked. The man looked up. Oh, yes, but I always like to carry my umbrella. It's always good to be prepared. True enough. Arthur stood, finding his break drawing to a close. Good day. It was several seconds after Arthur disappeared into the shop that the other man picked up the newspaper that Arthur had left behind. Instead of news, however, the paper held a short message in carefully printed handwriting. Cover established. The charm seems to be effective in warding off the effects of the anti-muggle spells. Work in the bookstore provides easy contact with students and occasionally teachers. The target is being tracked. Awaiting orders. A.K. The man on the bench folded the newspaper, calmly pocketing it. He rose from the bench, moving down the street past the window of Tomes and Scrolls, where the younger man could be seen fighting a losing battle with almost sentient dust. He reached the flow station, throwing a handful of powder into the roaring flames, his destination unheard by the residents of Hogsmeade. Seconds later, the man walked into a large office, setting down the newspaper on an impressive-looking desk. Mr. Frost looked up from his seat at the man, tilting his head questioningly. We're in. It was Friday after the break-in and everyone was still talking about Sirius Black. The gossip chain hadn't latched onto some juicer piece of news, so the talk remained centered around one mass murderer who was almost certainly aiming to kill Harry. Or at least, that's what all her teachers seemed to think. Every class over the past week had been filled with not-so-subtle glances in Harry's direction, or even worse, the pitying ones from Flitwick and Sprout. Malfoy was acting worse than ever, bolstered by the sympathy provided by his war-wound. Harry got herself through her desire to get rid of him with a constant stream of, he's an asset, he's an asset, he's an asshole. He's wait. She ran into defense, having been held up by a still very precocious Oliver Wood. Sorry Professor Lupin, I was. Miss Potter. Class started 10 minutes ago so I think it will be 10 points from Gryffindor. Instead of Professor Lupin, Snape stared at her from the position behind the lecture stand. "I would have been here 10 minutes early if I knew you were teaching, sir." Well, that wasn't the best thing she could have said. The sarcasm didn't do anything to lighten the mood. In fact, Hermione was staring at her from behind Snape's back, demanding that Harry just sit down and shut up. 5 more points. "Sit down, Potter, before I make it 50. Harry hurried to sit, moving her foot so Hermione couldn't stomp on it under the desk. Ron moved to give her a fist bump. "Now, as I was saying before we were so rudely interrupted, Professor Lupin has not left any records as to how far the class has progressed. Please sir, we've done Kappas, Boggarts, Grindylows, and—" "Quiet, I was not asking for information, merely remarking upon Professor Lupin's poor system of organization. He's the best defense against the dark arts teacher we've ever had," protested Dean Thomas. "Sadly that may be true. However, it only highlights the lack of skill in the prior holders of the position, not the competency of the present one." Harry had to admit that anyone would look good compared to Quirrell and Lockhart, but Snape's denial seemed to be more personal than logical. "Today we are going to be discussing werewolves." Harry sighed in relief. She knew all about those. "But, sir," Hermione interrupted, "we're not due to start werewolves for another few months. We've only just started Hinky Punks. Miss Granger, I am in control of the lesson, not you. Now, all of you, turn to page 394. Now, can any of you tell me how to distinguish between a wolf and a werewolf?" Snape asked. "Potter, since you seemed so unenthusiastic for this lesson that you showed up late, let us see if you know anything to make up for it." "Well, a true wolf might kill someone and eat part of their body. A werewolf, when it has killed someone, will always eat the heart, no matter what else they eat. Their teeth and claws are much stronger than regular wolves as well. Much longer. No doubt whatever fantasy novel you are reading has an in-depth description of the features of a werewolf, but we are discussing real life. Now, anyone else?" Harry frowned. Was Snape going to reject a correct answer just because it came from her mouth? "Professor Lupin hasn't even taught you the basic distinction between a wolf and a werewolf." The lesson went on from there. But Harry was too busy trying to figure out what was wrong in her answer. All the texts she'd read at Bobby's, and before then even, listed those characteristics as part of what defined a werewolf. Granted, she'd only skimmed the magical version, but the differences couldn't be that extreme. Now that she thought about it, there were some discrepancies between what she knew about vampires compared to what was recorded in her textbooks. Harry had put it down to publisher error, but maybe it was something bigger than that. It was possible that there were different versions of monsters, with the ones she'd encountered in America being the Muggle monsters, and those in the wizarding world being magical. It would explain why the Muggle monsters had different advantages to make up for the lack of a distinctly magical component. "Potter, stop daydreaming and focus on the assigned reading. You will fail the essay if you are so completely wrong again." Harry snapped out of her thoughts, looking back to the pages in front of her, examining a picture of the werewolf transformation. She'd have to think more on her theory later. She moved back to the passage. It seemed that the signs of a werewolf could be seen in human form for magical werewolves, if she was to go with her theory. Premature aging, usually scar-ridden, weakened pallor around full moons. A werewolf will likely appear poorer and more downtrodden in human form due to the extreme prejudice that affects their everyday lives. Harry was starting to suspect there was something wrong with what Snape was trying to teach them. She glanced at Hermione, who was chewing her lip, a concentrated frown on her face. So she'd noticed something as well. Harry wanted to say it was just Snape and his parent hatred of Lupin that made him change the lesson plans, annoying his students and disrupting the course. Of course he'd take the chance while Lupin was sick. Her train of thought crashed to a halt, and Harry had to work to keep a neutral expression on her face. Sick before and after the full moon. Lupin looked plenty poor and had plenty of scars. All of the pieces came together then, and Rai had to face the fact that one of her favorite teachers was a werewolf. As a hunter, she was disturbed that a werewolf would be allowed near children consistently. Then again, the Lupin she knew was practically harmless. When she had tea with him, he bumped into his desk and apologized to it. She didn't see how a man like that, who gave out chocolate to make his students feel better, could be a vicious monster. One she had been trained to kill. It reminded her of when she had to defend herself to every hunter she met, claiming to be a natural born rather than the product of a demon deal. Rai supposed she could overlook the werewolf thing, as long as he was secured away from the general populace during full moons. As long as he wasn't a threat to the students, she would let it be. If anyone else found out, she was sure he'd be ousted from his job and sent away to find another way to live. It did make her wonder what Lupin had done to deserve so much hate from Severus Snape. Harry woke up early the next morning, torn from sleep by an incessant pawing at her ear. She shoved whatever was scratching her aside, turning over sleepily. Harry paused, then bolted upwards, looking around for the monster. A large orange blob with a face glared at her from its position atop the bundled-up covers on the floor of the dormitory. "What did you do that for?" Harry hissed. The cat stood, turning his head away deliberately, before sticking his tail in the air and trotting back to Hermione's bed. "Maybe you aren't a monster, but that was a dick move." Crookshanks seemed to smirk at Harry. The girl rolled her eyes, falling back onto her bed, huffing. "Well, I'm not going back to sleep now. Might as well warm up." Harry spent the next half-hour jogging around the lake, shivering slightly in the crisp morning air. When the sun had almost broken the horizon, Harry's eyes caught a flash of black by the edge of the forest. She stopped, turning to look closer. Harry almost thought she saw a pair of eyes looking back at her. For a moment, but she blinked and they were gone. "Miss Potter." Harry jumped, spinning around and bringing her arms up. In front of her was Professor Corbin, his hands stuffed into a pair of sweatpants. "What are you doing out here so early?" Harry recovered quickly, relaxing her pose. "Jogging. I couldn't go back to sleep, so I figured I'd warm up." "Right. Big game today. I'll always root for Ravenclaw, but I suppose Gryffindor can have my vote today." Harry smiled a little. "Thanks. Well, I wouldn't want to hold you up. Good luck at the game." The professor took off, jogging away from Harry. She was surprised. She didn't think that any of the professors, or any of the students even outside of Quidditch, would exercise normally. Shrugging it off, Harry moved towards the castle entrance, sprinting the last couple yards before she cooled down doing stretches on the lawn. After a shower, Harry headed towards the Great Hall, excited to stare at her breakfast and not eat any of it. At least she was as prepared as she could be for the game. She was not as prepared as she could have been. Harry now realized that, sitting in the hospital bed while she cradled what remained of her Nimbus 2000. "Bloody Dementors. Where's Wood?" she asked, trying to distract herself. "Still in the showers. We think he's trying to drown himself." "Sounds fun." Following the disastrous defeat of the Gryffindor team, Harry was anticipating the Patronus lessons even more. Unfortunately, she couldn't distract herself with that until after the break. So, she turned to an age-old activity: hunting. On Sunday, she left Hermione and Ron to argue for a few hours while she popped into the woods near Hogsmeade. Harry set up the ritual, pricking her finger and dripping blood over the final layout. Several seconds later, an amused voice met her ears. "Well, hello dear. Not that I'm complaining, but why did you feel the need to summon me to the middle of nowhere in Scotland?" Harry turned to Crowley. "Remember how I said that I wouldn't mess with you if you didn't mess with me? Not going to renege on our deal, are you?" "No, I was just wondering if you wanted to sweeten it a little. You aren't really my type." "Ha ha, I know I said that I didn't want to bring a bunch of demons down on my head after the last time, but I'm restless and I need to hunt something. So, got any competitors who I could feasibly exorcise? Or experiment on with a runes project? I think I've almost got a workable prototype. This experiment wouldn't happen to be a demon-killing knife, would it?" "It's unclear. I want an oath that you'll never harm me with it. As long as you promise to send me hunts every now and then." "Deal. Deal. All right, so who can I go try it out on right now?" "There's a demon named Layla." Harry gave him a questioning look. Not the most intimidating name for a demon, but neither is Meg, and Layla's one of her lackeys. She might have even been part of that chase you mentioned. "Interesting. Thanks. Just remember not to draw this back to me." With that, he disappeared. Harry started up another ritual, first making sure there was a devil's trap in place in front of her. And 3 more scattered around the clearing. Around the same time a certain witch was experimenting with a certain knife. The sensors in Hogsmeade started chirping. Arthur Ketch sat up in his chair, putting down the book he had been reading during lunch. He pulled out a pocket watch, a frown creasing his face at the strange readings. There were energy fluctuations. Stood up, looking around for anything suspicious. The street was just as quiet as usual, nothing standing out to the junior agent. Arthur moved down the street, glancing down at the pocket watch subtly, checking for a change in the readings. The closer he got to the woods, the stronger the fluctuations were. He crossed into the woods, walking for several minutes before his eyes caught on some thing a couple 100 feet in front of him. There was a small clearing up ahead, with what looked like a woman tied to a chair in the middle of it. Standing in front of her with their back to Arthur was a smaller figure with dark hair, their hand holding a glinting dagger by their side. The strangest part was the black smoke seeping out of what looked to be a stab wound in the sitting woman's shoulder. She gave another cry as a large amount of smoke was pushed out of the wound, coinciding with a jump on Ketch's pocket watch. The woman seemed to be screaming, but he couldn't hear any sound. Even with the apparent barrier, Ketch could see when the demon in the chair was exorcised, thick black smoke now streaming out of her mouth as well as her shoulder. The now unpossessed woman's head fell to the side, her eyes empty. It seemed that the host was dead. Ketch's attention was again caught by the smaller figure, black robe sweeping the ground when she flicked her wrist and the dagger winked away. Then, with a twirl of their cloak, the figure was gone, accompanied by a huge spike in power recorded on Ketch's watch. He walked forward to inspect the dead woman, mind whirring as he tried to figure out what was going on. One thing was clear. The boss's suspicions about the accidents around Hogwarts were at least partly deserved. He had something to report. Harry was in a better mood AF. Her knife seemed to have been improved. It caused a sort of gradual depletion of the demon's energy, which was a good jump from where it had been as just a torture knife. It was enough to bolster her spirits until the news that Ravenclaw had flattened Hufflepuff gave her hope for the Quidditch Cup. When McGonagall came around to take down the names of who was staying at Hogwarts, Harry happily recorded hers. Still pleased by the Quidditch situation. Apart from the search for a new broom, that is. Hermione didn't understand why she was so broken up about it, but she didn't push the issue. The smarter witch was already tied up. Enough with her coursework in the case of Buckbeak, she didn't need to add a ranting Harry on top of it. The day before the end of term, there was another Hogsmeade visit. This time Harry avoided Professor Lupin easily, and was moving towards a storage closet where she could apparate to the edge of the woods that she'd visited the other day, her invisibility cloak stored safely in her enlarged pockets. Before she could grab the doorknob, 2 sets of hands came down on her shoulders and spun her around. As she spun, she kicked one foot around, nailing George Weasley in the side. He let out a surprised and pained groan, falling into Fred, the redheads crashing to the floor in a pile of gangly limbs. Harry, ow, what was that for? I think I'm gonna be sick. Oops, sorry guys. She crossed her arms and grabbed a hand from each twin, leaning backwards and helping them up. That's all right. You know, I think we should send Percy to interrupt you. He walks quietly, in a quiet arrogance way, maybe. But imagine his face, when he goes to tap your shoulder, and then he's on the ground. Priceless. They both ended together, and why rolled her eyes at the familiar Weasley babble. Is there a reason you had to sneak up on me? Oh, right. They straightened themselves up. Harry dear, we've come to a decision. You're probably the 3rd most mischievous person at this school, not counting Lee. He'd be upset with us. But he'd be fine with it, seeing as she talks with Loki. Right, continue. George shoved a thumb at Fred, as if to say, this guy. Am I right? So, we've decided to pass on something, mischief makers to mischief maker. It's almost an heirloom for the prank inclined. And while you'll probably never reach our level, our pranks being legendary and mythical, this could help you out of your current predicament and future ones. Get to the bloody point already. Harry interrupted. She was getting a headache from all the back and forth, and there was the beginning of a crick in her neck. The twins flourished their hands, and from behind one of their backs, she couldn't tell, came a large piece of parchment. They grinned at her. Is this whole thing a joke? I swear I will kick you again, both of you. Not a joke. This is serious, humorous, and fantastic. Harriet Potter, it's our pleasure to present you with one of our tools, a premium trick of the trade as it were. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Fred touched the tip of his wand on the page, and ink bled out from the point, forming words. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map. Harry tilted her heads in curiosity, then in astonishment as Fred and George unfolded the map to reveal hundreds of little dots moving around the page, each with an attached name. As this, the recorded movements of everyone in the castle. Why, yes, it is. Harry grinned up at the twins, who in turn couldn't keep their mysterious expressions and began to smile. And now it's yours. I would have thought that you wouldn't give up such a priceless artifact. Don't get us wrong. We'd love to borrow it every now and then. But we believe we've outgrown most of its uses. For example, George tapped the statue of a one-eyed witch. This had an entrance to a passageway to Honeydukes. A lot of the other ones aren't usable. Filch knows about these, and these are caved in or blocked some other way, Fred explained, tapping each spot. Oh, and to clear the map, say, mischief. Managed. Otherwise anyone could read it. Harry grinned again. She had an alibi as to how she got to Hogsmeade now. She'd planned on acting mysterious around Ron and Hermione, which usually worked. But now she could explain it. This is an amazing Christmas present. Then Happy Christmas, Miss Potter, the twins said in unison. I think you'll have a happy Christmas yourself, Mrs. Weasley. She smirked at them, then moved towards the statue, giving the password the map spelled out. After sliding into the tunnel, Harry apparated to the woods outside Hogsmeade. Her invisibility cloak was cool to the touch, and she held it away from her already cold nose. Casting a spell so that her footsteps would be covered as she walked, Harry trudged out of the woods. She was glad her boots were waterproof when she reached the village 5 minutes later. The deep snow thinned into a manageable layer along the streets of the village. She headed towards the street housing Honeydukes and Zonkos, sure that Ron and Hermione would be in that vicinity. Arthur Ketch was unpacking crates of books that they had just shipped in, organizing them into piles so the emptying shelves could easily be replaced. He picked up a heavy tome full of charms and different techniques to practice to strengthen one's skills, when his pocket warmed, an alarm going off. He dropped the book, groaning as the edges hit his thigh. He drew out the magical energy detector, its pocket watch facade gleaming as it alerted its owner. There had just been another sharp spike in energy, but it had stopped almost immediately. He looked around the room, stacks of books needing to be unpacked staring back at him. He frowned and put the watch back in his pocket, moving upstairs to trade places with Bert, opting to take his place at the front desk. Bert took the offer, sprinting into the back room to avoid interacting with the teenagers. Arthur rolled his eyes, settling into his position with his pocket watch, ready to find out if the readings were coming from an occupant of Hogwarts. Harry had enjoyed scaring Hermione and Ron in Honeydukes. She broke Ohakalate, muchning happily, under the invisibility cloak as Ron and Hermione pushed their way through the crowds. The trio found themselves settling into a booth at the Three Broomsticks, Ron off to flirt with Madame Rosmerta. Hermione frowned. Hermione, I doubt Rosmerta's gonna respond to a 13-year-old. It's the principle of the thing. Hermione responded. Harry shrugged, accepting the butterbeer that Ron brought with him. She looked around the pub, watching the groups of students as Ron and Hermione finished another one of their arguments. She rolled her eyes at Pansy Parkinson as she leaned into Malfoy. Ought he might come over to her way of thinking simply to escape the girl. She made a note to explore that some other time. Harry observed some other students enter the pub, pulling mittens off and shing their hair after taking off their hats. Hagrid pulled off an absolute monstrosity of a scarf, a 10-foot-long knitted wool fabric. Harry did a double take and choked as she saw a group of teachers, including Hagrid and Cornelius Fudge, enter the pub. Hermione noticed as well, shoving Harry below the table and dragging the cloak back over her. A Christmas tree levitated a few feet in front of their table, blocking the occupants from view. What followed was a conversation that probably wasn't best to be overheard while one crouches next to a prickly Christmas tree. Black was Harriet Potter's godfather. Harry recognized the voice of Professor Corbin. That's dreadful. It's not just that. The Potters were in hiding using the Fidelius charm, and Sirius Black was their secret keeper. He betrayed them to you-know-who. We thought there was someone close to the Potters that had been passing over information. And then Black got tired of his role as a double agent, and sold out his best friends and his goddaughter. McGonagall sounded furious. At least he was caught by the Aurors before he could do anything worse. The thing is, Corbin, he wasn't. Little Peter Pettigrew went after him all by himself. He used to worship those boys, and then Black blew him apart in the middle of the street. He killed 12 muggles, and all that was left of Pettigrew was a finger. All with one curse. And now he's after Harriet Potter. Quote, correct. It's all so terrible. Harry stared blankly as she watched the feet of the gossips exit the pub a little while later. Harry, Ron and Hermione were, looking under the table in her direction, lost looks on their faces. Harry climbed up slowly, pulling off the cloak, her now cold butterbeer gripped tightly in her hands. I'm going to go. I'm going to get some air, she said lightly, placing the mug on the counter and sliding out of her seat. Ron and Hermione, sensing danger, quickly moved to follow her. Harry, stop, Hermione panted. Harry had taken off running as soon as she cleared the doors, shrugging on her cloak. She waved her hand to clear her tracks, still running, eyes searching desperately for somewhere to hide. She burst into a bookshop to her right, turning and watching Ron and Hermione jog past. Harry moved into the shop, finding a sofa in the back to sink down on. She pulled off the cloak and let her head drop against the wall, the thunk not even registering as she tried to think through everything she'd just learned. Sirius Black was her godfather. He'd given away her location to Voldemort, leading to the deaths of her parents. Then killed their other friend as well as a crowd of muggles with a single curse, leaving only a finger. He blew up 13 people, and the only thing left was a finger. Harry's brain was stuck on that detail for some reason, and she took some deep breaths in order to calm down enough to work through it. Excuse me, a voice interrupted her. Harry looked up, and was surprised to see a man sitting in a chair to her left. Are you all right? Harry swallowed, nodding. Fine. Her voice didn't break. She was proud of that, at least. That's an interesting cloak you've got. Harry nodded. Are you sure you're... He stopped, frowning at something in his pocket. He pulled out a pocket watch, glancing at it in confusion, before looking back up at her. Sorry, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Must have forgotten the time. My break is over. He stood up. But if you want, there are some more comfortable couches up front. Harry shook her head, watching as the man stood up and moved towards the front of the store where the counter was. She went back to focusing on her breathing, processing everything. Arthur couldn't believe it. The watch had warmed again, sporadically, like little heat flashes. And it got weaker as he walked away from the girl on the couch. She must have been causing the energy spikes. Now that he thought about it, she looked about the same height as the figure from the clearing, and her hair was the same. He wouldn't have expected a teenage girl to be the one exorcising the demon, but behind the wire-framed glasses he could see a spark of danger in her emerald green eyes. He moved to the front of the shop, observing the power readings. They were bouncing slightly, moving up and down sporadically in smaller amounts. Arthur was distracted when Bert asked from behind him if they had any more translations of the Derek's Potions text, and was surprised when Bert trailed off, jaw-dropping. He turned around, watching as the girl stormed through the doors with a half-shout of, a finger. What? Arthur asked. Bert looked at him like he was stupid. That was Harriet Potter, the girl who lived. Ketch nodded, remembering her from the briefing. Then it occurred to him that the girl who lived was a lot more powerful than they had expected, and obviously involved in hunting or something like it. Perhaps she could be useful. He'd have to bring it up to his superiors. He winced again when a rather hot flash came through his watch, and he supposed she'd left Hogsmeade. Harry stumbled through the entrance to the tunnel, the map making it clear that there was no one nearby who would catch her exiting the witch's hump. She wiped the map, moving towards the library. What kind of spell wipes out 12 muggles, and so completely destroys a man that the only thing left is a finger? If the rest of Pettigrew was pink mist, there shouldn't have been a way for a whole finger to remain behind, untouched. She wasn't sure how that helped her deal with the news about Black. But it was something for her to focus on and research, and Harry would take what she could at the moment. Of course, right before she reached the library, another thing occurred to her. Loki had known. He had to have. He'd said that he knew something was happening this year, and he couldn't tell her. Because it would hurt her. That dick. Harry changed courses, moving towards an alcove so she could disappear. She reappeared in the Forbidden Forest, pulling out her ritual kit. A couple minutes later, and she had finished the final move to summon Loki. Confused, Pagan appeared in front of her, catching the chocolate bar that she lobbed at him angrily. Okay, what's wrong? Is this chocolate poisoned? Loki asked. No, but it should be. You are such an asshole. There's things going on at Hogwarts, but I can't tell you. Come on, it was that Sirius Black was my godfather. You couldn't have let me know before that. I had to find out while stuck under a table watching the shows. F my teachers as they gossiped about the circumstances of my parents' death, the thing that screwed up a lot of my life. What the hell? She screamed in frustration. Loki looked ashamed, his hands fid. Getting with the wrapper of the chocolate. Look, I thought you wouldn't find out, and it would have been better if you hadn't found out. That shit's messed up, right? So I should be thanking you for your consideration. No, sorry, that came out wrong. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Look, I thought I was protecting you. I don't need your protection. Everyone keeps trying to protect me, and it always seems to harm me instead. Dobby, Dumbledore, and now you. I thought you were better than this. Harry scoffed. Inger, I'm sorry. Loki did sound genuinely apologetic. Harry wasn't ready to forgive yet. But she did have a question. She turned back around, clenching her teeth. If you really want to make it up to me, help me out with this. What sort of spell kills 12 muggles, obliterating their bodies, as well as the body of a wizard at the epicenter of the attack, yet leaves an entire finger on the ground, whole and unexploded? Harry stared at Loki as his face took on a thinking expression. Nothing that I know of. I've encountered things that could blow someone up into pieces so small that it's just mist. But I don't know what would do that but leave behind a finger. So you're no help. Ouch. Quote, deal with it. I'm still mad. I could go back and find out. What do you mean? I'll go back to when it happened and find out. You can travel back in time. Does this mean you forgive me? Not yet. She paused. You probably can't change anything, right? It's all fixed points. Right. Oh, okay. Well, see you. Be right back. Then, Loki winked out of existence. A few seconds later, he came back, looking extremely disturbed. His eyes flicked back and forth, and he brought up a hand to rub at the back of his neck nervously. What? Okay. Good news, I know what happened. Bad news. What is it? Well, the wizarding world messed up big. I mean huge. There was a spell that blew up all those muggles, but Sirius Black didn't cast it. What? Yeah, Peter Pettigrew did, and then he cut off his finger and disappeared. Harry was speechless. I could try and go back again. Sometime soon. It's a little draining. Maybe not the same spot, that sort of weakens the timeline. Like Doctor Who, Harry mumbled weakly. Yep, like Doctor Who. He chuckled. Nerd, shut up. I'm in shock. This is messed up, so messed up. Loki gave Harry a quick hug, before stepping backwards. I'm going to try and figure out more of what happened. Give me a few days to charge up again and I'll come back here and we can decide how to do this. Okay. Harry was very much on autopilot, waving goodbye before walking back to the castle. She was unclear as to how she made it back to the common room without running into anyone or falling off a staircase. All she remembered was falling into bed and staring at the fabric draped above her across her four-poster, contemplating everything. The last thing she heard was Hermione's relieved sigh as she came into the room later, pretending to be asleep to avoid a confrontation. Why did Peter Pettigrew cast the curse? Was he trying to kill Sirius Black for a betrayal? But then why would he fake his death? Harry clenched her eyes shut tight, trying to ward off her frustration. Headache. The most disturbing thought she could think of was that if the world had been wrong about who cast the spell, was it possible they were wrong about who was guilty altogether? The next morning, Harry woke up feeling as if she'd been run over by a truck. Physically, she was all right, apart from the bruises she'd obtai. Ned from shoving her way through the crowd and abusing Loki, but there was a pounding inside her head that only added to her irritable mood. She headed down to the common room after finding no one in the dormitory. Content to sit in front of the fire and act like she was plotting a murder. Harry. The witch leveled her gaze at a nervous Ron, who was standing with Hermione next to her chair. Are you all right? Harry almost snorted at that question. Am I all right? She asked, leaning back in her chair. After she'd had some time to process what she'd learned, she'd come to the conclusion that she didn't know what was going on. But that she was incredibly angry at someone. Well, let's go down the list, shall we? First, I come back to school and my life is derailed, once again, by a murderous psychopath who wants me dead. Then, that psychopath turns out to be my godfather, and also a traitor who led Voldemort to my parents in the first place. Oh, and then I find out that he might not even be a traitor because he didn't cast that spell to kill the Muggles, Pettigrew did, and then he disappeared. Harry could see their shocked faces, but she was on a roll now. Do you know what I see when the Dementors get near me? What I hear? She asked. Ron and Hermione shook their heads hesitantly. I get to relive my worst memories, almost all of which are directly related to Voldemort and how he's screwed up my life because of Sirius Black. I get to hear my mom scream right before she's murdered. And that flash of green light that I've had dreams about my whole life. Turns out that's the curse that Voldemort used to kill her. But you wouldn't know that, seeing as no one else is as traumatized as I am, and the world just fucking hates me. So no, I'm not all right. She was standing now, pacing back and forth and gesticulating angrily. I don't know what the hell is going on, or who's actually to blame, but one thing is for sure. Someone is going to die. Harry, spare me the pity. Hermione, I don't want it. Harriet Rose Potter, sit down right now and listen to me. Harry looked up and saw Hermione with her hands on her hips, nodding towards the chair. Ron looked a bit thrown as well. Harry sat heavily in the chair, glowering. That's terrible. It's terrible what's happened to you, but you don't get to use it as a reason to get yourself killed. Hermione, no, I know. You're going to say that you're capable, and I know that you're probably capable of more than what we know, but what you're not capable of right now is taking on a fully grown, possibly homicidal, caped convict in order to avenge some vendetta. I've fought Voldemort and won. A few times now, actually. Yes, Harry, you've fought Voldemort as a shade, and as a teenager, and Merlin knows there's things about those fights you aren't telling us. But even if I believed you were able to defeat 5 of Sirius Black at the same time, it still wouldn't be a good idea, and we still wouldn't let you. Because we don't want you sinking to their level. There is vengeance, and then there's justice. Let the Dementors take care of it. Don't you see, Hermione? The Dementors aren't going to take care of it. Black's been loose for months. And even if they WWE able to track him down and lock him up again, what about Pettigrew? Something here doesn't fit, and I'm not going to rest until I know what actually happened. And we'll be there with you, Harry, but don't go chasing after something that'll only end badly. Ron stepped forward, placing his hand on her shoulder, Hermione mirroring him. Don't be a murderer just like him. Though she accepted their support then, some part of Harry cringed away from the contact with the knowledge that she'd killed before, and she would again. How do you find out about Pettigrew anyway? Hermione asked once it was clear that she'd calmed down. I have my sources. Where is everyone? She looked around, glad that the common room was empty after her tirade. It's the first day of break. We're the only ones here. Oh, so how are we going to find out what happened? What actually happened, with Black and Pettigrew? Hermione asked, the consummate analyzer. Harry thought for a moment. Malfoy knows. What? Malfoy knows. He told me that if it were him, he'd want revenge. Harry, I know you have a thing about getting Malfoy to defect, but I really don't see how that helps anything. Quote, we can get some information from him. I am not making more polyjuice. You didn't get anything useful the first time anyway. Oh, Hermione, there are other ways of getting information. Torture. Ron piped up incredulously. Hermione whipped her head around to stare back at Harry accusingly. Harry gave him a look. What? No, I'm going to talk to him or bribe him. She paused. Did you really think I was going to torture him? Ron looked away suddenly. Hey, let's go visit Hagrid's. We haven't done that in a while. Harry saw the blatant change in subject, and raised him one. Yeah, let's do that. We can ask why he never told me about my psychopath of a Godfrey, hopping up and moving towards the portrait. Hermione whacked Ron on the arm. Or we could. No, let's go to Hagrid's. Draco Malfoy was usually happy to be home for the holidays. The break allowed him to see his mother and possibly his father, depending on what business was happening at the ministry. He was especially excited because he knew that the treats that his mother usually sent by owl would be available in larger amounts with just the call of a house elf. That evening, He was content as his mother and father were there for dinner, and he happily told them about his term so far, his words aimed more so at his mother than his father, who was going through a stack of official-looking parchment. And my arm is all healed, so I'm sure the next Quidditch match will go our way. It had better. Those brooms were a donation to ensure superiority, but it seems that last year the only reason you weren't beaten by Gryffindor was because the cup was cancelled altogether. Well, Potter is an all-right seeker, I suppose, and she had a Nimbus 2000, or crashed into the Whomping Willow. It's a good thing I wasn't able to play for that game, the conditions were terrible. You should be able to outplay that half-blood no matter what amount of skill she supposedly possesses. And speaking of your injury, that beast is going to be put down. I just received the letter. Lucius Malfoy handed his son a crisp piece of parchment, and Draco read over it quickly. Malfoy, the Depa, RT meant, S just sent the OFA letter about the bird's hearing. I wouldn't be worried, though, it's all but gone for. Even if there was considerable doubt, there's no chance the beast's getting off. S good to have some influence in the matter, doesn't it? McNair. Draco set down the letter carefully, nodding at his father. He'd known that there was a strong possibility that the hippogriff would be executed. Especially after the fuss he'd made. But somehow, seeing the confirmation on paper was jarring. And the confirmation that it would be killed no matter what didn't sit right with him. He pushed away the unsettled feeling, going back to his conversation. The rest of the night, though, he couldn't shake the unbalanced feeling in his chest and stomach. Was it guilt? Draco shook off such incredible notions, and moved to go to bed. Before he could climb under the duvet, there was a knock at his window. He opened it to find a brilliant snowy owl perched there, leg held out impatiently towards him. He removed the ladder and fed the owl a treat from his own supply when the bird hooters expectantly, then moved towards his desk after shutting the window again. Somehow he was less surprised than he saw who had ridden him. Malfoy, I'm going to cut to the chase here. And don't you dare throw this away before you read it. We both know that your little injury was never that serious, and you've been playing off it all term. You owe me for the Quidditch match. That could have easily been you, but I didn't officially challenge your claims of injury, and neither did my team. And this whole business with Buckbeak is screwed up anyhow. I'm assuming you know about the hearing, and you know just as well as I do that that hearing is going to be a sham. Walden McNair is an associate of your father, who has enough power to bypass any true form of justice for Buckbeak. So you owe me. You said that if it were you, you would want revenge. I know about Sirius Black now, so I understand what you meant. But I'm going to cash in on that favor you owe me. I need you to ask around, with your father or whoever, and find out what happened to Peter Pettigrew. I know the story about the finger, but I want more than that. Who was he friends with? Where did he hang out? What sort of person was he? Same with Black. Don't draw attention to the issue though. And if you don't try at least a little bit, I'll know. And I'll take that want for revenge that you mentioned earlier, and I'll direct it towards you. So, you have the carrot and the stick, now work. Potter. Draco was all sorts of confused after reading through the letter. He could understand wanting to know more about Black, but Pettigrew. He barely even knew who that was. And it was only because he'd overheard his father talking out the finger in a box story at a dinner party one night. What Draco didn't notice was that he didn't have strong feelings against helping Potter. In fact, when he put his quill against a blank bit of parchment and began taking notes on what he remembered about the two men, that heavy feeling in his chest seemed to lighten a little. A few hours later, Harriet Potter smirked as she received an Eagle Owl with a short scroll of parchment attached, bringing some new information and a somewhat reluctant promise for more. It was Christmas morning. BYT Harry was most definitely not feeling the energy of the holiday. Harry, get up. Hermione hit her prone form with a pillow, and Harry groaned, turning and burrowing into her covers further. Hermione, too cold. Go away. Harry Potter, get out of your bed. Even Ron is up before you. She yanked the covers away from the younger witch, tilting her head at the girl. You're usually awake earlier than I am. What's wrong? Harry huffed and sat up, pulling on a robe and climbing out of bed. I stayed up recording notes about Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Malfoy sent me another letter. Turns out that Pettigrew was a few years younger than his dad. And they were at Hogwarts for some overlapping years. And you know how he was in the same year as my parents and Sirius Black. Get this, so was Snape. I mean, I knew my dad supposedly saved his life. Or that's what Dumbledore said, but they were in the same year. Snape's only 33. That's not the point to focus on, but yes. Anyway, he says he's working on learning more. You know, you said that Malfoy was going to be better one day, but I don't think I actually believed you. He's not actually on our side, so to say, it's more of a combination of blackmail and manipulation. But this is certainly a step in the right direction. They opened the door to Ron's dormitory, their pile of presents in hand, and popped down across from the redhead, who was sorting gifts into different piles. What did you get? Ron looked at his unopened packages and sighed. Well, I think this one is the sweater, and this is the pie. I don't know what you got me though. He picked up the package and shook it, the box making a clicking sound. He and Hermione opened identical packages, pulling out charm bracelets. You got me jewelry. No, well, sort of. Let me explain. She took a deep breath. Harry had finally decided to tell them the truth. This had been coming for a while now, but she was still incredibly nervous, as well as surprised she'd actually sent them the gifts. So you know how you said that you thought I was hiding something from you guys? Hermione nodded while Ron looked vaguely apologetic. Well, you were right. I just have some issues with trust. So it's taken a bit for me to tell you this, but I think I'm ready now. So when my parents were killed, Dumbledore dropped me off with my aunt and uncle, the Dursleys. I've been telling you guys that I go back there every summer. But that's not true. What? Shish, I'm trying to tell the story. Anyway, they weren't very good people. When I was 6, they tried to get rid of me, just left me in the woods after roughing me up a little. I was scared, but I thought I could maybe get out of it if I walked back the way I came. I never really got the chance, because, and I'm not going to say the because that supposedly attracts it to your location, especially in the winter, but a monster grabbed me before I could get up. Harry, that's terrible, mate. Yeah, well, I haven't even really gotten started. So this monster is a sort of cannibal, it likes to eat people. I've never read about a cannibalistic. Hermione, stay on track here, I'll explain everything. Just trust me for a couple minutes. So it tried to bite my arm. Well, it did bite my arm, and somehow I th a blast of fire. I think it was accidental magic. But then I heard some rustling outside, and I thought it was maybe another one. And suddenly I was in the middle of a field in the US. Ron and Hermione had shocked looks on their faces, if a bit skeptical. Harry pulled back her sleeve to show them the faded teeth marks. Bloody hell. Ron sounded faint. I lived on the streets for a while. I made myself a treehouse, and accidental magic seemed to get easier after that first conscious time, so I used it a lot to get by. I went to the library a lot, and that's when I found out what attacked me. There were a lot of other monsters in that book too, and somehow I made a decision to keep fighting them. Harry kept them there for maybe half an hour explaining her first couple hunts, and the connections she made. They were a little incredulous at the notion of demons, but malicious ghosts weren't too far of a stretch. Peeves is halfway there anyway. Why don't you get rid of him too? He sort of grows on you. Binns was just unhelpful in every way. Wait, that was you. It seemed they had finally been caught up on everything. And Hermione of course had some strong opinions. Harry, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't do that. Yes he would. Hermione, he's a manipulative bastard. Harry, It's terrible what happened to you as a kid. And I'm mad at him for making it possible, but you can't think that he's so invested in your life that he's trying to manipulate every single thing. Think about all the impossible things you've done over the years. If he were that invested, you don't think he'd already know you weren't still with the Dursleys? I've been on the down low, he doesn't know anything. Harry, the entire school knows you're a bit different. We may get the more truthful version of events, but since you've come to this school, everything's been out of whack, and watching you perform actually impossible things has spread around. If Professor Dumbledore was actually that invested, and that diabolical, he would already know that you've left the Dursleys and he would wipe your memory and put you back with them. According to your version of events, it may be that he's done some terrible things and made some bad decisions. For whatever reason, but he's not inherently evil, and I think you know that. Why do you always have to make sense and look at things logically? Oh, I'm plenty emotional, but that doesn't mean that I have to go off the rails and make incorrect conclusions. Wow, thanks, anytime. So what are the bracelets for then? Ron interrupted. Well, they have anti-possession charms and some other sigils. And if you pull a knife charm, it transforms into an actual silver knife that can harm shapeshifters and a lot of other monsters. The same goes for the shotgun charms. Harry, we can't have guns. You want me to wear a charm bracelet? Hermione, the guns are filled with reloading salt. They're for malicious ghosts and maybe Peeves if you're having a bad day. Actually, that's a terrible idea. Let's just say they're only for emergencies and there isn't a rule against them being carried as charms. And Ron, it's got a spell on it that stops others from looking at it. So yes, wear it. In addition to the protective properties, you'll look very charming. Quote, that was a terrible pun. I think it was amazing. So there are actually demons in the world. As in, hell, demons. Hermione asked nervously. Yep, although, I don't think there's such a big thing in Britain. It might be because of the concentrated magical community, because it turns out there are differences between magical and muggle monsters. That's why you messed up in defense. Demons. Being your friend is bloody terrifying, you know. If I'm not killed by whatever follows you, I'll be murdered by you or Hermione. Bloody hell. Ron crashed back onto his bed, his charm bracelet gleaming on his left wrist. I'm going to need more explaining. Tomorrow when I wake up and think this is a fever dream. Sure can do. Now open your other presents. Harry unwrapped her customary Weasley sweater, some fudge, a book from Hagrid, another book from Hermione, some Zonko's goods from the twins, some Belgian chocolate from who she was pretty sure was Loki. There was a name inside a card signed by Crowley, making her smirk at the chance for another hunt. Ron got her some candy, and the gifts from Bobby and the Winchesters were still in America to be given in July. That left one long, rectangular package that she'd brought in with the rest of the pile. Who's that from? Ron asked. No idea. That turned out to be a problem, as inside the package was a brand new firebolt. Hermione, of course, wanted to involve a professor. Hermione, if it were cursed, I'd know. I'm kind of awesome like that. Just because you're some kind of big shot hunter, doesn't mean you can recognize intricate curses on sight. It could be dangerous. I really think that you're overreacting. I'm going to tell Professor McGonagall. Just let her sweep it for hexes, you almost died the last time. I had the situation in hand. Harry defended. I had to set Snape on fire. And I was so proud of you. I'm telling Professor McGonagall. Harry could stop her, but she'd just laid out everything to them. And she knew Hermione was only trying to help. She held the broom close, breathing in the smell of the fresh polish. Goodbye, my darling. McGonagall looked almost torn between talking the broom and letting her keep it despite the risk in order to increase the Gryffindor's chances of winning the next Quidditch match. Ron was pouting behind her, staring at the broom as it was given away. Maybe the three of them would have avoided any confrontation, but a few days later Ron found blood on his sheets along with some orange cat hairs. He murdered Scabbers. Ron, your cat is a murderer. Still think it isn't a monster. Ron was in true form, face as red as his hair as he yelled at Hermione from across the common room. Ron, I'm sorry about Scabbers. Harry held her breath, thinking maybe they could get through this without any major issues. But Crookshanks is a cat, and he was a rat, it's only natural. Damn it, you're still defending it. He did nothing wrong. Unbelievable. You're being ridiculous. Maybe we should all calm down. Budged in Harry. The two of them just continued on, as though she wasn't here. Had to try. The next couple weeks were tense, to say the least. Ron and Hermione were completely ignoring each other, and when that slipped, it was only to glare or mutter a hateful comment. Harry tried not to take sides, as she could both of their points. But the constant running back and forth and the hanging out with one while trying not to notice the staring of the other was pulling at her. She found that she was anticipating the Patronus lessons more, as it would allow her to escape from the common room for a few hours. She just hoped she wouldn't come back to Ron's dead body and a gleeful Hermione. After the lesson, Harry felt just the same. Just more drained for having faced the fake Dementor and forcing herself to favor the Dementor as her worst fear in the first place. It had never happened to her before, where she couldn't succeed at a spell almost immediately. It jarred her. The next couple weeks were filled by juggling friendships and avoiding Oliver Wood as he tried to discuss her broom every second that he wasn't run. The odds of Slytherin beating Ravenclaw. When the Snakes did beat out the Eagles, Harry watched as Oliver jumped in the air high enough that he almost fell over the side of the wall separating the spectators from the Quidditch pitch. With the extra cheer from the knowledge that Gryffindor still had a chance at the cup, Harry was mildly confident she might make some more headway in her Patronus charm. When she still failed to produce something more than wisps of silvery light, she kicked a trunk sitting to the side of the room while Lupin watched. "I don't understand. What am I doing wrong? It's a very difficult spell, Harry. Most Fulizards can't produce a Patronus." Yes, but she was able to do most spells almost immediately, so why wasn't this one the same? "Here, let's take a break." The careworn man walked around his desk and offered her what she recognized to be a butterbeer. "Those are great. How would you know?" He raised an eyebrow. "Ron and Hermione always bring back own treats since I'm not allowed to go to Hogsmeade. Dangerous times, right?" She said the last part bitterly, and he gave her a commiserating smile. Suddenly curious, Harry looked at him. "What's under a Dementor's hood?" He looked at her uncomfortably. "Well, no one really knows. And the only people who do know can't say. That's troubling. Dementors only lower their hood to use their final weapons. The Dementor's kiss. How is it even possible? To suck out a soul, I mean. Does that suggest that the soul is in the stomach, or the respiratory tract? Not much is known about, as no one wants to study near Dementors. Let alone study the creatures themselves. All I know is that it's just about the worst fate. It leaves nothing but a shell." Harry repressed a shiver. "It's what's going to happen to Sirius Black. I saw in the Daily Prophet this morning, Minister Fudge authorized the Dementors. That wasn't good. Professor, what exactly did Sirius Black do? What did he confess to, at his trial? What is he actually locked away for?" Lupin stared into his cup for a moment, brow furrowed. "I don't believe I read about a trial, when it all went down. Usually the manuscripts would be recorded as a public record. And with some of the bigger cases open to the public, the prophet would take quotes. The thing is, I don't remember reading about his, and it definitely would have been in the papers. So he didn't have a trial at all." Lupin looked at a loss. "What about incident reports? Would those be public too?" "Incident? What happened to Peter Pettigrew?" Lupin suddenly looked pained, and he set down his cup harshly. "How do you know that name?" "I heard it in passing, from Malfoy I think. So I asked around, and someone said he was blown up." He was. Harry D. I didn't think Lupin's hesitance was guilty, more sad. "So you don't know anything specific?" "I try not to think about things like that." "Oh, sorry Professor. That's all right." He looked at his watch. "Well, I don't think we'll be doing anything else tonight. Good luck for this weekend." "Yeah, thanks." Harry left the room, hurrying through the halls with her mind working a million miles per hour. If Sirius Black didn't even have a trial, a major miscarriage of justice by the way, then how did everyone know what happened? Did he just confess, and they took it at face value as the truth then and there? Harry knew there were problems with the magical government, like any government, but she was concerned. If something like that was allowed to pass, even with a large amount of attention from the population, what other bits of legislation or injustices could have slipped through the cracks? Harry's ramblings were interrupted when she almost ran into Professor McGonagall. "My bad, Professor. Well, do watch out, Miss Potter. I was just looking for you, here. There's nothing wrong with it. Somewhere out there, you've got a very good friend. Harry's jaw dropped as she accepted the firebolt she'd received for Christmas. I can have it back? She asked incredulously. Yes. Professor McGonagall had a small smile, something that turned distinctly sharp with her next words. I believe you'll need to get used to it before Saturday's match. And Miss Potter, do try and win. I need to be able to look Professor Snape in the face. Afterwards, Harry nodded, still partly in shock, and moved around the professor on her way back to the tower. After helping Neville with the passwords again, Harry saw Ron and Hermione sitting at opposite ends of the room. Hermione was surrounded by books, and her hair was reaching the point of frizziness that Harry knew meant the witch was extremely frustrated, and approaching her would be dangerous. So, she set out to the right side of the room to grab Ron and drag him up the stairs. Once they were in the boys' dormitory, she revealed the firebolt, and heard the ginger genuinely squeal. She smiled, leaving after a few minutes of mutual awe, settling down in her own bed before she fell asleep dreaming of flying. The outcome of the Quidditch match excited all of Gryffindor, as they now had a very real chance of winning the cup. Even Hermione was more cheery than usual, considering how Ron was being. That was all slightly dampered, though, by the reappearance of Sirius Black, this time in the boys' dormitory over Ron's bed. But why was he in the boys' room? Harry asked. Harry, he's been in Azkaban for 12 years. He's probably insane, and thought you were a boy or something. I mean, your nickname is Harry. Ron was basking in the attention afforded to him by the attack. That doesn't make any sense. Fudge said that he seemed normal, remember? Asking for the crossword. If he was really deranged, he likely wouldn't have even known who Fudge was. Ron rolled his eyes. There's something wrong about this whole situation. First, it's revealed that Pettigrew is still alive and who knows where. Then I find out that Sirius Black did. And even have a trial before they chucked him in the murder house, and now he's seemingly forgotten that his goddaughter is a goddaughter. None of this is right. We'll figure it out, Harry, we always do in the end. You know, for once I'd like to figure out what's going on sooner than later, then maybe I won't be so bloody stressed all the time. Later that day, another cause of her stress too. RNED up in the form of Pansy Parkinson hanging around Draco Malfoy and his cronies. She was bragging about Buckbeak's imminent death, and how her Drakey had arranged it all. Harry was about to say something about it, when a flying mass of bushy brown hair flew past her and tackled the pureblood witch. Hermione got in a few good punches and hair pulls before Harry managed to pull her back. Malfoy, and the rest had dumbstruck looks on their faces as they walked away, and Harry hadn't ever been more proud. A few days later, after the incident that would live in her mind forever, she was fed up with Ron and Hermione's continuing feud. She stormed out of the room, heading towards the greenhouses. Leaning against the glass, partially in shadow, was a nervous-looking Malfoy. All right, what do you have? Here. He tossed her a roll of parchment, like he was afraid to get near her. That was smart. Still, she sent a mild stinging curse at him. What the hell, Potter? I got you your info. Yo, you also dressed up like a Dementor and tried to stop me from winning at Quidditch. I thought we had a deal. It's Quidditch, that's different. I'm going to try and win, and I don't expect you to do any different. Of course, your Gryffindor nobility probably stops you there. What a pity. I'd show you Gryffindor nobility, but I don't break my deals, so as long as you keep being helpful I won't resort to anything too bad. Now what's in this scroll before I read it? Seriously, some things don't come through as well in writing. He rolled his eyes. Fine, I wrote my father, telling him I was curious about Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, wondering what kind of spell could blow up an entire street, and if I could learn it. He was rather impressed by my I don't need to hear about your outlessly brilliant plan to get information. Get to the point. Fine. So he wrote back about how Sirius Black was very good at offensive and defensive spells, and that an overpowered Reducto would have done the job. Usually if you're really good at spells, you have control over them. Overpowering a spell accidentally would be a mistake made more by a novice than an expert, Harry mused. I know that. Anyway, he said Pettigrew never stood a chance, and that he was always terrible in school. Malfoy paused. It was weird though, he seemed to know a lot more about Pettigrew than I would have thought. He wasn't in Slytherin. There wouldn't have been much overlap. It could be that Pettigrew was part of a group that was pretty well known across the school. Maybe. They stood in silence. For a moment before she huffed in frustration. What's going on with Wellesley and Granger? What? Why do you want to know that? Curiosity. It must be interesting, because you look terrible. Why Draco? It's as if you care. He gave her an unimpressed look. Her cat most likely killed his rat. Good riddance. Wow. What? Nothing. I just didn't expect you to take Hermione's side. Maybe I am having an effect. He sputtered. What? Exclamation mark. I'm not taking anyone's side, I still hate all of you. Whatever you say. He grumbled something unintelligible. If you find out anything else, signal me. Make a good joke at my expense. Not the usual crappy material you use. Potter. See ya, Malfoy. She walked away pondering the new information. Harry blamed it on the stress. Really, who knew that trying to learn a Patronus was so hard? And Quidditch practice non-stop took a mental toll as well as a physical one. Plus, she was trying to put together a conspiracy. Damn it, these were all perfect Why valid reasons as to why she snapped in the middle of one of Ron and Hermione's non-arguments. She was sitting in a chair in the common room, trying to work through a potions essay, when she caught Ron glaring at something across the room. Following his gaze, Harry saw Hermione, sitting in a fortress of stacked books. The stupid feud on top of everything else was what caused it. All right, she stood up, grabbing Ron's robes and summoning Hermione, who came crashing through a pile of books. We're going to talk. She dragged them up the stairs, immune to their complaints. This has gone on long enough. The green-eyed witch pulled them into the girls' dormitory, snapping at Lavender and Parvati to stop giggling over a magazine and give them some privacy. Once the other girls had left, Harry sat down on a conjured armchair and turned to the two people glaring at her while studiously ignoring each other. You're going to yell at each other, and I'll moderate. Like usual. Go. The two of them did nothing. Still glaring furiously, Harry rolled her eyes and raised her wand. I have too much to deal with. I don't need a rivalry brewing right now between my two best friends. So, start talking, or I start hexing. Ron's resolve crumbled a little, his shoulders falling. Fine. He turned to Hermione. Your cat is a monster that ate Scabbers, and maybe if you'd just apologized I'd have forgiven you, but you keep defending him. That kicked Hermione into gear. He is not a monster, he's just a cat, and cats eat mice. I'm sorry that Scabbers is dead, but he was already looking terrible. He'd probably have been dead in a week anyway. Red flag, Hermione. Or is it yellow? Whatever. No degrading Scabbers. Death. I'm sorry that your older rat was eaten by my cat. It was a regrettable act, but a natural one for sure. Quote, there's nothing natural about that bandy-legged freak of a. You know what? The two of them started yelling again, leaving Harry to look on, sighing in disappointment. She stared at her watch, counting how long Hermione could yell without taking a breath. Finally, after they seemed to be winding down a bit, Harry interjected. Look, you both said bad things. And you're both partially at fault. But, zip it. As I was saying, bad things happened, but you can't go on ignoring each other. I can't take it, and I'm sure it's a mess for you guys too. So just make up, okay? Ron's eyes shifted towards Hermione somewhat. Look, Ron, I'm really, truly sorry about what happened to Scabbers. If it had been my pet, I'd be furious too. Sad and frustrated. Tears started leaking out of the bookworm's eyes. And it's been such a mess trying to ignore you, and my coursework is piling up again, and we're losing Buckbeak's case, and Ron looked extremely uncomfortable now. And Harry was trying to decide whether Hermione was acting or not. If so, she was getting good. Harry was proud. It's all right, Hermione. I mean, he was pretty old. Hermione just sniffled as Ron awkwardly extended a hand to pat her on the shoulder twice, before rescinding it quickly. Well, thank God that's over. So, any particular reason you wanted to get tea? Harry asked, sitting across a table from Crowley for the second time. It's been a stressful day. Harry gave him an expression asking for him to elaborate. There's this village near Hogsmeade with a man Who made a deal with me for the title of the village? There was a contractor trying to buy out the village and convert it to a lumber mill, with the forests around the village perfect. So, I traded the simpleton the security of the town for his soul. It's almost like you've done a good deed, Crowley. Does that disagree with your stomach? Harry teased. No, what disagrees with me is that my client decided to murder the contractor when he came to the village to try and buy the title to all the property in the village. Then, the Neanderthal decided to book it out of the village with the body to try and cover it up. Only, he got too close to Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, and the bloody dementors took his soul. Harry stilled, staring at the angry demon across from her. They can do that. Crowley raised an eyebrow at her. Yes, I know they can take people's souls, but they can still take them when those souls are under contract. Won't a hellhound just tear up the dementor when the deal runs out? No. Because now that the soul isn't tied to a living body, time isn't counted against it. I never get to collect on the deal. I am so sorry that you can't get your power boost. It's a tragedy, truly. I could kill you, you know. Oh, but I thought we had a truce. And, if I died, I'd just come back to haunt you, and then you'd have to commiserate with a ghost, which is a tad bit desperate, don't ya think? Harry sipped from her tea. But really, I'm sorry you had to lose out to a dementor. They're terrible, and what have they done to offend you? Besides existing, the hunter in me is disgusted with them on principle. They have no morality. Their sole purpose is to consume souls. The only reason the ministry bothers with them is so that they have a supply of souls to torture. They won't go around looking for random ones in the magical citizens. You said they had no morality. Few things are really evil, most are just hungry. Careful, Crowley. Don't get philosophical on me. Besides, you hate them too. That I do. They make it very difficult to work around. And maybe I shouldn't have said they have no morality. It's more like they don't care about morality. They don't simply need souls. There are plenty of cases where dementors can survive without a steady influx of human souls. Most of the ones in Azkaban just feed off of the inmate's misery. It's almost like when they take a soul, it's for a boost, like it's a high. Well, when demons take souls it's almost like that. We get power from souls, and you don't despise me. At least, I don't think the truce is the only thing keeping you from reaching across the table to try and slit my throat. He paused. Which wouldn't work, by the way. Well, I don't hate demons on principle. Not anymore, at least. Sure, they're evil and corrupted by definition. Harsh. But demons at least have rules they have to follow. Dementors are like demons, only worse because the taking of the soul is involuntary. At least demons offer you a choice. They fell into silence, drinking their tea. So, how did you know exactly what to get when we got here? That's a signature tea, Harry pointed out. I come here sometimes. The school is somewhat familiar, as my mother used to tell me stories of it. You come here to be closer to your mother. That's sort of sweet, and very out of character. Crowley made a revolted face. Of course not. My mother hated this school. She was always blathering on about the blokes Godric and Salazar, who hated each other apparently. She said her time at the school was the Crowley smirked. So naturally, it's a great place for me to visit. Harry blinked. Okay, back up. There's a lot to unpack there. First, she talked about people named Godric and Salazar, as in Gryffindor and Slytherin. Crowley remained unfazed. Well, I suppose so. Your mother knew the founders. Please, she was a bloody founder. Rowena Ravenclaw. Although, by the time she had me she'd changed her name. Harry stared at the demon. Your mother was Rowena Ravenclaw. From 1,000 years ago. Harry was stunned. Wait, how old does that make you then? Today's youth are rude. Crowley, I'll have you know, I'm not a day over 335. Your mother must have had extremely good genes. Her coven knew some tricks about immortality. I'd rather not talk about it, if you will. I resented my mother, she resented me. All right, touchy family subject. I get it. Harry took on a thoughtful expression. Although, the goblin said that I was the heir to Ravenclaw. I think we're related. Crowley snorted. Unless my son had a bastard that I didn't know about, I doubt very much that we are directly related. It's much more likely that you're the product of a line from one of her other conquests. Just trying to lighten the mood. Just drink your tea, dear. Across from the smaller tea shop at the end of one of the less visited streets of Hogsmeade Village, Arthur Ketch was watching a pair drinking tea from over his plate of chips. One of them was the Potter girl, the one he'd reported to command as being the source of the energy surges. That had opened a whole other can of worms, and now TCH had a message to deliver to the girl. He watched as the unknown man stood from his seat, nodding to Potter, before walking away and disappearing around the corner of the street. Ketch stood up, aving some sickles on the table to cover his meal. He walked across the street before coming to a stop, standing above Harriet Potter, who was pouring another cup of tea. "You should know that I'm armed and dangerous if you intend to rob me." She finally looked up, a thin layer of amusement covering the steel in her unusually green eyes. "I've actually come to do the opposite. I have a message to give you." "Well, don't be creepy about it. It looks like we're doing a drug deal." "Sit down." She nodded towards the recently vacated seat in front of her. "So, am I allowed to know your name, Mr. Mysterious?" "Arthur Ketch. Pleased to meet you. I assume you know who I am." "I do." "Well, that's great." She finished stirring her tea, leaning back in her seat as she took a sip. "So, what's this message? Is Voldemort giving me a warning? Or is this some sort of press thing? I have to admit, I rather like the mystery." He didn't flinch at the name Voldemort. "Interesting. I work for an organization that deals with the, let's say, more unusual entities. I think you know what I mean by that, judging by that silver knife you're hiding in your boot, and the other one on your wrist." He said all this calmly, and Harry was struck by a sense of uncertainty. "You know, you're the first person to wonder why I have knives. That might be due to the fact that no one else can see them." "So how can you?" "I guessed about the one in your boot. But I saw you replace the one on your wrist. You seem to be using it to slay a demon." Her eyes flicked up to meet his, stopping her fiddling with the teacup. "Demon? They don't exist. Unless you're talking about my roommate's cat." "Oh, but they do exist, Miss Potter. And you know that. I didn't know there were any hunters in Britain. My organization usually does all the necessary work." "And what is this organization you're being infuriatingly vague about?" "MI6. We call ourselves the Men of Letters. I'm only an apprentice. This is my inducting assignment." "Men of Letters doesn't sound very inclusive. It's just a general term." "And what is your inducting assignment?" "Following me." "No, actually, that was a coincidence. I'm supposed to monitor Hogwarts. Some strange things have been going on with the castle these past years, and I guess I've found out why." He looked at her pointedly. "Okay, that was not my fault. I didn't hire Shady Voldemort. And I definitely didn't set the basilisk free. I stopped them." "I know. We know. That's why we're interested in you, and the above me in the chain of command. Someone has issued the order to offer you a place with us when you graduate. As an apprentice. And usually, we look down on hunters. They're too brutish." "Hey," she interjected. "But," he continued, raising his tone, "you're a special case. It appears that you are a legacy." He pulled a journal from nowhere, sliding it to her from across the table. Harry raised an eyebrow, reaching for the book and inspecting it. The last why she'd handled hadn't been very customer-friendly. She saw the name, Rose Oliva Evans, embossed into the bottom right corner of the cover. Evans. She traced a finger over the name. Rose Evans was one of the best agents in the past 50 years, something hard for the upper echelons to admit. Of course, she went into early retirement and moved across the country. There was some sort of scandal, apparently. Harry listened, a strange feeling taking her over as she heard about her maternal grandmother for the first time. Lily Evans never joined, but we had records of her when she came to Hogwarts. That journal is an account of Rose Evans' cases as a member. It's blood-bound, so I couldn't read it, for example, and it was supposed to be passed on to her daughter, but since that's not a possibility as we never contacted her, it goes to you. What does this mean? Beg your pardon, you've given me the journal as, what, a bargaining tool? Do I have to join your boys' club now? It's a gift. It should have been given to your mother a long time ago. And yes, the top brass is probably hoping that you join after reading about what we do, but there aren't any strings attached in that regard. Harry gave him a mistrustful look, and he rolled his eyes. Look, it's yours. Make your decision. But personally, I think you should join. A witch of your power would make a great operative when you're older. Thanks, she said quietly. I've got to get back. My boss isn't very appreciative of long breaks. He stood, looking down on her once more. Think about it. Harry watched as he left before switching her gaze back to the journal in her hands. She'd have to test it for curses, of course, but she was sorely tempted to tear into it right then and spend hours outside the small shop with the diary. She couldn't, as she had to go find Ron and Hermione. Sighing, the green-eyed witch stood, carefully placing the book in her expanding pockets. She left some money for the last cup of tea, donning her invisibility cloak and strolling down the street to find her friends. She found them at an overlook with a good view of the Shrieking Shack. They weren't alone, though, as it appeared that Pansy Parkinson, Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had found them and were similarly viewing the local landmark. When Parkinson started insulting them more than the usual almost banter-like comments that flowed between the trio and Malfoy, Harry spelled a clump of snow to fly at her, hitting her square in the back of the head. Ah! Parkinson whipped around, wand out and shakily pointing around the clearing. Who did that? The other three Slytherins were sniggering at the gobsmacked and scared look on Parkinson's face, and Harry decided that that wouldn't do. So, she sent 3 more snowballs flying through the air, hitting the green-clad students in various spots. Soon, they were all yelling in confusion, anger, and fear. Guess those ghosts don't really like you calling their house a hut, huh, Malfoy? Ron asked. When he was also hit with a snowball, albeit a softer one, he stopped as well, letting out a high sound and scrambling backwards behind Hermione, who rolled her eyes. Ari spelled it so that Crabbe and Goyle's shoes were tied together, and they stumbled. She must have gotten too close, though, as the invisibility cloak SL for a moment, and she watched the change in expression of everyone there. Ron looked relieved, while Hermione's eyes opened wide, and Harry realized why. The Slytherins in the clearing were staring in horror at her disembodied head. They ran out of the clearing, Crabbe and Goyle being surprisingly speedy and coordinated with their feet still bound together. Harry, Ron and Hermione had shouted it, Ron with worry and Hermione with a distinctly "I told you so" tone of voice. I have to go. Harry slipped back under the cloak, apparating behind a tapestry in the hall that led to the library. She took off the cloak and slipped out from behind the tapestry, ready to establish her alibi. She worked in the library for about 15 minutes before putting away the runes book she'd been looking at, sure that enough people had seen her. Harry had, taken 2 steps outside of the room when Snape swept around a corner and stopped in front of her. Miss Potter. Professor Snape. Lovely day, isn't it? I've just been visited by a rather distraught Pansy Parkinson. She told me an unusual tale about a floating head in Hogsmeade. Really, Professor, I don't see what. Your floating head. Harry tried not to make the silence too suspicious. She was good at lying. But Snape was probably better. That's crazy, sir. I'm not allowed to go to Hogsmeade. That's never stopped you before. I've been in the library. Ask anyone in there. Well, maybe don't ask anyone. I'm sure some of them were too engrossed in their studies. Turn out your pockets, he said suddenly. Sorry, your pockets, empty them of any contraband. Harry Kn. She couldn't possibly empty her pockets, as there was probably some homework from first year still floating around in them amongst the multitude of items. And she didn't want to relinquish the journal she'd been gifted. Harry felt around for the first thing that wasn't the book of some actual contraband, producing a bit of parchment. Then she realized what the parchment was. Bit of a slow day for her. What is this? Spare bit of parchment, she explained casually. Maybe she could do a switching spell and Snape wouldn't notice. But if he did, then he'd know it was something important. So you'd be fine if I set it on fire. I'd rather you didn't. I'm sentimental like that. He glared at her, putting his wand to the paper. Reveal your secrets. After some very offensive but probably accurate insults, Harry was torn between laughing and killing whoever made the map in the first place. Professor Snape had more color in his face than she'd ever seen, and it wasn't a happy blush. Luckily, she'd been helped out by Professor Lupin. Unluckily, he somehow knew what the map was. Can you imagine what would have happened if Sirius Black had this? He asked. Harry felt some respect for the man. So the disappointment radiating off of him combined with a hint of panic, made her feel all the more terrible. He wouldn't know how to use it. Lupin paused. I'm sure he could figure it out, but that's not the point, Harry. I'm assuming you've used this map to go to Hogsmeade, which is how you knew what butterbeer was. I shouldn't even be surprised. Lupin brushed his hair back agitatedly. Why's that? Never you mind. You shouldn't be sneaking around Hogsmeade when there's a traitor on the loose. Are you sure he's a traitor? She yelled back. No one seems to know one bloody conk. Read piece of evidence of what happened in the weeks before and after my parents died. What even happened to Pettigrew? A finger. Where's the body? Lupin looked at her, shocked. Harry, what happened was terrible, believe me. But trying to find answers where there are none won't change anything. I'm not looking for answers where there are none. There were none in the first place. I'm sorry I used the map, but I'm tired of everyone trying to protect me by keeping me in the dark.